Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black. Chapter 1. Phew. I exhaled and collapsed onto the floor. Seconds later, Bella appeared before me out of the black smoke of combat teleportation. And yes, I say teleportation, because I have no intention of getting used to that idiotic term, apparition, invented by English wizards. Across the world, this method of magical travel goes by many names, and there are countries where it is called teleportation, which is the term I grew up with. So to hell with it all. I won't be mangling my tongue. Well then, sweetheart, have you exhausted yourself again? Mother. I sighed heavily. I ought not to forget that I am only 9 years old. Yes, due to the Bonnier effect, or in plain terms, a reborn soul, my core stabilized earlier than it does in other children, but even so I have only been training for a year and a half. I gave Mother a pointed look without stating the obvious. She was older than me and, consequently, more experienced. I had mentioned it once before, and after that my life had turned into hell for a full week. I would not make the same mistake again. Are there many children who, after a year and a half of training, can do what I do, and in a field that isn't even their primary discipline? Not many. Bella shook her head. But you are a Black. The heir of the house. You must be the best. And I will be. But today's training will have to end here, since I still need to make myself presentable before the healing tutor arrives. Healer. Bella corrected the terminology with characteristic precision. That's what I said. Yes, yes. Mother smiled with a faint touch of smugness. To any outside observer, someone from my previous world who was familiar with the Harry Potter universe, it would surely be quite interesting to know exactly how it came about that I call Bella Mother and that she trains me. And here, perhaps, I should start from the very beginning. So then, my mother, Narcissa Black, married Lucius Malfoy. Then I was born, and the man himself took part in the raids and terrorist attacks carried out by the Death Eaters. Everything would have unfolded exactly as in canon, were it not for me and my reborn soul. Such things had happened in this world before, more than once, and the phenomenon had even been studied to some degree. It was called the Bonnier effect, named for the wizard who had first proven that a soul could be reborn from another world into ours. And Narcissa, representative of the ancient and noble house of Black, if only by her maiden name, knew of this effect. Moreover, the Blacks had a custom of performing several rituals after a child's birth, to identify any reborn soul, begin their education early, and determine the nature of their gift. Father ignored my birth entirely. From the memories Mother had shown me at age 5, once she had satisfied herself that I was sufficiently lucid, I learned that he had told her, until he's 5, raise him yourself, because I don't have time to fuss over this little wretch, and after that I'll make a proper Malfoy of him. Mother had not been pleased by this, but at the time she had not yet been in a position to do anything about it. However, after Tom died and Lucius descended into a drunken stupor following his purchase of a ministry pardon, she calmly replaced one of his hangover potions with a Black family variant. She even graciously warned her husband that taking it in combination with certain other potions was mortally dangerous, but Lucius was in no fit state to listen at the time, and so he died of natural causes. After that, Mother took everything into her own hands. She contacted Walburga, returned to the House of Black, and brought with her the entire Malfoy fortune, their library, their artifacts, and much more besides. It was at that point that Grandmother and Mother learned of Tom's Horcruxes and resolved that the House of Black would no longer support the madman. Grandmother lacked the strength to manage everything alone, so together with Mother they first set about getting Bella out of prison. Her marriage to Rodolphus had been dissolved on the grounds that he had failed to protect his wife. She had first lost an unborn child, and then ended up in Azkaban as well. And no, it was not a matter of magic. It was a matter of a cleverly drafted marriage contract, sealed by magic. And yes, the attack on the Longbottoms had also been contested and framed as a blood feud in retaliation for the lost child. So Bella was released, even if it required greasing the palms of several officials. After the dissolution of the marriage, a portion of Rodolphus's assets, which the goblins had no intention of handing over to the government despite threats from the ministry, was transferred to Aunt Bella as compensation. Unfortunately, Mother herself could no longer have children, but that meant I now had 2 mothers. And Mom Sissy did not object to Bella becoming my second mother. After that, all three black ladies set about finding a way to save Sirius, though that proved somewhat more complicated. To begin with, several bribed officials arranged for his transfer to safer floors within Azkaban, and eventually his imprisonment itself, owing to insufficient evidence, was commuted to deportation. All of this lasted until approximately my 5th birthday. When I turned 5, grandmother performed all the necessary rituals to make me the heir of the House of Black, while Sirius was stricken from the will entirely. He was left a small house in the south of France and a school vault topped up to 50,000 galleons, more than the average Auror could earn in 10 years. After that, the wayward hound was simply forgotten, with a promise given that they would find Pettigrew and make him answer for what he had done. And so it came to pass. Less than 6 months after Sirius left the country, the little rat was found and sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. What else ought to be said about my life? Well, neither mother sat idle at home. Sissy had taken a position as a healer, as she had the necessary training and gift for it. She was now the head healer in one of the wards at St. Mungo's and earned a respectable income, though income was never really her aim. She simply did not want to sit around the house all day. Bella had taken a different path and become a duelist, competing professionally in various tournaments. It brought her a very decent income, as well as fame. Andromeda. Relations with the third black sister were strained, as were relations with her daughter, whom Ted, Andromeda's husband, was diligently turning against them. That was their choice, however, and after Andromeda had refused to return to the family, they had not pressed the issue of contact particularly hard. They sent gifts for occasions and courtesy letters, nothing more. And so we arrive at the present situation. Mother, after performing the rituals following my birth, had established that my gift lay in curse-breaking. A rare and sought-after gift. However, in addition to its rarity, it was also exceptionally difficult to master, as it required constant practice and working with cursed objects. But no one wished to let me near objects of that sort, or even near living people carrying curses, without proper preparation. And so my theoretical grounding had been very comprehensive, and once my core had stabilized, my magical training had become equally broad. My mother's, knowing that the effect of the reborn soul made me mentally somewhat older than my peers, and seeing my eagerness for magic, had covered the first 3 years of the Hogwarts curriculum with me in the first 6 months. That had only been possible, however, because all of it had been studied theoretically beforehand, and I had only needed to practice the spells from the textbooks. Incidentally, I had been rather surprised when my mothers had not produced ancient textbooks from the time of some great-great-great-great-grandfather, but had instead purchased brand new ones recommended for prospective Hogwarts students. In response to my question, they explained. It only seems that the Hogwarts curriculum has been simplified over time. In reality, that is not quite the case. It is simply that many spells that were taught in earlier eras have fallen out of use, so studying them would be pointless. The spells themselves, meanwhile, have become more refined. That is all. Yes, certain disciplines taught during Dumbledore's own schooling have been removed from the list, but they were removed after the Second World War, on a worldwide basis. Only a handful of countries declined to follow suit. And yes, Hogwarts was still considered the finest school in Britain, and there were 10 of them in the country, and ranked among the top 3 schools in the world, after the Russian Koldovstoritz and the French Beauxbatons. That ranking could not be considered fixed, however. If this year Koldovstoritz held first place, next year Hogwarts might surge ahead, and after that Beauxbatons. In short, I had been taught the standard school curriculum directly from Hogwarts textbooks, while everything beyond the school framework had been covered by private tutors. All of this was conducted under the strict supervision of one of my mothers, the tutor, and various artifacts that measured the degree of my magical exhaustion, all in order to optimally calibrate the load and help my core and reserves grow. Yes, in this world there are concepts known as the core and the reserve. If the core is the core, the thing that generates magical energy, present in wizards, squibs, and even ordinary people alike, with the only difference being its size, then the reserve is something else entirely. Ordinary people have none whatsoever. Squibs have a reserve that is entirely leaky and incapable of retaining magical energy, while wizards' reserves grow throughout their lives, but it is only up to the age of 20 that this growth comes easily and quickly. After that, every percentage of increase demands grueling training. Most ordinary wizards, however, do not trouble themselves with such things. As a rule, the average ministry clerk or St. Mungo's orderly gets by perfectly well with the basic spells learned at Hogwarts, and casting them with a wand can be done hundreds, if not thousands, of times in a single day. It was a different matter for healers or aurors, or those who had chosen to join one of the magical guilds. There, proficiency in specific magic was required, and certain spells demanded a reserve of considerable size. In short, my development was proceeding strictly according to plan. True, I had not yet been allowed anywhere near cursed objects, having only been told about the theory, the various curses, and the methods of placing them on objects and people. The preparation, in other words, was aimed at the point approximately 6 months to a year away when I would perform my first curse breaking on an object. A simple one, for now. A safe one. Sweetheart, you do remember that today you have not only your healing lesson but your potions lesson as well? I winced slightly. The man you've convinced to teach me is about as good a potions teacher as a, I winced again. Severus is the youngest potions master. Mum, I've already heard it, that he's the youngest potions master in the last 100 years or so. It's just that, as far as I can see, the mastery was awarded not for his ability to teach, but for his academic achievements. You do remember that there are 2 kinds of mastery. The first is awarded for academic achievements or for training more than 3 apprentices to journeyman level, and the second is awarded for both combined. Well, as far as I can tell, he has never reached the second kind and never will. He does teach at Hogwarts, after all. I winced once more. Yes, he teaches, more like he hammers things in. You know, he hasn't told me a single thing about potions that I couldn't have found on my own. I can learn to brew potions from a textbook without his help. And what should he have told you? Oh, he could at least have pointed me toward where to find information about ingredient compatibility. Perhaps he could have suggested more elegant preparation techniques. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, the entire first year ought to have been devoted exclusively to chopping ingredients. But he just pushes through the practical work. I shook my head. Well, that's simply his teaching style. Yes, yes. I nodded with irritation. But something tells me that in a few years, the Aura office and St. Mungo's will be crying out, because they'll have a shortage of potion specialists. Do you think so? Bella looked at me with some doubt. I'm fairly certain of it. He's clearly a little wary of me, so he keeps his nature in check when he's teaching me, but at Hogwarts. I sighed heavily. There he has no restraints, and he'll take it out on the children. As a consequence, potions will be despised. Only a handful of students, those who have already decided on their careers and are certain they need the subject, will put in any real effort. And what, in your opinion, should be done? Well, as far as I'm concerned, the ideal solution would be to fire him and bring back Slughorn, but Dumbledore won't agree to that. He needs his own pet. Bella placed her hand on my head and her nails pressed gently into my scalp. In short, that man is very important to him. So he won't allow him to be removed from the school. Despite the fact that the snake-tongue specialist brought in from India, along with several other experts, had helped Mother remove the mark, she still reacted sharply to any mention of Death Eater marks, which was precisely why I left the sentence unfinished. She wouldn't have taken genuine offense, but she would most certainly have scheduled a few more sparring sessions to teach me to watch my tongue. Incidentally, persuading her to renounce her service to Tom, and, as a consequence, to locate and apply the method of removing the mark, had only been possible after Mom Sissy and Grandmother Walburga had told her about her beloved master's Horcruxes. After that, she had immediately refused to serve him any further. Or rather, more precisely, after it was confirmed that he had created more than one Horcrux per century, which might minimize the damage to one's mind and soul. So in your position, I would put together a plan for opening potions courses for those who genuinely want to take their exams and go on to work at the Aura office or St. Mungo's. Bella tapped the tip of her wand thoughtfully against her lips. That is actually a rather good idea. We could try bringing Meta into it. I snorted quietly. Is something not to your liking? No, not at all. I shrugged. It's more that I simply don't understand. You've written Sirius out of your lives. At the mention of her cousin's name, Bella's expression tightened slightly. But not Meta and her family. Why is that? Because she regularly replies to the courtesy letters. In essence, as you know, those letters are nothing more than, hello, how are you, goodbye, but replying to them, if you don't intend to sever ties with the family entirely, is obligatory. Besides, Meta herself, and this much is clear from small slips in her letters, wouldn't be opposed to returning to the family. It's Ted who is the problem. Bella shook her head. Well, Ted is actually understandable. Mother raised an eyebrow in question. Understood. How much unpleasantness did Grandmother direct at him? How many times did he approach her for help, even just to understand how to properly raise a metamorphomagus child? Grandmother was so deeply aggrieved that she ignored their family entirely. It took the combined efforts of you and Mum Sissy to shift her position even slightly and begin attempting to mend things. But by then, Ted himself wanted nothing more to do with it. TCH. Bella made a face but did not deny the truth of what I had said. All right, we helped them through meta regardless. As for your first question about Sirius, before the end of the war, when he left home, he spoke the words of magical renunciation. That means he did not lose the right to the family name, but he can only ever become head of the house now if there are no other heirs whatsoever. And he has never answered the courtesy letters, not then and not now. Right then. I set off to make myself presentable, but paused in the doorway. I love you. And make sure you beat everyone at the tournament tomorrow. As if there were any other possibility. She gave me a knowing smile, as if to say there was no question of it, and I finally left the training room. Chapter 2, The First Curse. Right, sweetheart. Today is finally the day you will break your first curse. Until now, you've studied many curses in theory, from simple to fairly complex. I've demonstrated them to you, and using the specialized spectacles, you've learned to see them and understand how to unravel them correctly. Yes, Mother Bella. I gave a short nod, and she placed a gold plate in front of me, onto which she immediately applied, right in front of me, one of the simplest curses in existence. It wasn't even truly a curse in the full sense of the word, but rather a jinx whose essence was that whoever touched the gold plate would suffer from diarrhea. Right then. First, tell me about this curse. Well, I studied the jinx more carefully. You've been a little creative with it. It's most likely a personal spell, cast somewhat hastily. I can see at least 5 weak points. Applying pressure to any one of them ought to make it collapse. By standard classification, this isn't even really a curse, it's more of a jinx. Normally, jinxes are placed directly on people, of course, but the modification that allows it to affect an object is an interesting one. From what I can read in the lines of the jinx, its essence is that whoever touches the gold plate will suffer from severe diarrhea, and from the amount of power you've put into the spell, I'd estimate the victim will suffer for at least 3 days. Bella gave a brief nod. Correct so far. What else can you tell me about this curse? It will dissipate on its own in roughly a week. As far as I can tell, this sort of effect could easily be more medical than harmful, useful for anyone suffering from severe constipation. PFF. Don't snort. You asked me to tell you as much detail as possible. So. I examined the jinx's lines once more, carefully. A less experienced wizard simply wouldn't be able to cast this spell, which would be the best case scenario. In the worst case, it would have exploded at the tip of their wand and attached itself to the caster. What is the reason for that? Bella tilted her head, studying me with interest. An imperfect verbal formula and an imperfect wand movement. As I said, the jinx was most likely created in haste. That is understandable, really. A perfect curse from you, even the simplest one, would be extraordinarily difficult for me to break. Nearly impossible. You held the jinx together through sheer force of will, not allowing it to deviate from your intent. Good. Now tell me about the methods of breaking it. I looked more closely at the jinx on the gold plate. 5 points. Applying pressure to any of them will simply destroy the jinx. But this method is only applicable when the curse or jinx has been placed on an inanimate object, because the energy release could cause a living person's condition to worsen. I'm glad you understand that. And yes, you are largely right about the way the spell was constructed, though, had I wished to, I could have produced a far more refined spell in the same amount of time. However, many wizards these days have come to prefer quick solutions. That includes curse breaking, and as long as the object in question is inanimate, things generally turn out fine, but when it comes to living beings. Bella shook her head, clearly disapproving of this approach. And even with inanimate objects. I understand. I nodded to show that I did indeed understand precisely what Mother was referring to. If the spell is more powerful than the one you cast, and the energy within it is not neutral. If it's necrotic, for instance, or elemental, then breaking such a jinx or curse too rapidly could injure the wizard who performed it. Exactly. She smiled with satisfaction, stepped around the table, and ruffled my hair. Now then, sweetheart, break the curse on the object. Use the gentlest method. As you say. I nodded, took my wand, and cast several diagnostic spells. Once satisfied that what I had seen through the spectacles was accurate, I began gradually unraveling the jinx from the object. It did not take long, and though this was my first time untangling a spell, I managed it without difficulty. Done. I gave my wand a theatrical little shake, as though flicking something dirty and unpleasant from its tip, then slid it back into the holster at my wrist and nodded toward the gold plate. The jinx has been lifted. Good. I'll verify that now, and if you have indeed done everything correctly, we'll try unraveling something slightly more complex. With that, Mother began layering one diagnostic weave after another, but in the end she could do nothing but smile with satisfaction and ruffle my hair again with maternal pride. Perfectly done. Let's try something more challenging. Bella quickly applied a more complex spell to the same gold plate, still something that could be classed as a jinx, but noticeably more so. Well. I examined the jinx on the object. This is still more of a jinx than a true curse, but this time it is considerably more refined. Only 2 breaking points, the lines are woven far more tightly, and the effect itself is. I studied what I could see and cast a few diagnostic spells to confirm my eyes were not deceiving me. Air, it makes whoever touches it impotent. Correct. Now break it. That same evening. Creature. Creature is here, young master. He was the old house elf who had served the House of Black for generations. Unfortunately, the same Dobby who had apparently been such a fine creature in the books had to be put down. He had come into contact with the diary and hadn't been strong enough to keep from going completely mad. Creature hadn't escaped the mental influence either, but he was stronger, and over the years since the Horcruxes had been moved to a secured vault, he had managed to recover. Has Mom Sissy arrived yet? Yes. Mistress Sissy is speaking with Mistress Bella. They are awaiting young Master Draco in the small dining room. Good. I stretched, straightened the dressing gown I'd been wearing around the room after my bath, and headed downstairs. Of course, a couple of years ago such behavior would have been completely unacceptable to my mother's, and Grandmother Walburga still winced slightly when she saw me like this, but at least they no longer lectured me about it. The young master ought not to walk about the house in such a state. I stopped, half-turned to look at Creature, and raised an eyebrow. Do we have guests? No, but Mistress Walburga will be displeased. Grandmother. I shook my head. She's from a previous generation and doesn't understand that the future requires bringing something new into one's life. So why not choose to abandon stuffiness as that something new, at least within the family circle? Perhaps it was precisely that stuffiness that drove Sirius out of the house in the first place. Creature disagrees, but Creature will not argue with the young master. The young master is very strong and magically gifted. The young master will do everything his own way when he grows up, regardless. Good, then I'm off. And please make me a cup of coffee with 3 spoonfuls of sugar and milk. Creature will do so. As he spoke, Creature's expression tightened with faint disapproval. To him, milk belonged in tea alone. Coffee was a noble drink that ought not to be diluted. But I cared little about his opinion. I didn't enjoy black coffee, so I took mine with sugar and milk. I came down from my room and headed to the small dining room. Mum Sissy, Mum Bella, Grandmother Walburga. Grandson, what is this you're wearing? Despite the stern tone, I could see Grandmother had already resigned herself to my appearance, had even come to expect it. Grandmother, I see no sense in putting on formal robes when we're among family, and if we were expecting guests, you would have had the house elf tell me so. I shrugged. So I see no reason to demonstrate what a fine, well-bred gentleman I am. Grandson. Gran, we've been over this. Go tell Dumbledore that his garish robes and well-known obsession with sweets are unbecoming of a man in his position, that the supreme mugwump ought to dress accordingly. Grandmother winced slightly. You are not Albus. No, but if I waste time selecting appropriate robes just to eat with family, I'll never become anyone worth mentioning. There won't be time left for training. Mother. Sissy placed her hand over Walburga's. It isn't worth it. Draco knows perfectly well who he is and what house he comes from. At the few events Bella and I have taken him to, he's conducted himself as a perfectly worthy representative of high society. I know. Grandmother sighed. But you understand I don't have many years left, and... Gran, don't talk nonsense. You'll be around to see great-grandchildren yet. Speaking of great-grandchildren, since you've raised the subject yourself. A thoroughly satisfied smile appeared on Grandmother's lips. You're already acquainted with all the most eligible young ladies of British society, so it's high time we arranged a preliminary betrothal. Mother. Sissy and Bella rose from the table in perfect unison, palms flat on the surface, leaning slightly toward their mother, my grandmother. Yes, daughters. Walburga looked at her girls with a faintly amused expression. In truth, they were only her nieces, of course, but just as with me and Bella, she simply could not bring herself to address them any other way. Neither she nor my mothers would have accepted anything different. Are you saying I am wrong? I think. Bella was the first to collect herself and slowly sank back into her chair. She looked unnaturally tense as she did so, her already perfect posture growing even more rigid. Our family has already been burned by arranged marriages. And I would not want our son to go through what Sissy and I did. Yes. She raised a hand, cutting off whatever grandmother had been about to say. He is the future head of the family, and much of what we endured will never threaten him. But as the examples of Lucius and my late husband and his brother have shown. Bella's lips curved into a contemptuous smile as she mentioned the dead men. Not even the most ironclad marriage contract will protect a man from an angry and unhappy woman. And do you truly believe our grandson would be the same kind of wretch as those men? No. It was Mom Sissy who answered grandmother. Our son would never become like them. But as we know very well, a woman can be hurt by any number of things. So dismissing the possibility that a chosen bride might harbor resentment towards Draco would be unwise. Very well. Walburga exhaled. But I had to raise the matter, particularly since we have received a proposal from the Greengrasses regarding exactly such a betrothal. They are being rather crafty about it, of course. Ha ha ha. Sissy laughed at her mother's words. What is so amusing? Simply that they are being crafty. Very crafty indeed. I cannot say everything, but what they need from us is a service, free of charge, that only our son can provide. A vow. Sissy gave only a nod in response to grandmother's question. I see, so they decided to trick us. Grandmother. I decided to draw their attention. Yes. Why don't we play that card? Play that card? Well, yes. I nodded, and a scheming smile crept onto my lips. Why not agree to the proposal, but on the condition of a full medical examination, and then, once the truth comes out? A gleam of understanding lit up grandmother's eyes. Squeeze compensation out of them in exchange for our silence. Better still. I shook my head. Better still. Yes, it's my understanding that one is not permitted to bring one's own house elves to Hogwarts. I watched carefully to gauge everyone's reaction. But what if the house elf in question were a well-bred young witch who would be attending Hogwarts anyway? The Greengrasses would never give up their daughter as compensation. And who said anything about compensation? I interrupted grandmother. Forgive me, grandmother, for cutting you off, but I was not suggesting compensation at all. I was simply proposing that we play the card of the aggrieved noble family, one prepared to sever all ties with the Greengrasses, thereby denying them even the chance of having the curse broken. Then, in a private conversation, we make it clear that no amount of money will induce us to take on the work. And then, once they have been driven to desperation, we offer them this: they give us their elder daughter. As a personal attendant. My personal attendant. Both mothers and grandmother studied me intently. Of course, I am not particularly well versed in intrigue, and the way I see the situation may be a touch. I waved my hand vaguely. But I think you've grasped my idea and will be able to arrange things so that the heir of the House of Black ends up with a personal attendant who, while lacking a family name of her own, at least comes from a well-bred background. Grandson. Walburga examined me carefully, and I raised an eyebrow questioningly. I am proud of you. Now then, daughters, how do we go about pulling this off? Chapter 3, Negotiations. Mr. Greengrass approached the large round table where I sat with my mothers, accompanied by his wife and daughters. You are late. Bella let a hint of displeasure show. Only our petitioner seemed completely unembarrassed. He simply pulled out a chair, helped his wife sit, and then his two daughters as well, one of whom was roughly a year younger than me, as far as I knew. Only then did he sit down. Well then, shall we proceed to negotiations? Didn't you hear me? Bella raised an eyebrow. Come now, Bella. As far as I am aware, the conclusion of a marriage agreement with our house matters a great deal more to you than it does to us. His wife and daughters were well trained. Neither by gesture nor by expression did they indicate that what he had just said was complete nonsense. Is that so? Sissy smiled at our interlocutor, a very eloquent smile. She made it quite clear that she knew exactly what he needed. The fact that she was bound by oath as a St. Mungo's healer was another matter entirely, but even so, the mere fact of knowing, in negotiations of this kind, was worth a great deal. Undoubtedly. As far as I am aware, for Draco. Greengrass nodded in my direction. Had it not been for the lessons from my mothers and grandmother, I might not have noticed the faint flicker of unease that crossed his face. His wife grew slightly tense as well, though the daughters understood none of it and simply sat there like porcelain dolls. A suitable match from an ancient magical house would be one of my daughters, or else the Parkinson girl. The latter, however, from what I have been able to learn, is rather lacking in looks. As for the others, you would not associate with those two deeply entangled in the Dark Lord's history, from which you have only just managed to extricate yourselves, nor with those two closely aligned with Dumbledore, whose side you would certainly not take. You would be correct, Mr. Greengrass. I decided to enter the conversation at the moment we had agreed upon in advance. Sissy herself had given me the signal that I might speak. Were it the case that Mum Sissy still belonged to the House of Malfoy, or that I did. That house did indeed have a rather troubled history with continental families, but we are blacks. That particular difficulty does not apply to us. I shook my head. No, certain families would certainly decline to discuss a marriage contract with us, but for many it would be more than sufficient to know that the Malfoy line has ended. So my choice of a future companion is considerably broader than you suggest. I smiled slightly, one corner of my mouth turning up. Moreover, I am seriously considering a marriage contract with the Delacour family. But they are. Vila. Old Greengrass stared at me in astonishment. Your line would end. Why on earth would it? I raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. The blacks are familiar with methods of producing heirs even from a full-blooded Vila, let alone from a quarter Vila. I shrugged. A quarter Vila. Greengrass gave a faintly contemptuous smile. And you actually believe that nonsense? I had thought the heir of the blacks would be better educated. Well, since you have raised the subject of my education myself. I did not continue with the topic of Vila, whose magic was indeed passed on in full only from mother to daughter. However, I also knew perfectly well that blood was no less important than magic. Blood diluted to that degree enabled the use of certain rituals and potions to ensure the birth of an heir. Something similar could have been done for the current Lord Delacour's wife as well, though he evidently lacked the necessary knowledge. Perhaps I ought to mention that I have made considerable progress in applying my gift, of which you are already aware. We never particularly concealed the fact that I had developed the gift of breaking and dissolving curses. However, I am not only able to break and dissolve them. I can sense them. I smiled, watching the color drain from Mr. Greengrass's face. And you are all cursed. I have not yet examined this curse closely, but I can already tell that it is extremely complex. Lifting it will require approximately a year of work on my part. Studying the curse, calculating the approach, and that is only for your younger daughter. For the elder, breaking it will take closer to 2 years, and as for you and your wife. I shook my head. At my current level, those cases would take 10 to 20 years each. So you can lift the curse on my younger daughter. Excellent. We will give you the elder as a bride if you undertake to break the curse on the younger. A fine attempt. Bella entered the conversation. Free treatment for both daughters. Truly spectacular audacity. One rarely encounters it these days. That is not quite. Oh, come now. Bella waved a hand at him, as if to say there was no point in denying it. You know, if it were not for your audacity, we might actually have agreed to the terms you intended to put forward. We would simply have asked for a somewhat larger dowry than is customary. However, you chose to push all the way to the end. Very well then. She reached into the inner pocket of the jacket she wore over her robes, pulled out a small scroll case, set it on the table, and rolled it toward Greengrass with 2 fingers. This is our first and final offer. After a brief inspection for unpleasant enchantments, Greengrass finally took the case, opened it carefully, withdrew the parchment inside, and read through its contents. This is. His hands trembled slightly, and anger flared in his eyes. Don't be hasty. Bella shook her head, the smile playing on her lips, one she made no effort to conceal. Think carefully about what you wish to say right now. As I said, this is our first and final offer. If you refuse, or if you say something unpleasant, the offer will be withdrawn. The Greengrass patriarch's nostrils flared, and I could plainly see him fighting to contain his rage. Meanwhile, the parchment passed from his hands to his wife's. She read it quickly, trembled slightly, and tears ran down her cheeks. What does it say? The elder daughter could not hold back. I looked at her and shrugged. You see, your father believed he could deceive us. Or, more precisely, he wished to arrange things so that we would lift the curses from both of you free of charge, and quite possibly from your parents as well, as future in-laws. But it was all meant to look perfectly respectable. In exchange, he would give you to our house as my wife. I shook my head. Or rather, judging by how the conversation began, your father was counting on concealing the matter of the curse from us entirely, and presenting our betrothal as something I needed far more than you did. But we are blacks. We never act blindly in matters of this kind. We purchased information from people capable of learning anything about anyone. It cost a certain amount, naturally. The smile on my lips grew slightly. And as a result of your father's attempted deception, we have drafted our own contract. It offers him the option of transferring one of his daughters under terms so strict that they amount to something very close to indentured servitude. 200 years ago, a contract of this kind would not have been called servitude at all, it would have been called a concubine contract. The girl flinched and lowered her head. The younger sister, clearly not yet fully grasping the situation, simply looked between me and her parents with curious eyes. Nico. I agree. I looked at the older daughter in surprise. So did her father and mother. No one had expected this from her. Daughter, you don't understand. Her mother tried to reach out to her, but the girl shook her head with quiet stubbornness. Perhaps I don't understand everything, but you were the ones who started these negotiations deceptively, so why are you acting now as if they? The girl nodded in our direction. Are the ones acting dishonorably? She looked at me. If we sign this contract, will you heal everyone? My little sister. Mother. Father. Me. Yes. I gave a short nod, privately noting the telling order of her priorities. First her sister, then her mother, and only then her father and herself. Though as I said earlier, it cannot all be done at once. It will take approximately a year to study the curse on your sister, during which we'll need to meet at least once a week, after which I'll be able to lift it. Your case is somewhat more complex. As for your parents, I won't take on their cases for at least 7 years, as my experience simply isn't yet sufficient. May I? The girl swallowed past the sudden lump in her throat. Read the contract. I shrugged and nodded toward her parents, since the contract was still with her mother. I found the girl quite likable, for what it was worth. If things worked out, I certainly had no intention of treating her unkindly. Quite the opposite. I would look after her as best I could. Daughter, I don't think. Do you have any other options? No. The girl's father shook his head. They. He gave a slightly contemptuous nod in our direction. At least have something to offer. The other masters won't take on a case like this for nothing, and we simply do not have the artifacts or the money they would demand. Then may I examine this scroll? The girl's mother passed her the contract with a trembling hand, and the girl, furrowing her brow in an endearingly serious way, began to read through it carefully. A thought occurred to me as I watched her. A small girl in a situation like this simply should not be able to remain this composed, let alone follow what was happening so clearly. Either she had some gift that was helping her, or she was the same as me. We sat in silence for a while, until the girl looked up and met my eyes. I did not understand everything. She lowered her gaze, embarrassed. Might I discuss certain details with my parents? Of course. I nodded. Mum Sissy, Mum Bella, let's step out for a while and take a walk. I believe there's an ice cream parlor nearby that I've been wanting to try. Apparently everyone's talking about it. Very well. Both mothers rose, and we made our way to the door. At the threshold, I half-turned. The room is booked for 2 hours. We will return. I checked my watch. In an hour. I think half an hour will be more than enough to either sign the contract or decline it. I agree with my son. Sissy nodded. And, dear girls, what flavor of ice cream do you like? Strawberry. The little one still did not fully understand what was happening, so she simply beamed at me. The elder looked at me with a thoughtful expression and gave her answer only after some 30 seconds had passed. Pistachio. Very good. I'll bring some back for you. We left the room and stepped out of the discreet building. Each of its rooms was designed for exactly this sort of negotiation, then walked unhurriedly along Diagon Alley until we reached the parlor I had wanted to visit, where we settled at one of the tables. Do you think they'll agree? I looked at Bella, then turned the same questioning look toward Sissy. A waiter approached and we placed our order. Who knows? Bella adjusted a stray strand of hair with aristocratic composure. With Greengrass, one can never be certain of anything. What I can say is that you handled your first negotiation more than creditably. And if the contract is signed, we can add successful to that as well. Good. Our ice cream arrived and I tried the much talked about flavor, only to find there was nothing particularly special about it. It was perfectly ordinary ice cream, the sort one could buy at a Muggle shop, and not only would that be just as good, but considerably cheaper. I shared exactly that observation with my mothers. I have to agree, though it does pain me to admit it. Bella shook her head. After that we simply talked about this and that, the sort of pleasant, light conversation about nothing in particular that all well-bred English people seem to default to. Only at the very end did I order ice cream for the girls. Well then, I asked as I entered the negotiating room, handing both girls their ice cream. In answer, old Greengrass simply rolled the scroll case back across the table toward me. I examined it carefully and, sensing no curse upon it, glanced at Sissy, who checked it for potions and gave me a nod. Only then did I take the case. I drew out the contract and found the signature, along with the name written into it, Daphne Greener Chapter 4, Departure. The contract had been signed. Daphne accompanied us home afterward, and her schedule was entirely overhauled. It wasn't as though the Greengrasses had given her much of an education, but we could not afford an untrained attendant. So the girl was put to work in earnest, everything from the proper conduct expected of a lady's attendant to the spells she needed to know as my personal attendant. Daphne herself was a little awkward around me at first, but she carried out her duties conscientiously and approached her studies with complete seriousness. So over the course of the year I spent lifting the curse from Astoria and from Daphne herself, she became the very Ice Queen that writers in my previous world had so often described. Only in my company, and in the company of my mothers and grandmother, did she allow herself to show any emotion, and only when Astoria came to visit. Or rather, Astoria came so that I could work on lifting her curse, but that did not stop the sisters from spending time together. Now the two of us stood on the platform, looking at the scarlet steam engine and its long line of carriages. Well, the day of our departure has finally arrived. I smiled at her. Yes, my lord. Daphne gave me a quiet nod, and I drew my wand and levitated our luggage with a single spell, then headed toward one of the carriages. My lord, that was my responsibility. Daphne, you are my attendant, not a porter. As a gentleman, I am perfectly capable of seeing to our luggage. She simply closed her eyes for the briefest moment, and by then I had already levitated our bags into the carriage. I noticed a bushy-haired girl staring helplessly at her trolley, on which sat an enormous trunk. Miss, I said, would you like some help with your luggage? Yes, please. I drew my wand and, without a word or gesture, cast the levitation charm to load the trunk into the carriage. But that's against the rules. Miss, if you are interested in the law and applicable regulations, we can discuss that in a compartment. However, I do not think it is a Muggle-born girl's place to lecture someone born and raised in this world about what is and is not permitted. My lord, this sort of company is not quite befitting your station. I gave Daphne a neutral glance. Daphne, my reputation can withstand a conversation with a Muggle-born girl. So you're one of those. She was looking at me now with indignation and anger. If by one of those the young lady means a member of a noble family, then yes. I have the honor of belonging to the ancient house of Black. Draco Black. And this is my attendant, Daphne. I gave a brief nod toward Daphne, and whatever had been instilled in her from earliest childhood made her respond with a neat curtsy. Hermione Jean Granger. And Daphne, she. She has no surname, so one might say she is Daphne Black. Ah. The girl looked at me in confusion, then at Daphne, then back at me. So then, would the young lady like to hear about the rules she was so eager to uphold just a moment ago? Ah, yes. She gave a slightly flustered nod. She had clearly not expected such a composed acknowledgement of my noble standing, and my manner seemed to put her somewhat at ease. Then please, step into the carriage. I helped Daphne up first, then Hermione, then climbed in myself, and the three of us settled into the nearest empty compartment. So then, what would you like to know? I looked at Hermione questioningly, and she fidgeted slightly in her seat before finally beginning. Why is she dressed like that and calling me, my lord? Why doesn't she have a surname? Why were you casting spells? Isn't that against the rules? And... Stop, stop, stop. I raised a hand to stem the uninterrupted flow of questions. One at a time. Let us start from the very beginning. Magic. To begin with, casting spells is only forbidden for Muggle-born witches and wizards. Or rather, unauthorized magic can only be traced in those who live among ordinary people. But I raised a hand again before she could voice her righteous outrage. And before you say anything about unfairness, let me explain why it is this way. The reason is actually quite simple. If there is no wizard in the family, there is simply no one to help a young witch or wizard if a spell goes wrong. Spells go wrong in many ways. Take the most basic levitation charm, which is taught in the first year. Over 1,000 errors have been officially documented for that spell alone, with a very wide range of consequences. Hermione's eyes went wide. Those consequences can range from the entirely harmless, a feather simply burns up, to the genuinely dangerous, it turns to acid and explodes. In a wizarding household, a healer from St. Mungo's can be called, or the child can be taken there directly, and the whole thing ends with treatment that is quick, if not particularly pleasant. But what are Muggle-born children to do? Their parents cannot summon a healer, yet they cannot leave their child to suffer either. So they call a Muggle ambulance, and after that there is a breach of the statute of secrecy. The girl's eyes were fixed entirely on me. Need I spell out the rest? No. She shook her head and dropped her gaze to the floor. Good. You may find it unfair, miss, but the world is unfair by its nature. And that is true not only in the wizarding world, but in the Muggle world as well. Now, as for why Daphne calls me my lord, Daff, you don't mind. As you wish. Whether she was trying to conceal her reluctance from those around her or not, she certainly could not conceal it from me. It is quite simple. She is my attendant, and so she addresses me accordingly. As for the surname, I am sorry, but that is a private matter and not one I intend to share with a stranger. Any other questions? Yes. Which house will you be sorted into? Professor McGonagall told me, when she helped me with my shopping, that Gryffindor is the best house, and naturally she would say so. She is not only the deputy headmistress but the head of Gryffindor. It would be rather strange if she recommended ravens over lions. In truth, the choice of house still plays a meaningful role these days, though it no longer affects the qualifications one receives. The curriculum used to differ between houses, but now it is unified. Then what does the house matter? It is quite straightforward. The house determines your comfort for the next 5 or 7 years. Gryffindors are brave and headstrong. If you want to be among people who act first and think later, that is where you belong. Ravens love books and tend to be independent. Snakes are future politicians who enjoy long games. Badgers prefer friendship above all else. As for myself, I am weighing my options between ravens and badgers. Heir. She looked at me uncertainly. Not Slytherin. No. After the last war, that house is largely home to adherents of the radical ideology that Voldy spent years promoting. Voldy. Yes. That dark wizard placed a taboo on his own name. Anyone not bearing his mark who spoke it triggered an alert, and a retrieval squad would be dispatched. I shrugged, and Hermione pressed her hand to her mouth. Which is why I use something close to his name without actually saying it. But at school, you'd do better to call him you-know-who. Right, thank you. Hermione nodded. Any other questions? Heir. She looked at me quietly and bit her lower lip. Go ahead. I don't bite, and at the moment. I glanced out the window, where trees were already flashing past in a blur, telling me we had reached full speed. I have time to answer questions. At Hogwarts, I won't, since my course of study is arranged so that there's barely enough time to finish my homework. Is Harry Potter really a hero? Well. I shrugged. That's what the papers say, and certain sensationalist books, the kind that Lockhart produces. No genuinely authoritative publication has ever called Potter a hero or a savior, because no one's been able to establish for certain what actually happened that day. Heir. And yes, I wouldn't try to approach him and ask about that day. His parents died then, after all. Hermione flinched and gave a rapid nod. So, have I answered all your questions? Yes. She gave a brief nod. Excellent, in that case. I didn't get to finish because the compartment door slid open and 2 red-haired boys peered inside. Oh. First years. Have a present. The small object lobbed toward us struck the shield-eyed raised and exploded, drenching the 2 redheads in crimson and gold paint. First years are good, Gred. Not wrong there, Forge. The twins looked at each other and gave me a thumbs up. We hope you end up in the most brilliant house. Gryffindor. And the redheads vanished. What was that? Hogwarts madness. Fred and George Weasley. Pranksters who don't care about house points, as long as the joke lands. And their pranks aren't always as. I nodded at the door, which still bore traces of paint. Harmless as that one. Some of their efforts can be genuinely unpleasant. Unfortunately, since corporal punishment has been abolished, all the teachers can do is assign detentions and dock points. As you can see, that doesn't do much to stop them. But why aren't they expelled? I shrugged at the indignant question. I don't know. I have my suspicions, but without proof, they're worthless. Hermione nodded slowly. I was about to close my eyes for a quick rest, but she clearly had other ideas. Is it true that you, aristocrats, dislike Muggleborns? And what reason would we have to like you? Hermione's eyes flew open in shock. But. For example. I ignored her confusion. Have you ever been abroad? Yes, my parents and I went to France, to the seaside. I shrugged. And have you heard of Arab countries? /n/n, yes, of course. It's barbaric, the women there are, /n/n, whether it's barbaric or not is beside the point right now. Tell me, if you found yourself in an Arab country, would you follow their customs, or would you walk out into the street and start telling everyone they were living wrongly? /n/n, I would follow them, /n/n, then here's some advice, Muggleborn witch. Don't assume you're still in the Britain you grew up in. We wizards have separated from the ordinary world a very long time ago, and our history has followed its own path ever since. What may seem like barbarism to you is often a meaningful part of a culture that developed for good reason. /n/n, will try, /n/n, she nodded slowly, /n/n, good. If you simply keep in mind that you're in a different country and act accordingly, you'll avoid a great many problems and, /n, well, /n/n, the compartment door opened, and a boy about my age stood in the doorway, /n, blonde, well-groomed. You must be a Malfoy. /n/, a contemptuous smirk played on his lips. I looked him over carefully and simply shook my head, /n/n, you're mistaken. Although, /n/n, come off it. I've read the papers and seen the photographs. You're the spitting image of your father. /n/n, it would appear, Mr. Weasley, /n, I made no remark about his red hair, his freckles, or the fact that his robes looked rather worn. There was no point, /n/n, that you've been reading the papers with very little attention. After my father's death, my mother returned to the House of Black. That house accepted me as the heir to its magic. So I'm a Black, not a Malfoy. Though your family has always had a tendency toward hasty conclusions. I shook my head. Ha! At least I have a father. I raised an eyebrow. Mr. Weasley, do you truly believe your words can affect me? I shook my head with mild disappointment. I am sorry to disappoint you, but you are not welcome. So I would ask you. I drew my wand and flicked it toward Weasley, sending a strong gust of wind that practically shoved him out of the compartment. Not to disturb us. With a brief movement of my wand, the door slid shut, followed immediately by a simple locking charm. Perhaps that was a bit. Hermione was looking at me uncertainly. It was not. Weasleys act first and think second. That boy might well have tried to say something offensive to you or Daphne, and then I would have been obligated to respond. And starting my education with a summons to the headmaster's office over a fight on the train is not something I particularly want. Chapter 5, Arrival. The remainder of the journey to Hogwarts passed quietly enough. Hermione sat in silence, and Daphne likewise left me to my thoughts. I wasn't lost in thought for long, though. I soon pulled out one of my textbooks and settled into study. Hermione tried to peer over my shoulder a couple of times, but unable to make sense of what she saw, she left me in peace. The only interruption came near the end of the journey, when we had to step out of the compartment so the girls could change. They stood in the corridor while I quickly pulled on my robes. Then we watched the landscape outside begin to slow. It was already late evening when the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Wait. I stopped Hermione, who had been about to dash out of the compartment. What? Right now, out there. I nodded toward the door, behind which noise and commotion were already building. There's a whole crowd of children who'll trample you without even noticing. So I suggest we wait a couple of minutes before going out. All right. She nodded and sat back down, though it was plain to see she was practically bursting with impatience, desperate to get out of the compartment and reach Hogwarts as quickly as possible. Impatient. She shot me a quick glance and nodded. Not to worry. Just 2 more minutes and we can go. She nodded again. When the noise beyond the door had finally settled, I opened it at last, and our small group made its way out of the carriage. Before helping the girls down, I cast a variant of Lumos that hovered above me. Once everything was illuminated, I offered my hand first to Daphne, then to Hermione, who took it, clearly embarrassed, and climbed down from the carriage. Doesn't that feel strange to you? She turned to Daphne. My faithful attendant gave a small shrug. I am my lord's attendant, and he has good manners. What he's doing is simply common courtesy, so I see no reason to feel embarrassed. I see. It was perfectly clear from Hermione's voice that she didn't see it that way at all, but she decided not to press the issue. Meanwhile, several students from old wizarding families had also conjured floating lights above their heads, so the area outside became considerably brighter. What? Hermione looked at Daphne, whose small sound had carried a faint edge of contempt. Purebloods. The same light contempt remained in Daphne's voice. They didn't even remember they were wizards until they saw my lord light his. They'd grown too used to their house elves doing everything for them back in their manners. House elves. Hermione caught the unfamiliar term. Magical servants. Daphne clearly considered this a perfectly sufficient explanation. I did not agree. Not so much servants as parasites, really. A long time ago, nearly 500 years ago, they were pests, and they were covered in defense against the dark arts, or whatever its equivalent was at the time. Students learned methods of driving them off and destroying them. But later, a magizoologist conducted a series of experiments on these creatures, as a result of which the creatures gained sentience. It was decided not to exterminate them but to put them to use. They need magic to survive, you see, so wizards provide them with magical energy and a place to live, and in exchange they carry out all the household work. But that's slavery. Hermione stared at me in shock. Not at all. I shook my head. Let me think of a comparison. For instance, have your parents ever taken in a homeless person? Sorry. Hermione looked stunned by the question. Well, the example is a little exaggerated, I'll admit, but broadly speaking. I shrugged, as if to say it was the best I had. I imagine it would not be beyond them to take in a homeless person and share their food, so why don't they? Well. Hermione had no answer to that. In most cases the answer is actually quite simple. On the one hand, they simply don't think about it, and on the other, they are concerned for your safety. An outsider with no ties to the family is a potential danger to that family. Is everyone here? Hagrid's shout cut me off. Harry! Harry, are you there? One of the first years pushed through to the half-giant, but I cared very little about that, so I quickly turned my attention back to Hermione. So, for the wizarding world, house elves are rather like homeless creatures with peculiar magic. Not everyone would be willing to take them in, especially since without firm oversight they can begin to multiply, and very quickly a house's ancient magic is no longer sufficient to sustain them all, at which point they will turn on the wizards themselves. That is why, almost immediately after their creation, certain rituals were performed on house elves, binding them to seek service contracts with wizards. They serve by performing domestic work, and in exchange wizards share magical energy with them, which they need to survive. Though I will say, I winced slightly. What? Hermie looked at me in surprise. There are certain irresponsible wizards who, in a manner of speaking, starve their house elves, and when that happens, the house elves begin to hurt themselves. Hurt themselves? Hermione was visibly horrified. Yes. But there is actually a straightforward reason for it. There is a reason for this. Yes, there is. When they're injured, magic is automatically drawn from their master, and slightly more than needed for healing is pulled in. Some particularly cunning house elves even inflict small injuries on themselves, even when they already have plenty of work. But, that's awful. It is awful. I nodded in agreement. But it exists. It is. I glanced thoughtfully at Hermie. Not exactly commonplace, but it does happen. In any case, don't dwell on it. To sum up, house elves are contracted workers who receive payment in the form of magic. And among them there are particularly clever ones who extract extra magic through injuries they inflict on themselves. Air. And yes, you would do better to read about it in the library, where it is all laid out in considerably more detail and with examples. Draw your conclusions after that. All right. She nodded. Everyone into the boats. Hagrid's voice rose over the chattering crowd of children following at his heels. 4 to a boat. No more. I guided the girls to one of the boats and helped them in, then climbed in myself. As luck would have it, we ended up going last, and no fourth passenger ended up in our boat. Everyone duck. We bow, as a junior bows to a senior, to one wiser, to one ready to take you under their wing. Hermie looked at me in surprise but apparently did as I said. It was not strictly required. What's that for? Her quiet voice made me smile. It is one of the old legends. There is no proof of it, but one of my ancestors wrote in his journals that when Hogwarts was built, a great many rituals were performed on it, which is true. No one has yet managed to untangle all the magic layered into that old castle. But my ancestor wrote that a respectful bow before one's enrollment allowed you to count on the castle's assistance, since the countless rituals within it had created something like a rudimentary consciousness. By then the small boats had drawn up to the far bank, and we were led inside the castle. Professor McGonagall, I've brought the first years. Thank you, Hagrid. Trevor. A slightly round-faced boy threw himself at the professor's feet and scooped up some creature that had been sitting by her shoes. Ahem. Very well. I shall now lead you to a room where you will wait to be called for your sorting. The deputy headmistress's voice carried over the children, settling them into silence. There you will wait until you are called into the great hall, where the sorting will take place. And indeed we were led into a small antechamber and left to our own devices. Harry, whatever you do, don't talk to that blonde one. He's a Death Eater. I barely let the wince show, but ignoring this was no longer an option. Red hair and freckles. I shook my head slowly. You failed to get a rise out of me on the train, so you decided to try again here. Well. Why have you gone quiet? Though if you were to offer an apology right now, I would be willing to overlook the fact that your tongue runs away with you. Oh, right. As if. Everyone knows your whole family served you know who. Oh. I tilted my head to one side. So you are accusing our esteemed ministry of. I made a show of pondering this. Actually, what exactly are you accusing them of? Every member of my family who was accused of such a thing stood trial and proved their innocence. And I am still offering you the chance to avoid consequences. All it takes is a simple apology. Not a chance. You're a Death Eater's brat. I had been moving toward Weasley slowly and without seeming menacing throughout my last few words, so that when he screamed this into my face his spit landed on me. I did not care. Without winding up, I punched him in the stomach, releasing a small burst of magic into the blow, and he doubled over immediately and began to retch. Harry moved to intervene, but 2 girls who appeared to be Indian each caught one of his arms. My foot found the back of Weasley's head and pressed it down into his own vomit. Weasley. I am the only man in this family, and I will tear out anyone's throat for insulting my mother, or for insulting my late father. So I am warning you once, and only once, if you say anything against my family again, I will not stop at a single punch. I will challenge you to a wizarding duel and I will put you in the hospital wing for a month. I lifted my foot from the back of his head and let him rise, then kicked him in the shoulder with another small release of magic that knocked him flat on his back. The feeling in my chest was unpleasant. I had beaten a child, but I also understood perfectly well that remarks of that kind, made publicly, could not be left unanswered. And you, Potter. If you are going to keep a friend, keep him from running his mouth. I am an understanding and fairly restrained person, but any older student your friend decides to insult with that tongue of his will curse him so thoroughly it will take St. Mungo's to sort it out. Harry gave a slow nod. Good. One more thing. I had already turned away, but I looked back at Potter. Make sure your friend does not lie about how this happened. I don't particularly care for my own sake, but if someone decides to take his side, I would like those people to understand exactly what the quarrel was about. All right. He nodded again, and I returned to Daphne and Hermie. My lord, one moment. Daphne drew her wand quickly and cast cleaning charms on my shoes and trousers, then slid her wand back into its holster. There. Done. Thank you. In the midst of all this, we had rather missed the arrival of the ghosts. Well. I do hope you, young man. Nearly headless Nick hovered over Weasley. Do not end up in my house. We are brave and headstrong, yes, but we do not tolerate insults to your own family or anyone else's. He shook his head, causing it to separate from his neck and hang by the strip of skin that a long ago axe had failed to sever cleanly. Young man, I hope you do not end up in my house. The bloody Baron, the ghost of Slytherin, drifted to a halt above me. To be honest, though, I had considered your house, as it was the house my ancestors attended, but I found myself more drawn to the house of the esteemed Helena. I gave a nod to the ghost of the girl hovering slightly apart from the main cluster of students, and she noticed and responded with a light curtsy. Very good. He nodded with approval. Weasley, meanwhile, was trembling at Nick's words. He evidently could not conceive of ending up anywhere else, and now that was precisely all he would be able to think about. Well. Perhaps fate would spare him, though it seemed unlikely, given the state he was in. Chapter 6, The Sorting. What is going on here? McGonagall swept into the antechamber with a sharp exclamation, took in the scene, and fixed her gaze on Weasley. Mr. Weasley, what on earth has happened to you? A faint note of distaste had crept into her stern voice. She was plainly not enjoying the sight of her prospective student. It was that Death Eater's spawn. He thrust a finger in my direction. I frowned. The boy had learned nothing. Professor McGonagall, I would like to address you in your capacity as a representative of the Hogwarts administration and formally notify you. My voice was entirely cold and formal, and the children fell quiet. This member of the Weasley family has now insulted my family for the second time, and I, as the sole male of my family, will be compelled, should it happen a third time, to challenge him to a duel. And believe me, neither Mr. Weasley, nor his family, nor you, as a representative of this school's administration, will be pleased with the outcome of that duel. I therefore request that appropriate measures be taken to ensure that this particular redhead learns to hold his tongue. Mr. Black. McGonagall studied me carefully. So it was you who left Mr. Weasley in this condition. She narrowed her eyes slightly. His condition is the result of his own tongue, and I believe everyone present, including his newfound friend, will confirm that the insult to my family came first, and that I only acted afterwards. And I assure you, neither docking points nor the threat of expulsion will stop me from defending the honor of my family. Well, some family that is. I narrowed my eyes slightly, and McGonagall understood what was about to happen and cast a silencing charm on Weasley before he could finish. I take it the previous incident followed much the same pattern. She looked around at those present. Yes, Professor. Hermione stepped forward, but Daphne placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her from saying more. Miss Granger. Yes, Professor. After a brief nod from Daphne, she answered the professor. Very well. Is there anyone else who can confirm that Mr. Black was not the instigator? Ahem. This was the last thing I had expected. The attention of the Wizarding World's hero was drawn by a quiet, uncertain little cough. Yes, Mr. Potter. Harry adjusted his tie awkwardly. Mr. Potter, did you have something to say? Yes. He nodded, then cast an apologetic look at Weasley. Ron, he just pointed Mr. Black out to me and said he was a Death Eater. At this, McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. After that, Mr. Black intervened, and then Ron simply mentioned that his relatives had served Vol. The children gasped, and the professor gave only the faintest flinch, her expression betraying nothing further. After that, he went for Ron. Mr. Black. That is all true, though not the whole truth. I shrugged. Mr. Potter, the next time you consider withholding important information, you would do well to remember that you are in the Wizarding world. There is a rather interesting artifact here called a pensieve, into which one may place memories for others to view. There is also a spell by which one may read the mind of a sentient being, and then there is the curious little thing known as Veritaserum. With each word, Harry's eyes grew wider. As for what Mr. Potter said, he omitted the fact that after Weasley's baseless accusations I first asked him to apologize. He also made a vague accusation against my relatives, claiming they had served you-know-who. I merely pointed out that they had been accused of this, but were fully exonerated. And then came the words I would prefer not to repeat here, though he obligingly repeated them again just now. McGonagall's eyes narrowed in displeasure. And it was those words that compelled me to act somewhat more decisively. I winced visibly, and McGonagall turned her gaze from me to Potter. Mr. Potter, is that accurate? Well. The boy looked away. Mr. Potter? Yes. He was obliged to admit it. And in doing so he earned himself a look of pure hatred from his new friend, who tried once again to say something, then immediately remembered that the silencing charm was still in place. Mr. Weasley. I am very disappointed in you. McGonagall shook her head. Unfortunately, I cannot assign you a punishment as you have not yet been sorted into a house. However, I will say that I would most certainly not wish to see you in mine. But if by some miracle you do end up there, I will ensure you have extra etiquette lessons, so that you have no free time left for incidents of this kind. She exhaled slowly and turned to me. Mr. Black, I understand your frustration. Nevertheless, I do ask that you try to avoid resolving conflicts in this manner. Professor, I am not a particularly confrontational person. I genuinely do not care what anyone calls me. But if the honor of any witch who belongs to my house is involved, or if I simply witness someone insulting a girl, whether she is a pureblood or a muggle-born, I will not stand aside. McGonagall sighed. I take your point. With a wave of her wand, Weasley was clean again. Now then. Let us proceed to the hall and conduct your sorting. We were led into the great hall, where 4 long house tables stood, with the considerably shorter staff table running perpendicular to them at the far end. The heads of house sat opposite their respective tables. Dumbledore sat in the center. I will call your names one by one. You will approach this stool, and I shall lower the sorting hat onto your head. The hat will determine which house you will call home for the years ahead. McGonagall walked to the stool, took the list in one hand and lifted the pointed hat from the stool with the other, and began to read. Interestingly, the list was clearly not arranged alphabetically. This did not particularly concern me. I simply stood and gazed thoughtfully up at the ceiling. Is that? But Hermione was unable to finish, as Daphne's hand settled on her shoulder and stopped her. Black, Draco. When my name was called, I walked toward the stool with complete composure and my head held high, settled onto it, and felt the hat descend over my head. A difficult choice. Very difficult indeed. The hat spoke slowly and paused often to think in silence. Brave enough. Brave enough to strike the one who insulted your family. Godric would have approved of that. I smiled inwardly. Loyalty. You have few true friends, but yes, for that girl placed in your care, you would move mountains. Finding friends does not come easily to you, but, yes. Helga would have welcomed you into her house. I barely held back a quiet, skeptical snort. I can see your thoughts, young Black, but even when curricula differed, a student's character always carried significant weight in the sorting. A house is, after all, the home one lives in, and nothing has ever prevented a student from attending classes in another house's rooms. That genuinely surprised me. Though it did happen very rarely. Yes. The hat fell silent again. Knowledge. You are quite simply obsessed with it. I have not seen a study regimen like yours in a very long time, even accounting for your particular circumstances. I tense slightly. Do not worry. Everything I see remains with me. No one will ever have access to this information. The hat's words were somewhat reassuring. Rowena would have approved of such a hunger for knowledge. Another brief silence, and the hat continued. Cunning. Yes, you have it, as well as the knowledge of how to play long-term games, but you do not enjoy doing so. Knowledge alone is admirable, of course, but Salazar would not have been entirely pleased to have you in his house. So we have 3 houses to choose from. If I may state a preference. I ventured to address the hat. And what is it that you want? More precisely, what I would not want is to end up in Gryffindor. Are you certain? You could find followers there. Even without any desire to play at politics, you would rise to the top of that house very quickly. Power? It does not interest me greatly. Far too much responsibility. Very well, so it comes down to Helga's house or Rowena's house, does it? The hat's voice was thoughtful. If you truly cannot decide, I can tell you that not long ago I mentioned to the esteemed Helena that I would prefer to study in her house. I see no reason why not. Ravenclaw. The hat's proclamation rang in my ears. Good luck, young Raven, and if your plan succeeds, I shall be glad of it. The hat's voice had shifted on that last line. It sounded distinctly more feminine, but I could not understand why, and I had no opportunity to ask, as it was lifted from my head. I rose from the stool, noticed that my robes had acquired the colors and crest of my new house, and walked to my table with complete composure. The applause that greeted me was rather subdued. The students of the clever house preferred quiet conversation among themselves to watching the arrivals. Before long, Hermione was called, and after sitting under the hat for a couple of minutes, she too was sent to Ravenclaw. That surprised me, I admit. After my explanations on the train, I had expected her to go to Hufflepuff. It was quite possible that the reason she ended up in this house was because of me, or perhaps Daphne. As far as I knew, she had had no friends before Hogwarts. May I sit here? Hermione looked at me with a touch of uncertainty. Please. I gestured to the seat beside me, and she sat down with a happy smile. Soon Daphne appeared at my side, wearing the standard school uniform, which looked rather unusual on her. I was so accustomed to seeing her in her attendant's dress. My lord. She gave me a brief nod, and, at my gesture, took the seat beside me. I am glad you decided to join me. There was never any other possibility. She kept her composure, showing the world a face entirely devoid of emotion, but in the depths of her eyes I could easily read the quiet pleasure at having ended up in the same house as me. Until the very last moment, neither of us had been entirely certain that it would work out. Traitor! The shout interrupted the sorting. A moment later a gap opened up in the cluster of first years still waiting to be sorted, and it was clear that two students were fighting in the middle of it. That is enough. Flitwick reacted first, casting binding spells at the brawlers simultaneously. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. McGonagall gave her colleague a grateful nod, then set the hat carefully back on the stool, rolled up her list, and drew her wand. Mrs. Weasley. The professor's gaze traveled to her own house table, and the moment she spoke those words, the twins rose from their seats. Why are we always the first suspects? They said this in perfect unison. Oh no, I was not suggesting the fault lies with you. I simply wish to offer you my apologies. I had previously considered you the most irresponsible students of your generation, but now. The professor shook her head. Your younger brother has surpassed you. You at least make some effort to stay within the bounds of a prank, even if sometimes a rather cruel one. But he. I will raise the question of expelling your younger brother at the very first staff meeting. Minerva, don't you think that is somewhat harsh? Dumbledore attempted to intervene. Not in the least. She shook her head. But I will set out all the details at the meeting. For now, I propose we sort out Mr. Weasley and send him to his table. A flick of the wand and Weasley flew toward the stool, the binding was lifted from him. Mr. Weasley, take your seat. After McGonagall raised the hat and Weasley settled onto the stool, the hat was placed on his head. Recklessness and bravado. Well then, Gryffindor for you. The boy got to his feet, beaming, and utterly failing to notice that the house had received the hat's remark with something far short of enthusiasm, and made his way toward his new table. Chapter 7, First Days. Longbottom, Neville. The boy made his way to the stool with a barely noticeable trembling and slowly lowered himself onto it. Hufflepuff. I shook my head slightly in surprise. It seemed I had changed things without doing anything in particular, and I had not even met Neville. Perhaps he had simply been frightened by Weasley's brawling and had not asked the hat to send him to the lions. While the boy made his way to his table, several more students were called. Some I knew, or rather, had heard of, others I did not, but on the whole, everything went as expected. Those who were meant to go to the snakes went to the snakes, those who were meant to end up elsewhere. Davis, Tracy. A girl with dark, almost black hair approached the stool, and I would not have paid any attention to this at all had Daphne not given a faint flinch at the sound of the name. Ravenclaw. The girl hurried over to us and soon settled down across from Daphne. Hello, Tracy. My faithful attendant's voice held a slight edge of uncertainty. Hello, and is that all you have to say to me? She looked Daphne over carefully, then turned to me with a mildly contemptuous glance, though she said nothing. Understandable. House Davis was not among the noble families, which placed me above her in standing. And given how I had conducted myself, and how I had put Weasley in his place. Can we talk later? Yes. She winced slightly, but agreed with Daphne. I could guess at the reasons behind Tracy's behavior, though Hermie looked back and forth between the two girls in complete bewilderment. Draco, why are they being so? She looked at me helplessly, as I was closer, and asked in a low voice, though both girls heard her perfectly well. I cannot say for certain. I shook my head. But I suspect that before Daphne became my attendant, she and Miss Davis spent a great deal of time together. Afterwards, however, in order to meet the standards expected of an attendant of the House of Black, Daphne had an enormous amount to learn. So much, in fact, that she could only manage to see her closest friend once or twice a month. And Miss Davis took it personally and fell out with her. Tracy's eyes went wide, and she stared at Daphne in astonishment. Yes. I am now the attendant of my Lord Draco of the House of Black. I spoke with pride, cutting Tracy off before she could ask a single question. She snapped her mouth shut and stared at me again, her eyes filled with anger and something close to hatred. There is no need for that. I shook my head before she could finish. Daphne has already agreed to speak with you, Miss Davis, and she will explain the circumstances of her current situation, as well as whether she is content with it. After that, if you still wish to say something to me, you will be more than welcome to. She gave a slow nod and forced out a single word between gritted teeth. Fine. The sorting continued, and before long we heard the name of the Wizarding World's hero. Potter, Harry. The boy walked to the stool and sat down, turning to face the hall. His glasses were broken and barely hanging on, and a bruise was spreading under his right eye. Mr. Potter, if you don't mind, I'll repair your glasses, but please take them off first. Harry did as McGonagall asked. She carefully placed the hat on his head, holding the hat and student list in one hand to keep her wand hand free. A brief wave of her wand, and the glasses in Harry's hand were completely mended. I have to say. I shook my head. What, your radiance. Tracy. Daphne silenced her friend, who was clearly barely restraining herself, and Tracy fell quiet. My lord. She looked at me carefully. To do what she just did with an incantation and wand movement, I could manage that, or possibly even manage with just one of the two, but it would not look nearly so elegant. Without wand movement or incantation altogether, though. I shook my head. That is where true mastery lies. In spells like that, simple but executed with absolute precision. Humph. Tracy snorted dismissively. But I genuinely believed it. To perform even a straightforward spell without words or gesture, and to do so with such effortless elegance, was considerably more difficult than casting certain higher-order charms. Not that I was dismissing the difficulty of higher magic, not at all. But to cast it, one typically had already refined the simpler spells to exactly this level of perfection. Some wizards, however, simply relied on brute magical power and dispensed with finesse altogether. That particular luxury was not available to me. Or rather, not in the near future. My magical potential was above average, but I fell short of what one would call truly gifted. The gifted were born with reserves of magic so vast that rigorous study was almost beside the point. They simply shouted the incantation with enough conviction and it worked. Potter, if canon proved accurate, was exactly that type. Meanwhile, Harry had put his glasses back on and the hat was lowered onto his head, and then there were long minutes of waiting. The hat frowned and fidgeted on the boy's head, but seemed unable to come to a decision. All right, if that is what you want, then Ravenclaw it is. The hat's words startled me considerably, but the house, which erupted into applause, didn't seem to notice that particular turn of phrase. Harry walked over to our table and took a seat next to Tracy. And with that, everything of any interest at the sorting came to an end. Before the feast begins, Headmaster Dumbledore would like to say a few words. McGonagall stepped to one side, and Dumbledore rose from the staff table. Thank you, Minerva. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled warmly before he turned a more serious gaze over the assembled children, who hung on his every word. I should like to announce to the first years, and to remind the older students, that the Forbidden Forest is off limits. Additionally, our esteemed caretaker, Mr. Argus Filch, has asked me to announce that the corridor on the third floor, on the right-hand side, is likewise forbidden. To enter it is to face a most terrible death, the worst you can imagine. He can't be serious. Hermione's stunned whisper went unanswered. And now. Dumbledore looked across each table in turn. Let the feast begin. Dishes of every variety began appearing on the tables at once. Hermione immediately moved to help herself, and I stopped her. What? First, let me share a rule of conduct in the wizarding world. Even in what is perhaps the safest place in all of magical Britain, one should never neglect basic precautions. So one ought to cast diagnostic charms on one's food before eating. Watch the wand movement and the incantation. I demonstrated the spell to Hermione, who nodded dutifully. Harry was watching me with an expression of quiet astonishment, but had not yet intervened. Wait. I shook my head and cast the charms over her food myself. First you demonstrate the spell correctly to me or Daphne, and only after that will you cast it on your own food. You think someone would? No. I shook my head, cutting her off. At official mealtimes here at Hogwarts, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, It is extremely unlikely that anything will be found in your food. But doing this needs to become a habit. Also, if anyone offers you sweets or a drink, those must always be checked, because that is precisely where slipped potions tend to turn up. The girl gave a slow nod. Good. It's all clear. You can eat. Could I? Tracy glanced at Potter, who looked rather uncertain, and with a small sigh cast the spell over his portion as well. After which we all settled in to eat. Potter made an effort to follow our lead, though, truthfully, Daphne and I were not adhering to every point of etiquette ourselves, sticking to only the essential minimum. Regarding. I took a small sip and winced slightly. I disliked pumpkin juice, but one ought to do the house elves the courtesy of trying what they had served before asking for something else. Not that I had any particular concern for their feelings. I simply did not wish to be rude. I would go and have a word with them later. Dumbledore's remarks about a terrible death. You should keep in mind that the headmaster is a man of an entirely different era. When he was a student at Hogwarts, corporal punishment was widely practiced. So it is quite possible that whatever he has placed in that corridor is genuinely dangerous, and he simply considered the warning sufficient to cool any impulsive heads. Hermione swallowed. I finished my drink, set my glass on the table, drew my wand, and gave 2 short, precise taps along the edge of the table, each accompanied by a small release of magic. Pomegranate juice, please. My glass filled with pomegranate juice immediately, and I found myself the subject of surprised stares from the first years and several older students alike. What? I looked around at them. I simply shared some magic with the house elves and asked for a different drink. Is that actually allowed? The question came from one of the second years, drawing amused snorts from the more knowledgeable students in our house. Within moments, everyone knew how to change their drink, though I noticed no one mentioned that they could just walk down to the kitchens and talk to the house elves directly. The feast continued pleasantly enough after that. Easy, unhurried conversation flowed. Though Daphne kept her Ice Queen composure, she chatted with Tracy quite contentedly behind the mask, and by the end of the meal, Tracy had stopped shooting hateful glances at me. She had evidently gathered from the conversation that her friend was perfectly happy with her situation. Draco, is it? Potter got my attention when most people had finished eating and were simply talking among themselves. Yes, Potter. That is my name. Do you happen to know who that is, talking to Professor Quirrell? I turned toward the staff table. That is Professor Snape. He is the head of Slytherin and the potions teacher. Incidentally, I would recommend reading at least a couple of chapters of the textbook before his class. As far as I know, he and your father were not on the best of terms, so his attitude toward you may be somewhat less than impartial. Harry nodded uncertainly. Yes, I will. Definitely. He rubbed his scar, and I just shook my head slightly. Is your scar hurting? What? Yes. He gave an embarrassed nod. I don't know whether you will take my advice, but... I looked at him carefully. You ought to visit the hospital wing. I cannot be certain where you were living before this, but from what I can see, it was not among magical folk, which means you may not have received proper medical attention. The boy looked flustered. Actually, Muggles are quite educated and have very good medicine. My parents are dentists, for instance. I smiled at Hermione. Hermione, I have no doubt about what Muggles are capable of. I am well aware of it. However, the after-effects of a curse like the killing curse on a living person. I paused, and the children nearest to us fell quiet. Ordinarily result in death. To be precise, only one person in history is known to have survived it, and that person is Harry. Just Harry is fine, really. I gave him a nod. Very well, Harry. So, Hermione, after a curse of that nature, a full examination by a healer is strongly advisable. Harry, has your scar caused you pain before today? No. He shook his head, looking a little lost. I am certainly not a healer, and my knowledge is nowhere near sufficient, but I do recommend a visit to the school healer. She can at least examine you and give you guidance. Thank you. He nodded. At that moment Dumbledore rose from behind the staff table. I hope everyone has eaten their fill. The hall answered with a general chorus of approval, and the headmaster clapped his hands together. All the food vanished from the tables at once. Wonderful. And now, let us sing our school song, Chapter 8, The Head of House's First Address. Music. A true delight for the ears. Dumbledore gave a few appreciative claps, clearly having enjoyed the children's rendition of the Hogwarts school song. And now, off to bed, all of you. Your studies begin tomorrow. At these words, everyone began to rise. I held Hermione back as she moved to follow the main group of Ravenclaw students, while Tracy caught hold of Potter. About 5 seconds later, a clear, bright girl's voice rang out. First-year Ravenclaws. Everyone gather round us. We made our way over to an attractive blonde girl with several earrings in one ear, and an unremarkable-looking boy standing beside her. My name is Penelope Clearwater, head girl of Ravenclaw, and this is my partner, Robert Hilliard. Please follow me. We will show you the safest route to the Ravenclaw common room. We followed the prefects as they led us towards the tower. In roughly 10 minutes, we arrived before the entrance to our house. Here it is, the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. Unlike the other houses, we do not use a password. Instead, you must answer a question posed by our esteemed guardian. Penelope nodded towards the eagle's head mounted on the door. First years. The eagle tilted its head slightly to one side. Yes, guardian. Very well, here is my riddle. What is so impossibly fragile that even speaking its name will break it? We all went blank. I stood there for several minutes, genuinely stumped, until Daphne stepped forward. Silence. Correct. The eagle's head gave a nod and the door swung open. Well done. First years usually need considerably longer to answer the guardian's riddle. Penelope gave Daphne an approving pat on the head. Inside, everyone. It was a brisk command, and we all filed into the tower and soon found ourselves in the common room, which was not decorated in the house colors as one might have expected, but was simply furnished with great comfort. The only thing that immediately caught the eye was the sheer number of shelves and bookcases lining every wall. Sit down. The command came from Penelope again, suggesting that her partner was very much the quiet one in their pairing, even if such a thing could be said of a prefect. Now then, I already introduced myself, but just to be sure. The girl looked around at everyone present. My name is Penelope Clearwater, and this is my partner, Robert Hilliard. We are the Ravenclaw prefects. Bring any questions that arise during your time here to us first. In fact, come to us first, always, and only if we cannot resolve the matter ourselves will we go together to our esteemed head of house. She broke off as the door to the common room opened and a small, rather charming-looking man entered, our head of house. Speaking of whom, this is Professor of Charms, Phileas Flitwick, who is also the head of Ravenclaw. He would like to say a few words. Ahem. Flitwick cleared his throat. Very well. We, the House of Ravenclaw, are rightly regarded as the finest academic house at Hogwarts. We earn more points in every subject than any other house. As for Quidditch, it is, by and large, a matter of indifference to us. I wish to be clear, this does not mean we play carelessly or without the will to win. However, we do not count on sporting points in the overall house competition. Nor do we chase first place in the House Cup for its own sake. Flitwick paused and looked over all of us before continuing. I should also say that starting tomorrow, I will be holding additional evening sessions for Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students. At these words, the professor looked directly at Harry. At these sessions I will cover matters of safety, as well as the rules of conduct in the wizarding world, so that you do not, by word or deed, give offense to some ancient family and make your life considerably more difficult once you leave Hogwarts. And now. He clapped his hands together, and an explosion of multicolored sparks appeared in the air around us. A simple spell, but I was struck, once again, by the effortless ease with which it was performed. And this time he had not even used his wand. I could only marvel at what I had just seen. Now, off to bed, all of you. With those words, Flitwick turned and departed the common room smartly, and we were led off to the dormitories, where we were assigned two to a room. My bed turned out to be in the same room as Harry's. Harry looked at me uncertainly once we were alone. To begin with, my name is Draco Black, of the ancient and noble House of Black. Within Hogwarts, however, I am perfectly happy to be addressed by my given name or surname, whichever you prefer, Harry. Potter nodded. Next, I should mention that I wake very early. Specifically, at 5 in the morning. Harry's eyes widened in shock. I'll do my best not to make noise, and the alarm charm will only be audible to me, but I apologize in advance if I disturb your sleep at all. Why would you? Harry was too bewildered to finish the question. The early morning is essentially the only time I have for physical training now, so I'll be exercising and practicing with weapons. Weapons practice? Well. I shrugged. As a matter of fact, as a nobleman I'm expected to be proficient with a sword or rapier. But as a member of the House of Black, I also train with an axe. An axe? Harry stared at me, caught somewhere between shock and utter disbelief. Yes. I nodded. Also, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't leave your belongings scattered around. Daphne will be visiting our room quite regularly. I wasn't planning to. Harry looked flustered. Good. I closed my eyes for a moment. I think that covers everything I wanted to say. Do you have any thoughts about our living arrangements? No. Harry shook his head, embarrassed. Well, if anything comes to mind, we can always talk it over. For now, I suggest we change and get some sleep. All right. Harry was still somewhat lost, but he followed my lead, and we started changing into our pajamas. Yes. I had pulled on the pajama bottoms but not the top yet, and turned to find Harry staring at me with an almost dazed expression. I understood what had surprised him so much. Between the regular physical training, the magical exercises, and the various potions I had been taking in small measured doses, my body looked as though it were corded with muscle. Harry. I snapped my fingers a couple of times in front of his face to bring him back to himself. Don't stare at other boys like that. I know. You've got it all wrong. I've just never seen that many muscles. I shrugged. Talk to the healer first, let her examine you, and if she gives the go-ahead, you're welcome to join me. Though I should warn you, I am a dreadful trainer, so don't expect anything more from me than the basic rules for a safe and effective morning routine. That said, even with just that, you would develop quite decent muscle over a couple of years. Was there anything else? I raised an eyebrow. No. Well, actually, what's that on your arm? Harry was looking at my arm with genuine curiosity. This. I raised the arm on which the holster sat. Yes. He nodded quickly. A wand holster. One can hardly go about with a wand rattling loose in one's pocket. I shrugged, as if to say it was entirely obvious and he should be surprised anyone did otherwise. There are also holsters for the belt, the calf, and if you want something unusual you can have one made to order. A holster like this is typically charmed against summoning and disarming spells. Someone at Dumbledore's level, or even a head of house, could certainly break through it, but adult versions are considerably more sophisticated and secure. I see. After that, we finally finished changing, and I lay down on the bed. Before sleeping, I took out a journal and a pen from the small bag I had set on the bedside table and quickly wrote a letter to Mum Sissy and Mum Bella. Then I took out a second journal, one linked to its twin in Daphne's possession, wished her good night, tucked everything away, and with a flick of my wand, drew the bed curtains closed. Morning. I woke to the chime of the alarm, rose quickly, made myself presentable, changed into my training clothes, picked up a bag with an undetectable extension charm, and headed for the exit. I was heading for the Quidditch pitch. Fortunately, I found my way from the tower to the Great Hall without difficulty, and from there made my way toward the exit into the castle's courtyard. And who is wandering about at this hour? Filch materialized behind me without a sound. Mr. Filch. I gave him a nod. A first year? Yes. And what exactly are you doing out of your dormitory at this hour? Or do you think the rules don't apply to you? Well. I shrugged. I am not wandering around the castle at night. It's early morning. And I am not wandering aimlessly either. I am on my way to the Quidditch pitch to begin my training. Training. Since lessons now take up part of my day, I have had to move my exercises and weapons practice to this hour. I nodded. And do you know the way? My mother told me how to get to the pitch from the Great Hall. And your mother would be? Filch was not the spiteful old man he had been made out to be in the films. From what I could see, he was a perfectly reasonable individual who had just crept up behind me in complete silence. That suggested extensive training. Narcissa Black and Bellatrix Black. Ah. Filch smiled with a touch of nostalgia. Yes, I remember them well. Two very accomplished witches. When they did get up to mischief, they did it cleverly and left no traces behind them. He gave a contemplative nod. Well then. I'll walk you to the pitch, just to be safe, and take a look at how you train while I'm at it. Make sure you're not going to injure yourself. I gave a brief nod, and Filch and I set off through the corridors. Before long, his cat appeared at his side, a remarkably well-groomed creature. 10 minutes later we reached the pitch, where I dropped my bag and got straight to work. 2.5 hours later, I had finished all my training. I gathered my things. About an hour into the session, Daphne appeared on the pitch, apologizing with a slight blush for having slept in. At the end, Daphne cast cleansing charms over both of us so we would not carry the smell of exertion with us, and then we went over to Filch. Not bad. He shook his head. Plenty of room still to grow, but for an 11-year-old, genuinely not bad. One thing to keep in mind for the future, though. He looked me over carefully. Get written permission from your head of house, for both yourself and your attendant, to move around the castle at this hour. Tell him exactly what happened, that you ran into me and I suggested getting it straightened out officially. I do not think he will refuse. Thank you. I will certainly follow your advice. We did not part from Filch there, however. He also showed us a hidden passage that allowed us to move very quickly from the common room to the exit into the courtyard, and we thanked him warmly for it. We had very little time left to make ourselves presentable and get down to breakfast. Chapter 9 First Lesson. First years, is everyone here? I glanced over the group, and since I had memorized the faces of all my classmates the previous day, I could nod with confidence. Yes, Penny. Everyone's present. She looked at me with a thoughtful expression. You memorized everyone? Not their names. I shook my head. I am no legilimens, though I do use some of the associated practices. But numbers and faces, yes. So I can say with certainty that no one is missing. And you are? Draco Black. Very well. She gave me a nod. I shall do a head count just to be sure, and then we will head to breakfast. Your timetables will be given out afterwards. But why? Hermione practically bounced with the question. Wouldn't it make more sense to hand them out now, so we could go to breakfast already knowing which books to bring? From second year on, that is exactly how it works, and after the new year your timetables will be distributed before breakfast too, but right now, this is an extra walk through the castle so that you learn the most reliable routes. We will only be escorting you for the first 2 weeks, after which you will be finding your own way around. And we were duly counted. Draco, if it keeps matching up another couple of times, I shall officially make you the first-year representative. Thank you, Miss Clearwater. Penelope is fine, or Penny. Very well, Penny. I smiled at her. Daphne fell into step behind me, with Hermione beside her. For now, I decided to pay neither of them any particular attention, nor to the fact that Potter had positioned himself fairly close to our group. Penny Clearwater then led us all to the Great Hall by the same route she had taken us from the hall to the tower the previous evening. At the entrance, we crossed paths with the Slytherins, but there was no conflict. They went in first, and we followed immediately behind them. We took our seats and began to eat. I had not yet managed to visit the kitchens, but fortunately there was no pumpkin juice at breakfast. Breakfast was proceeding quietly until the Gryffindors came in, though their prefect seemed to have quite forgotten his responsibilities and simply strolled to his own table without ensuring his first years followed suit. I thought you were supposed to be a hero. You're no hero, you're a coward and a traitor. Weasley had materialized beside our table and was practically spitting at Potter. He nodded in my direction with a sneer, but apparently someone had spoken to him, because he stopped short of saying anything rash. His tone, however, said what words could not, though tone alone could not be held against him, so all I could do was return the most cutting smile I possessed. You're a fraud. You hear me, Potter? You're a fra, MMPH. The twins appeared behind him. One clamped a hand over their younger brother's mouth, the other turned to face us with an entirely serious expression. We, on behalf of the Weasley family, offer our apologies for the conduct of our younger brother. To you, Heir Black, and to you, Heir Potter. The twin gave a nod first to me, then to Harry. And we ask that you not extend any enmity to the family as a whole on account of his lack of restraint. Though our father and yours did not see eye to eye, Heir Black, now that you have returned to the House of Black there are no grounds for hostility whatsoever. As for the dead, one speaks well of them, or not at all. To you, Heir Potter, our request is the same, please do not take our brother's words as reflecting the views of our family. Our parents were on good terms with yours. The second twin picked up smoothly where the first had left off. One could not quite call them close friends, but they were certainly on decent terms. We all grew up on books about you, and our little sister is quite possibly your most dedicated admirer. So what Ron said belongs to Ron alone. Noted. I gave a nod. The twins were troublemakers, but right now they were clearly trying to protect their family, and I understood that impulse perfectly well. And yes, for the record, anything up to and including moderate physical injury inflicted on him. The twin holding Weasley gave him a firm shake, making it abundantly clear who he meant. In response to any further careless remarks will be considered a proportionate reply. At these words the little Weasley went very still, his eyes flying wide. He had evidently not expected anything of the kind from his own brothers. And we will ensure that the house does not support his attacks, whether directed at you personally or at your house. Noted. Penny nodded. The conversation had moved to inter-house matters, so it fell to her as prefect to respond. Though you do understand that our words. The twins were speaking again, passing the sentence between them. Do not in any way mean that any of this exempts us from pranks, japes, schemes, and general merriment. They delivered that last phrase in perfect unison. Well, we shall survive that somehow. Just remember that the first years are not yet quite prepared for everything in your repertoire. Well, first years will only be on the receiving end of the very simplest of our schemes. Again, they spoke the last word together. Excellent. In that case, we shall collect our foolish little brother. And with that, the twins did indeed collect their brother and return to the Gryffindor table. This exchange had been watched by nearly all of the staff, including McGonagall, who made no move to add anything to her students' words, which I took to mean she supported their position entirely. She was also casting distinctly displeased looks in Dumbledore's direction. He had presumably been the one to prevent her from taking more substantial action. The rest of breakfast passed without incident. Afterward, we were taken back to the tower to collect our schedules and whatever we needed, and then on to our first lesson, charms. Now then. Flitwick made his way along the rows, looking each student over carefully. You are here for your charms lesson. From school to school and country to country, the name may vary, but the substance remains the same. In this subject you will study wand movements and incantations designed to produce various effects. For example, Lumos. A precise wand movement and the incantation spoken at exactly the right moment caused a small light to appear above his wand. This is one of the simplest spells you will all learn, one of the first. It may seem trivial, but my subject, particularly in the first 2 years, serves primarily as a foundation for everything else. This is where you will practice all manner of wand movements, work on your enunciation through tongue twisters. Flitwick paused and gave a nod. Yes, Miss Granger. I closed my eyes briefly. Hermione simply could not help herself on the very first day. Hermione Granger, sir. Very well, Miss Granger, what is your question? What do tongue twisters have to do with spells? The answer is actually quite straightforward. Some spells are spoken in the caster's native language, some in Latin, some in other long-forgotten tongues, and to pronounce all of that quickly and clearly requires excellent diction. Does that answer your question? Yes, sir. Very good. Now, since this is your very first lesson, I think I shall begin by getting to know the class and asking a few questions. The class shifted uneasily. First year Ravenclaws, quietly. I said this with my wand pressed to my throat, amplifying my voice, though not by much. The effect was immediate, my future charges settled down very quickly. And not only the Ravens, but the students from the parallel group fell quiet as well, and all eyes turned to me. Thank you, Mr. Black. Draco Black, Professor. Quite. He gave a nod. I see you are already familiar with certain charms. Most commendable for your age, though it is generally somewhat inadvisable. I have a minor congenital variation in my magical core, which caused it to mature earlier than usual for conscious spellcasting. My mother is a healer and would not have permitted any premature strain. Very good. And how long have you been practicing magic? In terms of active spellcasting, 3 years. As for studying magic in the broader sense, I have been learning theory since I was about 4. Well, I could hardly tell him I was a reincarnated person who had been studying magic from practically the moment of birth. The condition I had described was real, albeit rare, though even so, it occurred thousands of times more often than reincarnation. I take it you already know the first-year curriculum. Yes. The first and second years, both completely. Very good. Then this evening I shall assess your knowledge, and if what you have told me is accurate, I will appoint you as my class assistant for your year group in charms. Unless you would prefer not to. Flitwick tilted his head. Well, provided you would relieve me of homework for your subject. I shrugged. It is simply that Narcissa and Bellatrix have given me a considerable amount of additional reading, and if I have to prepare for lessons on top of that and complete homework as well, I simply will not have the time to get through it. That is a matter for discussion. If you do indeed pass an examination covering the first 2 years, though, we can speak about that privately. If you are interested, come to my classroom 2 hours before dinner today. Penelope will bring you. Thank you. I gave a brief nod. Right. Let us continue. Flitwick conducted his short assessment, and there was nothing difficult about it. I was confident I had answered every question correctly, and did so quickly, after which I levitated my answer sheet to his desk with a simple charm. Flitwick looked it over swiftly and gave a satisfied nod, at which point another answer sheet sailed to his desk from Daphne. It appears I have 2 students in this class with a strong grasp of the subject. Miss Daphne, is your situation similar to Mr. Black's? No. She shook her head. Until I was 10 and a half, I was not permitted to perform magic on the advice of my healers. So my practical spellcasting is considerably more limited than my lord's. A pity. Flitwick shook his head. Though I am glad that those responsible for your education cared not only for your learning but for your health as well. There was no other way. The House of Black required a trained and healthy attendant, not a magically disabled one. I winced slightly but said nothing. Rumors would spread around Hogwarts regardless. It was better to have at least some of the facts established clearly from the outset. Right then, who else is ready to hand in their work? Hermione raised her hand with some uncertainty, followed by one of the Indian girls, Padma or Parvati, one of the Patil twins in any case. Let me see. Miss Granger and Padma Patil, Professor. Quite so. Mr. Black, would you pass me the girls' work, please? I nodded and used my wand again to float their answer sheets to the professor. By the end of the lesson everyone had submitted their work, and the professor dismissed us. Penny Clearwater was waiting for us outside, ready to lead us to the next lesson. Well then, first years, ready for potions? Yes, came the somewhat ragged chorus from the first years. Ravenclaws, pairs of 2, line up. I gave the command and the children grumbled slightly, but the moment I pressed my wand to my throat and repeated the order in a considerably more authoritative voice, they fell into line. I counted them off quickly, then turned to face Penny Clearwater. Penny Clearwater, Ravenclaw is formed up and ready to move. No one missing. Good. Draco, you take the rear and make sure no one wanders off. Understood. Chapter 10, Potions. Now then, listen carefully. Penny began her briefing when we reached the potions classroom and found it locked. She did not seem at all surprised by this. Professor Snape arrives 5 minutes before the lesson begins. The most important thing to remember, do not argue with him, and do not call out answers without being asked. He asks questions at the start of his lessons, and if you know the answer, simply raise your hand, sit calmly, and wait to be called on, or not called on at all. Unfortunately, potions falls on your first full day, so there was simply no chance to advise you to read a few chapters beforehand. Penny paused briefly, then continued a moment later. Professor Snape is very strict and will not tolerate any nonsense in his classroom. Please take the lesson seriously, for many sought-after careers, such as Auror, Healer, Dragonologist, Cursebreaker, and many others, potions will be required at least to OWL standard. And now I shall leave you in the care of Mr. Black, Ravenclaw. Penny. I called to her before she could hurry away. Yes. I need to get to Professor Flitwick's classroom about 2 hours before dinner. I could probably find my way on my own. The route is not complicated, but he said you would take me. Of course. She nodded. I have nothing on at that time anyway, so I am happy to help. But what is this about? Have you already managed to get yourself into trouble? He's been given an exam covering the first 2 years. One of the girls decided to tell Penny the full story on my behalf. Is that so? Penny looked at me questioningly, and I gave a confirming nod. Are you confident about it? Yes. Well then, congratulations. That is quite an achievement. If you pass with top marks. Penny pressed one finger to her lips and tapped it thoughtfully a couple of times. I will be your attendant for a week. She raised the same finger in the air as though a marvelous idea had just occurred to her. Penny, I appreciate the gesture, but I already have an attendant and I am perfectly satisfied with her services. Perhaps you can think of something else. I tilted my head slightly. What? Oh. Yes, sorry. Penny glanced over my shoulder, at Daphne, I presumed, with a slightly guilty expression. I got a little carried away. It is not every day one sees a first year with his own personal attendant, who is himself paying rather costly tuition at Hogwarts. But tuition is free. Hermione could not stay out of it. So then, what should the wager be? I saw Penny's eyes flicker briefly towards the voice coming from behind me, but she clearly decided to focus on the question she considered more pressing. I meanwhile found myself reflecting that over all these years my mothers had never quite managed to dislodge Snape from his teaching position. Not that they had put every possible effort into it, but still. The short of it was that Dumbledore had been extremely reluctant to move his personal spy, and at a family council we had concluded that it would be simpler to open a preparatory school, somewhere that anyone who needed a particular subject could acquire the necessary skills, even if they had failed their OWLS or NEWTS. Suppose I really don't know. Penny looked at me with a charmingly helpless expression. How about this, if I pass everything, you greet me every morning for a year? I paused for a couple of seconds, my gaze drifting briefly over Penny's figure, which was already fairly well developed. She turned slightly pink, and I could see indignation gathering in her expression, ready to be expressed. With a kiss on the cheek. Her eyes went wide with surprise. And if I fail the professor's examination, I will cover your visit to any establishment in Hogsmeade every weekend. Just mine, or mine and my friends. I shrugged. Yours and, say, 2 or 3 friends of your choosing. It made very little difference to me either way. My pocket money for the year, which my mothers had given me, came to nearly 1,000 galleons, more than enough for that, with a great deal left over. Well over half, in fact. And if I had somehow underestimated Penny's appetite, I could always ask my mothers to send a little more. After all, I had left almost all of it at home and brought only 150 galleons with me. Deal. Penny extended her hand, and I seized the moment. I took it at a slight angle and pressed my lips to the air just above it rather than shaking it. The prefect turned pink. Then I turned back to the first years. Miss Patil, would you do us the honor? I nodded towards the joined hands, and Padma stepped forward and separated them neatly. Thank you. Yes, thank you, and I promise you will be invited to our little outings at least once a month, all on Draco's account. Thank you. Though I rather think it will be you who ends up kissing him on the cheek every morning for a year. Excuse me. Well, he has already demonstrated several spells in class and Professor Flitwick was more than satisfied. They have also already discussed certain arrangements that Mr. Black. That will do, Padma. I smiled at the girl from India, and she gave me a slightly flushed nod. Draco will be taking on once he has passed the examination. You tricked me. Penny wore an expression of exaggerated indignation. Tricked you? No. I shook my head with a faint smile. I merely entered into a wager knowing the outcome in advance. But I made a show of glancing at my watch. If you like, we can continue this conversation later. Right now you have a lesson to get to, and I should keep an eye on our first years. TCH. She gave a slight toss of her chin, doing her best to appear thoroughly displeased. But a moment later, she smiled at me nonetheless, gave a nod, and set off at a brisk pace. I turned back to the group. Before long, the Hufflepuffs joined us, brought by their prefect. I couldn't fathom why they could possibly have gotten lost on the way, unless they had been taken back to their common room first and led here from there. Quite possible, now that I thought about it. In any case, no one delivered a speech at the door. The Hufflepuff prefect simply brought them and stood slightly to one side, smiling quietly as his first years chattered away among themselves. Into the classroom. I barely noticed Snape's arrival at the very edge of my awareness. Even that much was enough to tell me that he trained regularly, though he was still a very long way from matching Filch's absolute silence. He was probably not attempting anything of the sort, though. More likely, he was simply maintaining a solid level of physical fitness, since standing over a cauldron for long stretches at a time was demanding enough on its own. I held the ravens back with a gesture to let the Hufflepuffs file in first, then we followed and took our seats. Daphne and I each chose separate single workstations for brewing alone, the others mostly settled at the two-person benches. In this classroom there will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations. Snape spoke with a slight air of condescension, directed not at the activities he was describing, but at us, the children. As is customary, I do not expect many of you to appreciate the precise science and subtle art of potion making. He made a great show of surveying the class. Snape himself was dressed in a black dueling coat beneath a black cloak left open at the front. The effect was, well, to my eyes it was rather theatrical, this effort to strike dread and reverence into a roomful of children so they would not misbehave. Though that was only how it seemed to Daphne and me, having sat through Mum Bella's lessons on more than one occasion, she could be considerably more frightening whenever she chose. Though even Bella rarely resorted to it, preferring to present material in a way that made us want to pay attention of our own accord. However, those select few, who demonstrate aptitude. Snape paused dramatically, his gaze moving across us. I noticed it linger on me and on several other students, apparently on the Ravenclaw side. I expected him to say something, but he chose not to interrupt himself. I can teach to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell them how to brew fame, bottle glory, and even stop her death. The words were well chosen, delivered with precisely the right inflection, and produced exactly the right effect. I suspected even Daphne and I might have felt something, were it not for Bella. And Mum Sissy, for that matter, could command a room far more effectively still. Potter. I turned my head just enough to see Harry set down his quill and quickly get to his feet. Ah, our new celebrity. A few of the Hufflepuffs snickered at that. I imagine you think rather highly of yourself if you feel free to ignore me and sit there drawing. Sir. Well then, let us see what you have to say for yourself. A sardonic smile curved Snape's lips. Professor Snape, your speech moved me so much that I wanted to write it down, so I would never forget what potions is capable of. Snape's eyes widened fractionally in surprise, and I realized Harry was not so simple. Perhaps Snape's speech had genuinely moved him so deeply that he wanted to record it. We shall see. As I had anticipated, the professor was not easily fooled. He drew his wand from its holster, summoned the parchment Harry had apparently been writing on, and read through it quickly. Harry happened to be sharing a bench with Hermione. So it is. Snape shook his head and returned the parchment to Potter's desk with a casual wave of his wand. Though if I were you, Mr. Potter, I would consider taking penmanship lessons. Any essay written in a hand like that will receive no higher than poor from me. I beg your pardon. Poor. Miss, kindly do not call out from your seat. Snape visibly winced in Hermione's direction. However, I will excuse it this once and this once only. Normally, the grading system used at Hogwarts is explained by my colleague Professor McGonagall, but as you have come to me directly from Charms, and Professor Flitwick does not typically give marks during the first month. A note of disapproval was audible in the professor's voice. Outstanding, O, exceeds expectations, E, acceptable, A. These are the passing grades. Below that comes poor, P. That is a failing grade, but it does not require a retake. Dreadful, D, and troll, T, are outright failing grades and require a retake. I would like you all to remember this: if you receive a D or a T on a practical task, you must come to me on Friday 3 hours before dinner to brew the potion again. If you receive either of those grades on an essay, you must bring a revised version to the following lesson, along with whatever essay I set for that lesson, and the revision must be twice the length of what I originally assigned. Is that clear? Yes. A rather subdued chorus rose from the first years. Good. And I do not wish to hear that you did not know a D or T required a retake, did not know when to come, or did not know you had to rewrite an essay. One more thing. He looked over the class with a slightly appraising eye. This applies particularly to Ravenclaw. Every year there are clever students who, instead of writing an essay, simply copy out a chapter or splice together paragraphs from various books and consider themselves clever for it. Such an essay, like one written in illegible handwriting and covered in ink blots, will receive no higher than a poor from me. Is that understood? Yes. Another chorus answered him. Potter, I do not believe I gave you permission to sit down. Snape made Harry stand again. Now then, let us find out whether you opened your potions textbook before the start of term. We shall begin with something straightforward. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Air. I don't know, sir. Snape winced slightly. Very well. If I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look? Air. Harry looked uncertain. If I am not mistaken, a bezoar is found inside a goat. Acceptable. Snape gave a faint nod that was almost like encouragement, and I was genuinely surprised. Harry had clearly opened the textbook at some point before term began. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I am sorry, sir, I don't know. Well, your answers suggest that you at least opened the textbook. 1 point to Ravenclaw. Had you answered all 3 questions, you would have earned 3 points for your house. Now, everyone please write down the correct answers. Chapter 11, Lessons, continued. Excellent. Now, let us go over the safety rules for my classroom. Let's see. Black, what can you tell me about safety precautions? I rose from my seat and frowned thoughtfully. Well, for the first years, the pointed hat required by Hogwarts regulations will be more than sufficient during potions lessons. It is not simply an archaic relic. It is a perfectly functional part of the uniform, designed to prevent your hair from falling into a potion during class. At the beginner level, this is not so critical, since we will not be brewing anything genuinely dangerous. However, I shrugged, as if to say that it was always better to be prepared for anything. Beyond that, the Hogwarts letter specifies dragonhide gloves, or materials with equivalent protective properties. In my view, these are listed primarily to get us into the habit of keeping our hands protected during this lesson at all times. I should mention that there are more modern alternatives to both these items. Some potion makers, for instance, use a specialized compound applied to the hair, which protects it from damage for up to 3 hours. Likewise, I leaned toward my bag and produced a Muggle surgeon's cap. One may use the type of cap worn by Muggle surgeons during complex operations, or any other head covering that keeps the hair fully enclosed. Though I would note that using potions or other unusual head coverings is not without risk. Would you kindly expand on that truly remarkable thought, Mr. Black? You have just said that these alternatives are permissible. I gave a slight nod, with something approaching a smile. It is quite simple, really. If you examine the hat that comes with your uniform, you will find runes inscribed on the inner surface. Runes that prevent any substance, of whatever composition, from quickly reaching your head. The alternatives I mentioned may only be used safely in the first and second years, because the compounds used at that level are chosen so that even in the event of an explosion or burn, the resulting injury will be treated in a matter of minutes. In later years, such substitutes are best avoided entirely. Or you could arrange in advance, for instance, by visiting Madame Malkin's shop to have a suitable head covering made for you. Personally, however, even though a formal replacement is technically permitted, I would not exchange a rune-inscribed hat for anything ordinary. There is always the possibility that a student sitting near you has some undiscovered aptitude that causes a potion to run out of control and explode. Very well. And what might serve as a substitute for the gloves? Well, the best alternative is liquid gloves. A potion developed specifically for brewing compounds that must only come into contact with a very limited list of materials. What sort of potions are those? Potions brewed for a specific individual. I shrugged, as though nothing could be more straightforward. As a rule, for greater compatibility and efficacy, such potions incorporate a biological sample from the person for whom they are being prepared. The liquid gloves potion itself, however, is quite complex to brew. Miss Granger, do you have something to add? Ordinary people have medical gloves. Which? Mr. Black. The material of such gloves isn't reliable enough. They degrade on contact with harsh chemicals, and what one might call household rubber gloves generally aren't neutral enough, if one can even use the term for rubber combined with various chemical compounds. Correct. 5 points to Ravenclaw, Mr. Black, and 1 point to Ravenclaw, Miss Granger, for a question that was doubtless on the minds of several Muggle-born students. Now let us proceed to the practical portion. The recipe is on the board, the ingredients are in the cupboard. Let us see what you are capable of. Ravenclaw, stay seated. 2 words, and the house remained in their places while the Hufflepuffs streamed en masse towards the ingredient cupboard. Once they had finished jostling, I rose, went to the cupboard, and began calling students up one by one, handing out their ingredients in an orderly fashion. When everyone had been supplied, I took my own portion, returned to my workstation, and began preparing the ingredients calmly but efficiently. The potion on the board was not complicated. Granger, where are you going? I looked at the girl, who had stood up and already taken several steps towards the cupboard. You missed some ingredients. There was a slight air of superiority in the way she said it. Unintentional, though. Sit down and compare the recipe on the board with the one in your textbook. And recall that the professor said to follow the recipe on the board. Oh. She looked at me in surprise, took a couple of steps back to her seat, and ran her eyes over both recipes in quick succession. Then she raised her hand. Hermione, I can answer the question without involving the teacher. It is actually quite simple. The textbook gives an average recipe, which is well suited for home brewing. The board shows a slightly modified version. The same ingredients, but in different quantities. This allows the potion to be brewed more quickly. Oh. I see. She lowered her hand and sat down. I hadn't looked up for my ingredients once during the entire exchange, and I suspected that was the only reason Snape chose not to intervene. The recipe on the board was straightforward, and I finished the potion quickly. Daphne managed just as well. Black, Daphne, you need not submit your potions. I am giving you both an acceptable. I gave a grateful nod. Something was decidedly different about this Snape, or perhaps he was simply cautious about Mum Bella, who would certainly have words with him if he stepped out of line. When the lesson ended, Penny was already waiting for us. She led us briskly to the Great Hall, and after lunch took us back to the tower. We had no more lessons for the rest of the day and were told we were free to do as we pleased. The moment Penny left for her own lesson, I slipped out of the tower. Following Mum Sissy's directions, I made my way from the Great Hall down to the kitchens. What does a young wizard need in the kitchens? Greetings to the Hogwarts household. I have come with a request. How can the household help you? The thing is, I have a rather demanding schedule. I am speaking not only of school lessons, but of the program set out for me at home, and I would like to ask whether the household might adjust the meals prepared for me and my attendant, Daphne. What would the young wizard like us to prepare for him? I then handed the house elf I had been speaking with 2 lists, one for myself and one for Daphne. I would also like to ask that these flasks get refilled with plain black tea with lemon and sugar whenever they are empty. Daphne has one as well. Usually a flask lasts us all day, but some of our classmates may want to share, so you may call for Dippy. He is young and still has a lot to learn, but making tea with lemon and sugar is well within his abilities. Thank you. I nodded, releasing a generous burst of magic into the kitchen that made several house elves perk up in surprise, and turned to leave. At that moment, a small female elf darted forward and practically pressed a basket of assorted pasties into my hands. Thank you. I smiled at her. Magical parasites, but useful ones. With that thought, I let another small measure of magic flow out, and then finally left the kitchen and returned to the tower, where the basket of pasties was received with considerable enthusiasm. The next several hours passed quietly and peacefully, helped in part by the fact that I had organized all the first years and we had completed our homework right away. There were a few grumblers, but the moment I pointed out that this approach would leave our weekends entirely free, the children changed their minds at once. Draco. Penny looked into the common room, where I sat reading a book on curses. My assignments finished long ago. Penny, is it time to go to Flitwick? Yes. She nodded, and we set off together toward the head of house's office, where he awaited me. Ah, Mr. Black. Flitwick's face lit up at the sight of me. I have been looking forward to this. Come in, sit down. I entered, Penny following close behind. She closed the door and took a seat at one of the back desks. I walked calmly to the front desk and sat down. Now then, how would you prefer to conduct this examination? As a conversation, or more formally? However you wish, Professor. I shrugged. I am confident enough in myself not to be especially concerned either way. I see. Very well. He was clearly thinking it over, though not for long. He clapped his hands softly and fixed his gaze on me. Let us begin as a conversation and see how we go from there. Gladly. I gave a pleased nod. Right. In your first year, you were to have covered approximately 10 everyday charms in addition to Lumos and Wingardium Leviosa. But let us start with the simpler end. What can you tell me about the Lumos spell? Lumos. A light charm that produces a small glow at the tip of the wand. The light is intended solely for visibility and cannot be used for warmth or to start a fire. The light source itself is small, between 2 and 5 centimeters in diameter. The charm requires no specialized wand movement or rotation, the wand need only be extended before the caster. It was invented in 1772 by Lavina Monk Stanley. The light is extinguished with the counter charm Nox. The charm is ineffective in the presence of Peruvian instant darkness powder. Known variations include. That will do. Flitwick raised a hand. You know the standard theory well, but any student can recite a textbook. Do you have thoughts of your own? Well, while it is generally held that this spell cannot set anything on fire, I would say that is not strictly accurate. For instance, I patted my pockets and found a small notebook, flipped through it until I found a blank page, which I tore out and laid on the desk in front of me. Lumos. What appeared at the tip of my wand was not the standard version of the charm but an extremely thin beam, directed at the scrap of paper as I spoke the incantation. The beam was so tightly focused that within moments the paper began to smoke, and then to smolder. Aguamenti. I summoned a small amount of water over the smoldering page, extinguishing it. As you have just seen, with sufficient concentration and the application of focused will to alter the form of the spell, I was able to make the paper smolder. Given a little more time, it would have ignited entirely. Flitwick gave a satisfied nod. The other thing worth noting is that not everyone is capable of it with this particular charm. Or rather, to be precise, most people could manage it with this spell after brief practice. The practical benefit being what it is. I shook my head. And with more powerful spells, such a trick does not come nearly so easily. Excellent. Flitwick was visibly delighted. Now let us discuss the household charm known as. A little over an hour later. This is simply wonderful. Flitwick was practically overflowing with enthusiasm, radiating positive energy. Professor. You may have noticed, though, what am I saying? Given your command of the material, of course you noticed. I was not questioning you solely on the first and second year curricula. I touched on the third year as well, and briefly grazed the fourth. And I am proud to say that, taken as a whole, you have passed the examination for all 4 years. Not every student understands my subject at your level. It is a consequence of my gift. I shrugged, seeing no particular reason to conceal this from Flitwick, though with Penny present in the room I did not elaborate further. It is not a gift specific to charms or spell work, but my gift demands a high level of knowledge, and I have been diligently acquiring it. That is commendable. Though I should say that in the fourth-year topics we touched on, you were somewhat. Flitwick tapped his foot a few times, conveying his hesitation. I understand. I nodded in agreement. My fourth-year knowledge is not yet at quite the same level, though honestly, I had not expected to cover as much of the third year as I did. Not a lie, but not the whole truth either. I knew perfectly well that I had a solid grasp of both the third and fourth years. I had simply not anticipated that Flitwick would prove such a gifted teacher that he could draw out everything I knew. I had not underestimated his abilities, I had simply not expected him to be such an absolute pedagogical force of nature. I can say with great pleasure that you have exceeded all my expectations, and I am delighted to announce, here and now, that you are appointed as my class assistant for charms and spell work. I will enter the relevant marks in your academic record shortly. Thank you. I nodded to Flitwick. May I make a request? Although Penny had already risen and was making for the door, I did not hurry after her. Of course. Daphne and I need permission to leave the tower early in the mornings. We are accustomed to a certain level of activity, including physical training, and now that we are at school, early morning is the only time we can properly attend to it. This morning, Mr. Filch was kind enough to escort me to the Quidditch pitch, where Daphne joined me a little later. Filch. Penny's exclamation told me this was not an everyday occurrence. He did, however, suggest that I speak with you, so that there would be no unnecessary questions in the future. Of course. One moment. Chapter 12, Transfiguration. That was incredible. The moment we stepped out of Flitwick's office, Penny became a small explosion of energy. She wasn't simply walking alongside me, she was circling me as she moved, her hands gesturing with a life of their own. Apparently, she was a highly expressive person. It suited her. Honestly, there's nothing particularly unusual about any of this. I shrugged, as if to say this was perfectly ordinary. Though I knew full well that under normal circumstances, not just a schoolboy but a fully grown wizard would be hard-pressed to answer most of Flitwick's questions. You are wrong. Penny stopped right in front of me, her entire body radiating disagreement. In what way am I wrong? When you say there's nothing unusual about this, you simply don't understand. Passing an exam in one subject at 11 years old, covering 4 years of curriculum in a single sitting. Becoming a professor's assistant. It's absolutely extraordinary. Well. I shrugged. I can only repeat what I said in the professor's office. My gift doesn't permit me to be casual about my studies, least of all about charms and spell work. So this is only natural. Besides, I've been studying theory from a very young age. In truth, I could probably take theory exams in every subject, for every year of the curriculum. I waved my hand vaguely. Not all of it would be flawless, of course. Some things you only truly grasp once you've applied them in practice. But nonetheless. Good Lord, we have a genuine prodigy. Penny. I shook my head and looked at the prefect. It's not genius. It's daily hard work. Very hard work. All right. She raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture. Forgive me. I am not trying to diminish your effort. It's genuinely difficult to accept that a first year could know more theory than I do. I shook my head. You simply lack the motivation. Motivation. Motivation, yes. She gave a sad smile. And what motivation could I possibly have? There was a note of genuine unhappiness in Penny's voice. I am a half-blood. A junior position at the ministry, perhaps assistant to a department head. That is my ceiling. Well, perhaps that was true once. I studied Penny carefully. She did not yet seem to have grasped how fortunate her position now was. But even setting aside the present situation, you always had options. St. Mungo's. The Aura office. Oh yes. Her voice took on a bitter edge. The Aura office especially. I have heard the stories about what some girls end up doing there. I gave an indifferent shrug. If they went to the Aura office without the necessary skills, that was their choice, wasn't it? They knew what they were walking into, didn't they? And if they went anyway, they ought to contribute however they can. At least they should keep up with their potions and look after themselves. You. Penny stared at me with a measure of shock. But she could not argue. As a half-blood, she was familiar enough with the realities of this world to understand that, however unacceptable such double standards were in ordinary Britain, in its magical half they were entirely commonplace. But I didn't say any of that to hurt you. After all, you are a prefect, which means you would never have gone somewhere that offered no room to grow. I was simply pointing out that you had options, and those were only the most obvious ones. Now, however. I gave her a brief, appraising look from head to toe. Are you asking me to sleep with you? She winced slightly. You must be joking. You are a very attractive girl, but firstly, until a witch turns 17, that sort of thing is simply harmful to her magical development, so the most I could offer you is something to cuddle. And I have Daphne for that. She is sweet, and she has no chest. Penny glanced down at herself, and I did the same for a moment. True enough, but that is hardly the most important thing in the world. Though that is not what we were talking about. You are in your 5th year. Yes. A short nod. Well then, you will be a prefect this year and next, which gives you time to make a genuine impression with your abilities. She fixed me with a somewhat stern look. And in that time, not very much of it admittedly, you also have the opportunity to put together a business proposal. If you manage both, I would have no objection to sponsoring you. Say, up to 10,000, on the condition that I hold 45% of the shares. With the option to buy those shares back once you have repaid me double the original investment. And I mean you repay me, not that I receive my share of the profits as a co-owner of the business in the ordinary sense. She simply stood and looked at me, disbelief and shock written plainly across her face. This. Air Black, please, tell me you are not joking. Her eyes were imploring. In that moment she would have agreed to almost anything, just to hear that this was not a jest. I am not joking. However, I will say this plainly, even though you have 2 years, if you decide to take me up on this offer, you will need to work very, very hard. I won't let you down. She pulled me into a hug, pressing my face into her chest, and I had no choice but to wait out her wave of warmth and gratitude. Just bear in mind, this arrangement must remain between us. I am a black, but I am not in a position to sponsor every Hogwarts graduate. I understand. No one will hear a word from me. Excellent. Now let us go to the kitchens and ask the house elves to put together a little celebration in the common room, in honor of my passing the examination. Yes. Penny nodded eagerly, and we set off for the kitchens, where the house elves practically went into raptures at our request and at the sheer amount of magic I unleashed in their presence. For me, it wasn't exactly effortless, but it wasn't a significant expenditure either. Though considering how much magic I'd been obliged to use throughout the day, I was running fairly close to empty. That, however, did not concern me. Afterwards we went directly to the common room, where the house elves had already begun laying out the tables. "Penny, what is all this?" The boy prefect gestured at the various tables being set up around the common room. "This? Our young prodigy just passed an examination with Professor Flitwick, 4 years of charms and spell work in a single sitting." Penny's words brought the entire Ravenclaw common room to a halt, and every student turned to stare at me. Moreover, the standard of knowledge he demonstrated was so exceptional that the professor has decided he will serve as his teaching assistant during lessons, naturally only in those classes that Draco himself attends. "Congratulations, my lord." Daphne appeared before me and gave a brief bow. "Thank you." And that, it seemed, was all it took for the dam to break. Celebration erupted from every corner. For all that Ravenclaw was regarded as a house of individualists, it was still one house, and an achievement like this could not help but make everyone rejoice together. "Let the feast begin." Those words of mine served as the trigger, and a remarkably noisy party commenced, so noisy that when Penny eventually decided it was time for dinner, the house collectively decided to ignore the meal. It was perhaps the first occasion in Hogwarts history when an entire house failed to appear at dinner en masse, on the very first day of term. This could not go unnoticed, and so roughly 20 minutes into dinner, Flitwick arrived in the common room, visibly suppressing a smile behind his whiskers, followed by McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore himself. "Well, colleagues, as I said, nothing has gone wrong. My house has simply decided to hold a small celebration." "And what is the occasion for this celebration?" Deputy Headmistress McGonagall was not particularly pleased with what she found. "I believe the reason is me." I stepped forward to meet the professors and gave a slightly abashed nod. "You, Mr. Black." "Indeed, him." Flitwick bobbed happily. "Minerva, can you imagine? I gave him an examination and he passed my entire first 4 years of material with distinction. More than that. From now on, during spell work lessons, he will serve as my assistant, helping me monitor his classmates and correct any errors they make. The boy's knowledge is as extensive as all that. He is more than competent to do so for the next 3 years at a minimum. Unfortunately, he is not exempt from his other subjects. Otherwise, I would have campaigned for a full formal assistantship." McGonagall and Dumbledore looked me over from head to toe. "My boy." I winced faintly at the mode of address, but chose not to make anything of it. I was not foolish enough to form a negative opinion of the headmaster over a term of affection. He undeniably had certain shadows in his past, but they were shadows, and we did not know the true nature of his relationships with various individuals during that period. "And how broad is your knowledge in your other subjects?" I shrugged. "In terms of pure theory, I am confident up to the 4th or 5th year across the board. As for practical work, my strongest area is charms and spell work, followed by..." I considered for a moment. "Potions, astronomy, and herbology, with transfiguration last." An interesting order, why arranged so? Dumbledore was entirely genial about it. McGonagall, however, pressed her lips together in clear displeasure. Her subject had been placed last. "The thing is, my gift requires a very high level of knowledge in charms and spell work, astronomy, and, in certain applications, potions, and consequently herbology as well. This does not mean I neglected transfiguration, but..." I shrugged. I simply did not have sufficient time to maintain it at the same level as the rest. Particularly because transfiguration is unlikely to be of much use to me beyond an everyday level. "You are underestimating transfiguration, young man." "Minerva." With a single inflection, Dumbledore gently reproved his deputy. "Mr. Black has made it quite clear that he does, in general, respect your subject and has devoted time to it. You yourself understand that a gift imposes certain priorities. Take myself, I have never kept any secret about the fact that my gift lies in transfiguration, and it was always to transfiguration that I devoted the greatest portion of my time. That is not to say I did not develop in charms, potions, or alchemy, but..." Dumbledore spread his hands. "Transfiguration always came first. So there is nothing remarkable in Draco having chosen to focus his efforts primarily on understanding and developing his own gift." The headmaster stroked his beard, and the small bells woven into it chimed softly. "What if we were to arrange examinations for Mr. Black? He tells us he has at least some familiarity with all first-year subjects. So let us set them and see, and if he passes them all, then I shall formally endorse his role assisting Professor Flitwick in his lessons." I will even set aside a stipend, a modest one. Dumbledore gave a small shake of his head. But entirely respectable for an assistant's position. I went very still, because I had not expected anything of the kind. I would have thought it far more logical for Dumbledore to refuse any out-of-schedule examinations altogether, and instead he was. If it can be arranged. I realized that teaching, or rather assisting Flitwick with lessons, across the first 3 years would, if I was remembering the timetable correctly, actually leave me less occupied than simply attending all my own classes. Then I shall do my best not to disappoint you. I gave the headmaster a grateful nod. I shall think it over. Let us see how Mr. Black performs in his first lesson tomorrow. If I am satisfied with his level, then very well, I will arrange a short first-year examination. However, even if that comes to pass, it will not mean Transfiguration can be forgotten, because next year I intend to set him an examination in the first-year material, to ensure nothing has been lost. Then I shall do my best not to disappoint you. I gave the headmaster a grateful nod. I shall think it over. Let us see how Mr. Black performs in his first lesson tomorrow. If I am satisfied with his level, then very well, I will arrange a short first-year examination. However, even if that comes to pass, it will not mean Transfiguration can be forgotten, because next year I intend to set him an examination in the first-year material, to ensure nothing has been lost. McGonagall said this with a slightly tight expression. It was clear she was not fond of the idea, but equally clear she had no desire to oppose Dumbledore. Splendid. Flitwick clapped his hands together. I am so glad this has been resolved so neatly. Mr. Black, do not let me down. I do hope you will pass all your examinations and be ready to assist me in lessons from next week. I will give it everything I have, Professor Flitwick. I nodded, and the headmaster and professors took their leave. Did you all hear that? Draco is taking exams, and he might become Professor Flitwick's assistant. Let's celebrate properly. One of the older students shouted, and after that the party kicked into high gear. Chapter 13, Herbology and a Mishap. Right then, let us begin our first herbology lesson. I watched with a faint smile as our somewhat disheveled but thoroughly agreeable professor addressed us. Professor Sprout stood between us and the greenhouse, speaking with evident enthusiasm about her subject and what we would be doing in it. We would not simply be memorizing what plants looked like. We would be studying cultivation methods common to different plant families, techniques for dealing with weeds, plant care, and repotting. All of it grounded primarily in practical work. And all of that was to be covered in the first 2 years. From the 3rd year onward she would be running an additional elective, as would the other professors. Attendance at the elective would be compulsory for anyone intending to take any WT herbology after the 5th year, since that elective would cover much of the material needed for the 6th and 7th years. Mr. Black. The professor focused her gaze on me. Yes, Professor. I stepped forward slightly, moving just clear of the group. I had been standing in the front row already, so it was hardly necessary. Headmaster Dumbledore has passed on a request that I arrange an early examination for you, covering the first-year curriculum. Ha! Loser. 2nd day of school and he's already taking exams. Mr. Weasley, I would strongly advise you to be quiet. Sprout fixed the offender with a very stern look. I had suspected as much. It was a pity we had been given a number of shared lessons, but there was nothing to be done about it. Dumbledore believed in the mythical friendship of the houses. Yes. Friendship. With Gryffindors. Individually they were tolerable enough, but when you get them together, they're a pack of jackals. Penny Clearwater had already told me quite a lot during last night's celebration. There were worthy individuals among them, Percy, the twins, for all their cunning and fondness for occasionally brutal pranks, Wood, and perhaps another 5 or so she had named. But beyond that. He'll be expelled from Hogwarts anyway. Weasley said it with absolute confidence. Mr. Weasley, I asked you to be quiet. 5 points from Gryffindor. Weasley finally shut his mouth. Merlin Almighty, the boy was insufferable. I simply could not bear it, though I was not about to challenge him to a duel. I was not the canonical Draco Malfoy, who would pick fights with oblivious idiots. At last. Now, Mr. Black, how would you assess your own knowledge of my subject? Well. I believe I could manage 1st and 2nd year. There was nothing particularly difficult there, so. I shrugged mildly. 1st and 2nd year, you say? The professor opened the greenhouse door thoughtfully and ushered us inside. It was not a typical greenhouse, it had been combined with a classroom, with numerous tables arranged throughout, and we all took our seats. The professor went to her own desk and began rummaging through it. "Ah, here we are." She gave a satisfied nod, then levitated 2 scrolls of parchment to a separate table. "Mr. Black, please sit at that table." I did as she asked. "Thank you. The examination papers are on the desk in front of you. Each one contains 20 questions. You need only answer any 3 from each paper. We shall consider this the theoretical portion, and if your grasp of the theory satisfies me, we will look at the practical side this evening. May I begin?" Of course, of course." She gave an encouraging nod. The theoretical examination was, in some ways, considerably simpler than the examination Flitwick had put me through, yet herbology was also the subject I knew least well. Even so, I managed to answer all 15 questions from the first-year paper and all 17 from the second-year paper in roughly 40 minutes, even though we had a double lesson with Professor Sprout. "Professor, he's just sitting there staring into space. He's obviously run out of things to write." Weasley's voice cut across Sprout mid-sentence. "Mr. Weasley, -5 points from Gryffindor for calling out. If you believe I failed to notice that Mr. Black had finished writing, you are very much mistaken. I simply consider it somewhat inappropriate to interrupt the lesson on that account. Do you disagree?" She fixed Weasley with a thoroughly displeased look. You. And now kindly be quiet, unless you would like me to cast Silencio on you every time you set foot in my greenhouses." Weasley snapped his mouth shut, and I permitted myself a small, barely perceptible smile that went entirely unnoticed. The lesson continued in a relatively calm atmosphere, save for Weasley simmering in his seat and shooting murderous looks in my direction. For all the good it did him. "Lesson's over. Mr. Black, please stay behind." I gave a nod of understanding and remained where I was. Daphne soon appeared near the greenhouse door but did not step outside. Professor Sprout made no remark about this, simply walked over to me and picked up the parchment I had been writing on, reading through my answers carefully. The thoughtful sounds continued throughout her reading until she looked up at me. On the whole, quite sound. Answers of this quality at a theory examination would normally receive an acceptable. In a few places you were rather sparing with your explanations, though that is not something I deduct marks for. You have passed the theory. As I understand it, you are free this afternoon. Yes, Professor. Good. Come to me directly after lunch and we will conduct your practical examination. Thank you. I gave a brief bow to the professor. No need for that. She waved off my thanks. I'm carrying out the headmaster's request. And he's quite right, if your knowledge is sufficiently developed, there's no point in keeping you in my lessons. Thank you. I gave another brief bow. Off you go. With that, the professor turned away, and I headed for the door. My lord. Daphne held the door open, and I stepped out into the morning air to find Hermione and, rather unexpectedly, Harry waiting. He had not exactly given the impression of feeling any particular warmth toward me, and we had exchanged barely a handful of words even though we were sharing a room. How did it go? Hermione looked at me anxiously. Theory passed. I'm coming back here after lunch for the practical. Where is everyone? They left. Hermione gave a slightly helpless shrug. The boy prefect, Robert, came and said Penny Clearwater was busy, and led everyone off to Transfiguration. When I tried to say that you and Daphne were still inside, he just waved me off and said he was thinking through an important project. Then he cast Silencio on me. But then how did you? The Gryffindor prefect, Percy, I think, shook his head disapprovingly and removed the spell from me as he walked past. I see. I frowned. That cannot go unaddressed. He clearly neglected his responsibilities. So what do we do? Harry looked at me with some uncertainty. We handle it now. I turned back to the greenhouse and tapped lightly on the glass, then eased the door open. Professor, if I may. Mr. Black. I thought you had already left with your prefect, the time. She glanced at the clock. I would very much like to have left as well, but as it happens. I recounted everything Hermione had just told me. The professor's expression grew steadily more disapproving as she listened. One moment. She gave her wand a short wave, and a Patronus appeared before her. A mole circled its caster once and then held still. Phileas, your prefect is failing in his duties most disgracefully. He did not count his students, and as a result 4 members of your house have been left standing by the greenhouse. Could you come yourself, or send someone? The message vanished. What was that spell? A Patronus, Miss Granger. The Patronus charm is generally used either to drive away dementors or, in certain situations such as this one, to carry messages. Oh. You will learn about dementors in Defense Against the Dark Arts, though not in first year. As for the spell itself. The professor paused to think. If I am not mistaken, it falls somewhere in the optional curriculum for 6th or 7th year. It can, of course, be learned earlier, but not everyone has sufficient magical reserves for it. Now, that is quite enough questions. Wait in the greenhouse until Professor Flitwick arrives. I must go and greet the next group. She nodded toward the greenhouse and turned to meet a group of older students from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Flitwick arrived roughly 10 minutes into the lesson, and he did not come alone. Both prefects were with him. Pomona, what has happened? Well. Professor Sprout nodded in our direction. The prefect mislaid his first years. I did not lose them. They fell behind on their own. Robert immediately launched into his defense. Perhaps these two did, in a manner of speaking, though it would be more accurate to say they remained near the greenhouse after you, Mr. Hilliard, refused to listen to the students who were warning you that 2 first years were still inside. You also, as Miss Granger has told us, silenced her with a charm after she ignored your instruction the first time and tried again to bring the matter of Mr. Black and Daphne to your attention. Is that correct? Sprout raised a hand, stopping the prefect before he could respond, because Flitwick was already looking at him with considerable fury, and Penny with considerably more. And no wonder. I had made her a promise that could change her life entirely, and here was this. In any case, judging by her expression, she was more than ready to scratch his eyes out. Before you answer, I should mention that the silencio was removed from the girl by the Gryffindor prefect, so if necessary we can call upon him to give his account as well. Now, did you cast silencio on her? Why yes. He admitted it with evident difficulty. Robert, did you even count the students? Under the prosecutorial weight of Penny's gaze, he gave up and shook his head. No. But you said yourself that you had appointed someone to be in charge of the first years. That should have been his job. And how exactly, do you suppose, was Mr. Black, standing inside the greenhouse, supposed to report to you that he and Daphne were absent from the group? Well. Mr. Hilliard, I am deeply disappointed in you. You are a fine student with an otherwise blameless record, but to make an error like this. Flitwick shook his head. One more lapse of this kind and I will have no choice but to remove you from your position. Do I make myself clear? Yes. The boy hung his head, though beneath his brows he was directing thoroughly hostile glances in my direction. Good Lord, and what exactly was my fault in all this? I was a first year. I could not reasonably be expected to know the way to the Transfiguration classroom. And no one could prove that, in fact, I could have found it with no difficulty at all. Very good. Now, Penny, would you please take our first years to Professor McGonagall and explain the situation? Understood. She gave Flitwick a brief nod. This way, little ones. She said this with an amused look. Mind the step, love. I returned the jab, and beneath Penny's indignant hiss of protest, we fell in behind her. Though I could see perfectly well she was more pleased than if I had let it pass. And you, Mr. Hilliard, to your lesson. You are also suspended from our additional sessions for 1 month. I trust this will encourage you to take your responsibilities rather more seriously. Flitwick continued speaking, but with each step we took, his voice grew more and more distant, until it was impossible to make out what else he was saying to the prefect. Chapter 14, Transfiguration. I am so sorry. Penny, none of this is your fault. You brought us to our lesson on time. It is your colleague who. I shook my head. Though let us not dwell on it. All right. Penny gave a quick nod and led us through Hogwarts' hidden passages at a brisk pace, taking the fastest route to McGonagall's classroom. When we finally reached the door, she knocked, and upon receiving permission, she eased it open. Ah, at last, the explorers have returned. Explorers? Penny looked at the professor in surprise. I have already been informed that these students slipped away from their prefect to explore the castle. I imagine it was rather inconvenient for you to search for them during your lesson. McGonagall gave a slight shake of her head. Professor, I must ask your forgiveness, but you have been misled. Is that so? Yes. Penny gave a steady nod. McGonagall, however, regarded her with open skepticism. It was plain she did not entirely believe our prefect. Professor Flitwick pulled Robert and me out of potions, not because these first years ran away from my colleague, but because he neglected his duties and failed to count his students when collecting them from the greenhouses. As it turned out, Mr. Black and Miss Daphne had been delayed inside, and were not among the group. When Miss Granger and Mr. Potter attempted to bring this to his attention, he refused to listen, so they stayed behind to wait for Professor Sprout and their missing classmates, and to pass the information on. McGonagall pressed her lips together. I believe you can confirm the details with Professor Flitwick or Professor Sprout. Mr. Weasley. Minus 20 points from Gryffindor. What for? For lying to a teacher and misrepresenting your fellow students. You are also assigned detention. For the next month you will assist Mr. Filch in cleaning the castle. Without magic. Scattered laughter broke out among the students. Silence. Thank you, Miss Clearwater, for bringing the students, and for telling the truth. It is my duty as prefect. A brief nod. May I go? Only Professor Snape. The professor's lips curved in a knowing smile. Run along. Thank you. Penny made her escape. The rest of us were admitted to the classroom, and I was promptly directed to a separate desk. Your questions, Mr. Black. I expect a thorough, detailed answer to every question on the scroll. The quality and completeness of your answers will determine whether I agree to conduct the practical examination. I shall do my best not to disappoint you, Professor. I gave a nod, unrolled the scroll she handed me, produced a clean piece of parchment, a quill, and an ink bottle, and set to work. The questions from the head of Gryffindor were not difficult, covering basic principles of transfiguration law and theoretical questions on the spells covered in the first and second years. Now then, my dear students. Transfiguration is a demanding subject that tolerates no imprecision, whether in wand movement or in the wording of the incantation. The professor moved to stand at her desk, surveying the class as she spoke. I am aware that Professor Snape usually delivers a rather formidable speech that compels students in his lessons to listen very carefully indeed. His approach to teaching, however. McGonagall paused for a couple of seconds, then shook her head and continued. Never mind. I, for my part, tend to say this, a student who dedicates themselves to transfiguration will never find themselves cold, barefoot, or without shelter. Having learned and mastered what I teach you over the next 5 years, you will always be able to provide yourself with clothing and a roof over your head. Yes, all of it will be temporary. On the other hand, there is nothing to stop you from renewing the transfiguration as many times as you see fit. The children were listening, but with nothing like the focused attention Snape's speech had commanded. McGonagall simply lacked his skill as an orator. Snape had made you lean in for every word. This was a dry recitation of facts. There was certainly a place for that approach, but it would have landed far better with 17-year-olds than with 11-year-olds. If you choose to remain with me into your 6th and 7th years, we will progress to permanent transfiguration, which resolves those questions once and for all. Unfortunately, not everyone possesses the patience required to master a discipline as complex and multifaceted as transfiguration, but that does not mean I will permit you to do nothing. McGonagall paused for about 20 seconds, looking across the class. Now, let's look at the simplest spell you'll study in my lessons. It's quite straightforward. She produced a matchstick and, holding it in one hand, performed the incantation with her wand directed precisely at it. As you can see, a very simple spell. To perform it successfully, you will need to meet the following conditions. First, learn the incantation. With a wave of her wand, several lines appeared on the blackboard. The first was the incantation itself, the second showed it broken into syllables with annotations on how each was to be pronounced, the third consisted of general notes. As you can see, there is nothing complicated in the incantation itself. Mr. Black, please look up for a moment. If you would not mind, could you transfigure a matchstick into a needle? A matchstick was levitated to me, and I turned it into a needle, not quite as elegantly as I might have, but adequately, and levitated it back to McGonagall. As if that matters. Show off and nerd. Mr. Weasley, I did not ask for your opinion. Minus 5 points from Gryffindor. But. Do you wish to cost your house even more points? No. He shook his head quickly. Then kindly be quiet. Now, as you have just seen, a student your own age has performed this spell with ease. He has, of course, put in a great deal of practice to reach that level of fluency. Mr. Black, roughly how long did the training take you? The first transformation took about an hour. I paused to consider. At that stage it was nowhere near a proper needle, only a slight wooden point and the very beginnings of an eye. A fully formed needle took around 7 hours altogether. After that first success I made a point of returning to completed spells at least once a month, running through each one a set number of times. Initially the number of repetitions was small, about 10 per spell, but later on. I shrugged. A sound approach, Mr. Black. I am glad your guardians had the sense not to overwork you. Yes, they had the sense not to overwork me, they kept me constantly on the edge of my limits. Though I can't honestly say I minded. This was magic, after all, and to this day I've thrown myself into its ocean with nothing but pleasure, hoping each time to bring back some small piece of it that would take root in my head. Very well. You will each have 5 lessons to master this spell. Those who do not manage it within that time will attend additional sessions. I will not permit any student to leave without having fully absorbed what is, after all, a perfectly accessible school curriculum. And now. McGonagall resumed her lecture while I returned to answering the questions on the scroll. This continued until the end of the lesson, at which point I was asked to remain behind. Now then, Mr. Black. Let us see whether your knowledge meets the required standard. She read through the scroll, and with each passing minute her eyebrows rose slightly higher. I must say, you have genuinely surprised me. After your remarks about not having spent much time on Transfiguration, I had not expected you to answer every question on the scroll. I shrugged. Professor, Mum Sissy, and Mum Bella always told me that I might consider a subject unlikely to be of use to me personally, but that the school curriculum was something I was required to know. That is why, even though they did not press me toward advanced or accelerated study, they expected me to demonstrate knowledge worthy of an acceptable. I shall have to write to them. To have prepared a young man so thoroughly. McGonagall looked at me, and in her expression, quite unexpectedly, I caught a flicker of something like pity. Ah, no, never mind, forget I said that, Mr. Black. I take it Professor Sprout also conducted a theory examination. Yes, Professor. She asked me to come to her after lunch for the practical. Good. Then once you have completed her practical, you may come to me. I will arrange a practical examination in Transfiguration. Although, given your answers today and the ease with which you transfigured the matchstick, it will likely be something of a formality. Now off you go. Thank you, Professor. I gave a brief bow and left the classroom. Daphne held the door for me as before, and outside I found Penny and all the Ravenclaw first-years waiting. We were only waiting for you. She gave me a slightly pointed wink and gestured for us to follow her. I took my usual place at the back of the group, and we made our way to the Great Hall, where we settled at the Ravenclaw table. So then, Draco, how has your day been? It is not over yet, Penny. She, like everyone else, had noticed the change in my meals, and Daphne's, but chose not to remark on it. Sprout and McGonagall. I've only taken the theory exam with both of them so far. They were satisfied with it. The practical comes this afternoon. Should I take you somewhere? Don't worry. I shook my head. I know my way around Hogwarts well enough, not perfectly, but well enough. My mother made me memorize the main landmarks. So you could have found your own way to McGonagall. I could have. I shrugged. But I still wouldn't have made the lesson on time. The route you or Robert would have taken is direct, straight from the greenhouses to McGonagall's classroom. My way would have been via the Great Hall, and then from there to the professor. Right. Penny shook her head. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. Robert got what was coming to him, and I will not let him anywhere near the first years again. You are my responsibility now, all of you. Won't you burn out? I looked at her thoughtfully, and in the same moment drew my wand and cast Protego, which caught a chicken leg that had been thrown in our direction. I couldn't tell exactly who it had been aimed at, but I had seen Weasley throw it, and it had nearly hit Penny. Mr. Weasley. McGonagall's voice cut across the entire Great Hall. How dare you? Finishing your meal does not give you the right to throw food. I think I shall have a word with the house elves about limiting your portions. Perhaps then you will learn to appreciate their efforts, and stop behaving like an animal at the table. And yes, -10 points from Gryffindor. I looked at the Gryffindor hourglass, which now showed only 5 points remaining. The Gryffindors were quite visibly unamused. Mr. and Mr. Weasley, please get your younger brother under control. At this rate, your house will run out of points entirely, and we stand a genuine chance of seeing you finish the year with nothing. Why stop there, Minerva? I shall personally go through the points ledger and add up everything taken from and awarded to your house this year. If things continue at this pace, you could very well finish in the negative. Snape's voice was profoundly sardonic. Severus. What? He looked at McGonagall, and she found that she had nothing to say to that, only a sharp, irritated exhale. Well, thank you. Penny gave me a nod. Oh, come now. We are colleagues. Is it not a colleague's duty to help when they can? Yes, of course. She gave a slow nod and bit her lip thoughtfully. Don't let it weigh on you. I smiled at her. Nothing actually hit you, so. Oh, that's the least of it. She shook her head. It's just that this much has never happened in the first 2 days before. And since you arrived, there has been one event after another. I cannot say I find this level of activity to my taste. Well, I cannot be blamed for that. I shook my head. I'm not the one behaving provocatively and forcing extreme reactions from everyone around me, am I? I'm simply responding to the actions of others. Though. I gave a slight shake of my head. I may soon need to take certain steps of my own to settle certain individuals who are becoming genuinely tiresome. Draco, please. Nothing lethal. Penny looked at me with pleading eyes. Buffed. My lord isn't a maniac, and he won't harm any children. Please don't say such things about him. Daphne felt moved to intervene, and I gave her a grateful nod. Penny, for her part, simply lowered her gaze to the table, looking faintly sheepish. Chapter 15, Examinations. Right then, Draco, shall we go up to the tower first and head to the greenhouses from there? No need. I shook my head. The professor is still sitting at the table over there. I'll wait until she finishes eating and follow her down. We can walk to the greenhouses together. And on the way back, I'll use the hidden passages you showed me to reach McGonagall's classroom. Draco. Don't worry, Penny. I can find my own way to the classroom and back to the tower afterward. Aye, all right. She gave me a nod. I'll trust you on that. Don't get lost. She wagged a finger at me and sighed. I could escort the first years to the common room. Daphne addressed Penny, who looked at Daphne with some uncertainty. Daphne's expression was entirely serious. Daph, we've only been here 2 days. Tracy tried to intervene, but Daphne waved her off. Aunt Sissy and Aunt Bella taught me how to find my way around the castle, so getting the first years to the common room is well within my abilities. There's no need to put Penny in a difficult position. After what happened with the prefect today, if she leaves the entire first year unattended, she could face serious consequences. As I said, I'll walk down with the professor, and there will be no repercussions for Penny whatsoever. And that was the end of the discussion. Penny led the first years to the common room, from which they were free to wander the castle at their leisure in search of trouble, as students inevitably do. She had done her duty as prefect. After that, they were largely on their own. Not entirely, of course, but certainly until dinner. I remained in the great hall and waited for Sprout to finish her lunch. When she rose from the table, I got to my feet, having spent the time sipping herbal tea. Catching up to her was easy enough. She heard my quickening footsteps and half turned. Mr. Black. Professor. Miss Clearwater no longer trusted her colleague, so she was obliged to take the first years to the common room herself. I promised I would make my way to the greenhouses with you. Penny came hurtling around the corner. She looked distinctly disheveled. Penny, has something happened? Ha, who? She doubled over, hands on her knees, breathing hard. It took her a good 2 minutes to recover, while the professor and I watched with some interest. Made it. She straightened up and looked at me with breathless anxiety. Please forgive me. I saw the first years to the common room and then ran back to escort him to your greenhouse. Well done. Sprout gave an approving nod. Do you have a lesson now? Yes. Off you go then. I'll take good care of Mr. Black. Come and collect him after your lesson. McGonagall mentioned over lunch that she has scheduled a practical examination for him today as well. Understood. Penny nodded, then turned and hurried away. I set off alongside Sprout towards the greenhouse, where she proceeded to set a great many tasks before me, though this time the emphasis was less on answering questions and more on demonstrating practical ability. I cannot claim my practical skills are extraordinary, but they were more than sufficient to pass the first and second-year examinations. Professor Sprout was more than satisfied. Well done, you. She came over to me and, pulling off a muddy glove, ruffled my hair. You've made this old woman very happy. It has been quite some time since a student came so well prepared for my subject. The only ones who know it better are those who come in already planning to pursue herbology. And even they, as a rule, coast through the early years and then scramble to catch up. Surely there were keen students. I looked at the professor with genuine curiosity. She seemed to have drifted into memory. Oh, there were, but bookworms, as a rule, fall short on the practical side. And even their theory is different from yours. It's thoughtful. Most of them practically copy whole paragraphs from the textbook. That's perfectly acceptable, of course, but it is so much more pleasant when a student actually engages with the material. I see. Well, I should be off. I still need to get to Professor McGonagall. And where exactly do you think you're going? Have you forgotten that Miss Clearwater is coming to fetch you? I exhaled. You're quite right, of course. Simply leaving would be irresponsible of me. I promise I'll wait for her outside. Good. Off you go then, Mr. Black. Sprout gave a nod, and I stepped out of the greenhouse. I waited almost 20 minutes for Penny, and when she appeared, she was visibly astonished to find me standing there calmly. Honestly, I didn't expect. She shook her head, stopping beside me. What? That you'd actually wait. For some reason, I had the feeling that if I arrived after your examination was over, you'd already be halfway to McGonagall. Well, I did consider it, if I'm being honest. But Sprout reminded me about you, so I decided to wait. Thank you. She gave me a nod. Think nothing of it. Come on, take me to the next examination. I smiled slightly, rolled my shoulders, and glanced over at Penny, who smiled back, then turned and led the way towards the castle. By the way, someone was asking about you. Asking about me? Yes, a girl from Hufflepuff. Quite striking pink hair. I gave a mild shrug at that. I had my suspicions about who a pink-haired Hufflepuff might be, but I saw no particular point in voicing them. And what were they asking? Oh, my impression of you. What you're like to talk to. What the professors are saying. I blinked. Isn't that rather quick off the mark? We're only 2 days in. What sort of impression could you possibly have? Nice enough guy, doesn't seem dim. I shrugged. That's more or less what I told her, actually. I did mention that you're taking early exams for the first year. That's not a secret. No. I shook my head. Not remotely. If I'd wanted to keep my abilities to myself, I simply wouldn't have shown everything I know. I'd have just sat in class with everyone else. That's exactly what I thought. So I haven't told her anything beyond that, but I wanted you to know. Be careful. What's her name? Nymphadora Tonks. Ah. Her. I gave a knowing nod. You know her. Well, she's the daughter of one of my mother's sisters. Andromeda doesn't have a great deal of contact with my mother's, though they've nearly broken through that wall over the past year or so. Her husband, though, has made sure to steer his daughter away from any contact with me. So in some ways I'm surprised she decided to make inquiries, and in other ways it's entirely predictable. I suppose. Penny gave a thoughtful nod. But hang on. Predictable. And what should I tell her, if she decides to question me again? Predictable, yes. I nodded. She's a teenager. The age of rebellion. And right in the thick of that, her parents are trying to forbid her from spending time with someone. I smiled. In short, it was always going to happen that she'd at least try to find out more. At this point, if her parents tried to forbid her from seeing a werewolf, she'd skip off happily to find the nearest eligible werewolf to start a relationship with. Ahem. Penny couldn't quite suppress a laugh. As for what to say, just tell the truth. I have nothing to hide. Arrogant, conceited, well, only that sort of person would bring their own attendant along. Self-absorbed, thinks he knows everything. I shrugged. Right. We had arrived at McGonagall's classroom. I knocked briefly and entered. Ah, Mr. Black, come in, sit down. The professor gestured to the front desk, and I sat. On the desk lay a box of matches, a button, a few scraps of paper, and at the far end a small beetle beneath a glass bell jar. Let us not waste time. You can see the objects in front of you. I would like you to transfigure them. A matchstick into a needle, if you please. I performed the transfiguration at once. McGonagall gave a single nod, though the corner of her mouth rose slightly, suggesting she was at least somewhat pleased. Now the button into a magnifying glass. Again, I completed the task. One piece of paper into a wooden plaque, and another into a button. Done. Excellent. And finally, this is admittedly slightly beyond the curriculum, but would you transfigure the beetle into a button? I managed it, though not on the first attempt. As I had said, transfiguration was the subject I had spent the least time on. Acceptable. McGonagall nodded with a satisfied smile. You may consider your first-year examination passed. I shall hope to see equally strong results in your remaining subjects. Thank you. I gave a brief nod and left the classroom. To my mild surprise, Penny was waiting there, and so were Daphne and Tracy. Girls. They came to support you. How long have they been here? About 5 minutes after you went in. Penny gave a slight shrug. Well, thank you, both of you. I glanced at my watch as I said it, and did a double take. McGonagall had somehow taken 40 minutes of my life without noticing. Merlin. I had no idea I'd been in there that long. It happens. Penny gave a knowing nod. Examinations are like that. You feel as though it flew by, and then you look at the clock and realize it absolutely did not. How did it go? There was a light note of amusement in Tracy's voice. Very well. Herbology and transfiguration done. Charms and spell work yesterday, as you no doubt know. Not many subjects left, and I'll be free. I am glad for you, my lord. Thank you. I gave Daphne a nod. Tracy, for her part, made a slight face. The way Daphne addressed me clearly didn't sit well with her, but since there was nothing she could do about it, she held her tongue. Right then, shall we head back to the tower? Are we celebrating tonight? Daphne looked at me with interest. I don't think so. Better to wait until all the examinations are done and throw a proper party then. Agreed. Celebrating every single day would be excessive. Let's just leave it for now and mark the occasion properly once everything is finished. That said, for our little group, we could stop by the kitchen and ask the house elves for cocoa and some pasties. Find an empty classroom and have a quiet snack. Absolutely not. Penny stepped back as though I had suggested something alarming, and Tracy also gave me a disapproving look. Only Daphne regarded me with complete and wholehearted support. You cannot eat pasties at this hour. It all goes straight to your hips, and I cannot have that. Well then, one ought to exercise. Daphne said it with perfect composure, and I could only shrug in confirmation. Chapter 16, The Stammerer. Welcome, first years. You are here for your first lesson in defense against the dark arts, and this will be an introductory class. I should like to say that it is a great honor to be teaching you this subject. Quirrell took 20 minutes to say that. 20 minutes of actual class time. I had no desire to call this odd little man anything else. He clearly didn't deserve the title of professor, let alone teacher, and was really nothing more than a hired lecturer who taught atrociously. Defense against the dark arts is a discipline CC covering protection from werewolves, vampires, dementors, boggarts, and other dark creatures, as well as from unforgivable curses and dark wizards. You will sit your OWL in this subject in 5th year, so I strongly recommend you take it seriously. This applies especially to those who already know they wish to pursue a career in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or the Auror Office. That said, there are quite a few professions that require an OWL in defense, and I would advise you to look up the relevant lists in the library now, rather than leaving it until 5th year, or, worse, 7th. Almighty Merlin, the sheer agony of listening to this man. The lesson was turning into some kind of theater of the absurd. I suspect I can guess what some of you are thinking, so I shall address it in advance. No, my stammer does not interfere with spellcasting. I am perfectly capable of demonstrating spells and correcting you if you make a mistake. The theory, however, yes, I will admit it presents a challenge. But even here, with Professor McGonagall's help, I have found a solution. I will be assigning you homework to cover the theory. Not another essay with a length requirement. The groan belonged to Ron Weasley. Honestly, I was rather surprised that today he had been ignoring our house entirely, and Harry and me in particular. It was as though we had ceased to exist for him. Not that I was complaining. This was a considerable improvement over the scenes he would otherwise have caused. Mr. Weasley, I did not give you the floor. Kindly remain in your seat with your mouth closed. Or do you perhaps imagine that my stammer will protect you from the consequences of your behavior? For instance, from having your lips transfigured into a seamless stretch of skin, leaving you with no mouth at all. Weasley dropped his head and said nothing. Splendid. And I do not intend to offer a second warning. Now, let us continue. Before I was interrupted, I was about to say that I would be setting homework covering the theory. However, I personally consider essays with a set length to be an ineffective means of testing knowledge. So essays are not what I will be assigning. Really? He gave a casual flick of his wand and murmured an incantation. I watched Quirrell's wand carefully and saw that Weasley had been silenced. Mr. Weasley, -5 points from Gryffindor, and you have forfeited the right to speak. If at the next lesson you still cannot manage to keep your mouth shut on your own, I shall simply ask you to leave. And do not imagine for a moment that this would excuse you from sitting the year-end examination. On the contrary, I should take a considerably closer interest in your performance. Now then. As I was saying, no essays. Instead, I will be setting you short written tests after each new topic. They will require brief, direct answers, and will show me whether you have studied the material. Some questions will also draw on supplementary reading, so I will be able to see whether you have engaged with the subject beyond the textbook. Yes, Miss Granger, Professor. But if we aren't being set essays, or if short tests are sufficient, then why do other professors? Under Quirrell's steady gaze, Hermione's confidence drained away entirely and she stared at the floor. I have no intention of discussing other professors' teaching methods, and I consider that question closed. Let us turn to what you will actually be doing in my lessons. The focus will primarily be practical. The adjoining classroom is considerably larger, and with the help of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall I have been able to equip it with full-height targets against which you may practice spell work. Those of you who can demonstrate a sufficiently high level of ability will be permitted to practice against one another in light training duels. The bell rang and Quirrell dismissed us, all except me. He asked me to stay behind and, once the room had emptied, told me to come straight after lunch. He had a free period then, and could conduct both the theory and practical examinations at that time. Perhaps he is more competent than he appears. And yes, I know perfectly well what is lurking beneath that turban, but I have no way to prove it, and removing someone's turban in a public setting. No. I am not foolish enough to put the lives of children at risk. Besides, for all that I have learned to see and sense curses, I feel nothing from him. Either this is not a curse, and that is why I cannot perceive it, or the turban has been soaked in something that conceals the presence of its passenger along with whatever effect he is having on Quirrell's body. Penny led us to history of magic and, just outside the classroom, asked me to hang back for a moment. Yes. Look, this is terribly awkward. I know it's my responsibility as prefect to escort you around Hogwarts, but... Penny, if you need help, just ask. Believe me, I won't be difficult about it. If it's within my power, I'll say so. If I'd rather not do it for free, I'll say that too. And if I simply can't manage it, I'll say that as well. Right. She gave a nod. So, could you take your class to the Great Hall? You mean after this lesson? Yes. I said that after catching the slightly jerky nod she gave. Will I owe you anything? Perhaps a copy of your notes. I allowed myself a faint smile. But seriously, no, you won't owe me anything. You appointed me first-year coordinator yourself, and I didn't resist it, so helping the students is simply part of my responsibilities. Perfect, you're saving me a great deal of trouble. Oh, and try not to make too much noise in Binz's lesson. He's a ghost, and yes, he only ever talks about goblin rebellions, but if you get too rowdy he'll snap back to attention, if that's even the right word, and every year group will suffer for it, because he'll start trying to cram all the material you missed into every remaining lesson. Understood. Wait a moment. I stopped her just as she was about to leave and quickly ran through the landmarks I intended to use on the route to the Great Hall. Only after she confirmed I had them right did I give a satisfied nod and finally go inside. History of Magic passed quietly and without incident. I knew the subject well enough to simply take out the books I was actually interested in and read, so the lesson slipped by without my noticing. Ravenclaw, pair up. Penny asked me to escort everyone to the Great Hall for lunch. I amplified my voice slightly with a charm once we were all in the corridor, and they fell into line. Daphne, take the rear, and keep an eye on anyone who looks like they might wander off. Feel free to immobilize if necessary. Understood. She gave a brief nod and moved to the back of the group. I counted everyone quickly, gave a satisfied nod, and set off. I cannot claim the route I took was optimal, but we arrived at the Great Hall before lunch had begun and settled at the Ravenclaw table. So that's how it is it? Robert appeared beside me, and the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. You stab me in the back and then run around protecting Penny. To start with, Mr. Hilliard, don't you think the Great Hall is perhaps not quite the right venue for settling scores? Not the right venue. But apparently stabbing me in the back is perfectly fine. Mr. Hilliard. That is enough. McGonagall rose from the staff table and raised her voice just enough to make sure the prefect heard her clearly. But Professor. This little wretch set me up. And he's defending Penny. She neglected her duties too, but he didn't wait for anyone to come and find the students, he just walked them here himself. Is that fair? Mr. Hilliard, I should point out that there are two significant differences between your situation and Miss Clearwater's. Oh yes. And what would those be? The first is that Miss Clearwater informed me before History of Magic that she might not be able to collect her students in time, and she asked whether I knew the route to the Great Hall. In other words, she did not simply fail to appear, she gave me advance notice that it might happen. The second difference is that before she decided to leave the first years in my charge, she checked that I knew the landmarks I would be navigating by. Out of the corner of my eye I could see that Penny had already taken up a position nearby, though she had not yet entered the conversation. The professors were watching as well, McGonagall with a stern expression directed at everyone present, and Flitwick with a hard, distinctly unfriendly gaze fixed on Robert specifically. Accordingly, Miss Clearwater knew exactly which route we would take, and if necessary, if, for example, I had proven careless or inattentive, she could have directed the staff to track our movements, which would have significantly reduced the time needed to locate any missing first year. You're just defending her. You want to get under her skirt, that's all. He spat the words into my face, completely oblivious to the fact that Penny could see and hear every word. I doubt it would have stopped him even if he had noticed her. Penny stood there turning alternately red and pale, making it very clear that her colleagues' remarks were not something she particularly appreciated. You can have the slut. She was always making eyes at Weasley anyway, and after something like that no decent wizard would ever. During that last sentence, I'd gotten to my feet, drawn back, and driven my fist squarely into his stomach. Robert doubled over. I felt a faint resistance from what passed for his abdominal muscles. He was evidently trying to show me there was nothing to hit, but breaking through that feeble pretense of a core, with a little magical reinforcement behind the blow, was not even a challenge. Mr. Black. What do you think you are doing? Professor McGonagall, you ought to have stopped this idiot before he started insulting Penny Clearwater. Since you did not intervene in the first part of our exchange. I could see that she had, in fact, been about to intervene, but had apparently been held back by Dumbledore, who was watching the whole scene with considerable interest. I would ask you not to intervene now either. As I spoke, I had already grabbed Robert by the hair and slammed his face hard onto my knee. There was a crack, which told me his nose was definitely broken. Robert, my dear prefect, I am warning you once, and once only. I will not tolerate insults directed at Penny, or at any other girl. Not of that kind. There is a great deal I might have let pass. I shook my head. I might even have left it to Penny herself. I glanced at her, and she gave me a pale smile. To deal with you in her own way. But after what you just said. I shook my head again, though to be entirely honest, the thing that had actually pulled the trigger was that he had said it in the Great Hall, and that he had gone after Penny specifically. It was not that I had any particular romantic interest in her, but bringing her into my circle of acquaintances was something I very much intended to do. A clever girl like that was not someone one could afford to have as an enemy. As a man, I simply cannot stand aside or keep quiet. So. 2 more strikes, face to knee. I trust you will remember this lesson, and will not make that mistake again. Believe me, next time you will not get off with just a broken nose and a broken jaw that Madame Pomfrey can fix overnight. Next time, I shall make sure you spend at least a week in the hospital wing. With that, I let go of Robert, and he crumpled to the floor, weeping and clutching his face. Mr. Black, that was entirely irresponsible. McGonagall shook her head, but she did not assign detention or any other punishment. The Great Hall was very quiet. Few had expected a first year to deal with a fifth year in quite that fashion. But it came down to a simple difference in upbringing. Robert was Muggle-born, and there were things he either did not know or refused to accept. The outcome was what it was. Thank you, Draco, for standing up for me. Think nothing of it. I shook my head. Truly, nothing at all. It is the duty of any decent man to step in for a girl in circumstances like these. Even so, thank you. She bent down quickly and kissed me on the cheek, then turned pink. Almost immediately the twins materialized beside us as though conjured from the air. Well, well. A charmer, clearly. A most dangerous individual. One Draco Black. A terrible stealer of hearts. Run and hide, for he comes for you. They delivered the last line in unison. You pair of clowns. I shook my head. Have you ever considered putting that particular talent of yours down on parchment and seeing if it could be published? I suspect certain readers would find it genuinely enjoyable. You have a remarkably compelling style. We hadn't considered. It doesn't interest us. Jokes and japes. Fun and games. That is our calling. In unison again. Penny, we have come to tell you this. Forget about Percy. He's a stuffed shirt. Look around you. For standing right beside you is Draco. In unison once more. They looked as though they had more to say, but McGonagall cut them off and dispatched them to carry Robert to the hospital wing. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest, Chapter 183. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity, Chapter 118. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World, Chapter 175. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black, Chapter 45. Chapter 17, Back into the Fray. Mr. Black. I am glad you didn't delay your visit, especially since I spoke with Professor Flitwick at lunch, and he agreed to help assess your knowledge of my subject. I nodded respectfully at Flitwick. He was indeed in the office. Yes. My colleague suggested we examine your abilities through a short duel, especially since, if Bellatrix truly taught you. I nodded in confirmation at Flitwick's unfinished question. Excellent. Then you ought to know something. Something, yes. I agreed with an amiable nod. Very good. We'll go through to the adjoining classroom, and you will attack me first, then defend against my spells. We walked into the next room, which I had never seen before. Instead of a teacher's desk, there was an open space with a proper dueling platform. Do you prefer a formal duel or simply a free exchange? I shrugged. No strong preference either way. A duel it is, then. Flitwick smiled with quiet satisfaction. This half-goblin, who hid so much behind an unassuming manner, was a multiple European dueling champion. An examination of this kind suited him perfectly, and he already had a fair sense of my abilities. Naturally, I couldn't afford to waste the opportunity. Bella had drilled me extensively in combat and dueling magic, and at full effort I could credibly pass for a 7th year, though pushing that far risk to stay in the hospital wing, which I wanted to avoid. Sustained, I could hold a solid 4th year level. I stepped onto the platform opposite Flitwick and gave a proper, formal bow. The professor returned a more economical, distinctly professional one. I shall be referee. I understand that Professor Flitwick is generously allowing you, Mr. Black, to strike first. The duel begins on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. With that, I cast a disarming spell. I was keeping my magic to around 3rd year level, since Bella and I had mapped out what I should be showing and when. I followed with a binding jinx, then a stunner, another binding jinx, and between spells I sent a splash of water at Flitwick. Rather than raising a shield, he vanished it with a single smooth, almost languid movement of his wand. For roughly 5 minutes I pelted the professor with an assortment of charms from the 1st dash, 2nd dash, and 3rd year curricula, primarily DADA material, though with charms and spell work mixed in. I was not showing everything I had, but I had shown more than enough. When Flitwick finally sent his first spell back at me, I understood it was time to defend. It was not that I had no interest in countering him, the trouble was that he had begun chaining his spells. He was not hurrying, he moved slowly, almost casually, but he gave me absolutely no opening for a counterattack. When one of his disarming spells broke through my defenses, I recognized it was time to start moving. I rolled sideways across the platform and fired a disarming spell back towards him as I came up. The corner of his mouth barely twitched. He caught my spell on the tip of his wand, amplified it, and sent it straight back, then followed it with a rapid series of curses, one of which found its mark. That will DDO. Quirrell called an end to the duel, and a moment later I was hit by a counterspell that lifted the full body bind, which had taken me out. You demonstrated a very strong command of second and third year spell work. The written test remains, but somehow I do not think it will present you with any difficulties. Shall we return to my office? One moment, colleague. Flitwick stopped Quirrell. Having seen Mr. Black's capabilities, I would like to propose that he join me for additional dueling sessions. I would consider it an honor. I gave Flitwick a brief bow, and he received my words with evident pleasure. Excellent. We shall discuss the details once you have taken all your remaining examinations. If I am not mistaken, you still have the DADA theory, potions, astronomy, and history of magic. Precisely, Professor. Oh yes, and flying. You will need to meet certain standards for Professor Hooch, but I am confident you will manage. Ah, and who will be examining you in history of magic? I shall. Flitwick allowed himself an open smile. I am half goblin, after all, and I know Goblin Rebellion history rather well. The topic Bins is so very fond of revisiting lesson after lesson. We all laughed at that, after which Quirrell led me back to his main classroom for the theory examination. It was considerably more straightforward than anything Flitwick had put me through, and within half an hour I emerged from his office in good spirits. I'd passed. Penny was waiting for me outside. Hello. I wanted to say thank you again. For standing up for me. Penny, I rather thought you had already thanked me. The kiss was more than sufficient. Thank you. After that we made our way to the common room, where I spent the rest of the day studying. The looks I received had shifted, a mixture of apprehension and respect, and the first years had begun to regard me as something of an unquestionable authority. Penny. I looked up at the girl, who had just returned from her last lesson. Could you do me a small favor? Of course. What do you need? Take Potter by the ear. Oi. Hermione sat up sharply from her armchair. She had been sitting next to Harry, and clearly did not like where that sentence was going. And take him to the hospital wing. He promised me he would go, but apparently he never asked you or Robert for directions. All right. Penny got up and walked over to Harry, studying him with a measured look. So, do I need to drag you to Madame Pomfrey by the ear, or will you come along on your own? On my own. Harry dropped his head and shot me a guilty glance. I had already lost interest in him the moment he got to his feet. Draco, don't you think you're sticking your nose into things that are none of your business? I glanced briefly at Hermione, who had come over and was now standing in front of me, looking at me with a frown. Daphne sat beside me. I said nothing in response. Hermione had, as it happened, just finished reading the book about house elves. I had been expecting a string of questions, but after finishing it yesterday, she had not said a word on the subject today. Draco. Granger, what are you sticking your nose into? Tracy, apparently noticing that I had no intention of answering and that Daphne was equally content to ignore the increasingly agitated Hermione, decided to weigh in. If Potter didn't want to go, he would have said no. They were going to drag him there by the ear. Hermione stamped her foot, which was considerably more amusing than she intended. She was a tiny, furious, curly head. If we had been a few years older, I might have entertained certain thoughts. Then again, if we had been older, it would not have looked half so endearing. Only a small child can manage to be so thoroughly appealing when sulking, and a child, by the same token, cannot evoke anything beyond mild affection. Look, Penny would never actually do that. She might have tried to persuade him, but if he'd been genuinely against it. Tracy shook her head. He was just scared. I sighed and closed my book. Hermione, the way you're carrying on, one would think they were going to turn him into a girl in the hospital wing. Nothing is going to happen to your Potter. He is not my Potter. Yes, yes. Tracy picked up the thread with relish. Which is why you never leave his side and hiss at anyone who comes near him. You even started snapping at Draco just now. I was not snapping. Your front teeth might disagree. That landed somewhere it should not have. Hermione flinched as though struck, and her eyes filled with tears. Yes, I have big teeth, so what? Go ahead, then. Call me a beaver. Tracy took a couple of steps back, genuinely thrown by the force of Hermione's reaction. Well. Nothing to say. I gave Daphne a look and a nod towards Hermione. Daphne rose, handed me her book, and slipped her arms around Hermione from behind. Hermione had turned away from us as she fixed her glare on Tracy, which helped. Hermione, my friend, didn't mean to hurt you. The comment about your teeth was only a figure of speech, a way of saying that you were ready to quarrel even with my lord, who has done nothing to you, simply because she thinks he is trying to get close to Harry. But that's not what's happening. My lord finds Penny far more interesting to spend time with. If you simply think back over the past few days and remember who he has actually talked to, you will see that he has spent most of his time with her, and has exchanged barely a handful of words with Harry, most of them at the welcome feast. And if your teeth bother you so much that Tracy's words could hit you like that, you can go to Madame Pomfrey about it as well. Correcting your bite takes about 2 minutes with magic, and adjusting the size of your teeth takes even less. But believe me, your teeth have no effect whatsoever on how we feel about you. How do you feel about me? You ignore me. Hermione looked lost. We are not ignoring you. We are giving you time to adjust. You heard what our head of house said. Yes, but what does that have to do with? You need time to get used to a world without electricity, where things are done by touching runes, time to start noticing the runes yourself, or to learn the spells and begin using them. You remember that, alongside the book about house elves, you were given a book of everyday household charms. Yes. She gave a slightly dazed nod. Well then. We have all been waiting for you to work through it and start putting it into practice. Did you think we hadn't noticed your difficulties? We have. But if we rush in to help every step of the way, you will never truly find your footing here. You will always be a muggle with a wand. What? Hermione pulled free of Daphne's arms and turned to face her. But you never spoke to me. No. It was you who never spoke to us. Or rather, every time you did, the topic was schoolwork. But that's important. It is, but you're missing the fact that what is new and exciting to you is entirely ordinary to us, and to me it has been familiar for years. We simply have no interest in discussing it, which is why we kept our answers short and tried to close the subject as quickly as possible. Hermione sniffled. I thought, you despised me. Hermione, if you think about it for a moment, you will realize that Daphne and I both knew about your background on the train, and it made no difference to how we spoke to you. I shook my head at how nonsensical that idea seemed. And yes, alongside your studying, I would suggest you start reading the wizarding fashion magazines and newspapers, and perhaps pick up Lockhart's book series. Entertaining magical fiction. The older students who had been watching from various corners of the common room broke into good-humored murmurs of agreement. He was not a bad writer, all things considered. A pity about the relentless self-promotion, but on the whole the spells he described were functional. It was another matter entirely whether the methods he employed would actually work for anyone other than himself. Will you actually talk to me? We will, as long as you start developing yourself more broadly, rather than living entirely for your lessons. I shook my head gently. For instance, you could start coming to training sessions with Daphne, though you would need Professor Flitwick's permission for that first. It would give the two of you some common ground. Though training is not the only option. What else? Board games are popular in the Muggle world, aren't they? Hermione nodded, and I continued. Well, in your next letter home, ask your parents to send a couple. I would even cover the cost, and then you and the girls can sit together and play. And you? She looked at me with a wordless plea. I'll join you sometimes, though not often, since I am not especially fond of games. But for good company I can make an exception now and then. All right. Chapter 18, Potions, again. Robert returned to the common room in the morning. He was not pleased, to put it mildly, he was furious. Notably, his prefect badge was missing from his robes, which meant either he had already been to see Flitwick, or the head of house had visited him while he was still in Madame Pomfrey's care. Daphne and I arrived in the common room after him, only to find him taking out his anger on a second year. I see you found your courage, have you? Yesterday it was a first year you were going after, and today, look at that, you've moved up to a second year. You're coming along. I said it loudly enough that my contempt was perfectly clear to everyone present, and it drew Robert's attention away from the younger boy. Wait, where's your prefect badge? I tilted my head to one side. I had noticed it was gone, and I understood why, but redirecting Robert's attention was what mattered. You. This is all your fault. He stared at me with open fury, though he stopped short of making any move. The night in the hospital wing had apparently given him some time to think. No. This is entirely and solely your own fault. I shook my head, declining to accept the blame he was trying to shift onto me. If you had simply acknowledged that you made a mistake, if you had just resolved to take your responsibilities more seriously, none of this would have happened. Instead, you decided to make Penny Clearwater look like an even worse prefect than yourself. Well, here is the result. Black. Precisely. I allowed myself a slight smile. I am a black. Remember that the next time you open your mouth. You want to find employment when you finish school, I presume. The boy ran straight into a wall. He was old enough to understand perfectly well that House Black carried considerable influence, and that I could genuinely make his life difficult. I doubted he had the wisdom to actually learn from that. More likely, he would simply set about finding himself a patron and looking for ways to make trouble for me in the meantime. Well, is that what you want? No. The word cost him a great effort. He even dropped his gaze to the floor, though his clenched fists made it clear that this was anything but submission. Robert was working to conceal his fury. Good. The important thing is that you remember. You have already drawn my attention, and I will be watching you closely from now on. What you make of your future is entirely up to you. Draco. Penny placed a hand on my head. Yes. That's enough threatening. Robert may not be perfect, but he is far from stupid and far from a bad person. He slipped up once. I tilted my head slightly to look up at her, where she stood beside me. She gave a mild, reproving shake of her head. It happens. He has already paid for what he did. There is no need to keep pressing. Well, I am not the one pressing. I simply saw him laying into a second year. A muggle born, by the look of things. Same as himself. Penny's expression shifted slightly. Robert, did you? He looked at her with something close to helplessness, and I could see a struggle playing out inside him. I half expected him to try to deny it and point the finger at me, but instead he dropped his gaze back to the floor. I'm sorry. Yesterday I behaved like an absolute brute. I had no right to drag you into my conflict with Mr. Black, and I should never have started it in the first place. I was, honestly, mildly taken aback. A pity that legitimacy was beyond me. I could work with the clemency in my own memories, but reading another person's mind would simply burn them out. It would have been interesting to know whether he genuinely felt this way, or was merely trying to lower our guard. It's all right, Robert. I understand. You were upset. He gave a nod. After that, Penny gathered the first years together, received my confirmation that everyone was present, and led us to the Great Hall. Right, everyone, I have a bit more free time today. Yesterday's visit to the hospital wing with Mr. Potter gave me an idea, so after lunch we are all going to take a little walk and I will show you the way to Madame Pomfrey's. With that announcement, we were taken to breakfast, and then on to our next lesson. The schedule had been set for the month, and with only 2 periods a day, both before lunch, some subjects inevitably repeated. Today it was potions. Black. Snape addressed me within the first few minutes. Yes, Professor. Your tests. You have the first half of the lesson to complete them. After that I will give you 1 potion to prepare during the second half. Begin. I set to work on Snape's examination while he opened the lesson with a round of rather blunt questioning. He had apparently been restraining himself somewhat during the first lesson. Now he was working in his natural mode. He stopped short of outright insults, but his method was thoroughly effective at crushing any enthusiasm for the subject. I finished the test in 20 minutes and handed him the sheet. He ran his eyes over my answers and set it down. The modified Layrie cold remedy. You know it. Yes. Good. Brew it without the recipe and I will raise your grade by 1 level. Use the recipe and you receive the standard grade. Ask me for help and I lower your grade by 1. Clear. I gave an understanding nod, went to the supply closet, selected everything I needed, and began to brew. The preparation took nearly 50 minutes. When I extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron, Snape appeared beside me almost immediately, studying the contents with careful attention. Acceptable plus. You may pack up and go. I shrugged, gathered my things, and left the classroom, though I did not go far, simply leaning against the wall in the hallway outside. Thrown out. Filch appeared silently beside me. No, Mr. Filch, I took my first-year examination and he asked me to leave the room. Should I take you to the Great Hall? Thank you, Mr. Filch, but there's no need. Mrs. Norris had materialized beside me, and I crouched down and gave her a gentle stroke, scratching behind her ear. The cat accepted the attention with something that might almost have been grace, then, with a soft, disdainful huff, moved away and sprang up into Filch's arms, where he took over the stroking. I am first-year coordinator for Ravenclaw, and simply leaving would be rather irresponsible on my part. Well, well. Filch shook his head. A coordinator drawn from within the year group itself. That's never been done before. Penny thought it would be amusing to put one of the first years in charge of the others. The very next day she realized it might be more than just amusing, so she left the arrangement in place. HM. Right then, I'll be off. Good day to you, Mr. Filch. And to you, boy, and to you. The caretaker made his way along the corridor with his slight shuffling gait, turned the corner, took 2 steps, and simply vanished. No sound, no sign of him. Now that is something I would very much like to learn. I shook my head, pulled the book from my bag, and settled in to read. It did not last long before Penny appeared near the classroom. Draco. Took my examination. Asked to leave. Waiting for the first years. Good. I was beginning to wonder whether you'd managed to get under Snape's skin and he'd simply expelled you from the room. Well. I shrugged. That was certainly a possibility, if I'd had to actually sit through his lessons. After being taught by a tutor who made the effort to engage you, who wanted to make the material interesting enough that you would want to learn it yourself. I shook my head. Snape seems entirely incompetent as a teacher. Fair enough. Penny Clearwater gave a nod, and at that moment the bell rang. I put my book away, and as my classmates filed out, I gave the one instruction that mattered: pair up. Then I counted heads, found the number satisfactory, and fell in at the rear. Directly in front of me were Daphne and Tracy, walking side by side. How do you both do it? Daphne glanced at her friend with a faint, questioning look. The schoolwork. I know you were both taught before Hogwarts, and with Draco it makes sense. He said himself that he was able to start practicing magic early for medical reasons. But you, Daphne. How does it all come so easily? Tracy, as for the curriculum, I knew it before training ever began. Mastering the spells taught in the first year takes about a month, without rushing. And I was being prepared specifically for this. Though it is simpler to say she had strong motivation. Motivation. Tracy half turned toward me. My lord. Daphne half turned as well, and her look held a clear plea. I had no intention of telling everyone that the girl genuinely relished her role as an attendant. It was simply part of who she was. I had no idea where it had come from, and I admit it took us a while to notice. And there it was, I found it quite agreeable. Yes. She serves me under contract, and I find it genuinely pleasant to watch her tending to my room or preparing something. That is not to say I have any objection to house elves, only that. I shrugged. In any case, she simply wanted to carry out her duties as well as possible. My mother put a system of rewards in place. If she did something by hand rather than having it done for her, she would be rewarded. The reward might be additional sessions with an interesting tutor in a subject she chose, or other things of that kind. But what does that have to do with her results? It's quite simple. When magic became available as a way to make her work easier, she decided to use it and asked to learn household charms first. But she could only receive them after demonstrating progress in her studies and doing her work well. So she arrived at school already quite well prepared. I see. Tracy gave a nod, and Daphne acknowledged me with the faintest incline of her head. She was embarrassed by the truth of it, that she simply wanted to be the best possible attendant, and if I had said that plainly, she might have wished the floor would swallow her. So she was motivated to make her work easier, and to do that she first had to master the core subjects, only then could she learn the things that would actually help her in her duties. Tracy shook her head, not quite approving of the approach. By that time we had arrived at the next lesson, Professor Flitwick's class. Mr. Black, which would you prefer? To take your history examination now, or to help your classmates with the material? I shrugged. Whatever suits you, Professor. I am confident in my knowledge, so the examination can happen at any time, but if you feel it would be better for me to begin my duties today and take history separately afterwards, I am happy to do that as well. In that case, let us see how you perform as my assistant. I shall start by leaving Ravenclaw with you. Today we are working on wrist flexibility, with this exercise. Flitwick quickly demonstrated a sequence of wand movements. I would like each of you to be able to perform this sequence smoothly, without pausing, 3 times in a row by the end of the lesson. Am I permitted to use magic during the lesson? I looked inquiringly at Flitwick, and after he nodded, I smiled. I tore a few sheets from the notebook in my bag, and after a couple of wand movements, a small wire frame stood in front of me with a sheet of parchment suspended from it. On the parchment I had drawn an elaborate pattern of arrows. Elaborate at first glance, at least. On a second look, it was perfectly clear where the pattern began and where it led. Pay attention, everyone. I am now going to transfigure one of these little frames for each of you. Your task for the first half of the lesson is to trace the arrows with the very tip of your wand, touching the parchment as lightly as possible and following the path they show. While you do it, try to commit the movement of your wand to memory. A sound method. Flitwick gave an approving nod. I know it well. I do not usually employ it myself, but why not? With a casual gesture from the professor, the room filled with enough frames to place one in front of every student. Try it and see. It may well prove quite effective. Chapter 19, Assistant. Daphne, I know you can manage it, so please go ahead and begin running through the first-year spells. I addressed my attendant, and she nodded in understanding, moved the little wireframe aside, and began running through the movements and incantations for every first-year spell in sequence. Right. Why is everyone else just sitting there? I looked around at the Ravenclaw students and let my frown speak for itself. Or do you think I intend to go easy on you? Wait. Some of you are Muggle-born, so let us start the lesson with something more fundamental. There are 3 commonly accepted wand grips. The first is commonly called the everyday grip, and it is very well suited to general wand work. Most wizards use it not only in daily life but in their professional work as well. It is called the everyday grip, but in my view the more accurate name would be the universal grip. Watch how the wand should be held. I took hold of the tip of my wand with my left hand and demonstrated slowly, making sure every student in the room could follow, not only the Ravenclaws, but the Slytherins who were sharing the lesson with us. Everyone, try it. They all did. Now, with that grip, try the exercise. I nodded towards the frames and gave everyone about 10 minutes. That will do. Now, watch for the second widely accepted grip. It is called the combat or dueling grip. Aurors rarely use it, simply because by the time they enter the Auror program they have already grown accustomed to the previous one. Professional duelists, however, like Professor Flitwick, tend to prefer this. I demonstrated. Combat wizards also use this grip. Please do not confuse combat wizards with Aurors. They are different things. I would say that combat wizards and professional duelists are the only people who actively retrain themselves to use this grip if they did not start with it, because it suits their purposes and saves approximately a third of a second on spell execution. Try the exercise with this grip now. I noticed that Flitwick had stepped back towards his own desk. Every student in the room was watching me, and he appeared to have decided to step aside and simply observe. Good. The exercise is finished. There is one more common grip, called the precision grip. It is used by high-level healers and practitioners in fields where shifting the wand even a few millimeters is not acceptable. Watch how it is performed. I demonstrated once more. I should note that this grip is perfectly usable in everyday life, but for dueling, combat magic, Auror work, and any profession where speed of casting matters, it is not ideal. There have, of course, been exceptional individuals who used it successfully even in those contexts, but I shudder to think what they put their wrists through to get there. Now try the exercise. 10 minutes later, I stopped the practice. Good. Everyone returned to the everyday grip. I demonstrated it once more. And run through the exercise again for another 10 minutes. What if I don't want to? What if I want to use the dueling grip? Use the dueling grip, then. I shrugged. Just don't complain when you reach your 7th year and decide to become a healer, and find yourself retraining from scratch. Personally, I think it is far simpler to learn with the everyday grip, and then spend 10 minutes each evening practicing the dueling grip and 10 minutes on the precision grip. And yes, Mr. Knott, that is 1 point from Slytherin for calling out without raising your hand. You can't do that. That is 2 points. Flitwick stepped in, and Knott was forced to fall silent. Mr. Black is already my assistant for lessons attended by Ravenclaw first years, and from next week Mr. Knott will be assisting me with the first 3 years. I thought that was just a rumor. The boy looked stunned. Not at all. Mr. Black is considerably ahead of the curriculum, and my colleagues and I considered it entirely appropriate to examine him early. As my assistant, he has every right to deduct and award points. I understood. The boy looked rather deflated. Why is everyone just sitting there? Only Daphne is doing anything. I shook my head. Or do you think that because Mr. Black and Professor Flitwick were distracted by a single student, you are free to do nothing? No, but... Every student in the room immediately returned to their practice. I began to move between the rows, wand spinning between my fingers. Yes, Mr. Potter. I noticed Harry raise his hand. Why are you spinning your wand like that? Is that another exercise? Exactly, Mr. Potter. I gave an approving nod. This exercise develops the wrist and fingers for one of the less popular grips. It falls between the dueling and precision grips and combines the advantages of both, though not without drawbacks. It places significant strain on the wrist and fingers, and requires a great deal of conditioning. Could you show it to us? I shrugged and demonstrated the grip. If you would like, you are welcome to try a few repetitions, but I very much doubt your wrists and fingers will hold up past 5 or 6. Ha! Knot picked up his wand in a pointed imitation of my grip. Mr. Knot. I stopped him before he began moving. What now? He was irritated, his expression edged with mockery. I simply wanted to clarify something. The previous 3 grips are all standard average holds, and the small individual variations I noticed in how each person in this room was holding their wand are entirely acceptable. That is precisely why those grips are recommended. They can be adjusted slightly to suit the individual, which reduces strain on the wrist and fingers. This grip, however, is extremely sensitive to precision. Exactly how the wand is held matters a great deal, so please look carefully at exactly how I take it. I repeated the grip slowly. And your thumb, you're holding it slightly out of position. I moved to the boy and adjusted his thumb. Ow. He dropped his wand. Are you trying to break my finger? Not at all. I shook my head. But as I said, this grip is very demanding. You could certainly have continued holding the wand as you were, but then you would have had neither the advantages of the dueling grip nor those of the precision grip. That would be the best case. At worst, continuing to hold it incorrectly would eventually injure your wrist. Excuse me, like this. Potter caught my attention, and I went over to him, examining his grip carefully. Almost. The difficulty is your little finger, Mr. Potter. I adjusted it, and he hissed in pain. He didn't drop his wand immediately, but after only 3 repetitions, it slipped from his fingers anyway. Well. It hurts. Harry looked at his hand, surprised and confused, rubbing his wrist as his fingers trembled slightly. Another few forced repetitions, and his fingers would have cramped completely. Everything all right? Yes. Harry stopped rubbing his wrist. Good. Everyone, take your wands in the everyday or universal grip, set the frames aside, and try the exercise by simply moving your wand through the air. They did as I asked, and the practice continued. At the very end of the lesson, I asked them to perform the movement without any aid. Flitwick vanished the frames himself, and the students ran it through from memory. 70% of the class performed the movement correctly. Flitwick gave a thoughtful nod. That is quite a strong result overall. I expect by the next lesson everyone will be managing it, and then we can add a tongue twister alongside it. Well done, Mr. Black. You've really pleased me. I would have run the lesson somewhat differently myself, but for a first attempt at teaching, you handled it very well indeed. Thank you, Professor. I gave him a nod. Would you like to conclude by giving the students their homework? Of course. I smiled and turned to face the class. They turned to face me as well, though a few were glaring at me as if I were something they'd scraped off their shoes. The moment suggested otherwise. Write this down. I want each of you to write an essay covering the 3 most common grips we discussed today: advantages, disadvantages, and professional applications. In addition, research non-standard wand grips and trace their origins. Excellent. Flitwick clapped his hands. And as both an assignment and a piece of advice, I would strongly recommend spending 10 minutes a day practicing the movement the professor demonstrated earlier. Our next lesson is not until next week, and I hope to see good results from everyone at the start of that class. If we stay ahead of the curriculum, we may be able to use a lesson or 2 before the new year for something genuinely interesting. Interesting. Hermione looked at me with bewilderment. That is 1 point from Ravenclaw for calling out without raising your hand, Miss Granger. Hermione went red with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. I could practically see the question burning in her eyes. You're taking points from your own house. Though she thought better of voicing it. As for your question, we might look at unconventional applications of everyday charms, or explore certain everyday charms that are perfectly safe to cast without a wand, or perhaps even look at something that could, broadly speaking, be considered combat magic. I smiled. I shall keep that idea of Mr. Black's in mind, but the final decision about what we study on those free lessons at the end of the half-year will be mine. I trust my experience will make the choice a rather more interesting one. Flitwick gave an approving nod and introduced his own adjustment. I simply shrugged, as if to say that he was the professor here, and I had merely made a small suggestion. Now then. Flitwick glanced at the clock. You may begin packing up, as the bell will ring in a couple of minutes. You all worked well today, and that includes you, Mr. Black. Thank you, Professor, though I did nothing special. I simply reproduced the method my own tutor used with me. The most important thing is that you reproduced it without breaking anything, and that you did so with sufficient effectiveness. That, too, is no small thing. Believe me. I gave a grateful nod. A couple of minutes later the bell rang, and the students streamed out of the classroom, as did I. Penny Clearwater was already waiting in the corridor. How did the lesson go? She looked at me inquiringly. Not bad at. Someone knocked into my shoulder in passing. Thanks to my training, it was the other boy who came off worse. Don't get above yourself, Black. Not walked on without looking back. What was that? That is a disgruntled boy who considered himself exceptional, and has now discovered that someone his own age has achieved more. So he is taking it out on the world. As for the lesson itself, it was brilliant. Parvati came up to Penny and gave her a firm thumbs up. Draco explains things really well. I think charms might actually become one of my favorite subjects, and I always thought nothing could beat divination. So you tried your hand at teaching? Penny gave me a sly look. At assisting, and yes, I did. I think it may turn out to be an interesting experience that helps me understand the subject better. Boo. You're so dull. Penny pulled an exaggerated pout. It was clear she had been hoping for a different reaction from me, but I had already counted everyone and had them lined up in order, so she dropped the theatrics and led us all toward the Great Hall. Chapter 20, Flying. Lunch. I should say it was quite peaceful. I spent it in quiet conversation with a group of fourth years who had settled near us and launched into a theoretical discussion about the possibility of circumventing one of the established principles of magic, or rather, one of the limitations that wizards have not yet found a way past. I offered a few ideas, and the whole thing developed into a rather spirited exchange. All good things must end, however, and in due course the conversation wound down. We formed a column and set off for our first flying lesson. A word for the Muggle-born students. I decided to say a few things before the lesson began. I spoke quietly, but most of the students present had already started listening, and every house was represented on the pitch. So you're here to humiliate them for not being purebloods, are you? Weasley had chosen this moment to emerge from whatever corner he had been skulking in. I flicked my fingers in a dismissive gesture, which seemed to raise his blood pressure considerably. Right then, those of you who are Muggle-born will remember going to Ollivander's. Each of you went through a number of wands the master offered before he found the one that was right for you. A general murmur of agreement came from several directions. A broomstick is not a wand. It has no temperament of its own, so to speak. A broom is simply a piece of wood with bristles, and how well it responds to you will depend entirely on you. It is. I snapped my fingers a couple of times, searching for the right comparison. In some ways it resembles training an animal, except that an animal has a mind and senses confidence in the one giving commands, whereas a broom has no mind at all. What it does have are runes, and the runes on every broom and flying implement are bound to the will of its rider. If you are confident that the broom will obey, it will. If you are uncertain, it will respond to your commands only very reluctantly. Oh, ignore him. He's just showing off, thinks he's terribly important. I ignored Weasley. Before you give your broom its first command, it is well worth closing your eyes and forming a clear mental image of the broom lifting off the ground and flying into your hand. Right, everyone come to me. Professor Hooch had appeared on the pitch, and with a gesture she indicated the large equipment shed. You have 5 minutes, go and take a broom. I held my house back with a look, and the Hufflepuffs stopped behind us as well. Only when the pushing and shoving between Gryffindors and Slytherins had settled did I go over and begin handing out brooms. Our two houses proved considerably more organized and faster with the whole business. Only Longbottom gave a slight wince as he took his broom from me. Good, now place your brooms on the grass to your right. We followed the professor's instructions and stood still. Extend your right hand so that your palm is directly over the handle, and say, up. Up. The collective shout from all the students was slightly uneven, but that was not important. Ha! Look at this. All that talk going on about himself, and he can't even call a broom to his hand. Weasley was pointing directly at me. My broom was hovering about 10 centimeters below my palm. I took a slow look around and could see that roughly 90% of the pureblood students had successfully called their brooms from the ground. Approximately half the Muggle-born students had managed it as well. Mr. Weasley, I would not be so quick to celebrate. The technique Mr. Black has just demonstrated is considerably more difficult than a standard broom summons, and you yourself have not managed even that much. However, if you are so eager to make a point. The professor nodded toward his broom. Up. Weasley's broom did not move. Up. It continued to lie exactly where it was. Up. The voice of the Weasley family's sixth child rang with panic and barely contained dread, and at that moment the broom lurched upward, but only partially. The handle shot up while the bristles remained stuck fast to the ground as though glued there. The broom reared up and struck him squarely in the forehead with the handle before dropping back onto the grass. Up. Hermione, who had been standing quietly beside her broom with her eyes tightly shut, spoke the word, and the broom flew into her palm. It worked. It actually worked. That was genuinely lovely to see. Pure, uncomplicated happiness. That kind of thing is always pleasant to witness, and it was especially so knowing she had taken my advice. Draco. Thank you. She looked at me with shining eyes. Then everyone else who'd been following my suggestion closed their eyes as well, and within a minute roughly half of those who hadn't managed it on the first attempt now held their brooms. Weasley managed it too. 10 minutes later, everyone had their brooms. Good. Now swing your leg over and mount. Watch carefully. I watched the professor demonstrate, then mounted my own way. I had been taught this as well, even if flying itself held no real interest for me. Keep both feet firmly on the ground, and when I blow my whistle, bend your knees gently. Oh. I glanced toward the sound and saw Longbottom beginning to rise slowly from the ground. I haven't given the command yet. But I could see Neville was in a panic, so I whipped out my wand and cast a light relaxing charm at him, causing him to release the handle. He began to fall, and Hooch, having caught my movement from the corner of her eye, immediately cast a cushioning charm beneath him. His broom, left without a rider, dropped to the grass. Thank you, Mr. Black. I may have grown too accustomed to nothing going wrong in my lessons. I might not have reached Mr. Longbottom in time. A counter jinx was cast on Neville, and he got to his feet. Thank you. He gave a nod to Hooch and, after a moment's hesitation, to me as well, then turned to look at his broom with considerable wariness. Hooch sighed, bent her knees, and glided smoothly over to him. Hand out. Neville did as he was told, and at her instruction he raised his broom off the ground, though not without several attempts. Hooch steadied Neville's broom with her hand, and once he had climbed on, he went nowhere. Good. On my command, everyone bend their knees. The whistle blew, and we all followed the instructions. Excellent. Now, 2 circuits of the pitch. Off you go. She moved forward alongside Neville. The lesson as a whole went smoothly. No injuries, and at the end we returned our brooms without incident. Mr. Black, a moment, please. I stopped and waited while everyone else moved far enough away. Mr. Black, it's clear you're very comfortable on a broom. I nodded but said nothing. Would you consider trying out for the house team? No. Are you certain? I could see my refusal had disappointed her. She was a genuine devotee of this absurd game, which wasn't surprising for a former professional player. You're well built and in excellent physical condition. You'd make a very capable seeker, and there's every chance you could go professional after Hogwarts. Professor, I'll be frank with you. I don't see my future in sports. I want to develop my gift, not become an athlete. I understand that, but while you're at school, your house would benefit if you became the seeker. Perhaps, but it would bring no benefit to me. The professor closed her eyes briefly. As I understand it, you're freeing up a great deal of your time. Yes, but that time will go toward covering material from future years and studying specialist literature in my field. Mr. Black, you're still a child. Professor, I am, first and foremost, a future head of house. As the head of a house with considerable influence, I must know and be capable of far more than most people. I must be someone worth looking up to, someone others turn to when they're in difficulty. And that kind of reputation isn't built by playing games, whether that game is Quidditch or anything else. I understand. Hooch nodded. It was plain she was sorry to hear it, but she wasn't going to press further. You needn't come to my lessons anymore. I'll give you an acceptable plus for flying. Though I'm still sorry you don't see yourself in sports, even school sports. You know. I looked at her. If you're so keen to find talent, take a closer look at Mr. Potter. You think his father's gift for flying passed to him? I cannot speak to his father's talent, but something tells me that after the treatment Madame Pomfrey has prescribed, he will be in sufficient condition to at least try out for the team. He ought to be told about the different positions first, though, so he can decide which might suit him. Well. There was a note of doubt in Hooch's voice. I did not notice anything particularly remarkable about Mr. Potter. He was handling a broom for the first time. Give him a chance. He may not become a world-class star, but I think he could make it to the national level. Very well. I will keep an eye on the boy. Hooch gave a nod and let me go. I hurried to catch up with the Ravenclaw first years. Penny Clearwater had not taken them anywhere, she was simply waiting there. Well. Passed. Excellent. The head of house asked me to send you to him. He has a window to run your history of magic examination. But we take the first years to the common room first. Actually, I can find my own way there. I have been getting to know the castle a bit. Penny Clearwater gave me a measured look. All right. But if you get lost, I will hold your hand every time you go anywhere for the rest of your time at school. Really? I studied her carefully. I don't like the look on your face. Penny Clearwater, if I may. Daphne decided to join the conversation. Go on. I know my lord well enough to say with complete confidence that after a threat like that, he will get lost on purpose. Simply so he can spend the rest of his second year walking through the castle with a pretty girl. But what about you? You're his attendant, aren't you? Ahem. Daphne glanced at me questioningly, and I offered my permission with a shrug. The thing is, my lord prefers slightly older girls. Even you fall a little short of his ideal, truth be told, though that won't stop him from imagining how you'll look in a couple of years. Ahem. Penny looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and alarm. Older girls, you say? Yes. I develop psychologically at a considerably faster rate than my peers, indeed faster than many who are older than me, so everyone around me tends to feel rather young to me. I shrugged, quite unapologetically. And I feel young to you. Less so than Daphne, but broadly speaking. Another shrug. Not a trace of remorse. I see. Fine, forget what I said. If you get lost, I won't speak a single word to you for the rest of your time at this school. I sighed mournfully and nodded my acceptance. Together we walked to the moving staircases, where we parted ways. Penny led the younger students toward the common room, and I set off toward Flitwick, who was to examine me on history of magic. Mr. Black. Flitwick greeted me with a warm smile. Professor, Penny said you wanted to see me. Yes, are you ready for the history examination? Yes, Professor. I nodded. Flitwick invited me to the front desk and set a sheet of questions before me. Begin. Right. I quickly scanned the questions and, satisfied that none of them presented any difficulty, set to work answering them. Chapter 21, An Ordinary Day. The week ended splendidly. Every professor had passed me with an acceptable or acceptable plus, which was quite pleasing. It meant I would have considerably more free time going forward. Yes, one might argue that I had simply traded one burden for another, swapping homework for teaching, but in the first place, Flitwick flatly refused to have me grade homework. It was a matter of principle for him. In the second place, teaching 6 to 12 lessons a week with a teaching plan provided by Flitwick was far simpler than sitting through 10 periods a day, attending flying lessons 1 to 3 times a week after lunch, going up to astronomy twice a week at night, and on top of all of that, completing homework for every subject. Even knowing the material, I would have spent a minimum of 30 minutes on each assignment, and they would not have made any exceptions for me, regardless of what I knew. But now that I had taken all the examinations, the possibilities opening up before me were rather wonderful. Penny, have you forgotten something? I looked at our prefect, who had announced on Friday that her official duties were finished. More precisely, a prefect is only permitted to be late to lessons and leave them slightly early during the first week, for the purpose of escorting first-years around the castle. After that, we were expected to find our own way. And today she had attempted to slip out of the common room as though she had not noticed me. Draco. I didn't see you there. She tucked a curl behind her ear with a slightly flustered air. Yes, yes. I believe you entirely. But that does not release you from the terms of our arrangement. Especially given that I chose to ignore those terms myself until I had taken all my examinations. Well, yes. She gave a nod, walked over to me, bent down quickly and kissed me on the cheek, then stepped back with a faint flush. Is that everything? No. I gave her a mischievous smile. What? But surely. What about good morning, Draco? The girl's eyes went wide for a moment, and then she smiled and gave a nod. Good morning, Draco. Good morning, Penny. Would you care to tell me what prompted you to attempt to neglect our agreement? Well. She dropped her gaze to the floor. Penny, I don't bite. Well, you're a boy, a young boy. I thought you might want to turn your head and kiss me on the lips, and then. I don't know. Good heavens. I let out a long, heavy sigh and shook my head. That single gesture said everything about where her imagination had gone. Really, she invents the scenario herself, works herself up over it, gets indignant, and then decides to avoid the whole thing. I shook my head again. From my words, my manner, and my tone, Penny looked like she wanted the floor to swallow her. Penny, you are a good person, and I will even say that I do find older girls interesting. So you may well find yourself within range of my attention, in about 2 years. Only, you ought to understand. I do understand. She lowered her head, and I caught the hurt in her voice. Right. And exactly what have you understood that has made you take offense? I haven't taken offense. Penny. I cut her off before she could finish. The force of her denial made it perfectly clear that she had done exactly that. My voice and expression conveyed exactly what I thought of that lie. Please don't lie to me. We have been getting on perfectly well, and now you are trying to ruin it with this. She closed her eyes and took a couple of slow, deliberate breaths. Then, as though throwing herself off a cliff, she continued. I am half-blood, and you are pure-blood, a future lord. The gap between our positions speaks for itself, and that is what you meant. That between us there could only ever be a brief affair, and the most I could ever hope for is to be your mistress. Stop. I rose part way from the armchair, took 2 steps toward Penny, and lifted her chin so that our eyes met. I held her gaze, making it clear she was going to listen. Penny, you have gone and invented something again that has no bearing on reality whatsoever. Or rather, it does bear on reality, but not in my case. So let us work through this step by step. To begin with, no one will be placing restrictions on who I choose to be with, if only because there are far too few pure-blood families left in Britain whose bloodlines would actually benefit my children. If you are familiar with Muggle science. I looked at her inquiringly, and she gave a small shake of her head to indicate she was not. Never mind, I'll explain it myself. Non-magical people have already established that excessively close inbreeding accumulates errors in DNA, or, in our terms, in the bloodline, which in our world means curses and defects. In short, marrying within the same bloodlines leads to degeneration. The old families ought to know this, but they appear to have simply stopped heeding their own ancestors' writings. So here in Britain, there are only a handful of families where a match wouldn't weaken or damage my children. To be precise, the only families that fully meet my requirements are the Greengrasses. A match with one of them would actually strengthen my children. But surely, I will not be his wife. Daphne, who had apparently come down from the girls' dormitory while we were talking and quietly composed herself, answered Penny Clearwater's unasked question. And neither will Astoria. Our father brought this situation entirely upon himself, and he'll never acknowledge it. So the Greengrasses are not an option. As for me, I am a loyal attendant, and if my lord ever takes me to his bed, my children may found a cadet branch of the House of Black, but they could never lay claim to the title of Lord Black. Precisely. I nodded. And that is acceptable to you. There's a great deal you don't know, so you can't see the full picture. It concerns only me, the Blacks, and the Greengrasses, so just accept that I'm content with it. All right. Penny Clearwater nodded, looking lost. Continuing then, there are a small number of families here where a match might keep the Blacks at roughly their current level, or cause a slight decline. But then my children would have no room to maneuver whatsoever, and from that I draw my conclusion. I must either seek my future on the continent, but as you no doubt know, they're not overly fond of us Britons over there. This time Penny Clearwater's nod was one of agreement, thoughtful, even. Precisely. Or I may choose a half-blood or even a Muggle-born girl here. A single such match will do my house no harm, it will, in fact, help, because my children will afterward have a vastly wider field of choice. And if I choose well, meaning she's also a witch of genuine strength, the house gains power as well. Penny Clearwater listened carefully and nodded, though her expression still held a trace of disbelief. She'd evidently grown accustomed to hearing rather different things from pureblood wizards. And with that settled, the question of whether your blood status puts anything out of reach for you also becomes irrelevant. The only reason you can't count on anything right now is that I prefer older girls, and also because nothing's quite working yet on my end when it comes to pursuing girls I actually like. Draco. She looked at me with genuine indignation. Not very gallant. I acknowledged this with a nod. But it's true. Now, clear all that nonsense out of your head. And when I said you ought to understand, all I meant was that in the 2 years you would need to wait before becoming someone I might actually be interested in, a great deal may change for you. You might meet someone you want to spend the rest of your life with. Moreover, I cannot rule out that in 2 years my own tastes may shift somewhat and I may begin paying more attention to girls who are roughly your age. And for that reason it would be contemptible of me to kiss you on the lips, to give you something to hope for, only to tell you in a couple of years, forgive me, I was wrong, let us simply be friends. That is all I meant. I looked at Penny Clearwater carefully. I'm sorry. She gave me a guilty smile. I'm being an idiot, aren't I? No, you simply invented a problem that does not actually exist. Now, I hope you will join me, Daphne, and Tracy for breakfast. Gladly. Penny gave a nod, and we set off for the Great Hall. On the way, Potter and Hermione caught up with us, both mildly put out that we had not waited, though they were sensible enough not to make too much of it. We walked at an easy pace, the conversation carried mostly by Penny Clearwater, Daphne, and me, while the others listened. After breakfast we went our separate ways. I headed to Flitwick's classroom, as I had my first session with the third years. Mr. Black. Flitwick greeted me in his office with a warm smile and a nod. Glad to see you. Come over here. He beckoned me over and handed me the lesson plan, which I sat down to study. 2 lessons later. Well, Mr. Black, I'm very pleased with you. Your knowledge is more than sufficient for teaching third-year students. If you continue to perform as well this year, I may simply leave you in charge of all years from first to third, but for the moment. Flitwick looked at me with a satisfied smile. Let's talk about something that should be considerably more interesting to you than running lessons. The art of dueling. Do you want me to teach you? Yes, Professor. I gave a brief nod, and Flitwick's smile sharpened, as though his goblin blood had stirred at that moment. It won't be easy. I'm not afraid of difficulty. Overcoming it only adds to the pleasure. Very well. We'll meet every day after supper, from 8 to 10 in the evening. Does that suit you? Of course, Professor. A satisfied smile flickered across my face. And one more thing. I can see your interest in charms, so. He gave me a careful look, then levitated a rather substantial stack of books onto the desk. If by the end of this calendar year you have worked through all of these, I will consider teaching you not only dueling but charms as well. I closed my eyes. Professor, forgive me, but on that particular matter I must consult with my mothers first. I have no hesitation about the dueling training, since they prepared me for that themselves, but immersing myself so deeply in charms. I shook my head. If you had agreed at once, I would have been disappointed. I'm glad you're choosing to consult more experienced wizards. However, if my calculations are correct, your mothers will have no objection at all, especially once I explain that my emphasis will be on the creation of charms. Those words caught my full attention. Understanding how they are created means understanding how curses are constructed. And understanding how curses are constructed means being able to identify and destroy them far more swiftly and cleanly. My mothers would be more than pleased. I went over to the stack and quickly scanned the titles. Professor, reading the books you've suggested will do me no harm regardless of what my mothers decide about the apprenticeship itself, so if you will permit me. He gave me an open, benevolent nod. Well, these two. I pulled 2 volumes from the pile. I have already studied. The rest I shall be glad to work through. Then you are free for today, Mr. Black. I shall expect you tomorrow. Thank you. I gave a nod, took the books, and made my way to the common room, where I settled back into theory, though I would need to begin the practical work shortly. Air. I glanced up to find Hermione hovering, shifting her weight uncertainly from foot to foot. Yes. Look, I've read those books. The ones about house elves. And there are a few things I'd like to ask about, could you answer them? I looked thoughtfully at my own book, then at Hermione, and she clearly deflated somewhat. Give me 10 minutes. I want to finish this chapter, and then we can talk a little. Of course. She nodded very quickly, and I understood that the Granger crisis had apparently passed. The girl was going to find her way into the wizarding world after all. If only Potter could manage the same, everything would be coming along rather nicely. Chapter 22, A Duel. The following week passed in a single breath. Training, instructing a herd of children disguised as students, reading, preparing the classroom for practice, and studying under Flitwick, who showed me no mercy whatsoever and drove me hard. When my mothers heard that Flitwick had offered me an apprenticeship, they spoke with one voice to tell me I was obliged to accept. Naturally, I accepted, and 2 more hours a day were now devoted to charms and spell work. More precisely, my mothers had spoken directly with Flitwick themselves, explained to him the nature of my gift, and paid him a considerable sum, after which he became my teacher under contract, bound to teach me everything he knew. And so that is precisely what he taught me. Only a week had passed, yet I could already feel the weight of the increased load, though complaining was the furthest thing from my mind. I threw myself into everything Flitwick gave me. For now, it was nothing extraordinary. He was beginning by establishing how deeply I actually understood charms and spell work, since the previous sessions had only been examinations. Even so, I carved time out of my schedule for Daphne, Penny Clearwater, Harry, Hermione, and Tracy. I also helped the Ravenclaw students from 1st through 3rd year with their assignments, not doing the work for them, simply pointing them toward where to find what they needed. In short, I had not a single free moment to my name. You. Teacher's pet. Getting a bit too big for your britches, are you? The 6th Weasley appeared beside the Ravenclaw table while I was eating lunch, and the accusation was blunt enough to send me into a momentary stupor. He had been slightly clever about the timing this time, approaching while the staff table was still empty. Cat got your tongue. Scared. I said nothing. I'm challenging you to a duel on behalf of Neville. Tonight. Midnight. In the trophy room. A proper duel, no fists, magic only. I blinked at the unexpected demand, then slowly turned to face Weasley. To begin with, Sixer, according to the dueling code, it is impossible to issue a challenge on someone else's behalf. If Neville wishes to duel me, Neville must do the challenging himself. If, however, you are simply too cowardly to own it and have decided to hide behind Neville, that won't work either. I'm a coward. You are. I gave a pleasant nod, my manner absolutely untroubled. I did not regard Weasley as an opponent. I knew what he was capable of as a wizard, and felt not the slightest concern. I did not regard any of my year group as opponents, in truth. Only the older students preparing to take their Aura entrance exams might have given me anything to think about. Furthermore, according to the dueling code, if you are challenging me, then as the challenger you may choose only the location. The form of duel is my choice, magical, cold steel, bare hands, or no restrictions. And the question of what constitutes defeat, concession, unconsciousness, first blood, serious injury, or death. Weasley flinched at the last word. Behind his back, his brothers had materialized, unnoticed by him, watching him with expressions that made it quite plain he was going to be hearing about this at length. As for the time, that is a matter for the seconds to negotiate. It cannot simply be announced, it must be agreed at the convenience of both parties. So, since you have issued the challenge and already named the location, I shall select a combined duel. With magic alone I would certainly finish you, whereas in a combined form you at least have a chance, a small one. Vanishingly small, I would say, but a chance nonetheless. As for the terms of defeat. I looked at Weasley with a slight smile. He had gone quite pale the moment I made clear that the duel would be with him. I think I shall settle on serious injury. There is so much one can do with that. I shook my head with theatrical regret. Severed limbs, destroyed organs, curses to torment one for the rest of one's days, even the stripping of magic. Weasley attempted to faint, and was caught on both sides by his brothers. Black, we offer our apologies for the conduct of our youngest and most foolish little brother. As his elder family members, we are prepared to offer Wergild for his words and actions, so that you do not feel obliged to take them seriously. The twins were taking the situation genuinely seriously, evidenced by the fact that they had stopped alternating, with one of them doing all the talking. Their tone, too, was entirely unlike their usual cheerful manner. Wergild. Fred and George Weasley, I will not ask Wergild of you. I have a certain respect for you, even if your pranks occasionally cross a line. You observe limits, and you do not break them. The brothers exchanged a glance and gave each other a small nod, then both looked back at me. I ask only one thing. Take your little brother firmly by the scruff of the neck and bury him in schoolwork. Have him write and rewrite essays until the quality satisfies you. Make him memorize chapters of his textbooks. Or come up with something yourself, as long as he doesn't have time to bother me or anyone else. We thank you for your understanding. And solemnly swear that our dear brother will not know what day it is. And should he refuse to cooperate with us. By then, both twins had realized their brother was safe and the situation was no longer dangerous. They slipped back into finishing each other's sentences and turned to look at Ron with an expression that made even me mildly uncomfortable. We shall make him our exclusive product tester. I'm telling Mum. Ron shouted this, then immediately clapped both hands over his mouth as he registered where he was and what he had just said. Snickers rippled from one end of the great hall to the other. Ronikins, our dear mother is at home, and the most she can do is send a howler. Whereas we are here. And shall remain here until Christmas. And after Christmas as well. Ron went white. The twins took him by both arms and hauled him away from the Ravenclaw table toward their own, continuing to explain at length that hiding behind their mother wouldn't save him. All things considered, they do push it too far sometimes, but they seem decent enough. I should have a word with them. If I remember correctly, they want to open a shop someday. Something to think about. Perhaps it would be worth becoming a co-investor. Heir. Yes, Hermione. Draco, you weren't actually going to. I mean, really. Hermione, stop applying the rules of the Muggle world. What looks like cruelty to you is simply ordinary life here. Every witch or wizard is an armed person the moment they pick up a wand. I believe I have said something to this effect before. I looked at her thoughtfully. Though it hardly matters, I will say it again. It is as though in the Muggle world, every person carried a firearm, and those who had trained seriously carried something heavier. The result is that we, as wizards, have a particular view of life. A situation like this one is entirely unremarkable. And if the twins had not intervened, it would have taught Weasley to hold his tongue. Now the responsibility belongs to the twins, though I doubt they will actually manage it. Penny shook her head. I see. 1 hour later. Mr. Black, Professor McGonagall has asked me to bring you to her. Do you have any idea what this might be about? Flitwick had come to my empty classroom while I was still setting up for my lessons. As he spoke, he quietly took in the work I had already done. I have a fairly good guess. I nodded. It may have something to do with the fact that at lunch today, while the staff table was still unoccupied, Ronald Weasley attempted to challenge me to a duel on behalf of Neville Longbottom. I simply clarified the relevant points for him. Simply clarified. Well, I may have gone into the dueling code in some detail, set him straight about the fact that any duel would be between him and me, and then chosen a duel that could cause serious injury while describing at some length what exactly that entails for the losing party. Flitwick looked at me steadily and gave a slow nod. From the particular quality of his smile, which was closer to a grin, really, it was clear that the account had not displeased him at all. I suggest we not keep the deputy headmistress waiting. Flitwick nodded toward the door, and I made my way to McGonagall's office, where Weasley was already waiting. Ah, Mr. Black. The head of Gryffindor gave me a nod, and I caught a hint of mild disapproval in her expression. I am glad Professor Flitwick found you and brought you along. I wanted to speak with you about the matter of making threats against students of other houses, particularly students who are plainly no match for you. Professor, are you fully aware of what actually happened? Of course I am. You threatened Mr. Weasley. I did threaten him. I agreed with a nod, and in Weasley's eyes I saw something close to bewilderment. He had clearly not expected me to concede the point. However, what was the context in which I was compelled to do so? Whatever the context may. Hold on, Minerva. Let us not be hasty. I had a brief conversation with Mr. Black before bringing him here, and I rather think it would be worth your while to hear him out. Very well, Phileas. I will hear what your student has to say. Though I doubt there is anything he can tell me that will change my view on threats. We are not living in the last century, when such things were considered perfectly normal. Mr. Black, please go ahead. Flitwick cast a silencing charm on Weasley. The matter began during lunch, while the staff table was still empty, when Mr. Ronald Weasley approached the Ravenclaw table and, in a rather distinctive fashion, yes, I think that is the most apt way to put it, challenged me to a duel on behalf of Neville. Neville Longbottom, as I understood it, though he did not specify, so I cannot say with certainty who he actually meant. Let us suppose that is correct. McGonagall gave Weasley a rather searching look. So I pointed out that a dueling code exists, and according to it, as the challenger he had the right to choose only the location, while the choice of weapons and the terms of conclusion were mine. I then simply selected a duel to serious injury and described to Mr. Weasley what that might mean for him in practice. Go on. McGonagall had by now understood that I had simply called the boy's bluff and that he had promptly lost his nerve. After that, Mr. Weasley chose to make a tactical retreat. A tactical retreat. McGonagall looked at me with what might have been interest. Precisely. That is to say, Mr. Weasley chose to collapse in a faint. His brothers were standing behind him, and when they addressed me, I agreed not to take their younger brother's words seriously. In return, they undertook to keep him so occupied with his studies that he would simply have no time for this sort of thing. From that angle, it does rather appear that you had every reason to respond as you did. Mr. Weasley. Weasley, who had not dared leave his spot, was gesticulating with increasing desperation to indicate that he did not agree with my account of events. Is what Mr. Black has said accurate? Take your time. I am about to lift the silencing charm, and then you may speak. However, before I do, I wish to remind you that you were not the only person in the Great Hall, and I am perfectly capable of questioning everyone who was there, your brothers included. Now, is what Mr. Black has told me accurate? McGonagall tapped her wand and the silencing charm lifted. Weasley looked somewhat hunted as his gaze moved from her to me, then to Flitwick, and back to his head of house. Why yes. Then why did you come to me and give me a false account? Because by your telling, Mr. Black had apparently begun threatening you entirely without provocation. Well, he shot me a look of pure venom. He's a teacher's pet and he's got too big for his britches. Acting so important. So perfectly correct about everything. But he's nothing but an arrogant show-off with a family full of Death Eaters. The silencing charm came down on Weasley again. I had reached for my wand, but when Flitwick beat me to it, I lowered my hand. Mr. Weasley, 50 points from Gryffindor, for making a false report against another student and wasting the time of 2 Hogwarts professors. Furthermore, as you evidently have far too much time on your hands if you can afford this sort of behavior, your essays will henceforth be 3 times the length required of everyone else. I concur. Flitwick gave a nod. And I expect my colleagues will feel the same. Weasley's expression became very, very bleak. Mr. Black, thank you for not allowing the situation to escalate into a genuine conflict. Always a pleasure, Professor McGonagall. I nodded and left the office, leaving Weasley alone with 2 professors. Good morning. Nearly a month had passed since the incident with Weasley the Sixth. For all that time, Mr. I cannot keep my mouth shut had been going around looking thoroughly miserable, all because the rest of his house had given him a thorough dressing down for losing 50 points in one go. It wasn't as if the twins had never lost that many points themselves, but they had a certain standing by now, and they earned points at a decent rate, so whatever they lost, they made back fairly quickly. Weasley the Sixth, on the other hand, had managed perhaps 10 points in his entire time at the school so far, and lost considerably more than that. In short, as Parvati had told me, her sister being in Gryffindor, the house had collectively decided to simply pretend Weasley didn't exist. They had even tried to throw him out of the dormitory, but McGonagall had put a stop to that, settling instead for curtaining off his bed from the rest of the room. But it wasn't only that which was making his life difficult. Every professor had agreed to assign him longer work. He simply had no time left for anything else. Good morning. Parvati settled into the seat across from me and greeted me with an air of complete normalcy. And what brings you to our table? Not that I object. I'm simply curious why you and your sister have suddenly decided to swap places. Parvati looked caught out. She clearly hadn't expected me to spot it so easily, and sat there staring at me. Hold on, you mean this isn't Padma? Hermione stared at our new arrival with genuine shock. No. Padma holds herself a little differently at the table, and she doesn't have this habit of tucking her curl behind her ear. Parvati does, though. I'll admit that if I hadn't noticed those small things, I might well have mixed up the Patil sisters myself. I see. Hermione gave a slightly bewildered nod, though the others were listening just as closely. So what made you seek out our company? Exhaustion. Parvati looked down at the table. No, don't think I'm complaining, but sometimes Gryffindors are simply too much, and your table is always calm. Everyone here follows at least some basic courtesy, and there is no one who just sits there shoveling food into his face. It genuinely turns my stomach to look at him, let alone eat at the same table. The girl gave a small shudder. Well, just so you know, you don't need to swap places with your sister and put her through all that stress just to sit with us. Thank you. She gave an embarrassed nod. That, really, was the end of the conversation between Parvati and me. I drifted back into easy conversation with the older students, who had figured out by now that breakfast, lunch, and dinner were the only times I could make time for them. I was occupied the rest of the time, though they weren't far behind me in that regard, and I preferred purposeful work to idle hours. I ate, glanced at my watch, and confirmed that I had 15 minutes before my lesson. Since I already knew the material, there was no need to hurry. So I decided to take the long way to Flitwick's classroom and enjoy a brief walk through the castle. You did that on purpose, didn't you? A vaguely familiar voice came from behind me. Actually, I knew that voice perfectly well, though I had spoken to its owner only very rarely. Nymphadora. Don't call me Nymphadora. Tonks. Just Tonks. She said it with a scowl, though it was not quite the scowl of someone who genuinely hated the name. It was more of a protest. A protest against what, exactly, I could not say. It's your name, and I intend to use it. It's rather unusual and sounds quite lovely, in any case. So, what did you want, Nymphadora? TCH. I am not afraid of hamsters. I gave a shrug that made it plain she could do nothing about it. She knew it, or suspected it, because she did not argue. She simply narrowed her eyes and continued to stare at me. What did you want? To talk, we are family, after all. I nodded at that. It was rather amusing to hear from her, actually. Her mother, Andromeda, had never been particularly opposed to our spending time together, but her father was another matter. Because of him, our meetings had been rare, once every couple of years, at most. Or at least, that was how it had been before I started at Hogwarts. What is that supposed to mean? Are you doubting we're related? I doubt that you, your mother, and especially your father have any particular interest in relatives like us. I shrugged, conveying my complete indifference on the matter. Because if that were not the case, we would have seen a great deal more of each other. You don't understand. Nymphadora dropped her gaze to the floor. My words had clearly made her uncomfortable, but she was not about to back down and leave. Father is stubborn, and mother simply doesn't want arguments in the house, so she goes along with him. And I've never had much of a choice either. But now that we're both at Hogwarts, and I've had a chance to watch you for a bit. She gave a small, tentative smile. I can say you're not bad at all, and I'd like to get to know you. Well. I spread my hands in a gesture of complete agreement. I have no objection. I just hope you won't find yourself in trouble with your parents for it. If they find out. My parents are my concern. Besides, I'm old enough to decide for myself who I spend time with. Nymphadora said this with complete seriousness. Then, shall we? I opened my arms and she took a couple of hesitant steps toward me, shrinking as she did, so that when I hugged her, she could comfortably rest her nose against my neck. The clothing that had fit her a moment ago was now hanging off her like a potato sack. Little sis. I made it a question. She pulled back, slightly flushed at the endearment. She looked at me expectantly. Forgive me for asking, but if your outer robes are hanging off you like that right now, what about your undergarments? Nymphadora went scarlet, not just her face but her hair as well, flaring to vivid red. They're fine. In that case, another question. If you ask me one more thing about my undergarments, I will hit you. Hard. No further questions. I schooled my face into an expression of blank innocence, though I was genuinely curious whether her clothes might dig into her when she shifted back to her usual form. TCH, you absolute clown. She shook her head, and I simply smiled. All right. I simply like to provoke a reaction. In this case, I wanted to see whether you actually want to spend time with me, and to find out where your boundaries are. You little. Yes, but much as I would like to stay, we really do have to part ways, because you have a class coming up, and so do I. So if you do want to talk and start making up for lost time. I watched as she stepped away from me and shifted back to her usual self. Her clothing settled around her as though nothing had happened. Well. Not as though. We were wizards, after all. My suggestion would be to join us at mealtimes, or come to the common room in the evenings, though I should warn you, I have even less spare time in the common room than at breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You could talk to Penny. She can tell you what my schedule looks like. But didn't you take your exams already? Nymphadora looked at me with genuine puzzlement, clearly unable to figure out how I could have taken all my exams and still have no free time. I took them so that I could study according to my gift, not so that I would have nothing to do. And Professor Flitwick offered me an apprenticeship, which comes with its own considerable workload. So free time is rather scarce. TCH, fine. I'll talk to Penny, and if you really are that busy, I'll fit around you. It's not as though I need to study that much anyway. I had been about to leave, but those words made me stop and look back. You're not serious. Actually, I am. I want to be an Auror, and for that, you only need an acceptable or exceeds expectations in potions, care of magical creatures, transfiguration, and herbology. Nothing too difficult. Nymphadora shrugged. Tonks. My voice went very quiet. She flinched. It was the first time I had used her surname throughout our conversation, and the way I said it, it landed like a rebuke. If those are the grades you intend to enter the Auror program with, the ceiling you're looking at is the Combat Auxiliary, the unit they use to plug gaps. The one where unforgivables are currently banned, as are most serious curses, and the only spells permitted are stunning, binding, and paralyzing, and the people on the other side will be throwing unforgivables and worse at you without a second thought. Tonks blinked, stunned. Or are you planning to coast on your metamorphmagus ability? Because that leads to becoming a convenience to them, or worse, being used as bait for criminals, sent in to extract information. No. Then what on earth are you thinking, Tonks? You need strong grades in arithmancy, astronomy, ancient runes, and Muggle studies as well. But. Right then. If you actually want to end up in a proper department. I looked at her steadily, and she gave a very quick, very firm nod. The contrast between the warmth I had shown her earlier and the tone I was taking now had clearly done something to her, and she was ready to listen. Good. So, you're in your 6th year? Yes. Then starting today, you have no weekends at Hogwarts. I will write to my mothers, and they will pay for tutors in every subject. Draco, you don't need to. I do. I cut her off. I am not going to stand by and watch my little sister struggle through a miserable career when it can be avoided. To keep that from happening, you need to take a great many NEWTs at outstanding level. That is the only thing that will get you a place with Amelia, and she does not keep fools close to her. Oh, you can get a fool into her office well enough, but that fool will not last long. But. No buts. I shook my head, making it clear she no longer had a say in the matter. Weekends are for tutors. And don't imagine they'll just sit and spoon-feed you everything. They won't. You have 2 years left, and you'll need to read an enormous amount on your own, badger your professors for help, and make sure you don't disgrace yourself at the next session. Draco, please, I don't want you to. You don't want to join the DMLE under Amelia Bones. You're content spending your life as someone's errand girl, eating garbage and running dirty jobs on the minister's orders. Or do you want to be a respected witch, Amelia's right hand? Just tell me if you're satisfied with being the unit's lackey. No. Why do you keep saying that? It's not even that bad, eh? So you're refusing my help, then? She looked at me carefully. I looked back at her with equal care. And after a moment, she gave a very small, very hesitant shake of her head. No. I'll accept it, thank you. Think nothing of it. I allowed myself a faint smile. Now, go to your lesson. And it seems my leisurely stroll through Hogwarts is over, so, we will talk at lunch. Right. She gave a small, shy nod, then turned to go. Nymphadora. She turned halfway and looked at me inquiringly. I'm glad you decided to come and speak to me. Truly. She gave an embarrassed nod, and with that we finally parted ways. Chapter 24, A Counter-Strike That Missed. At lunch, I used my protein-charmed notebook to contact my mothers and describe the situation. They agreed that leaving Nymphadora to fend for herself was not an option, and undertook to hire tutors who would prepare her not only for her NEWTS, but also to sit the OWLS she had not taken last year before the end of this one. Nymphadora. I gave a nod to the girl who settled at our table with a rather self-conscious air, and this time she did not object to my using her name. Draco. She nodded back. Allow me to introduce my little sister, Nymphadora Tonks. In truth she is a cousin, but as far as I am concerned, little sister is altogether more fitting. And this is. I went around the table. Penelope Clearwater, Ravenclaw prefect and a thoroughly responsible person, Daphne, my attendant, Tracy Davis, Daphne's close friend and my own, Harry Potter, my dormitory neighbor and a decent sort, Hermione Granger, a lovely girl who puts somewhat too much faith in books, though we are gradually curing her of that. And Parvati Patil, who has once again swapped places with her sister Padma. I also introduced several older students I had been talking with, after which a relaxed conversation started up and carried on until the end of lunch, when we all had to be off to our own affairs. The days passed in that rhythm until Nymphadora's tutors and timetable were arranged. Nymphadora. I called her over on Friday after breakfast and handed her 2 notebooks. What are these? The first, the one with the red cover, is connected to my mother's. They have already arranged the tutors, so from tomorrow you will be working very hard indeed. She gave a short nod, gratitude and embarrassment mixed in her expression. The one with the silver cover connects to me. As I said, I am very occupied during the day and cannot always find time to talk, but in the evenings I try to set aside at least half an hour for my mother's, and during that time I can answer your questions as well, or simply talk, if you would like. Thank you. My words had clearly moved her, because she threw her arms around me in a sudden, impulsive hug, then pulled back and hurried off to her own business. I set off towards mine. Petrificus totalis. The shout had barely begun when I was already rolling sideways, and the spell struck the floor where I had been standing. I came out of the roll fast, spun, and raised a shield charm. Well, 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 it is the little teacher's pet, isn't it? I only just stopped myself from pressing my fingers to the bridge of my nose. Robert's voice was not difficult to recognize, nor was the phrase he had lifted straight from Weasley the Sixth. I wonder what you are going to do now. Robert was not bothering to conceal himself, a snide grin on his face. 3 older students stood beside him, Ravenclaws, every one of them, not a Slytherin among the lot, and all looking at me with distinct hostility. You are outnumbered, in a rarely used corridor, and there are 3 of us. Well, I am certainly not going to panic. I shrugged. Unwise, unwise. Robert shook his head. You are not the only person whose day is currently being interrupted. I have taken certain steps to cause you pain. I have paid 2 boys who should, right about now, be getting hold of a certain girl, locking themselves in an abandoned classroom with her, and putting her in harm's way. My expression hardened. Robert, as of this moment, speaking as heir of the House of Black, I declare you a blood enemy of this house in response to a threat made against my family. Ha! After this meeting you won't even remember our faces. You will simply know that something was done to you and that what happened to that girl is your fault, nothing more. We came prepared, you see. Then I have no reason to hold back. I stopped talking and flooded my body with magic. What can a first year do against older students? An ordinary first year can do nothing. But I had been trained since childhood, and trained by the best, so rather than running at them, rolling aside, or retreating, I jumped sideways toward the wall, planted my foot and pushed off hard, throwing myself upward toward the ceiling. As I did, a silent string of spells left my wand, everyday charms in their base form, the kind designed for preparing a chicken. Against any reasonably trained wizard they would have been useless. He would simply roll aside. But these boys were inexperienced, and they chose to grandstand rather than move, raising a shield charm instead. I had poured enough power into the spells that they punched straight through it and found flesh, striking arms, legs, and bodies, systematically destroying bone. A raw scream tore through the corridor. I did not wait. I stunned all 3, confirmed they would not be waking up, then opened the silver notebook and activated the tracking charm set into it. 5 minutes of hard running and I was outside an abandoned classroom. One spell told me the door was sealed from within, not just locked, but braced against something. Bombarda. Normally the spell would have blown the door to splinters, but I focused it precisely on the handle, destroying it cleanly. Whatever they had jammed against the door on the inside had nothing left to brace against, and a kick finished the job. Wands on the floor. I came through the door just in time. Bombarda. I was not an idiot. I had no intention of killing him, so I defocused the spell across his torso. Even through the fury that had seized me, I had calculated the force correctly. His skin split and he was thrown hard, but the wound was not fatal. Aia. Now then. Reparo. A flick of the wand and the shreds of Nymphodora's clothing stitched themselves back together. Finite. Another spell and the girl found she could move again. Nymphadora. I watched her scramble to her feet and position herself behind me, while keeping my attention on the second one, still huddled in the corner, whimpering that he had not done anything. Would you please go and fetch Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout? Go. I made it plain that I was not asking, and she had no choice but to obey. I turned and paced the room in unhurried silence. Both boys were Hufflepuffs, something I found genuinely disappointing. So, let me simply tell you. A flick of the wand and a quiet word silenced the one who was still screaming. He kept on screaming, but no sound reached anyone. What awaits you? Even if you are not expelled from Hogwarts, I will do my utmost to ensure that you are. You will never find employment as even the 7th deputy of the 5th assistant to the 10th sub-deputy toilet attendant at the ministry. I didn't do anything. I was just. You did not manage to do anything. I shook my head. What you intended to do is quite sufficient for me, which is why I am going to make your life, the life of your contemptible accomplice, and the lives of the people who paid you, a living hell. I spent the next few minutes in silence, methodically calming myself down. Had I moved more calmly at the start, stunning and binding, I might have needed to demonstrate force twice. But one Bombarda had broken them completely. One was still bleeding and screaming silently, the other had not moved from his corner. Right. The door burst open, revealing not only the two professors I had sent for, but Madame Pomfrey as well. What is going on in here? Good Lord. Sprout had seen her student's bloodied state and brought her wand up in my direction. You. No. Nymphadora stepped between us. You have it wrong. Draco saved me. Those filthy people they were going to. Sprout's wand hand wavered. Pomfrey, who had been moving to give first aid, went very still. He came through the door just as they were about to. Nymphadora was speaking very quickly, clearly distressed to be saying it at all, but just as clearly convinced she had to protect me from a false charge. Nymphadora, there is no need. I can show my memories directly. In them, Robert attacks me in a corridor with two accomplices, and while I initially intended to resolve things without causing lasting harm. I shook my head, making plain what I thought of that idea now. The moment he mentioned that he had paid two students to attack Nymphadora, I changed my approach. The three of them are now in that corridor with the bones in their arms and legs destroyed, and in some cases, the spell struck the torso as well. After that, I let the smile cross my face, though it came out closer to a bared teeth grin. I came here at a run. The door had been braced from the inside. How did you know where to go? Sprout was still watching me with suspicion, and at that question Nymphadora turned to look at me with some surprise as well. I simply reached into my robe and produced the notebook. She has the other half. They can track each other. So I activated that function and ran. Very well. But this, taking the law into your own hands. She shook her head. You should have disarmed them and waited for a professor. Should have. A first year against older students. Mr. Black, do not undersell yourself. I know what you are capable of. You could have managed this considerably less, forcefully. Though I cannot say I do not understand the impulse. I am not underestimating myself. I simply decided this was the most efficient approach. If I had used safer spells on them. A contemptuous glance toward the two, one of whom Pomfrey was already treating. I would have had to keep managing them, watching to make sure they didn't break the paralyzing charm and attack me. This way. The grin again. One spell, and one of them is out of the fight, with nothing to do but scream. The other dropped his wand and thinks he's about to get a Bombarda to the head. There is no danger to his life. The only thing destroyed was the skin. Well, I'm not an idiot. I shrugged. If they'd been closer, or if this had happened where I'd been warned about it, I might even have used unforgivables. The professors and Madame Pomfrey all drew sharp breaths. Using those spells on animals isn't prohibited, after all. and proving in court that these two are animals wouldn't have given me a moment's difficulty. But I had time to collect myself on the way here, and though I wanted them permanently stopped, I decided doing it in front of my sister was unnecessary. Understood. Flitwick gave a nod. Right then. This will need to go to the headmaster, since matters of this kind can't be handled informally. But first we need to retrieve the three who attacked you. Nymphadora. I stepped around the girl, who still stood with her back to me, placing herself between me and her head of house. Please go to your dormitory and rest. Madame Pomfrey, if it's not too much trouble, could you have a house elf send her a dreamless sleep potion? She needs it, and missing one lesson is the least of her concerns right now. Off you go, sweetheart. Sprout came over and stroked her hair gently. Mr. Black and I will sort all of this out, and will try not to trouble you with it more than necessary. So you may sleep today. Philby. With a crack, a house elf appeared beside the head of Hufflepuff, wearing a white pillowcase. Philby is here, Mistress Sprout. The elf's ears swept the floor as he bowed, drawing a faint smile from me. Take Miss Tonks to her dormitory. Then bring her a dreamless sleep potion and make sure she drinks it. It will be done. He took Nymphadora by the hand and vanished with a crack. Well, I suppose we must go and collect those who attacked you, Mr. Black. As he spoke, Flitwick conjured his Patronus, dictated a message into it, and sent it off to the headmaster. After you, Professor. I gave a nod, and we set off. Chapter 25, Consequences. Mr. Black, please, come in. Don't be shy. I entered the headmaster's office, which was crowded with all manner of whirring instruments, and Flitwick followed me. Professor Flitwick has informed me of the situation, and I wish to speak with you about your excessive use of force. Headmaster, could you tell me where my mothers are? Or at the very least, where Andromeda and Ted Tonks are? They ought to be present, given that their daughter was nearly assaulted at Hogwarts, the safest place in Britain. Draco, for now. My apologies for the delay. The door to Dumbledore's office opened, and I turned to see Andromeda, Ted, Narcissa, and Bellatrix enter. Mothers. Dumbledore, what has happened, and why have we been summoned? Andromeda glanced at her sisters, and in her expression, I saw an old, deep pain alongside something fragile and hopeful. Ted, for his part, looked at my mothers with undisguised irritation and contempt. I can explain. I shrugged. Please do, young man. Andromeda nodded, making it clear she wanted to hear everything. I beg your pardon, but that is not why we are here. My concern is Mr. Black's excessive use of force, and the other matters. Excessive force? Ted looked at me with sudden suspicion. Did you attack my daughter? Despite his obvious fury, he hadn't let any uglier words slip. I'm afraid you've somewhat misread the situation. I shook my head. It would be best to begin about a week ago. Nymphadora approached me and suggested we spend some time together. As I understood it, she had wanted to do so earlier, but family influence had made her cautious, and she preferred to watch and form her own impressions first. A week ago she came to me, and I was glad to agree. She is my sister, after all, though I will freely admit I have very little time to spare for anyone. I gave a small shake of my head. Well, naturally. A first year has so much time on his hands. Ted couldn't keep the sharpness out of his voice. For your information, Mr. Tonks, Mr. Black has already taken and passed his first-year examinations in all subjects, and by my reckoning, his third-year ones as well. He currently assists me in running charms and spell work lessons for the first years, or rather, conducts those lessons brilliantly in his own right. He follows a curriculum designed by Mrs. Black. Flitwick nodded toward my mother's. And is my personal apprentice. So his time is genuinely extremely limited. Ahem. Ted coughed, flustered, while I saw surprise and what looked like respect in Andromeda's expression. Now. This afternoon, after lunch, I was attacked by 3 students from my own house. A former Ravenclaw prefect and I had a minor altercation in the first week of term, and he has now decided to act on it. Since Daphne and my other housemates tend to move in groups, he chose Nymphadora as the way to hurt me most. His plan was to beat me, then obliviate me so I would not know who had done it, but he also informed me that he had paid several boys to attack Nymphadora. They what? A wave of raw magic rolled off Andromeda, blowing every window in the headmaster's office clear of their frames. I managed to reach her in time. Fortunately, I had given her a notebook that allowed her location to be traced, though that was not actually its primary enchantment, so one might say we were simply lucky. In any case, I prevented it, and your daughter is entirely unharmed, aside from her robes being torn. I gave a small shrug. Yes, and the students involved were seriously injured. Was such force truly necessary? Dumbledore shook his head with a look of reproach. Yes. I shrugged again. And as I already told the professors, those boys were fortunate that it hadn't actually begun yet, because if that had been different, I would not have restrained myself. The use of unforgivables on animals is not prohibited, after all. My boy, they are children, not animals. Dumbledore shook his head with gentle reproach. Yes, they made a terrible mistake, but one cannot simply. One can. One must. I cut the headmaster off before he could finish his no doubt important thought. People like that should be removed from the gene pool. And if you feel so much sympathy for them, perhaps you would like to step into the Great Hall tomorrow morning and, as headmaster, instruct some girl to submit to them on the spot. Do not push this too far, Mr. Black. In an instant, Dumbledore had shed the warm grandfather persona entirely. The man now sitting across from me was one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, and the most formidable of those who played the political game. I am not pushing anything. The force radiating from Dumbledore made every instinct in me want to step back. I did not. Most likely because my mother had never held back in training, and I was accustomed to pressure. Though I admit Dumbledore's pressure was in a different category altogether. I am pointing out that you are, in effect, proposing exactly the same thing, showing mercy to someone who was seconds away from committing a serious crime, so he concludes there are no real consequences, that second and third and fourth chances will always follow. After that, he simply stops fearing punishment because he knows it will not come. At which point, as I said, it would be simpler to let them do it in the Great Hall. At least then everyone would know what to expect from these people. Dumbledore composed himself fairly quickly and was now shaking his head with renewed disapproval. Mother. I looked at Narcissa. If Headmaster Dumbledore does not expel these boys from Hogwarts, I would ask you to raise the matter before the Board of Governors. And naturally I will provide you with my memories. I would like them passed to Miss Bones so that she may conduct a proper investigation and see that the law is applied. Draco, they made a mistake and they will be punished, but reporting all of this to the DMLE, do you not think that is rather extreme? And how will you punish them? Robert was already stripped of his prefect badge, which should have hit him hard enough, and yet it did not stop him. He kept scheming. I shook my head. So what are you proposing? Point deductions. Detentions. I tilted my head. Go ahead, Headmaster. I am genuinely eager to hear what you consider an appropriate punishment for organizing an attack, and for the attempted assault itself. But to ruin these boys' lives. You know what, Headmaster? That is your prerogative. You may even lean on the ministry and ensure they face no legal consequences at all. However, I have just as much right to pursue this through proper channels. Very well, but that is not why we are gathered here. The matter is your conduct and your use of dangerous spells on school grounds. You destroyed a great many bones in those students, and they will be spending no less than a month in the hospital wing while Poppy heals them. And as for that other boy. Dumbledore shook his head without finishing the sentence. I simply shrugged. I am afraid I must impose detention on you, with Professor Snape. I must interject here, Albus. Draco is my personal apprentice, and under the Hogwarts Charter, all detentions for an apprentice must be served with their master. Very well. Detention with Professor Flitwick, then. It will run until Christmas. And I will also deduct 100 points from Ravenclaw. Understood, Headmaster Dumbledore. My expression, I suspect, made clear that I felt nothing in particular about this punishment. I considered my actions correct. If anything, they were perhaps insufficiently decisive. I would simply know what to do differently in the future. You may go. I could see that my response had not satisfied Dumbledore, but he had no grounds to detain me further. My mothers were in the room. The Tonkses were in the room. The heads of house were in the room. And none of them, any more than I, could quite understand why he was conducting himself the way he was. Thank you, Headmaster. We left the office and descended the spiral staircase. So because of you, my daughter was nearly. KFF. Ted, don't. Or have you forgotten that our daughter already had a somewhat complicated reputation on her floor, and at school in general? Do you remember what she used to tell us about boys who wanted to ask her out? Something like this was always going to happen sooner or later. You're defending him. No, Ted, I am not defending anyone. I simply think that this outcome is preferable, because now everyone at Hogwarts knows that if anyone tries anything, the culprit will end up, actually, what did happen to them? Well, one is more or less intact. But the one who... I made a small gesture with my hand to indicate which one I meant. I hit him with a defocused bombarda. So whatever skin he had on the front of his body, he no longer has. Good. Andromeda held my gaze for a steady moment. You know, you're certainly a handful, but I have no objection to Nymphadora spending time with you. Andromeda. Ted. I've had quite enough of your prejudice against my sisters. And after their son just saved our daughter, that's final. If you don't want anything to do with them, that's your choice. But you no longer have any say over what I do. Son, we are proud of you. Bellatrix gave me a firm thumbs up, clearly in excellent spirits, first, from hearing what I had done to the boys in the corridor, and then from learning what I had done to the last one. But what pleased her most was seeing Andromeda step away from Ted and walk over to stand with my mothers. Sweetheart, just try to stay away from the killing curse. Narcissa offered her own advice, then took Andromeda by the arm. Bellatrix already had the other one, and the three of them walked off together. Mr. Black, I do hope you will take Miss Narcissa's advice to heart. Not to worry, Professor. A quick end teaches no one anything. Honestly, I slightly regret using the bombarda at all. There were spells that would have made a more lasting impression. As a rational person, I can only agree with you. As a head of house, however, I disapprove. The expression on Flitwick's face made quite clear which of the two he was at that particular moment. Right. Ted, whom I had rather forgotten about, reminded us of his presence. I won't stand in the way of my daughter spending time with you. But if you think I'm going to let you seduce her. Professor, can I hex him? Just a small one, to speed up his thinking. What? Ted looked at me with indignation. Mr. Tonks, I am speaking calmly only because I understand you are in shock. So let me be plain, I am pure blood, but I am not an idiot. Your daughter is my sister, not by blood, but the term fits. A match between us would only weaken my house. There can be nothing between Nymphadora and me except what exists between a brother and a sister. You think? Mr. Tonks. Sprout cut him off, drawing his attention toward her. Come along to my office. We can speak privately there, and tomorrow I'll arrange for you and your wife to visit your daughter. I said nothing to that, simply smiling to myself. As if I would allow Nymphadora to sit and brood. Tomorrow she would begin her sessions with the tutors, and they would knock the nonsense out of her quickly enough, show her just how much ground she needed to cover, and point her in the direction she needed to go. I kept all of that to myself, smiled at Flitwick, and looked at him inquiringly. Professor, what about lessons? They've been cancelled. The incident led to all classes being suspended for the day. I imagine Dumbledore will make an announcement during supper about what happened and the consequences for those responsible. You'll be mentioned as well. I gave a careless shrug. Let them. It should discourage anyone else from trying to harm the people I care about. On that point, Mr. Black, you're absolutely right. Now, since you have detention with me, let's go, we'll count this as the first session. Very well. Flitwick and I set off, leaving Ted with Professor Sprout while my mother and Andromeda disappeared somewhere together, most likely making up for all the years they'd been kept apart. One must find the good in everything, yes. What are you thinking about? Me. I'm thinking about how I need to stop being a piece on the board and start being a player. Only I won't be able to sit at the table the world calls life for at least another couple of years. Well, we'll do everything in our power to ensure you can take your guild qualification in 2 years or so. And after that, if not a player exactly, then at the very least a significant piece. Yes. I need to work even harder. Chapter 26, A Conversation. Your assignment. I looked out over the third-year class I'd just finished teaching, all of them watching me attentively. Is to write an essay on the methods of learning nonverbal magic. I spoke about it today, so please don't mention the 2 methods I described. Find others. For reference, you might look at Silent Magic, Advantages and Disadvantages by Hyperion Black, Magic Without Words by Alastair Moody, and Wordless Magic by Mikhail Kostjev. The class was scribbling down the titles. That will do for today, unless Professor Flitwick has anything to add. I half turned to the professor, who shook his head. This had become a standard question at the end of every lesson, and the answer was almost always the same. On a handful of occasions he had added something, suggesting further reading or asking certain students to write a more detailed piece. But he had never corrected me on the substance of a lesson, which was gratifying. The bell rang and I gave the students a nod as they began gathering their things. "Mr. Black, you're free this evening as well. In honor of the occasion, I'm giving you a rest from your usual training sessions." I gave an understanding nod. "Thank you, Master." I didn't agree with this in the slightest. In fact, I disagreed entirely, but I held my tongue. I collected my things, left the classroom, and walked at an easy pace toward the tower. Today was Halloween, and Hogwarts was thick with the smell of pumpkin, enough to make me slightly nauseous, which was reason enough to walk quickly. "Draco, hi." Dora came running up to me and I had no choice but to stop. "Hello, pink thing." "Hey." A trace of hurt crept into Dora's voice. "I've told you before, I dislike your attempts to parody someone and present a worse version of yourself than you actually are. And as long as you keep doing it, I'll keep calling you pink thing." "Draco." Her voice carried a plea. "Dear sister, as I've already told you, for a metamorphmagus." Students passing in the corridor were beginning to glance our way with interest. "That particular trick won't help you. There will always be idiots about, so all you need is to learn a few specific transformations. The next time someone tries to put something where it doesn't belong." By now, everyone in the school knew she had been nearly assaulted. She didn't like my phrasing, but she didn't shout at me for it. I wasn't the one who had told everyone. That had been Dumbledore. At the last moment, transform the relevant area into a toothed mouth, and simply bite it off. The boys listening nearby flinched visibly. A few such removals and the idiots will thin out considerably. "Draco." "What?" She dropped her gaze to the floor. "I have already learned to do that. I still prefer not to go looking for trouble, though." "Well." I shrugged. "That is for you to decide, pink thing. You're impossible. I came to you on actual business, and you." She shook her head, but I knew she understood the conversation was necessary, however unpleasant she found it. It had been my mother, after all, who had thought of it as a way to keep her safe. "Business." "Yes." "And what is it, then, my business-like sister?" "My combat magic instructor suggested I spar with you, to get a sense of where I need to improve. You were trained by Aunt Bella, after all. I don't mind, though I'd rather not duel just for the sake of it. Come tomorrow." I thought for a moment and named a time shortly before my training session with Flitwick was due to begin. "To Professor Flitwick's classroom. We can have our spar there." "All right." She nodded. "Is that all?" "Yes." She turned and hurried off. I hurried after her, dropping my things in the tower before making for the Great Hall for lunch. "Hello, everyone." I nodded to my usual company, whom I had not seen all day, with the exception of Daphne, who had trained with me that morning. "Hey." Everyone answered in fairly lively tones, Harry included. I looked at him for a moment, thoughtful. "What?" "Nothing." I decided not to spoil the day for him, though I was tempted to point out that he was celebrating on the anniversary of his parents' deaths. But no. Let the boy have his day. He would work it out for himself in time, possibly. Just thinking. "Right." Harry shrugged and returned to his conversation with Hermione. Daphne, however, caught my eye, and I could see from her expression that she knew what I had almost said, and had been thinking the same thing herself. "What are your plans for the afternoon?" "McGonagall set us an extra session. We're practicing wand movements for another spell, so we're off to see her." I nodded understandingly. "Good luck with that. I have my own plans, so." "Yeah, you're off to study again." Tracy gave a dry huff, and the rest of the group chuckled at my enthusiasm for books. Though we were all Ravenclaws, and all inclined that way, even Harry had been spending considerably more time reading since he had fallen in with our group, though he still lagged behind the others. "Among other things, yes." I nodded, and we carried on talking about nothing in particular for the rest of the meal. Right then. I looked carefully around. After lunch I had gone straight up to the 8th floor, found the portrait of the troll in a tutu, walked past it thinking of a place where something could be hidden, and here I was. I have a great deal of work ahead of me. I put on my glasses, then immediately pulled them off. The entire room was saturated with magic, practically made of it, and making any sense of where a particular object might be was simply beyond me at my current level of understanding of magical weaves. I moved through the room, looking around. I was searching for the diadem where Voldemort had hidden a fragment of his soul. I should have come here earlier, but until today I simply hadn't had the time. Step by step, turn by turn, past heap after heap of discarded objects. Things had been accumulating here for not just decades, but most likely centuries. Blast. How is anyone supposed to find anything in here? Are you looking for something? I jumped at the quiet, composed voice from directly behind me. Good heavens, Lady Helena. Must you startle people like that? The ghost of Ravenclaw House looked at me with mild displeasure and tension. Clearly, she wasn't happy to find me here. She didn't answer my question. She simply continued to stare at me. Yes. I've learned that a very dangerous cursed object is hidden here. And I want to find it and store it somewhere safe. What object? Your mother's diadem. Helena's ghost gave a faint start. What do you want with it? You want to use it. Emotion had entered her voice, but it was nothing like warmth or a desire to help. She was growing angry. No. As I said, the diadem is cursed, and I want to remove the curse. Unfortunately, the only method currently available to me would require destroying it, and I would strongly prefer not to do that. So I want to take it to my home and keep it somewhere secure. Once I've acquired enough skill to lift the curse properly, I intend to return it to Hogwarts as a relic of my house. I don't believe you. I'm not asking you to believe me. I shrugged. I'm only asking you not to stand in my way. You made your own mistake once, didn't you? Helena flinched slightly, and a trace of fear and guilt crossed her face. Now I am simply asking you not to hinder me as I try to correct it. Correct it? Ha, you know nothing. You know nothing about me, or about the mistake I made. Nothing at all. I do know. I know enough. I know that you stole your mother's diadem, but you seem to believe that she hated you for it and blamed you for everything. She did not. I have several books at home written by people who lived in your time and your mother's time. In every one of them, even after you left to seek knowledge, for that is how your mother spoke of your departure, she did not view it as a theft. She always spoke of you with a very warm and gentle smile. Enough. If you do not believe me, we could perform a simple summoning ritual. I am no necromancer, but even my current knowledge is sufficient to call a reflection of your mother's soul. She recoiled, drifting several feet away. No. Genuine fear filled Helena's voice. Surely you are not afraid of hearing that she forgives you? That all she ever wanted was for you to be happy. Be quiet. Very well. I shrugged. I will say no more. All I ask is that you do not hinder me. I held her gaze for a few seconds, then turned and continued searching. Glancing back, I could see her drifting after me, her lips pressed together as though she were wrestling with herself. Step by step, heap by heap, pile by pile. Books, statuettes, medallions, broken desks and chairs, broomsticks, cauldrons. Everything imaginable was crammed in here. Even a pair of paintings lay propped against a pile. She truly spoke of me warmly. A fragile note of hope crept into Helena's voice. I stopped and turned to face the ghost, a girl nervously twisting the fabric of her dress between her fingers. Yes, or at least that is what the books written by your mother's contemporaries, held in my family's library, tell us. When the Baron ran me through, I thought she had sent him. She did send him, but she sent him to bring you home. Again, I cannot be entirely certain of this, but that is what the books say. But on that particular point I have nothing to offer. It may have been his own decision, it may have been a confluence of circumstances, it may have been something else entirely. I gave a small shrug, conveying that I had no way of knowing what had driven the bloody Baron to do what he had done. It is very hard to believe any of this. I have already said that I can attempt to summon a reflection of your mother. It is not her soul, it is more like an imprint she has left in the world's informational sphere. What is more, if you were to provide me with a portrait of your mother, I could attempt to bind that reflection into the portrait, and then you could speak with her whenever you wished. The girl went still and stared at me in open shock. You can do that. Not at present. I shook my head. It is beyond me now. But it would not have to be me. I could ask Mother Bella to perform the relevant rituals, though that would require you to leave Hogwarts. If that is not possible for you, then it would have to wait. Perhaps by the beginning of next year, if my mother applies herself rigorously to my training, I may be able to manage it myself. All right. I'll wait, and afterwards I'll tell you where the diadem is hidden. I can find it myself, you know. No, you can't find it on your own. But at the start of next year, if you summon a reflection of my mother and bind it into a portrait, I'll help. Very well. That's an agreement. I looked at Helena with complete seriousness. An agreement. She gave a single, short nod. With a quiet sigh, I made my way out of the room of requirement. It wasn't that I had given up entirely on finding the diadem myself. I would try again before the year was out, but I wouldn't press the search quite so hard. Chapter 27, Halloween. It turned out I had spent rather a long time in the room of requirement, and from there I went straight to the Great Hall, where the celebratory feast was just about to begin. Everyone around me was laughing, chattering, and gesturing excitedly, and only Daphne and I were quiet islands in all the noise. Once everyone had settled at the tables, Dumbledore rose from his seat and delivered a speech. The speech had no particular substance beyond congratulating us all on the occasion and announcing that the feast could now begin. I looked around and satisfied myself that things would be perfectly calm this year. Hermione was at the table, and she had friends around her, and even though one red-headed idiot had apparently tried to get under her skin earlier today, it had come to nothing. I ate slowly, in a highly aristocratic fashion. That is a lie. I ate as I liked, without following most of the table etiquette expected of the nobility, though even so I probably appeared rather aristocratic to anyone watching. Daphne, sitting beside me, made sure my plate always had whatever I wanted to try. Penny Clearwater, who had taken the seat opposite for once, was not shy about making use of Daphne's help either, though Daphne cast mildly irritated glances at her now and then. Despite the irritation, she did not refuse to help, and Penny Clearwater was careful not to overstep, so Daphne did not make an issue of being my attendant rather than Penny Clearwater's servant. Hermione had somehow been drawn into an argument with Tracy. I listened for a moment, then closed my eyes briefly, because the subject of this apparently riveting debate was some entirely girlish nonsense, specifically whether it was better to color one's hair with potions or with spells. Padma. What's the matter? I can't see my sister at the Gryffindor table. I want to go and look for her. Shall I come with you? No. She gave me a small smile. It was obvious she wanted to say yes. Wandering through the enormous castle alone was not something she particularly relished, but she did not want to spoil my evening. Don't, really. Enjoy yourself. You work harder than any of us and you need this rest more than anyone. Go on, have a good time. I gave a nod, accepting what she had said, and then stood up anyway. Draco. Carry on. I can hardly leave our friend to manage this on her own. I'm coming. Daphne rose from the table as well, and after her, Tracy and Penny Clearwater did the same. What? Hermione, do keep up. Padma's sister hasn't come to the feast for some reason, so we're going to look for her. Oh. Right then. Hermione's interest in the matter was clearly non-existent, and she made no move to leave the table. Harry was equally content to sit with his potatoes and a salad. Why are you all? Padma looked at us with mild bewilderment. Isn't that what friends are for? I shrugged, and we all walked out of the Great Hall together. Children, where are you going? The feast has only just started. Dumbledore had noticed us, and I answered for everyone. Parvati is absent from her house table and her sister is very worried. We decided to help look for her. She may need assistance. Or perhaps she simply wants to be alone. Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles caught the light. Possibly, and if she tells us as much, I think we shall all respect that. But for the moment we do not know. I can come with you. Flitwick said this while looking directly at me, and there was resolve in his expression. He really was an excellent professor, willing to go to considerable lengths for his students, even those from other houses. No wonder the whole school was fond of him. Thank you, Professor, but I think we can manage. I was, if I'm honest, mildly surprised that McGonagall had not offered to help, given that she was Parvati's head of house and directly responsible for her. Surely a girl failing to appear at the celebratory feast ought to have concerned her. But no. She sat and ate. Though I suppose Hogwarts was called the safest place in Britain, and one could understand her reasoning. We left the Great Hall and made for the staircases. This was the one crossroads that could not be avoided unless you used the secret passages, and we decided to begin there all the same. Right, we start by asking the portraits near the entrances to each floor. One of them may have seen Parvati. The girls nodded, and we set to work. On the first floor, I questioned several portraits. All said they hadn't seen any girl resembling Padma. The second floor was the same. But on the third floor, we had better luck. One of the portraits thought it had seen a girl who looked like Padma past, following another girl, some hours ago. All right, let's check. The floor isn't that large, so we should be able to search it in 15 minutes. If we don't find anyone, we head up. All right. The girls answered in something close to unison, and we entered the corridor and split up to check every room where the girls might conceivably have gone. Near one of the classrooms, I heard crying and a voice pleading with someone to stop. I frowned. I couldn't make out any other voices, and I didn't recognize the one I could hear. It could well have been the girl Parvati had followed. I tried the door. Locked. Help! I'm in here. A panicked cry came from behind the door, followed immediately by the sound of a slap. I cast an unlocking charm at the door at once, but it did no good. The girls had gathered behind me. I turned, took a step back, and cast Bombard at the door, then kicked in what was left of it and went through. Bloody hell. Ha 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 ha. Got you, got you. Little Drakey looking for girls. Ha ha ha. Peeves fooled you all. Peeves is clever, he is, and also, Peeves produced something from beneath the desk he'd been rolling on in hysterics and hurled it at us. Protego. The thing hit the shield and exploded, and an appalling smell hit me. A few quick household charms removed it from the air and our robes. You know, Peeves, I really am going to learn the banishing charm one of these days. I shook my head. The poltergeist only laughed harder. I paid him no further attention, and we left the classroom together, repairing the door and pulling it shut behind us. Bloody hell. I shook my head again. Draco, did I just hear that? Penny looked at me with an amused expression. You're swearing. I generally try not to, but in this particular situation I simply have no other words. I am expressing my strongly felt emotions with the vocabulary available to me. I shrugged, as if to say this was entirely beyond my control. No one reproached me. I got a pat on the shoulder instead, and we carried on along the floor. We did not find the girls, even after checking every room. Well, I had a fairly strong suspicion where they were, but my companions refused to let me into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and declined to go in themselves, on the grounds that it would be a pointless waste of time. Right, so we've checked the floor. Well, more or less. Not this again. Penny looked at me with a trace of exasperation. Penny, think about it. If someone was upset, or if someone played a nasty trick on them, the most logical place to go is Myrtle's bathroom. Nobody's going to follow them in there. Oh, fine, fine. She threw her hands up in irritation. We'll go and check Myrtle's bathroom right now, and afterwards I'm going to look at you and that smug face of yours and ask, repeatedly, didn't I say it would be a waste of time? I'm prepared to accept those terms, but if I turn out to be right, you won't just greet me with a kiss on the cheek every day. You'll also. I thought for a moment. You'll meow after every sentence. I beg your pardon. Penny stared at me in shock. I said, you'll end every sentence with a meow for the rest of the year. Are you serious? Only slightly joking. And don't worry, I'm not asking you to do it in lessons or when speaking to professors and other students. Just with me. I smiled. Fine, but in that case, if they're not there, you have to meow too. Agreed. I gave a calm nod, then studied Penny's expression at length. What? She frowned at me. Nothing in particular. I'm just thinking that cat ears would suit you. False ones, obviously. You. She frowned and shook her head sharply. No. We already agreed on meowing. Well. I gave a slightly wounded shrug, doing my best to convey how deeply her refusal to raise the stakes had affected me. She did not take the bait, just gave a derisive snort. If you insist on meowing, meowing it shall be. The ears can be for the next argument. So you've already decided you've won. Well, we're about to find out. I shrugged, and we walked to Myrtle's bathroom. Penny looked inside, and from the way her expression changed I knew at once that I was right. You were right. She looked at me in my grinning face. They are in fact here. Why didn't I remember that you won the last argument too? Penny. Parvati's voice came from inside, slightly uncertain. She clearly had no idea what was happening. Sorry, girls. We were worried about you. We went looking, but we didn't expect to find you here specifically. And I made a bet with Draco that I would end every sentence with a meow if you turned out to be in this particular bathroom. There are more of you. Parvati peered out from the bathroom. She looked perfectly fine. I had half expected to find her in tears, but she seemed all right. Draco. Daphne. Tracy. You all came. For us. Her question was really a plea for confirmation. Yes. Padma noticed you weren't at the feast, and then we realized you weren't the only one missing, so we came to see what had happened. That we had only noticed the second absence while questioning portraits on the third floor was really beside the point. Well. Lavender was just a little upset. A little. Weasley, he was unkind to her. After the transfiguration lesson that afternoon, she offered to help him with the material, and he swore at her. He said a lot of horrible things, and... That number 6. I shook my head. Right, girls, go back in and help Lavender pull herself together, and then we'll all go to the feast together. Lavender and Parvati are welcome to sit at our table. Thank you. Parvati smiled at me and disappeared back inside with the girls. I leaned against the wall and focused on how to find the diadem. Waiting until next year really didn't appeal, and so... Boom, 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 SCRRRRRRR. I turned toward the sound and realized I couldn't see the source yet, only hear heavy footsteps and a scraping, dragging noise. That offered a faint, not entirely reassuring hope. Girls, quickly now. I think we may have a problem. Penny peered out of the bathroom. And why are you trying to spook us? The words died in her throat as she realized I wasn't doing anything, and that the sounds were genuinely rolling down the far end of the corridor. Ahem. She swallowed, her throat rather dry. Could it be Peeves? Do you want to go check? No. Penny shook her head and slipped back into the bathroom, from which came the sound of the girls hurriedly pulling Lavender out. Chapter 28, The Troll. The footsteps grew louder, the scraping sound confirmed that something was drawing closer, and then the smell reached me. It was a revolting smell that turned my stomach. Right. Stay in the bathroom. I pushed the door of the girls' bathroom open a crack and looked in. The girls, who had practically been about to come out, froze and stared at me. When I shout, open the door and run for the staircases. At that moment an unfamiliar Patronus appeared beside me. Mr. Black, you and your companions are to return to your common room. Immediately. The voice coming from the Patronus was Flitwick's. This is not a matter for discussion. Right, not for discussion. I nodded, with a slight edge of irritation. I could have tried to send a Patronus back, though whether I could have managed one in these circumstances was debatable, but then I would have nothing left for whatever was coming. Draco. The Patronus dissolved, and I looked at the bewildered girls. We do this the way I said. I draw it towards me, and you slip past to the staircases. Once you reach the common room, tell Flitwick where I am and what I'm up against. I can send a Patronus too. Penny looked at me inquiringly, and I gave her a firm nod. Expecto Patronum. A quiet cry, a flick of her wand, and a glowing cat formed beside her. Professor Flitwick, we are on the 3rd floor, outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Something is approaching us. We need your help urgently. Penelope Clearwater. She gave a small nod to her Patronus. You know what to do. It raced off down the corridors, and I shut the door right in Penny's face, not wanting her involved in what was coming. Less than 2 minutes later, a vast shape heaved around the corner. Mountain troll, hide resistant to magic, rudimentary intelligence, but slow-witted, physical attacks most effective. With that in mind, I swept my wand and transfigured an axe from my robes. It would not hold its shape for long, but... I had taken several quick steps away from the bathroom door when it opened behind me. What are you doing out here? I looked at Penny with irritation. She looked from me to the troll, gave a small squeak of pure fright, and then stepped decisively out of the bathroom. Stay in there. When I shout, run for the staircases. Penny. I will thrash you. We need to survive first. She positioned herself slightly in front of me with every apparent intention of shielding me, and I had to step past her. Don't get in front of me. Can't you see I've got a weapon? Gra, food. Slow and steady backwards, very slowly. One step back, another, on the 5th, the troll finally broke from its stupor. "Food not move, food go in mouth." With those words, it picked its club up from the floor. It had been dragging it, which explained the scraping sound, and raised it. "If you can hit the club with a levitation charm or anything else to get it out of play, I'd be grateful." "Understood." Reducio. The troll lurched into motion, and Penny threw 5 or 6 shrinking charms at it before one finally connected with the club, which shrank. The troll's hand clenched tighter on it instinctively, and the wood snapped. At that point both halves immediately sprang back to their original size. Woohoo! The troll was very offended by this and decided to pick up speed, its lumbering steps breaking into a run. There was no time for words. I took 4 sharp strides forward, ducked under the troll's swinging arms, and slashed across the single most sensitive part of the male anatomy. Awaya. The troll grabbed at itself and crashed to its knees, but the momentum of its run carried it forward, and it pitched straight onto its front, then began rolling from side to side. I threw myself clear just in time and ended up on the far side of its head. Bad idea. I shook my head, then swung the axe hard in a short arc, channeling magic through my body and coating the blade, and brought it down in one clean blow on the conveniently presented leg. Physically I was not powerful enough to sever it completely, but I cut clean through the bone, leaving only a little flesh and skin. Awaya. Run. Now. I bellowed it, and the girls burst out of the bathroom and sprinted, not toward where the troll had come from, but straight ahead, toward the staircases. I was vaguely amazed that they could hear me over the troll's roaring, but that was hardly important now. I surged with magic again, broke into a short run, saw Penny Clearwater sending slashing hexes at the troll's head from the side, then ran up the wall. I pushed off from it and was airborne, flying toward the troll's head, axe raised for the final stroke. Thwack. The axe sank in with a rather unpleasant sound, and the troll gave 2 convulsive jerks and went still. Is it over? Penny Clearwater stared at me with unconcealed disbelief. I did not relax. With some effort, I wrenched the axe free from the troll's skull and pulled it back. Step to the side a bit. There's about to be quite a lot of blood. Penny Clearwater looked at me and moved a few paces sideways, and then I swung 3 more times and took the head cleanly off. It rolled a short distance along the floor. There. Now it is. Yes. You forgot to meow. What? Penny Clearwater gazed at me, then added with some uncertainty. This is really the only thing on your mind right now. It is now, it was not before, given that there were other concerns. But the concerns have been resolved. So yes, I am genuinely bothered by the fact that you seem to think this little incident has released you from meowing. You absolute idiot. Penny Clearwater shook her head. What on earth is going on here? McGonagall reached us first and immediately launched into her grievances. Phileas sent you a Patronus message while I was standing right there. Why did you ignore his instructions? Or did you simply want to show off? Professor, it's rather difficult to withdraw to the Ravenclaw common room when you first have to reach the staircases, which were on the same side as the troll's approach. Yes, he was in the side corridor rather than on the stairs themselves, but even so. I shook my head slightly and pointed with the axe at the corridor from which the troll had come. And what is that thing in your hand? Students are not permitted to carry bladed weapons in school. I cleaned the axe with a charm, cast finite incantatem on it, and pulled the restored robe back on. Minerva, calm down, you heard what Miss Clearwater reported through her Patronus, and you heard Mr. Black's own account. It appears they had no viable way to reach the common rooms. Quirrell informed us about the troll far too late, and by the time I sent the Patronus, it was no longer in the dungeons. Phileas. What concerns me considerably more is how these students came to be in this situation in the first place. We were just. Lavender and Parvati tried to offer some version of the story, but I decided to step in. As I understand it, after your lesson, Professor McGonagall, Miss Brown offered to help the 6th Weasley with the material, and he responded rather rudely. This upset Miss Brown, and she decided to miss the feast. Miss Patil, displaying the qualities of a true Gryffindor, would not leave her friend alone. Both girls missed dinner, and from there, you know the rest. Miss Brown, Miss Patil, is that accurate? Yes. Both girls nodded, throwing slightly reproachful glances in my direction. It was clear they would have preferred it if the full background went unsaid. Well, they were Gryffindors, with their own peculiar notions of what was proper. I was a Ravenclaw, and had no particular concern for those notions. I simply told the facts. I see. McGonagall composed herself slightly. Mr. Black, you have already taken your exams, but I must note that transfiguring your robe into an axe was a brilliantly conceived solution, and the transfiguration itself was executed at an exceptionally high level. 20 points to Ravenclaw. And a further 50 points for coming to the aid of students from my house. You did not know what danger awaited you, yet you did not panic, and you ensured the safety of both of them and your own housemates. Thank you, Professor, though I doubt it would have gone so smoothly without Penny. I shook my head. What do you mean, Mr. Black? Flitwick studied me closely, then looked at Penny. Simply that her reductio shrank the troll's club, which snapped in its grip and left it without a weapon. Then, when the troll was on the ground, her hexes aimed at its eyes distracted it from what I was doing, which first allowed me to take out its foot so that the girls could get clear. I nodded towards the girls standing with the professors. And then, naturally, allowed me to land the final blow. Without her help, it would have been considerably harder to manage. Excellent. Miss Clearwater, 20 points for a wonderfully precise application of reductio, used at precisely the right moment, and a further 15 for quite remarkable courage in drawing the troll's attention so that your companion could act freely. Penny smiled, visibly pleased. Now then, back to your own common rooms, everyone. Off you go. Right. I walked over to Parvati and Lavender and looked at them. Come along, we'll walk you to your common room. With that we formed a loose escort around the two Gryffindor girls and set off towards their tower, and within a couple of minutes the conversation had taken on a life of its own, which was not surprising. Parvati had been swapping places with her sister for weeks and was practically one of ours already. Padma knew Lavender, and Lavender, through the twins, had made friends with everyone almost immediately. The cheerful girlish chatter did not stop until we reached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Caput Draconis. Quite right, in you go. Lavender said the password, and I noticed that the fat lady was not entirely happy about it being spoken in front of a student from another house, but she held her tongue. Draco, thank you. If not for you and Penny, we would have been killed tonight. Lavender went to Penny first and hugged her briefly, which clearly moved Penny more than she expected. Then she came to me and kissed me on the cheek with a rather self-conscious air, before promptly bolting through the portrait hole. Penny, thank you. Parvati hugged our prefect too, then came to me. Draco, if you hadn't been there. Well. Thank you. She kissed me on the cheek as well, just as Lavender had, and disappeared, pulling the door shut behind her. If you think I'm going to kiss you, you are very much mistaken. Tracy was the first to break the slightly prolonged silence that had settled as we turned back towards our own tower. I am not insisting on it, and for those who had their eyes and ears covered, I will note for the record that I neither asked for nor hinted at any such thing. And I suppose you're going to tell me it was unpleasant. Tracy's voice was pure sarcasm. Naturally, I am not going to say that. Older girls may be my preference, but gratitude from sweet little first years. I shook my head. You're disgusting. Tracy. What do you mean, Tracy? What do you mean, Tracy? Daff, he's clearly angling for us to kiss him too. I don't mind. When I think about it, it was because of him that 3 girls are alive tonight. 3. I thought there were more of us. There were, yes. But originally there were Parvati and Lavender. Then Padma was heading there. 3 first-year girls. And if we're being honest, if Draco had not stood there, we would most likely have left Padma to search on her own. Because Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain. Penny Clearwater kept answering Tracy's outbursts in a perfectly calm voice. I could tell she was slowly beginning to process what had actually happened. The delayed shock was settling in. I agree with Penny Clearwater. We would not have followed Padma ourselves. She is our friend, yes, but we would only have passed the message that her sister was not in the Great Hall. There was nothing obviously dangerous about it at first. Daphne shook her head. So the fact that you, Penny Clearwater, and I ended up there comes down to our own choices. And he saved us as well. He even tried to keep Penny Clearwater out of the fight, and then acknowledged that without her help the troll would have been considerably harder to deal with. Talking like this, we made our way back to our common room. Tracy muttered darkly, kissed me on the cheek, and vanished into the girls' dormitory. Padma followed a moment later and did the same. Daphne did it with complete composure. You know, thank you. With that, Penny Clearwater kissed me on the nose and fled to the dormitory. Chapter 29, The Aftermath. The house was in shock. Over the course of the evening, a considerable number of points had found their way into the Ravenclaw hourglass, and while Penny and I had decided not to broadcast where they had come from, Tracy and Padma had no such reservations. By lunch the following day, the entire house knew exactly how we had earned those points. By evening, the whole of Hogwarts knew. "Mr. Black, the headmaster wishes to see you." Flitwick said this the moment I arrived for my lesson, leaving me no choice but to accompany him to the headmaster's office. "Do you know why you have been called?" "I have a fairly good idea." I shrugged to make it clear this was no great mystery to me. "And what would that be?" "I contacted my mothers and told them about the troll, and they have most likely gone to the DMLE. From there the situation could go one of two ways. On the one hand, Dumbledore may try to bury it, in which case there will only be the headmaster waiting for us, ready to reproach me for telling anyone. On the other hand, he may not be able to bury it, since the head of the DMLE has a niece at this school, and I very much doubt she will be pleased to learn that mountain trolls have been wandering the corridors of Hogwarts, in which case we will find a DMLE representative, possibly Amelia Bones herself, my mother's, and most likely DMLE investigators." "I see." Flitwick allowed himself a small smile, showing the tips of his teeth. "Well, whatever awaits us, I want you to know that I am on your side." "I appreciate that, Master." I gave Flitwick a grateful nod, and we continued in silence. "Twix." I gave a quiet snort at yet another absurd password for the headmaster's office. The gargoyle standing at the entrance slowly drew aside to let us through, and we went up. "Albus, I have brought my apprentice." Flitwick entered first, and when I stepped through after him I found not only Dumbledore waiting but Bella and Amelia Bones as well. "Excellent. Draco, do sit down. We need to discuss what you communicated to Miss Black, and what has since come to the attention of Madame Bones." "Indeed." Amelia gave a nod. "Your mother, Mr. Black, passed on rather extraordinary information, that a mountain troll was present on the grounds of Hogwarts, and that you killed it." "That is correct." I nodded. "I think it would be simplest to show you my memories directly. It would be more convenient for you as well." Let's say I agree." Amelia nodded. "I will take a copy of your memories back to the department, but for now I would prefer to hear your account of what happened." "As you wish." I shrugged and gave a fairly detailed account of the events of Halloween evening. The story made Bella look at me with undisguised pride, and Madame Bones with a certain measured skepticism, though she did not question my word. "And how is one to interpret this, Albus?" Bones was looking steadily at the headmaster, who gave an easy shrug. "Amelia, my dear, I made an error, and I failed to notice the moment when Hogwarts's defenses were breached. I freely acknowledge that. But I am only human, and I cannot watch everything at all times. And as it happens, nothing terrible occurred. The troll has been dealt with, the children are safe. Yes, though the girls will have suffered psychological trauma." I decided to add my voice. "Given that the school has no counselor to work with them and ensure that they are all right. That is actually a fair point. I shall send a specialist from St. Mungo's. It would do no harm for all those involved in the incident to have a conversation with a qualified professional." Bones looked at me carefully. I could tell she was waiting for me to protest, since she had effectively just said I too would need to speak to a healer, but I had no objection whatsoever. "In the meantime, I would like to ask you a few follow-up questions, Mr. Black." "Of course, Madame Bones. I am happy to answer anything that helps with the investigation." "Excellent." The witch gave a satisfied nod and produced a small notebook and a quill. "You mentioned that it took some time to find Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, and yet if I recall correctly, Myrtle's bathroom is not very far from the staircase. Why did the search take so long?" "That is fairly straightforward. We were first delayed by Peeves. If anyone examines the doors on that floor, they will find traces of Bombarda and Reparo on one of them. He arranged matters so that we would believe someone was being hurt in that classroom." I gave a crooked smile. "That Peeves." Flitwick grimaced. "Actually, Mother, I would very much like to learn the banishing charm over the summer, in case he ever again decides to put students' lives at risk. I cannot describe his interference in the search as anything else. We'll see to it." I gave a satisfied nod at Bella's words, then looked back at Madame Bones. After that, the girls I was with dug their heels in. They heard soft crying coming from Myrtle's bathroom, but they convinced me it was simply Myrtle herself going over some old grief, not our missing girls. Which is precisely why we walked past that bathroom and came back to it only after checking every other room on the floor. "I see." Bones made several notes. "And where did the bladed weapon come from?" "Transfiguration." I shrugged, pulled my robe off in a single motion, and transfigured it into an axe, then held it out to Madame Bones so she could satisfy herself that it was entirely real. Very good. I presume you have an equally ready explanation for your proficiency with it. Naturally. I gave a nod. As a representative of the ancient and noble House of Black, I am expected to be competent with steel. A sword is, one might say, a more general-purpose weapon, and I train with it only once a week. An axe, however, is the traditional weapon of the Blacks, and I train with it 6 days out of 7. I continue that training here at Hogwarts. I go out to the Quidditch pitch every morning for that purpose. Professor Flitwick gave his permission. I see. I shall send a specialist to assess your skill level and give their view on whether it is consistent with killing a mountain troll. Whatever you think is best. I gave Madame Bones a nod. Good. Now, walk me through exactly how you killed it. First, I should note that I intended to face it alone, but the house prefect felt it improper to leave a first year to manage a troll all by herself, so she joined me. To begin with, she threw a shrinking charm. It took her several attempts, but she did hit the club, and the troll simply crushed it in its grip. May I have a sip of water? Of course. Dumbledore poured a glass and floated it across to me with a charm. I took a small sip and continued. After that I took over. My first strike was to the groin, one of the troll's weakest points. It grabbed itself and dropped to its knees, but as it had been running, the momentum pulled it forward and it went down. I severed the foot, not quite completely, as it turned out. And it was at that point that you told the girls in the bathroom to run for the staircases? Yes. My reasoning was that a troll with a severed foot couldn't move as quickly, and would therefore be unable to catch them anyway. Meanwhile, Penny was pouring hexes at the troll's head and drawing its attention, which gave me the opening I needed to take its head off. Very good. And now, a few more questions. Before we continue, will there be an investigation into how exactly the troll entered Hogwarts? More specifically, how did it come to be on the 3rd floor? Several pairs of eyes turned to me with questioning looks. It's simply that, as I understood from later conversations, Professor Quirrell initially came running into the Great Hall to report that the troll was in the dungeons. Now, how long would it take an adult, reasonably fit male wizard to get from the dungeons to the Great Hall? Perhaps 5 minutes. Madame Bones looked at me with an uncertain frown. Even if it takes slightly longer, the question remains, how did the troll come to be on the 3rd floor? There is no direct route from the dungeons to the 3rd floor wide enough for a troll to pass through. It would have had to use the staircases, and while I have no doubt that a sufficiently intelligent creature like a mountain troll is capable of using stairs, I looked carefully around the room. It appeared from the direction of a side corridor, not from the stairs at all. What's more, Professor Flitwick's Patronus reached us at almost exactly the same moment that I heard the troll's footsteps. That seems rather quick. That's a fair observation. Bones considered this with a thoughtful nod. Albus, I would very much like to speak with Professor Quirrell. Madame Bones. Yes, Mr. Black, you may go. No, that's not what I was going to say. Then what? Simply, do you not think that if Quirrell is indeed responsible for all of this, he might not be who he appears to be? It might be worth calling for reinforcements and positioning them around the room under invisibility cloaks. Mr. Black. Dumbledore frowned. Your suggestions are excessive. I know Professor Quirrell. He taught Muggle studies here before, and he is not the sort of person capable of orchestrating something like this. I simply shrugged at Dumbledore's words and made a small gesture in the sign language Bella had taught me, the sign for readiness and caution. She gave me a small nod to show she understood. Then I shall take my leave. You may go, Mr. Black. I received a nod of dismissal and walked out of the headmaster's office. You conducted yourself admirably in there, Mr. Black. Flitwick walked beside me, the slight smile on his face making plain that he had thoroughly enjoyed what had unfolded in that room. Professor. Yes. Would you consider going back under a concealment charm, behind Quirrell? I simply cannot believe this is as straightforward as it appears. You know, Mr. Black, I find myself inclined to agree. If you give me your word that you will go directly to the Ravenclaw Tower, I shall return to the headmaster's office. You have my word. I gave a firm nod, and Flitwick immediately cast the charm and dissolved into the air. I made my way to the tower, stepped inside, and settled into a corner of the sofa. Why were you called in? They were simply asking questions about the troll and how it was dealt with. I gave an indifferent shrug. And what did you tell them? The truth. I could not have managed without you, so I said exactly how it happened. The conversation is presumably still going on in there, so you may well be called in yourselves for a brief chat. I would strongly advise you not to lie or hedge. I looked around at Penny, Tracy, Daphne, and Padma, and they all gave understanding nods. We won't hedge. Padma said this with a small smile, clearly amused at getting to use the phrase. Hey. Penny stared at our Indian housemate with indignation at having her habit parroted. That is my thing. Yes, we remember, just as we remember that Draco offered to let you argue for the cat ears as well, and it is looking rather likely that Ravenclaw may acquire a resident cat girl. I am absolutely not going to bet with him again. I've realized by now that it is completely pointless. So I am not falling for his tricks again. If you say so. Daphne weighed in with the same skepticism that was visible on all the other girls' faces about Penny's stated intention never to bet with me again. I was more than certain she would try to win it back. Even if my stake was no more kisses and no meowing. Penny flinched and turned to look at me slowly. You absolute snake, what are we betting on? No. I shook my head. We're not making any bet right now. I'm simply letting you know what I could put on the table next time. So you know exactly what you stand to win. Understood. Chapter 30, A Shock. Quirrell had vanished. It was immediately obvious, since his replacement, I was told, was Snape, a considerably more demanding teacher than the previous one. The reason for his disappearance was no mystery to me, however, as Mother Bella had written that same evening. Cornered, Quirrell had revealed what he was. He turned out to be an extremely capable fighter, able to push every person in that room back onto their heels for 20 seconds or more, Dumbledore included. It was only Flitwick, who had managed to get behind him, who was able to take him down. And that was not the end of it. From the back of Quirrell's head, straight through his turban, a black wisp had torn free and flown out through the window of Dumbledore's office. Quirrell himself died on the spot. This caused considerable uproar at the Ministry. Quirrell's body was transferred to the Department of Mysteries, but even the preliminary examination conducted on-site was enough for an announcement to be made: he had been possessed. No further details were yet available, but the mere fact that a possessed teacher had spent several months in proximity to children. Bones had seized the reins immediately. She formally interviewed Bella as a witness, then Dumbledore and Flitwick, and wished to interview me as well, under official conditions. At least one of my mothers had to be present, as was required when speaking to a minor. So I needed to be ready for a summons to the DMLE. It seemed I had broken someone's plans. Or had I? Perhaps Dumbledore genuinely had not known Quirrell was possessed. We would never find out for certain. No one would dare question him under Veritaserum. Too much could surface, and too many people would be caught in the mess. I went to the Ravenclaw table and sat down. The morning had just begun and breakfast was about to be served. My usual company settled beside me and we fell into easy conversation. At that moment, the owls arrived with the mail, and the hall went briefly and oddly quiet. What's happened? I leaned past Padma, who was sitting to my left, and saw a large headline on the front page. Possessed Professor at Hogwarts. Children in danger. The byline was Rita Skeeter's. She really isn't afraid of anyone. I shook my head. Well, given how much she's managed to dig up on so many different people, I wouldn't be surprised if she either has a very powerful protector or she's sitting on an even larger pile of material she simply doesn't publish as long as no one bothers her. Padma twirled a curl around her finger, thinking it over. Possibly. May I have it afterwards? Here. She held it out and I took it with a grateful nod. What about you? I only subscribe to the Prophet for a few writers who cover fashion and social events. I glanced through it earlier, and there was nothing of interest to me. Fair enough. I shrugged and began to read. Greetings, dear readers. Your devoted correspondent Rita Skeeter here. Today I shall not be exposing ministry officials. I shall not be recounting the misadventures of noble lords and ladies who have made fools of themselves. I shall not be telling you about the quiet agreement reached at the last gala that will soon send the prices of potion ingredients rather sharply upward. Oh no. Someone else can tell you all of that. What I have for you today is something I came across entirely by chance. She does know how to build suspense. I shook my head and read on. This article is about our beloved Hogwarts. And a great deal has been happening lately at our cherished school, the one from which every one of us graduated, where our children study. You have read the headline and have some idea of where this is headed, but I must first clarify, this is not a story about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy to whom we owe our freedom from he who must not be named, who is currently in his first year at Hogwarts, and in Ravenclaw of all places, though I suspect many of us assumed our hero would end up in Gryffindor. Not at all. And besides, on closer inspection, he is a perfectly ordinary boy who has simply come to learn magic. I gave a quiet snort. Skeeter was touching on the most sensitive topics as if by accident. The papers had already covered Potter, but in this context. No. She was not actually trying to play the Potter angle. She was using him to establish that the school contains our hero, so that when she turns to the threats that follow, her readers feel the danger is close to home. Rather clever of her. This is not a story about Harry's time at Hogwarts, nor about him becoming the youngest Seeker in a century. No. All of that, along with match reports, other correspondence will give you in due time. I am here to tell you about a new hero. I liked those words considerably less. I had no desire to be cast as a hero, and I was now almost certain she had been present in the room during my interview. Yes, you heard me correctly, I am here to tell you about an entirely new hero of magical Britain. He has not yet defeated any Dark Lords, he has not slain dark creatures by the dozen, he has not written books about himself, but he did save 5 of his classmates and a prefect. I imagine many of you are now wondering what on earth could have been at Hogwarts that students needed to be saved from, and how a child could have managed it. I shall tell you. I shall tell you how a first-year student saved his classmates, and how, rather than taking all the credit for himself, he graciously shared it with the prefect who helped him. So far she was writing nothing but the truth, though I would have liked to see her try to write anything else. If she had decided to drag my name through the mud, Mother Bella and Mother Sissy would have bought the profit, dismissed every last staff member, and shuttered the paper entirely. They would have done so in a way that ensured none of them would ever find work in journalism again. Rita Skeeter's talent would not have saved her there. If publishing an article under her name meant permanently losing one's job, no one would ever have dared to do it. So, where does this story begin? Rather ordinarily, as it happens. One red-haired boy insulted a classmate from his own house, simply because she had offered to help him with his studies. I was unable to ascertain the precise terms of the insult. I know only that the girl was so upset she resolved to spend the entire evening weeping in a bathroom on the 3rd floor. That very same bathroom, Moaning Myrtles. Now, this girl was from the noble house of Gryffindor, and she had real friends. Or rather, one friend, who was worried about her and went after her at once, meaning to keep her company and offer whatever comfort she could. Anyone who has ever been a girl will understand that this was most likely headed in one of 2 directions, shared tears, or a thorough review of every boy in the school, concluding that they are all entirely hopeless. I smiled despite myself. Notably, no names had been given yet, but I looked around and could already see eyes sliding towards Weasley the 6th. That particular organic food processing device, however, was blissfully unaware. I suspected he would not understand what had happened or why everyone was staring at him until after the first lesson. And when he did work it out, his first reaction would most likely be pride. So, 2 girls in an abandoned bathroom, and what could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong in the safest place in magical Britain? Allow me to offer a small hint. Imagine that at the height of the feast, one of the professors ran into the Great Hall to warn that a dreadful monster was loose in the school. Oh! I think this moment deserves particular attention. The professor who came running in was none other than Quirinus Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, who shouted that a monster was roaming the dungeons and then promptly fainted. I suspect many of you will find it rather remarkable that a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor could faint at the mention of a monster, but there it is. One might reasonably think, the girls are on the 3rd floor, the monster is in the dungeons, so what is there to worry about? The staircases at Hogwarts are so labyrinthine that the chance of any monster finding its way to the 3rd floor must be vanishingly small. I smiled again. The woman had a terrifying gift. It might be worth giving my mothers a few threads they could pull on, getting something of a metaphorical leash around this woman and putting her talent to work for us. And yet things are not so simple. For reasons as yet unexplained, the monster was not in the dungeons at all. It was on the 3rd floor, very close to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. And as you can well imagine, the girls would have had very little chance if they had happened to step out of that bathroom at the wrong moment. But perhaps I am getting ahead of myself. Let us go back a little, to the very beginning of the feast, when one of our hero's friends noticed that her sister was not at the Gryffindor table. Naturally, she was worried, and decided to go and look for her, which meant leaving the Great Hall. And our hero chose not to leave his friend alone on that festive evening, and went with her. 2 more first-year girls and a prefect followed, reasoning, quite sensibly, that a larger group would find the missing sister more quickly and get everyone back to the feast in good time. In the course of their search, they also established that not 1 but 2 girls were unaccounted for, and resolved to find both. She really could spin things out. Personally, if asked to write this up, I would have had it done in 2 paragraphs. Here it was an epic in progress. Perhaps I should look into commissioning her to write an account of my exploits. Let us take stock of the situation. An unknown monster is somewhere in the school, but as yet, no one outside the hall knows this, with the possible exception of Professor Quirrell. On the 3rd floor, 2 first-year Gryffindor girls are sheltering in an abandoned bathroom. 3 first-year Ravenclaw girls and 1 first-year Ravenclaw boy have gone in search of them, and the Ravenclaw prefect has gone with them. They informed the professors of their reason for leaving the Great Hall, naturally. Our Ravenclaws, working with admirable speed, simply by speaking to the portraits, determined that the missing girls were somewhere on the 3rd floor, and began their search. Now, has everyone had a chance to read my earlier article about the attempted assault at our beloved Hogwarts? Yes. I refer to the very incident after which, for the first time in many years, students were expelled from the school. She was leaping between subjects now. I could see the shock and confusion on faces all around me. At that very moment, as our heroes were passing one of the classrooms, they heard sounds suggesting something terrible was happening inside. A nightmare. An outrage. Without hesitation, they cast Bombarda at the door and burst in. And what did they find? Peeves, sitting on a desk with his legs swinging, performing both parts of the scene in his own voice with obvious relish. It didn't delay our heroes for long, but Peeves' stunt had planted a seed of doubt. As a result, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was the last place they checked on that floor, after every classroom. And at last they found their missing girls. It was at precisely this moment, when the sole gentleman of the party remained outside and all the girls disappeared inside, that Quirinus Quirrell came running into the Great Hall, told everyone there was a troll in the dungeons, and collapsed on the floor. Yes, dear readers, a troll. A mountain troll. And at the very moment Quirinus Quirrell fainted, Professor Flitwick conjured a Patronus and sent it to warn our young hero and his companions. But the Patronus came too late. The mountain troll was already on the 3rd floor, in the very corridor outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I paused to take a few sips of juice and eat a sausage. There was still plenty of time before breakfast ended, but if I kept reading without stopping, I was going to miss it entirely. So, what was our hero to do? If it had been any ordinary first-year boy in that situation, the answer would have been obvious: run, and scream as he ran. This was a mountain troll, standing nearly 4 meters tall. What other possible response could there be? But our hero is no coward. He ordered the girls to lock themselves in the bathroom and run only when he called. In all likelihood, his plan was to draw the troll toward himself, lead it far enough away, and give the girls a clear path to safety. But at this point, the prefect stepped forward, for she was not willing to leave her charge to face a terrible creature alone. So, a first-year student and a prefect who had only taken up the position that year. What could they possibly do? As it turned out, rather a great deal. One need only shrink the troll's club, which the courageous Penelope Clearwater did, and transfigure one's robe into an axe, raise it, and charge at the troll. Yes, you read that correctly. The young first-year student, heir to an ancient and noble line, Draco Black, axe in hand, went straight at the troll and brought it to the ground. At that point, the prefect joined the battle, keeping the troll occupied with a stream of hexes, and then our young heir severed the troll's foot and ordered the girls hiding in the bathroom to run. Shortly thereafter, he severed its head entirely. Can you imagine? 2 students killed a mountain troll. Extraordinary. True heroes who saved their friends. And yet there is still more. Our hero turned out to be clever as well. When he was summoned to the headmaster's office, he pointed out to DMLE representative Amelia Bones that Professor Quirinus Quirrell's behavior had been highly irregular throughout, and he was right. In effect, a first-year student did the department's work, identifying the culprit, who was not merely the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but one possessed by a dark spirit, who had been teaching at Hogwarts since the start of the year. Around our children. I shudder to think what he might have done to them if he had not been unmasked in time. But I shall stop there for now. I will note only that our hero wisely left the task of subduing a grown and experienced wizard, far more dangerous than any mountain troll, to Albus Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, Bellatrix Black, and Phileas Flitwick. he had the excellent sense not to throw himself into that particular fight. And on that note I shall conclude, though I very much hope this is not the end. I intend to seek an interview with Mr. Black and Miss Clearwater, and to learn more about the nature of the spirit that possessed Quirinus Quirrell. Yours, as always, Rita Skeeter. Chapter 31, A Surprise. Right then. I surveyed the classroom with a faint smile. The children tensed up at once, though by now they knew me well enough to know I rarely did anything genuinely unpleasant. More than that, nearly everyone I had ever taught actually liked me, with the exception of a handful who merely endured my presence and dared not let it show. Well, in the beginning a couple of them had tried to cause trouble and disrupt lessons, but whenever my personal authority and knowledge fell short, Flitwick stepped in, so they had no choice but to keep quiet. And now, with the new year almost upon us, the children had absolutely no leverage over me. 99% of first dash, second dash, and third-year students considered me a wonderful teacher. If I recall correctly, at the very beginning of the year, around the second or third lesson, I promised you a small surprise before the Christmas holidays. Does everyone remember that? Silence was my answer. You forgot. Never mind. I shook my head, doing my best to convey how deeply disappointed I was at being forgotten. It will all come back to you now, because I have decided, with Professor Flitwick's approval, to hold a small competition among the students. I picked up a short roll of parchment from the desk and held it up for the class to see. Right, this is a list of every student in every house, with a note of how many points each of you has earned over the past half year in charms and spell work. Some of those points were awarded by me, some deducted, and some added or removed by Professor Flitwick. As you can see, the average student earned somewhere between 5 and 10 points over the half year. Of course there are outliers, such as Ronald Weasley, who went into negative figures and currently has minus 20 points in charms specifically, and there are students who made very little effort and earned 1 or 2. I looked carefully around the classroom, where I had gathered all the first-year students today. But there are also positive outliers. Pansy Parkinson, for instance, earned 20 points. The girl lifted her chin proudly at being singled out, though I noticed she colored slightly. Then we have Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, who earned 15 and 16 points respectively. I gave the girls a nod, and they smiled back at me. Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom. I nodded to them as well. Truthfully, I had been genuinely surprised when, around the second month of lessons, Neville began making real progress in charms. I even asked Flitwick to find out whether things had improved for him in his other subjects too, but it turned out the rest were much the same as before. He was still excelling in herbology, and he had pulled himself up considerably in charms and spell work, but everything else. And honestly, at that moment I thought that perhaps I really was a decent teacher, that I had managed to give a boy who, in that first month, had not struck me as someone worth my time a measure of confidence in himself. Earned 16 and 14 points respectively. Tracy Davis and Daphne earned 19 and 21 points, respectively. And our frontrunner, Hermione Granger, who managed to earn no fewer than 27 points in half a year. Well done, Hermione. The girl practically glowed. Though don't let it go to your head. Your effort has given you a small advantage, but if you cannot manage the task today, you won't receive the surprise at all. She looked at me in surprise, then gave a slow nod. Yes, if you thought this was simply an announcement of the rankings and the winner, you are mistaken. The list is rather long, and I haven't read out the middle of the pack. I will only say that even those students have a chance at the surprise, but to earn it. I shook my head. You must have genuinely been studying charms and spell work. But let me tell you a little about the surprise itself. Not long ago I visited the ice cream parlor on Diagon Alley, the famous Florian Fortescue's, and I have here. I held up a small card. A 20-visit voucher for the winner of today's competition. The children reacted with considerable excitement, though not all of them. For the Muggle-born students, let me explain why the rest are so worked up. The thing is, this parlor does not only serve ordinary ice cream, which is, incidentally, very reasonably priced and quite delicious, but also ice cream made from magical ingredients. And I promise you, if over the Christmas holidays you ask your parents to take you to Diagon Alley and you try some. I closed my eyes briefly, as though the memory alone were worth savoring. You will understand that ordinary Muggle ice cream is really nothing special in comparison. Now, this voucher does not cover the ice cream made from the rarest and most expensive ingredients. I am not quite wealthy enough to throw money around on that sort of thing, but even the kind made from ordinary magical ingredients will genuinely astonish you. I waited out the small burst of noise that followed, giving the children a moment to satisfy themselves that I was being serious. Quiet. I did not raise my voice, but everyone heard me and fell silent immediately, and even Weasley the Sixth was watching me with anticipation. Now, I expect most of you are wondering what you need to do to win this voucher. An agreeable murmur from the children confirmed this. It is quite simple. Throughout this half-year I have pointed you toward various supplementary texts and reference materials in my lessons, and I have also shown you a variety of spells that are entirely within the ability of a first-year student to cast. In a moment, I will call out those spells one by one, and for every one you manage you will receive 1 point. These points will also count toward your house totals. Right, everyone stay in your seats, take out your wands, and produce some light. Yes, I am not going to give you the incantation, and I am not going to show you the wand movement. That is something you should all remember, where you can look at what your neighbors are doing. I looked around the class. Every single student managed Lumos. Good. Now put it out. That went equally well, and I gave a satisfied nod. Everyone has just put 2 points on their tally. Next, levitation. Professor Flitwick, if you would be so kind. Of course, colleague. Flitwick flicked his wand and a feather drifted down onto every desk in the room. That was well beyond me for now. I could manage 2 or 3 desks at once, but certainly not the whole class. What struck me, however, was how Flitwick had addressed me just now. Thank you. I gave him a nod. Your task is to lift your feather and hold it steady for 10 seconds. Begin. 10 minutes later, we had worked through all 5 spells aside from Lumos and Nox, which had been covered during the first half of the year. The only student to perform poorly was Weasley, who failed on the 3rd and 4th spells and was now quietly furious. Excellent. Nearly all of you have added 7 points to your score. Now we move to the less obvious spells. Throughout this half of the year, I have repeatedly recommended certain textbooks and study guides during my lessons. Those books contain spells and charms, and we are about to see who actually opened those supplementary materials, and who did not. I continued the lesson, which lasted nearly 2 hours. Hermione was, if I'm honest, a disappointment. I knew she had read the books I recommended, but she had not attempted to learn the spells themselves, and so she earned only 5 more points. You have all done well. I gave the class a warm smile. Not a single student had managed every spell, but there was one student who had achieved the best overall result, and she was now sitting in first place. Though we all understand that there can only be one winner. And a winner we do have, Hannah Abbott. The girl rose slowly from her seat. Come now, Miss Abbott. Please come and collect your prize. She walked up very slowly and took the voucher from my hand. Congratulations, Miss Abbott. You have genuinely impressed me today. I hope you will be every bit as diligent in the second half of the year. I'll do my very best, Professor Black. I smiled at her, and she returned to her seat. Swat. Mr. Weasley, envy does not become you. And besides, almost everyone here had a real chance of winning. Almost everyone, except for you, whose appalling behavior and persistent failure to do your homework meant you never had that chance to begin with. I shook my head, watching Weasley turn scarlet. And yes, Mr. Weasley, 3 points from Gryffindor. Weasley said nothing. Now, for those of you who are disappointed that the voucher has gone to someone else, I would like to announce that before the end of the school year I shall be arranging another surprise. I do not yet know exactly what it will be. Perhaps another Fortescue's voucher, or a guarantee to cover your purchases at a particular shop, or perhaps tickets to some sporting event. But I assure you, the draw will happen. And if the spell work competition at the end of the second semester produces students who are tied for first place, there will be a tiebreaker in which I test knowledge of the spells from the first semester again. So I am counting on all of you to rest properly over the Christmas holidays, and come back ready to work. Miss Abbott, I should like to add something of my own. Flitwick took the floor. Your progress has been a very great pleasure to see, and I should like to suggest that in the second semester you attend supplementary lessons that I shall be conducting personally. I'd love that. Hannah sprang to her feet, and I understood immediately that this offer meant considerably more to her than any ice cream voucher, which was perfectly understandable and not in the least bit offensive. Flitwick gave personal lessons extraordinarily rarely. I was an exception because he had taken me on as his formal apprentice, but for anyone else. Splendid. And now you are all free to go. I would like to remind you all that magic outside Hogwarts is strictly prohibited. Off you go. One moment. I drew the students' attention back. Simply as a point of general interest, and with an eye toward the second half of the year, I would suggest having a look at charms and spell work, Household Magic for Beginners by Lisa Golfman. It is entirely optional, but how much of it do we need to read? That was Hannah, who was clearly very determined not to let any opportunity pass her by. A clever girl, she understood perfectly well what she had been offered, and what it meant for her future, even if it stopped short of full apprenticeship. The first 3 chapters. I shrugged. That will be more than enough. Now, everyone is free. And off the children went, chattering cheerfully and stealing envious glances at Hannah. Though not everyone left. Well then. I looked around at Hannah, Pansy, Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne, who had all stayed behind. Is there something you wanted? Yes. What else is worth reading on the subject? For you, Hermione, reading more is pointless. Theory is all very well, but in your position I would focus on practice, honing your spells to a very high level. For that, the book I mentioned is more than enough, along with regular practice, working through the spells whenever you are here at Hogwarts. Hermione frowned slightly. But I know so much, and... Hermione, that knowledge is just sitting in your head doing nothing. And Miss Abbott demonstrated that rather clearly today. I'll be direct with you, if this had been a written test, you would most likely have won by a very wide margin. Hardly anyone at Hogwarts can claim knowledge as encyclopedic as yours. In fact, I honestly doubt I could recall as much of the materials you have read as you can. A proud little smile appeared on Hermione's lips. But I can explain things, demonstrate them, and teach them, but you cannot. Not yet. And all because you learned the information and decided that was enough. The trouble is that magic, or at least charms and spell work, is first and foremost a practical subject. Yes, in 6th and 7th year, when you begin to study the basics of creating your own spells, you will need a stronger theoretical grounding, but even then. I shook my head. Even then it will not be a matter of memorizing meaningless facts, but of genuine understanding and knowing where to look when you need something. My young colleague is entirely correct, Miss Granger. Your eagerness and desire to learn are most admirable, but at the same time you are spending hours you could devote to practice. My advice to you is to concentrate on the practical side of charms and spell work in the second half of the year. Yes, Professor Flitwick. And you? We wanted to ask about more reading material. Bear in mind, though, that even if you read everything over the holidays, you won't have had time to absorb it, so you do better to simply work through the book I mentioned, and no more than 5 or 7 chapters at that. Believe me, if you simply understand what is written there and practice the wand movements with an ordinary twig in your hand. You can do that. You can. Do you remember those wrist and finger exercises I taught you at the start? Same principle, copy the diagram from the book, pin the paper in front of you, and work through the movements. I shrugged. With that, the conversation ended and the girls hurried out. Chapter 32, Home. The Hogwarts Express. Most students rode it home for the holidays, but Daphne and I returned by Portkey, which deposited us straight onto the front steps. I stepped forward, opened the door, stood aside to let Daphne through, and then walked in myself. Both Mothers and Valperga were already waiting. My darling. Daphne. The mothers descended on me at once. Grandmother merely smiled warmly. I'm home. Yes, welcome home. Creature, take Draco's and Daphne's bags. And you too, go wash your hands. The table is ready, we shall celebrate the end of the first half of the year. All right. We made our way to the bathrooms, and shortly afterward found ourselves in the small dining room. Daphne. Astoria came running to meet her sister, closing the gap in seconds and throwing her arms around her neck. Astoria, that is hardly proper, her father began. Humph. Astoria stuck her tongue out at him. He had been trying to remind his daughter that clinging to the neck of a girl who had been cast out of the family wasn't entirely proper. Right. I see you're all here. That means I should check on Astoria today, and then we can begin treating Mrs. Greengrass. I should mention up front that I cannot offer a quick cure, though I do hope that training under Master Flitwick has made me rather stronger and more skilled. You have become Flitwick's apprentice? Mr. Greengrass looked at me with some surprise. Yes. I was fortunate that he noticed me. It did require a certain amount of work on my part, of course. Becoming his assistant and taking responsibility for the first 3 years. You mean to say you are teaching charms and spell work to the first, second, and third years? He looked at me with no small amount of skepticism. The doubt was clear in his voice as well. Yes. I shrugged, helped Astoria and Daphne into their seats, then sat down, and a small celebratory meal began. After it was over, I withdrew with Daphne's mother to the ritual room and got to work. Several hours later. Phew. I collapsed into an armchair. Master, do you need anything? Well. I shrugged. I wouldn't say no to some warm cocoa. Creature will make it. The house elf, who had appeared beside us without so much as a pop, vanished again with the same silence. I looked over at Daphne, with Astoria sitting in her lap. She was the one who had asked. After a moment, I turned my attention to our small guest. So then, what are you two doing here? Are you against it? She dropped her gaze slightly. You little manipulator. You know that doesn't work on me. No, it's not that I object to your being here. I'm simply curious what brought your parents in for an end-of-term celebration. I insisted. Astoria shrugged. I wanted to spend some time with my sister. So I put some pressure on my parents. I see. Well, I shall leave you to it. You have plenty to talk about without me getting in the way. Stay. She turned the full force of a kicked puppy expression on me, and I sighed. And what do you want from me? Well, my sister is the quiet sort, and I want you to tell me about her. How is she getting on? Who does she spend time with? What are her favorite subjects? I think she can perfectly well tell you all of that herself. For my part, I would rather just rest while Daphne tells you everything you want to know. I closed my eyes. Grouch. Astoria, please do not speak about our master that way. He has just spent hours treating your mother, so he is very tired. If there is something you would like to know, simply ask. Are you in Ravenclaw? Yes. What are your favorite subjects? Charms. Transfiguration. Sister, could you perhaps give me a little more detail than that? I simply smiled at the pleading note in Astoria's voice and kept my eyes closed. About 15 minutes later her parents came to collect her, and they all went home together. Master, what are our plans? Plans? I looked at Daphne and smiled. Study, study, and more study. We cannot afford to stand still. We are blacks, and ordinary people look to us as a standard. So, today and tomorrow we rest, we gather ourselves, and after that we go back to work with fresh energy. Understood. Daphne gave me a nod. Master. Yes. I could see she was struggling to say something, so I gave her an encouraging smile. I wanted to apologize. At Hogwarts it felt a little awkward, but now. Apologize. I let you down. I didn't come in first for charms, and... Stop that. I waved away her concerns. You didn't let me down. You performed brilliantly. Yes, Abbott scored higher, but there will always be someone better than you, or me, or Mother Sissy, or even Flitwick and Dumbledore. And every time we climb higher, we'll find someone already there, or someone climbing faster. But I... Are you planning to give up? To just stop growing? No. She shook her head fiercely, her voice and bearing making it clear I had never been more wrong. Are you planning to just accept that she's better without even trying to surpass her? No. She shook her head. Then what exactly are you apologizing for? We're schoolchildren. Yes, I had a big head start, but you're forgetting you started at roughly the same level as your peers. The Abbotts are a well-respected family, and I'm sure they made sure their daughter was prepared before she started school. You saw for yourself how the purebloods outperformed the Muggleborns as a group, didn't you? Yes. Well, there you have it. I smiled at her. Which means they all studied before coming to Hogwarts. Not everyone can afford tutors, of course, but you can still get ahead of the curriculum on your own. And you outperformed virtually all of them. So you have nothing to be ashamed of. My darling. Mother Bella chose that moment to cut in. You shouldn't encourage complacency. I'm not encouraging anything. I frowned slightly as I watched Daphne lower her head at Bella's words. I am simply saying that she put in a little less effort than she was capable of. Did she disgrace me? No, she did not finish last with a negative tally. Am I satisfied with her results? Yes. However. I raised one finger. I know Daphne can do better, and I expect that in the second half of the year she will show still greater dedication. Especially now that the students in my lessons will be working their hearts out. They will push themselves harder and harder for the chance at a reward at the end of term. Perhaps I should look into tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. Good seats, say, 4 tickets going to the winner. Or perhaps a concert by some well-known wizarding band. I scratched my cheek thoughtfully. It still needs thinking through. But it will not be easy in any case. I looked steadily at Daphne. I won't let you down. Good girl. The praise made her color slightly. Ha. Quite a way with young ladies, tugging at a girl's heartstrings like that. Bella shook her head. Mom, what are you talking about? Nothing at all, just thinking aloud. Actually, I wanted to ask, do you have any plans for Christmas? What do you mean? Inviting friends, perhaps. I was momentarily caught off guard. Well, Nymphadora would be good, she's a lot of fun. Penelope Clearwater, she's the prefect who helped me more than once. Master, you might as well tell the whole truth. The whole truth. Bella looked at Daphne with interest. Draco has taken to making small bets with her. At the moment, for example, she is obliged to greet him with a kiss on the cheek until the end of the school year, and to end every sentence outside lessons with a meow. Ha! Mother laughed. And I want to make her wear cat ears as well, and probably a tail. The tail is a good idea, actually. I gave a thoughtful nod. That would have to wait until next year, along with gloves shaped like cat paws, so that before every meow she would have to bring them up to her chest. By the end of this year I was planning to try to get her to agree that all the current conditions would carry over to the following year. Are you trying to win the girl over? No. I shook my head at Mother's question. And if she finds a boyfriend, I would be quite happy to revisit some of the terms. But for now things are as they are. What I am genuinely interested in is her abilities, so if she does not disappoint me, I intend to offer her the position of secretary. That is considerably more distinguished than going to work at the ministry. Though if she has a business idea of her own, I could consider backing her. I see, and is there any girl you actually like? Mother looked at me closely. No, and as you know, purebloods are almost all wrong for me, and half-bloods and muggle-borns are too much of an unknown at this point. You cannot tell what they will become. So. I shrugged lightly. Honestly, I think one should look abroad. France, Russia, the United States, Germany. Japan, perhaps. I looked at Mother thoughtfully. But that can all wait until summer. Perhaps we could visit a few resorts in different countries and see what wizarding life is like there, get a proper sense of whether forming ties with people from those places is worthwhile. And what about your apprenticeship? Well, we can pay for a portkey for Flitwick, a room, a training space. I shrugged. That's certainly not beyond us, but will the professor agree? I think so, though it's a conversation for later. Bring it up with him after the new year, then, and we can use the time before summer to put together a proper travel plan that works for everyone. You know Sissy and I can't just disappear. A reusable portkey. I shrugged. It will be more expensive, yes, but if that's the cost of spending the summer vacation not only with family, but somewhere worth visiting as well, then I'm prepared for that. And in a year or two I'll be able to contribute properly anyway. As you say. Bella gave a nod. You're the heir. Sissy and I are only regents. If you're not concerned about the expense, then. For the house, it's not significant. And besides, if we look through the family vaults there may well be old portkeys already sitting there. Well, we shall see. Chapter 33, An Offer One Does Not Refuse. Christmas. For our family, it had long since become strictly a family affair. Although invitations kept arriving, each hoping we might attend one evening gathering or another, we ignored every single one without exception. That suited me perfectly, because in my opinion, few things are more unpleasant than attending a string of formal engagements during a holiday when all you want is to spend time with the people you love. My mother was equally unenthusiastic about such events. The memory of people flinching away from them in public was still too fresh, as I had learned from Valperga, and grandmother had long since lost all interest in that sort of thing. So from December 24th onward, we spent our time in the warm comfort of home. We went to the movies several times, to the theater, and we had a proper ice rink set up in one of the reception rooms, where we skated to our heart's content. Of course, I still had to see the Greengrasses, who came regularly so I could continue the treatment, and I worked on Astoria's mother and father in turn, watching as the curse began to crumble, slowly but steadily, and, in fact, a little faster than I had expected. I kept up my studies as well and worked on the Greengrass family treatment. In short, the time flew by, And once Christmas itself had passed, many people arrived to visit. Not for long, only a couple of days, since after Christmas there was still the new year to come. Draco, we have a guest. Sissy came into the room where we were all gathered in a large, cheerful group. Harry was there too, something I had not entirely expected, but apparently the luxury car that had been sent for him had made a strong enough impression on the Dursleys that they had not risked objecting. Master. I rose at once and crossed the room to Professor Flitwick with a broad smile. I'm very glad you managed to come. Oh, I simply decided to combine the pleasant, a turn on the ice, with the useful. He looked me over from head to foot. And to offer you the chance to take part in an international dueling competition. It will be held just after the new year and will run for 2 weeks in Moscow. I was practically at attention before he had finished speaking. An international championship? Yes. Flitwick gave a nod, a slight smile on his lips. He had already understood that I was not going to say no. But 2 weeks. I did my best to put some hesitation into my voice, simply to draw out the moment a little and keep the professor waiting. He could perfectly well have made me this offer at Hogwarts. Still, as a gift it was magnificent, so. If it begins after the new year, that means we will miss the start of term. Oh, you need not worry about that. I've already spoken to Minerva and Albus. If we are genuinely delayed, the headmaster will take a few of the charms lessons himself. Our lesson plans are detailed enough for that. So, what do you say? I closed my eyes for a moment, then let a grin spread slowly across my face. It is time to restore the glory of the House of Black. Time to make them all remember when people were afraid to stand against us. I shall crush every last one of them. Splendidly put. Despite my words and Flitwick's enthusiasm, I caught a quiet snort and glanced sideways at Penny with an amused look. A wager. She made a show of looking distinctly uninterested, but her eyes told a different story. There was anticipation burning in them. Professor, I won't be wrong in assuming the age divisions will be the standard ones. 11 to 12, 13 to 14, 15 to 16, 17 to 18, and then open. You won't be wrong. In that case, I'm putting my money on winning my age group. PFFF. Go and find someone gullible elsewhere. She had clearly stopped feeling embarrassed about speaking this way in front of adults. At first she had blushed like a ripe tomato even in front of people her own age. Very well. I gave a slow nod. What are your terms? 1 spell. You win the tournament using only 1 spell. Are you serious? I raised an eyebrow slightly. Though actually, 4 spells. Shield, Disarming, Stunning, and Lumos. Except, Miss Clearwater. Believe me, there will be some very gifted competitors from all sorts of different countries. With that particular selection of spells, winning the 11 to 12 age group will not be quite as simple as it might seem. I only let one corner of my mouth curl up, not wanting to show that 4 spells would honestly be more than enough for me. Flitwick himself ought to know that very few children there would be able to stand against me even with such a limited set. I am simply stronger than most of them, plain and simple. Although I was quite certain that at this particular championship I might encounter someone like me, either carrying memories of a past life, or simply someone whose magic had stabilized unusually early. All right, very well then, the stakes. If I win, you start wearing cat ears. You may take them off for lessons, but in between lessons, after lessons, at all other times, you wear cat ears. Fine. She gave a slow nod. She had clearly been expecting that. In that case, if I lose, I stop meowing altogether. And I stop kissing you on the cheek in the mornings too. Done. I extended my hand, she shook it, and Daphne, who had appeared beside us, immediately separated our hands. Excellent. I nodded. Would you like to try and give yourself a little more protection? She looked at me with suspicion. If I win, I will have the option to challenge the winner of the next age group. Naturally I would not accept any restriction on spells for that, but I am prepared to stake money on my winning that one too. Win your own group first. She looked at me with a slight smirk. And if I throw in a 5-visit Fortescue's voucher? Say, if I lose this particular bet and the challenge cannot take place, that would be your consolation prize. All right. She said this in a tone of barely contained excitement. Your stake. On my side, if I beat the winner of the next age group, then you. I am not wearing a tail. We'll get to the tail in due course. I couldn't resist commenting on that, saying it with a light smile. The adults who had drifted over, Bella and grandmother among them, were watching our exchange with amusement. Even Flitwick was in no hurry to add his own thoughts. As for the stake I'm proposing, if I win, all current bets carry over into the next school year. What? What? I looked at Penny with an innocent expression. Fine. In that case, if I win, all bets are cancelled completely. And also, you have to start wearing cat ears yourself. There. Agreed. I extended my hand once more. She shook it, and Daphne separated us again. Wonderful. I smiled. Simply wonderful. Professor, any advice for preparation? Review the dueling code. They will enforce it strictly. That said, we have covered that ground during your training. And rest properly for a day or two before the championship. Other than that, you are ready. It is simply a matter of showing up and taking the victory. Though. Yes. I looked at my mentor. Do not play with your opponents. Crush them with overwhelming force. You are not going to be a professional duelist, not in the competitive sense, so there is no point trying to give the crowd a pretty fight. Simply overwhelm everyone within the bounds of the rules. As you say, Professor. I grinned, and so did Flitwick. We were already savoring the prospect. Right then, everyone to the table. Grandmother called us in to eat. Afterward, the whole party, Flitwick included, trooped off to the ice rink and spent several hours there before our mentor finally took his leave. Are you genuinely that confident? Harry looked at me with a trace of doubt. Yes, Harry, I am. I nodded. I've been working like a man possessed since I was very young, all to restore my house's glory. A few of my peers won't stop me. I'll flatten everyone, no matter what. Granny. I looked over at Valperga, who was watching me with a warm smile. Yes, my dear. Do we have a proper dueling costume? We don't. But having one made is perfectly straightforward. There will be a surcharge for the rush. That's fine. I nodded. What about tickets to the championship? We, as your family, are already invited, but your friends. Grandmother looked around at everyone present. Are you certain they'll be interested? What do you all say? Yes. Yes. The answers came almost simultaneously, so I nodded. Good. Then I'll arrange tickets. And now, my dear, I must steal you away from your friends for a little while. We need to call in a craftsman to measure you for your dueling costume. Wonderful. I smiled and followed grandmother away from the others. Buying friendship? I gave a slightly crooked smile. Precisely, that sort of friendship is not entirely sound, so. Granny, you would be right if I intended to keep making gestures like this. But what I'm doing right now is simply inviting my acquaintances to my debut. Whether we become real friends remains to be seen. What is not in question is that they will watch me take apart my opponents and carry that story back to Hogwarts and beyond. I shook my head. All right. The important thing is that you understand friendship cannot be built on money. There's Sirius, for instance. He surrounded himself with men who hung on his every word, and look how that ended. One of them set him up and has been hiding from the world ever since, and the other forgot about him entirely. He didn't even come forward after the article ran saying Sirius was innocent. Or rather, that he had been imprisoned without trial. I gave a mild shrug. Speaking of which, Granny, do give some thought to arranging a meeting between Sirius and Harry. Though first we should probably find out whether Sirius even wants that meeting, or whether he has gone cold on the whole thing and simply doesn't care about his godson anymore. I'll get in touch with him, but from what I've been hearing. Walburga shook her head. He is not exactly rushing to see the boy. He has gone completely off the rails. Nothing but drinking in bars and, well, a disgrace to the house. She sighed. So it falls to you, my dear. You are our only hope. You must restore the glory of the House of Black. I'll do everything in my power, and more, grandmother. We had reached the room with the fireplace by then. Grandmother sent a patronus to a craftsman, and no more than 5 minutes later a distinguished-looking alderman stepped through the flames. Lady Black. Young heir. He nodded to grandmother first, then to me. How may I be of service? Mr. Thornberry, my grandson needs a dueling costume. Urgently. He was only invited today to take part in an international championship, so it will be done to the highest standard. Young man, shall I take your measurements by magic, or do you prefer the traditional method? By magic is fine. I gave a brisk nod. A dozen charms were cast in quick succession, and the craftsman gave a thoughtful nod. Materials? The very best. 5,000, then. Very good. But the costume must be ready by the new year. No later. Do not concern yourself, Lady Black. The costume will be delivered on the 31st at 9 o'clock in the evening. I will collect payment at the same time. With that, the men turned and stepped back through the fireplace. Chapter 34, Arrival. The portkey to Moscow activated the moment we all took hold of it, and our party was a sizable one, 15 of us in all. We arrived at our destination and made straight for the registration hall. Good afternoon. The witch behind the desk looked up at us with a polite smile. Welcome to Moscow. Are you here as spectators or as competitors? Phileas Flitwick and his apprentice, Draco Black. Draco Black is competing in the 11 to 12 age group. The rest of our party is spectators. The young witch's expression sharpened immediately. It was hardly surprising. Flitwick had not appeared at championships for quite some time, and here he was with an apprentice in tow. I suspected that if only a handful of people had known about this until now, it would be common knowledge across the entire championship within the hour. It is an honor to welcome you, Champion Flitwick. She gave a respectful nod. Have rooms been reserved for you? Yes. Everything has been booked. Wonderful. I shall call your escort now. He will take you to your rooms, then show you the way to the competition venue, and after that, if you wish, he can arrange a brief tour of Moscow. Thank you. Flitwick gave a measured nod, and within a few minutes a young man appeared and took us briskly to our rooms. True to form, grandmother had spared no expense and reserved excellent accommodations for everyone. Draco, this is too much. Penny came to me with an embarrassed look on her face. Hermione was standing just behind her, eyes lowered, nodding in agreement. Girls, for the Blacks, this is not too much. In fact, we could not have booked anything less without it reflecting poorly on the house. But. No buts. I shook my head. Simply accept it. And yes, I don't make gestures like this often. It just so happened that having you here was useful to me, too. All right. They nodded, and before long we'd left our things in our rooms and made our way to the competition venue, where the dueling platforms had already been prepared. This is the arena where the duels will take place. The youngest age group competes in the mornings for 2 hours, then there's an hour-long break, then the next group, and so on until all participants have competed. The schedule is arranged so that no competitor faces more than one bout per day. Where is the food? Valperga looked at the young escort, who immediately launched into a tour of 10 different eating establishments of varying degrees of grandeur, from a humble shawarma stand to restaurants staffed by internationally recognized Mughal chefs. I couldn't resist and bought myself a shawarma, which I ate with considerable enjoyment throughout the tour, despite the mildly pained glances from my mothers and grandmother. I wasn't the only one. Flitwick and Harry both dug in with equal enthusiasm. The girls, for their part, eventually decided on ice cream. That concludes the tour. We were brought back to the hotel, where we thanked the young man, pressed a tip into his hand, and watched him vanish with gratifying speed. Watch where you're going, you stupid chicken. A young woman was shoved in my direction. The impact struck my mental shields with considerable force, but I didn't stumble. I caught her in my arms before she could fall, though the scene must have looked fairly comical given that she was taller than me. Are you all right? Yes. She nodded and tried to regain her footing and step away from me as quickly and smoothly as she could. I realized the pressure on my mental shields was coming from her. I beg your pardon. Ha. Found yourself a little run to catch you. Quite a pair, the chicken and the midget. I frowned slightly. I could see the girl already drawing breath to say something, but I simply hawked up and spat, with a small push of magic behind it, directly into the young man's open mouth as he readied himself for more. It caught him right in the throat. You know, there were times when my house had people like you killed for less than an impertinent glance. I tilted my head slightly. Or has the device on my robes stopped being recognized? Though given the way you treat young women, I suspect you were raised in a barn, which would explain why you do not even know whose name you speak. What is going on here? A young woman came running over to us. She had a commanding look about her. The emblem of a mercenary guild pinned to her chest, next to the badge of a dueling master, made that immediately clear. Marcus, not again. Mistress, it was them. This girl walked right into me on purpose, and when I tried to tell her she was in the wrong, this boy got involved and spat in my face. Eleonora, what a pleasure. Phileas. The young woman's face broke into a delighted smile. She bounded over to my mentor and hugged him, lifting him clear off the floor. Phileas, you old rogue. What brings you here? Oh, this and that. My mentor shrugged amiably once he had been set back down. I am accompanying my apprentice. He nodded in my direction. Whom I have entered for the 11 to 12 tournament. Allow me to introduce him, by the way. This young talent here is Draco Black. He started at Hogwarts this academic year. The faint smile that had appeared on the young man's face, when he realized his mistress knew my mentor, faltered. He had grown a shade paler. Sir, for the insult to my honor, I challenge you to a duel. Oh, you poor fool. Phileas shook his head. Philly. Watch and see. And forgive me, but I suspect that after this you may find yourself short one apprentice. Sir, you have neither honor nor dignity. Your behavior makes that plain, as does your eagerness to challenge someone you believe to be weaker than yourself, in hopes of concealing your own worthlessness. Nevertheless, I, Draco Black, would be delighted to give you a lesson in manners. I let the smile settle on my lips. Your weapon. My opponent was not taking me seriously. Steel. His eyes widened slightly, but he still hadn't realized just how badly he had miscalculated. To serious injury or death. A satisfied smirk appeared on his face. Clearly he had something in mind. Here and now, and I propose your mistress as the arbiter, SIIIR. Phileas, shall I stop this? Oh, if you are worried about your own apprentice, by all means. As for mine, please do not trouble yourself. My mentor waved a dismissive hand. This boy has already tried my patience considerably, and his parents were very insistent that I not interfere with his progress toward the championship trophy. So I shall simply serve as arbiter. With a flick of her wand, a small magical barrier rose around the two of us, still permeable, for now, to anyone wishing to step out. Sir, there was no need. I could have. My dear stranger, believe me. No young woman deserves to be treated the way this particular young man treated you. It was at this moment that I identified the source of what had been pressing against my mental shields. Vila Allure. I had no prejudice against her kind, however, so I simply took her hand, pressed my lips to the air above her fingers, and asked her to step back. Once everyone had cleared the circle, and the young man opposite had been presented with a small box from which he drew a hand-and-a-half sword, I opened the locket at my throat, removed the miniaturized axe from inside it, and cancelled the shrinking charm. That is against the rules. For the first time, genuine alarm showed on his face. Is it? I glanced questioningly at the young man's mistress, who curved her lips in a faint, rather pitiless smile as she looked at him. The agreed weapon was not swords. It was steel. The young heir of Black could have produced a halberd, a blacksmith's hammer, or pelted you with cannonballs. None of that would have broken any rule. She looked at me with a thoughtful expression, then turned to her apprentice with something that looked almost like pity. I will, however, offer you both the opportunity to settle this peacefully. Oh, Mr. Black need only concede defeat and pay a warguild in gold, weighing exactly his own body weight. Refused. My voice was entirely calm. I have no intention of following the lead of a coward and a boor and helping him preserve what passes for his honor. However, if he genuinely wishes to end this, he may pay compensation in gold to both me and the young lady he insulted, an amount equal to his own body weight for each of us. I shall not demand an apology. From someone with so little breeding. I shook my head. It would be nothing but hot air in any case. Marcus. The young woman gave her apprentice a pointed look. He, however, apparently misread the signal entirely, and shook his head with a display of wounded pride. As neither party is willing to be reconciled, I ask both of you to prepare. The bout begins in 3, 2, 1. Before the count had even reached 0, the young man came at me with his sword raised above his head. He apparently believed the stance I was holding would make it difficult for me to raise my weapon in time to block a downward blow, and broadly speaking, he was right. It would take me a moment to bring the axe up. But why on earth would I want to? He was physically stronger than me. He was older, after all. Whether he had used enhancement potions was another matter, at his age the cost is considerable, and I had personally chosen to skip them, relying on training and a minimum course of general strengthening drafts instead. 0. I saw the young woman wince. Her apprentice was nearly on top of me. I made no attempt to defend. I took a single step to the side, turned the axe blade, already angled downward, just a fraction further, and as I stepped forward I brought it through in a sharp, clean arc. The quality of the steel, the edge, and the force of the swing together severed the young man's right hand cleanly from his arm. Ayewa. A scream of pain and disbelief rolled through the hall. He stumbled forward several more steps, the sword, which he had been gripping two-handed for the downward blow, fell. His left hand opened, and his right remained attached to the hilt. Oh dear. I shook my head. You seem to have lost your hand. They usually say, lost your head. Was that too drastic for you? Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a few of the girls looking away. Harry was staring ahead with a grim expression. The young woman with whom the whole business had started watched the young man with cold, vindicated satisfaction. So then, shall we continue? Perhaps you would like to lose the other hand. Or a foot. I shook the blood from the axe with a single swing and rested it on my shoulder. Or you could simply say 2 words. Go on, then. He was still screaming as I walked towards him. I yield. I yield. I gave a satisfied nod. Excellent. Miss. The heir of black has won decisively. As this young man's mistress, I have no complaint against you whatsoever. His parents, however, are unlikely to feel the same. Oh, that need not concern anyone here. Any grievance they wish to raise must be taken to the boy's parents, and they. My mentor shook his head. I would not wish enemies like that on anyone. Understood. While they spoke, the young woman had already cast several spells on the young man first, and then on the severed hand. Unfortunately, my apprentice will be unable to compete in this tournament. I am withdrawing Marcus Kudesnikov from the competition. Her voice carried clearly through the hall. The Kudesnikovs. Bella tapped her lower lip thoughtfully with one finger, then gave a breezy wave of her hand. Yes, I remember now, they are utterly insignificant. I alone would be more than enough to flatten their entire house, should they be foolish enough to bring a grievance against the blacks. Miss, your honor has been satisfied. Thank you, heir of black. The girl gave a small curtsy. My name is Draco. Draco Black. And you are, my dear stranger. Fleur Delacour. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Delacour. Would you care to join our party? I noticed Harry's eyes going glassy. I wouldn't mind, but I shall need to inform my parents. Of course. I nodded and she slipped away. Harry, pull yourself together. I cuffed him firmly on the back of the head. What? I cleaned the axe and put it away, then tried unsuccessfully to collect my thoughts. She was stunning beyond all reason. I knew full well that her allure wasn't affecting me, yet I still wanted to take her hand and spirit her away to the edge of the world, where I could wait until we'd both grown up enough to. I shook my head sharply and drove the thought out. Chapter 35, An Introduction. Heir of Black, I am Jean-Paul Delacour. I thank you for stepping in to defend my daughter's honor and dignity. The man, who bore a faint resemblance to Fleur, extended his hand, and I shook it readily. I was glad that he approved of what I had done. What was less pleasant was the considerably stronger pressure now bearing down on my mental shields. Madam, allow me to express my gratitude for raising this young man in so admirable a fashion. I am Apollon Delacour, and this is my husband. You are already acquainted with Fleur, and this is our younger daughter, Gabrielle. The pleasure is ours. My name is Valperga Black, and these are my daughters, Narcissa and Bellatrix Black. My grandson is Draco Black. Allow me also to introduce Phileas Flitwick, my grandson's mentor, and his friend. I beg your pardon for interrupting. I couldn't help myself. I pressed 2 fingers firmly against my temples. But I would ask the lovely ladies of the Delacour family to bear in mind that there is an 11-year-old boy standing before them. The background pressure alone was enough. I gave a slight nod toward Harry, who was devouring the girls with his eyes, while Flitwick, to his credit, remained perfectly composed. To affect those around me, and not only my friend. So perhaps we might call off this particular test. Believe me, I would sooner walk into a wall headfirst than behave in any way that was less than courteous toward you. I like this boy. Apollon gave her daughters a brief nod. Both had been watching me closely up to that point, and now a flush of embarrassment spread across their faces. It was plain that until that moment they had not expected me to withstand the pressure, and they were only now beginning to understand how it must have looked from the outside. He is brave and knows his limits. Fleur, I shall have no objection to you spending time with him, provided this young man is willing to defend your honor and dignity in the future as readily as he did a little while ago. It would be my honor. I gave Fleur's mother a short nod. And I apologize for interrupting the introductions. Not at all, I quite understand. After that the introductions were properly completed, and we all set off together toward a restaurant, not the most expensive one, nor the cheapest. So, you are Master Flitwick's apprentice. Not only his apprentice. I shook my head. If that young man had been a little less impulsive, he would have found out that earning a place as Flitwick's apprentice required me to pass several years' worth of his charms curriculum, complete all the first-year material at Hogwarts in every other subject, and then become his assistant. His assistant. Fleur stared at me in undisguised shock and disbelief. Indeed, miss. Flitwick had caught her exclamation and glanced over, briefly drawn away from his conversation with the adults. Our party had naturally split into a loose arrangement, the adults with the adults, Gabrielle with my friends, and Fleur with me. Delacour. Draco is managing the charms and spell work lessons for the first 3 years very competently. I must say that what he has devised could raise the standard of teaching in my subject considerably. If his approach proves successful by the end of this year, I may well adopt a system of half-year and full-year mini-competitions with prizes. Many students have already learned at least 3 or 4 spells beyond the required curriculum. I see. Fleur smiled at me, and I felt that faint pressure on my mental shields again, though it faded fairly quickly. Forgive me, it is just. Please don't apologize. I understand it is in your nature, and I am grateful that you hold it back and give me a moment to rest and reinforce my shields. You. She looked at me in surprise. You understand. That you are part Vila. Yes, I worked it out. A quarter Vila. I gave a thoughtful nod, but as we spoke I allowed myself to lean close to her ear and murmur quietly. Being a little bit Vila is rather like being a little bit pregnant. Oh, that startled look. I couldn't hold back a laugh. Fleur, you look absolutely priceless. I shook my head. Are you mocking me? Not in the slightest. I am simply asking you not to mislead me. All right. She gave a slow nod, and with that, we continued talking. At some point, our little group rejoined the others, and the conversation became louder and more cheerful all around. Harry still needed the occasional shake to bring him back to himself. Even the background Vila influence weighed on him more than he could comfortably handle. Several hours later. An outside perspective. Fleur. Yes, maman. What do you make of this young man? Which one? There were 2 of them. Don't be coy. You spent the whole time talking to one of them, and only one of them withstood our influence. So, what do you think of young Draco? It's. Fleur looked slightly taken aback by her mother's question. Apollon simply smiled at her warmly. He realized I was part Vila. Really? There was genuine interest in Apollon's voice, and a trace of skepticism. And he continued talking to you quite normally. British wizards tend to be rather prejudiced toward people like you, Gabrielle, and me. Yes, and I noticed no change in how he treated me whatsoever. Though perhaps he is simply very good at hiding it, and wants something from us. Wants something. Apollon closed her eyes briefly, turning it over. I don't think so. If that were the case, one would not pick a quarrel with another house over it. One would simply try to attract our attention and arrange an invitation. Whereas what we saw here was clearly rather impulsive, but entirely approved of by the older generation, and entirely characteristic of an heir acting on instinct. Maman. What can you actually tell me about him? It is far too early to say anything. Fleur. No, I genuinely mean that. Well, he is strong, he protected me, he is pleasant company, and he is Master Flitwick's apprentice. I see the boy has made an impression. He is far too young. She said it rather loudly, evidently realizing where the conversation was heading, then immediately looked embarrassed and dropped her gaze to the floor. My darling, youth is the sort of flaw that corrects itself very quickly. Wizards like Draco, by which I mean wizards strong enough to withstand the combined influence of 2 Vilas who have not yet fully come into their power, and one adult who was certainly not exerting her full charm, are exceedingly rare. Your father, for instance, could not have said the same. Not when we first met, and not even on our wedding day, which meant I had to scratch the eyes out of more than a few women who tried their luck with what was mine. It took Gene years to build up that kind of resistance. But if the heir of Black can manage it at his age, and hold up against yours quite calmly, then one ought to stake one's claim. That would be rather difficult. Her eyes went wide the instant she heard her own words, and her mother gave her a deeply amused look. I never agreed to anything. Of course, my darling. Of course. End of perspective. Draco. Yes, mother. I looked first at Bella, who had spoken, then at Sissy. Valperga had bid us sort ourselves out and had gone to her own room the moment we reached the corridor, so now it was just the three of us. What did you make of Fleur Delacour? Pretty. Reasonably well educated. Good family. I shrugged. One drawback, she is part Vila. Though we should be able to find something to ensure that a Vila can carry a boy. So as a potential match she does not trouble me. The only concern is that our political allies will inevitably try to. I grimaced slightly. But they can always be silenced with a dual challenge or simply by cutting their funding. We back a great many projects. Yes, we draw income from them as well, but if we withdrew our support, we would simply break even, while the ministry would lose the means to pursue its own interests. Well said. Bella gave an approving smile. Though still, a Vila. She shook her head. Not that I have any particular prejudice against them, but... Yes, you do, sister. Though I take your point, up to a point. On the other hand, you could form a family connection with the head of the French Or Office, who, with our backing, might make a credible bid for minister. We all know things may become unsettled here before long, and having somewhere to fall back to, that could prove very useful indeed. I agree, but it is too early to speak of this seriously. Forgive my being direct, but your own arranged marriages have shown me that not every such arrangement makes for a happy one. If Fleur and I can come to feel, if not love, for one another, then at least genuine mutual respect. I gave the idea a considered nod. Then I would not be against signing a preliminary letter of intent. Excellent, which is precisely what I wanted to hear from you. Now, let's all get some rest. You are on the platform tomorrow. With that, Bella kissed me on both cheeks and left me alone in my room. But sleep would not come, and I stepped out onto the balcony and settled into the chair there, watching the sky in quiet thought. It seemed I was soon going to be a rather less unattached young man than I might have wished. Though what any agreement would actually contain remained to be seen, as did whether an agreement would come about at all. A weak woman was the last thing I needed, so I would have to watch Fleur carefully tomorrow during the duels. She had come here to compete, after all. That would be the real measure of her. There was a knock at the door. I rose, walked over, and looked through the peephole. It was a small blonde girl. Gabrielle. I said the name as a question the moment I opened the door. The little girl stared at me with enormous eyes. Gabrielle. Has something happened? She shook her head. Is it your parents? She gave a vigorous shake of her head. Fleur. She shook her head vigorously again. Then what is it? Nothing. She shook her head and dropped her gaze to the floor. I was just so surprised you answered. I thought Daphne would open the door. Daphne doesn't spend the night in my room just to answer the door for late visitors. Still, what brings you here? I never said thank you. She looked up at me, hesitant. Thank you for saving my sister Fleur. She took 2 steps forward and wrapped her arms around my waist, pressing her cheek against my stomach. Come now, what is all this? I stroked her hair. Everything turned out fine, didn't it? Thank you, big brother Draco. She stepped back and darted away. I closed the door with a quiet smile, shook my head, and returned to the balcony chair. Being called Big Brother is rather nice, actually. Chapter 36, The Opening. Early in the morning, we stood before the dueling platforms, and I watched with considerable interest as dozens of Vila from the Moscow coven performed something wild and exhilarating. Their dance, combined with the allure they were projecting, was enough to cost me a small measure of control, though it did not take hold the way it did in some of those around me, who looked ready to charge the performers. In my case it simply settled into a wide, rather contented smile. Do you like it? I would be lying if I said no. I shrugged at Fleur's question. She was standing to my right, Penny was to my left, shooting sideways glances of obvious displeasure in Fleur's direction. I caught them, and Fleur caught them too, responding with a cool, faintly mocking look that said plainly, I know exactly what you are thinking, and I have no intention of stepping back. It left me mildly unsettled, though on the other hand, two striking young women competing over you was rather pleasant, truth be told. And it does not concern you that they can reduce a man to a drooling, obedient pet. Penny did her best to stay polite as she said it. She had clearly swallowed whatever she had actually wanted to say, and I was grateful to her for it. PFF. Fleur scoffed. And ordinary witches cannot do the same. Well. Don't be hasty. I shook my head, stopping Penny before she said something she would regret. The fact that it takes quite a bit more effort and time for you doesn't mean you can't manage it. How many cases are there of witches dosing their chosen men? Some do it with care and subtlety, but others. I sighed. Others go too far and reduce the men to something barely human, nothing left but instinct, all of it focused on one girl. If you don't believe me, look up how many people are admitted to St. Mungo's each year for love potion overdoses. Or submit a request to the Aura office. They don't often respond to that sort of thing, but if they do, they'll tell you how many spiked potion cases are investigated every year. But they. Genuine uncertainty had crept into Penny's voice. Fleur, for her part, was watching me with quiet surprise and something that looked like gratitude. What about them? They are living, reasoning beings just like the two of us. No doubt plenty of them use their gift to better their circumstances, but consider, right now Fleur has her influence focused on me, and her mother and sister are very probably directing theirs at Mr. Delacour. That is true. Fleur confirmed it with a nod, catching my questioning look. It gives us no pleasure when people start drooling over us. Not that I would hesitate to use it in a duel, but in ordinary life. She shook her head. It grows thoroughly tiresome when the person you are speaking to suddenly turns into an idiot. So I am genuinely glad to have met Draco here, someone who can withstand my influence. I could push harder, of course, but that would be ungracious. Ha! Ungracious indeed. His mothers would pull your hair out by the roots. PFF. As if that would stop me, if I were the sort of foolish girl who chases after a comfortable life and admirers. Meanwhile the dancing continued, the Velas kept stoking the crowd to a fever pitch while the event security held the audience back and kept anyone from breaking through to the performers. I must arrange a small donation. I tilted my head slightly. Look how hard they are working. And still holding themselves together among the ones who have already lost all restraint. You can see on some of their faces how much they hate it. Well, they came here of their own accord. Fleur shrugged. No one compelled them. As a rule it is fairly inexperienced girls from the communities who take on this kind of work. Afterwards they tend to go one of two ways, either they want to find that one person who can withstand their allure, or they go entirely the other way. Though there are always some who simply enjoy the attention and keep coming back to it. Oh, it looks as though they have finished. I noted that the Velas had made their exit with impressive speed, and a young-sounding male voice filled the air. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the latest international dueling tournament. The crowd erupted. Now, we could of course get straight to the action, but the organizers have asked me to go over the basic rules for those who have competed before, and to explain them to those who are attending for the first time. The first and most important rule, no unforgivable curses. Remember, you have not come here to wager your life. You have come to demonstrate your skill, or your superior power. I trust you will all abide by this. The crowd signaled its loud agreement. Rule 2, no steal. We are well aware that certain tournaments permit the use of bladed weapons to deflect an opponent's spells, but we believe that mastery of steel is an art in its own right, and here we have gathered specifically to see how you wield magic. The crowd was divided on this one. It was a rule that varied from country to country. In some places steel was permitted only for deflection, in others for attack as well, and in others still, as here, it was forbidden entirely. Rule 3, no artifacts. Before you step onto the platform, you will be searched. You are permitted only your wand and your dueling costume or its equivalent. The costume may be made from any material but may not be enchanted. The crowd was nearly unanimous in its approval of this one. Rule 4, movement is restricted. Almost restricted, to be precise. Each platform will have a chalk circle marked on it, within which you may move freely. For those competing for the first time, this circle will be 15 paces in diameter. For returning competitors, it will grow progressively smaller, and participants in the oldest age group will have a circle of only 2 paces across. Another rule that shifted depending on the country. I had heard that a few years ago, there had been a tournament where competitors were forbidden to move at all, not even to sway to dodge an incoming spell. Rules of that kind tended to be drawn up with an eye on whether steel would be permitted. It would be rather absurd to allow bladed weapons and then confine the duelists to a two-pace circle. And the most important rule of the tournament, give us everything you have. On that note, let the first duels begin. In a moment you will see your names and your opponents' names appear above the platforms. Would all participants in the youngest age group please take their places? The first bouts were soon underway, but my name was not listed yet, so I settled in to watch one of the fights. Studying your opponents? Well. I gave a small shrug at Fleur's question. He does not need to. Given the abilities of 11-year-olds who have been studying magic for a full 6 months, some of them a little more, none of them have the slightest chance against Draco. If steel had been allowed, I would agree. I have already seen how he handles it. Not a professional, but considerably better than most of his age, and better than several of my own peers who have devoted themselves to the blade. I just smiled at that. I doubt they had the same advantages I did. Or you. I glanced briefly at Fleur. Dedicated instructors, wizards who helped with fatigue management, basic restorative potions with no side effects. Most people would just say, muscle enhancement potions. Fleur smiled, one corner of her mouth lifting. Oh, I wanted them. I saw no reason to pretend I hadn't seriously considered the easier path. And what stopped you? My mother's. I said it with a light shrug. They forbade it. There was a faint edge of sarcasm in Fleur's voice. No. They simply sat me down, put the potions I wanted right in front of me, and laid a pamphlet beside them. It explained, in plain language, that the effect of those potions depends enormously on your baseline condition going in. So if I took them when I was already at peak physical condition, the results would be dramatically better. Well, not many are prepared to wait and grind themselves to the bone first. She shrugged. I am. It will have a direct bearing on how long I live, among other things. Oh, there's my name. I nodded toward one of the platforms and walked over without any particular urgency. I stood before the platform and waited for my opponent, who was making his way to his side with slow, deliberate steps, obviously playing to the audience. He wore an elaborately decorated robe, clearly expensive and, to my mind, entirely graceless. Draco Black, Great Britain, Instructor Filius Flitwick, versus Pavel Krakow, Poland, Instructor Alexei Taiki. To the platform. I stepped up, watching my opponent carefully. He was patently not taking me seriously. Once we were both on the platform, examiners approached us in turn and checked us briskly for concealed artifacts. Clean. Clean. Both examiners reported in Russian, and the referee raised his wand. A green flame appeared above the platform. Duelists, ready. I settled into the open, easy stance I favored. My opponent struck a rather theatrical pose, a winner's smile already on his lips. Begin. Protego. Spros. He was clearly casting in his own language. I grasped the general meaning immediately, but he was weak. Drastically so. I had been fairly certain I would outclass my peers with ease, and the fact that his spell didn't so much as ripple my shield confirmed it. He wasn't an opponent worth worrying about. With a flick of my wand, I gestured mockingly for him to try again. You. I didn't bother to respond. I simply repeated the gesture. Spros. 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 Vzorvi. He began pelting me with spells in rapid succession. I tilted my head slightly, studying his technique. After 2 minutes of this, I flicked my wand with quiet indifference. Expelliarmus. His wand flew from his hand, and with a second gesture, I dropped my shield and caught it neatly. Winner, Draco Black, Great Britain, Instructor Filius Flitwick. The referee came over at once. I handed him my opponent's wand, bowed politely first to my opponent, then to the referee, then to the audience, and stepped off the platform. Not bad at all. Fleur gave me a respectful nod. I am counting on your bout being equally entertaining. I cannot promise that. She shrugged slightly. My age group contains far more experienced duelists who have been at this for years. All I can say is that I will give it everything I have. That will be enough. I gave a nod, and then Fleur, my friends, and I settled back to watch the remaining bouts. Fleur herself was called up very early in her group session, and she performed admirably. We did not leave after that. She wanted to study her potential future opponents, and unlike my age group, this bracket was showing markedly higher levels of preparation. Well. I shook my head as we left the venue. This tournament is going to be very straightforward for me, I suspect. That would not be entirely surprising. Your preparation is impressive, and your mentor. Flitwick would not take on an apprentice, let alone put him forward for a tournament of this kind, if he were not capable of winning it. I shrugged slightly at Fleur's observation. I was hoping to find something new here. Something worth learning, or at least something surprising. But I waved my hand in mild resignation. Moose. The shout made our whole party turn. Before us stood a disheveled man, no longer young, staring at Harry as though he'd seen a ghost. You invited him after all. Well, he is Harry's godfather. We felt they both had a right to meet each other. Godfather. Harry looked from one of my mothers to the other, bewildered. Harry, allow me to introduce our rather wayward brother, Sirius Black. He is your godfather. For certain reasons, he has not been able to be part of your life, but that can change now. This is a start, at the very least. Chapter 37, A Meeting, and the Second Round. Sir, please don't. Harry took a couple of steps back as Sirius moved towards him. Harry, it's me. Sirius. Uncle Siri. I used to put you on a toy broomstick when you were little. There was hurt and bewilderment in Sirius's voice. Sirius, I don't think Harry remembers you. You were old enough to remember, Harry was far too young. So my advice would be, don't rush. Take him somewhere to eat and talk. I'll go with them. Bella shook her head. Knowing Sirius, he'll pull something. Cousin, there's no need for that. Sirius pressed a hand to his heart, dramatically wounded. Oh, be quiet, Siri. You were an idiot then and you're an idiot now. You always have been, always acting on impulse. You simply cannot be trusted. Hey, I've changed. If you had changed, then. Bella shook her head. Never mind. I'll just make sure you don't do anything stupid. Harry. I looked over at my friend, who was watching this godfather he knew nothing about with a lost expression. Give him a chance. He is a fool, and he was involved in plenty of unpleasant business at school, but he is not a bad person at heart. Not from what I know of him, at least. But he abandoned me. Harry was no longer the same cowed boy he had been. He had not shaken off every mark that his upbringing had left on him, but he was well on his way. Now he looked at me steadily. No, Harry. He did not abandon you. He had no choice. Yes, things could have gone differently if he had been less impulsive. But he is what he is, and he is the only person who's truly close to you. All right. Harry gave a nod and took a tentative step forward. Sir, I'll give you a chance. Harry, thank you. Call me Siri. Or Sirius, if you prefer. Sirius caught himself. He was pressing the boy, and he knew it. He stepped back and left space for Harry to cross on his own terms. All right, Sirius. Let's talk. Harry and his godfather left with Bella, and Fleur touched my shoulder lightly. Wasn't that Sirius Black? Yes. But he's a criminal. Why were you all speaking to him so calmly? And why haven't the local Aurors arrested him? Because he was cleared, though the circumstances meant he was simply expelled from the country rather than properly exonerated. So he cannot set foot in Britain, but coming here to finally meet his godson. I shrugged. I see. Shall we celebrate? She looked at me. Of course. We'll head to a restaurant and celebrate both our wins. We just need to wait for your family, they fell a little behind. Well, what about just the two of us? I gave Fleur a thoughtful look. I wouldn't necessarily object, but let's save that for when the tournament is over. After we've all celebrated together as families first. She gave me a long look. Just the two of us? Well, we could, but I would want to invite Penny and Daphne as well. PFF. Oh, come on. If everything goes to plan, we'll have a cat girl at the party. Hey. What do you mean? Fleur looked at me with interest, then turned to study Penny from head to foot, then looked back at me. Her? I thought she just meows. She does, and there's a fair chance that after I win I can talk her into serving us dressed as a maid with cat ears, ending every sentence with a meow. She might even wear the tail. Don't hold your breath. Penny raised her chin. All right, then. Despite agreeing, Fleur did not look especially pleased. Fleur. I decided to be straightforward. You are a lovely girl, clever, and as today's bout showed, more than capable of looking after yourself. Any wizard who married you would sleep easy on that score. But for all of that, we do not yet know each other well enough for a private dinner to be appropriate. Which is why you are inviting your mistress and your servant girl rather than your sister. Well. I shrugged lightly. Penny is not my mistress. She is a friend, a good acquaintance, possibly a business partner one day, or someone who works for me. But a mistress. I shook my head, making no effort to hide how little I liked that word applied to her. I respect her far too much for that. A junior wife, yes, if my wife comes from another house, I would accept it, or a senior wife if the other girl were muggle-born or half-blood. Are you saying I would not be your only wife? She seemed to have decided to skip over the question of whether she would become his wife at all. Well. I studied Fleur carefully. If you are prepared to bear children year after year. I need to restore the House of Black, and I would like to leave behind several cadet branches, perhaps spread across different countries. That is. Fleur took a step back. I shook my head. All right. Nobody is eavesdropping on us, but this is not the place for this conversation. Penny is already turning pink at the implications, and Daphne has gone off into her own head entirely, and she is quite the... I caught myself. I'd been about to call her a pervert, because I knew perfectly well what novels she read and what manga she bought under the impression that nobody in the house was any wiser, but I had no desire to give that away. I had already given her enough hints that certain details had not gone unnoticed. Though honestly, I still had no idea where she had found manga at this point in time. It could not yet be widely distributed outside Japan. Fair enough. This is genuinely not the right place or time for this conversation. Fleur gave a nod, and we moved on. The following morning. So, how did it go? Fine. Sirius shot me a mildly irritable look. I had no idea what I had done to earn it, but it was plain he had taken a dislike to me from the start. Well, good. Harry sounded less certain than Sirius. Mr. Black told me all about my parents, and I honestly never imagined they were such extraordinary people. I gave Sirius a flat look. Extraordinary? Sirius, are you sure you told him everything? Of course. Well, regarding Lily Evans, Potter by marriage, I have no doubts. Everything I know about her points to extraordinary talent, extraordinary intelligence, and by all accounts, she was very beautiful. By all accounts. Sirius looked at me with undisguised displeasure. She's not my type. I shrugged. I have seen portraits of her, and while she was certainly attractive, she is not someone I would have pursued. To James Potter, she may well have been the most beautiful and desirable girl in the world. But that is beside the point. Did you tell Harry everything? Including the parts about the two of you regularly losing all sense of proportion. We never lost any sense of proportion. His voice was flat with disagreement. Seriously. I looked at Sirius steadily, making no effort to conceal what I thought of that. Shall I list the specific occasions when you crossed a line? Or would you prefer to tell Harry the truth yourself? And why didn't you tell him yourself, if you know so much? Because I am his friend, not his keeper. He never asked, and I never offered it. If he had asked, I would have shown him the portrait album and told him everything I know. Harry was staring at me. Then again, what else would you expect from a child? He celebrates Halloween, after all. What's wrong with that? Harry and Sirius both looked at me, baffled. Really? Fine. The boy's mind is only now beginning to work properly, but you. I looked at Sirius, and then a cold realization of exactly what I was about to say stopped me mid-thought. James and Lily. Precisely. I gave a quiet nod. It is the anniversary of his parents' deaths. Harry's eyes went wide. Honestly, I didn't want to be the one to say it. I wanted him to realize it on his own. But since even his closest living relative, his godfather, would rather not disturb his peace of mind, it falls to me to open his eyes. Harry stared at me in shock, unable to find words. Sirius stared back with even more disapproval than before. It's not the place of Lucius Malfoy's son to lecture Harry about where to draw the line. Shall I tell you what your own father did at school? I already know. I held Sirius's gaze steadily. All of it. Before school, at school, after school. Everything Mother Sissy and Mother Bella knew, I know. And they knew a great deal. So you have nothing to show me that would be new. Fortunately, we were in a private family setting with an hour to spare before the tournament, rather than somewhere less suited to this conversation. And you know what he did when he was in power? A nasty smile touched Sirius's lips. I do. I nodded calmly. And I am not proud of it. On the other hand, I know what the Order of the Phoenix did, too. I held Sirius's gaze until he looked away. Yes, the Dark Lord's side was more brutal, more open about it. But you weren't exactly holding back, either. Both sides had blood on their hands, and your sins were forgotten only because you were the victors. Had things gone the other way, the Dark Lord would have been supreme mugwump and minister, those who supported him would be considered the forces of good, and you would be. I shrugged. That does not make what he did any less. This isn't what we were talking about. If you want to discuss the actions of the Dark Lord and Dumbledore, we can find another time and place for it. The only reason I asked you here was to make sure you didn't leave Harry with a false impression of his parents. And what am I supposed to tell him? Sirius nearly shouted it, glaring at me. The truth. What drove you, and whether you think those actions were right. Whether you regret any of it. Sirius, the past is the past, and Harry's parents will always be his parents. He doesn't truly know them beyond the bare fact that they are his parents, strange as that is to say. But he needs to know what kind of people they actually were. They were good people. I'm not arguing with that. It's just that everyone has their skeletons, and it would be better if at least some came from you. Because if they come from someone else. I shook my head. Framed a different way. I understand. Yes, I'll tell him. I'll tell him everything. Sirius dropped his gaze to the table. He understood that a good many of the things they had done might not sit well with Harry, but he also understood that I was right. And that was precisely why he found it so difficult to like me. Chapter 38, The Duels. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since our conversation with the family, and I was already standing there, waiting for my turn. Fleur was beside me, tapping her wand lightly against her left palm with barely concealed nerves. Anxious? No. She caught herself and glanced at me. Yes. I don't know who my next opponent will be, and it's unsettling. I can see what the others in my group are capable of, but still. Fleur frowned slightly. The nerves won't go away. Well, from what I saw yesterday, you are quite strong. But the others? I tilted my head thoughtfully. Don't underestimate them. It is entirely possible that someone is conserving their strength for a particular bout. Or, as I have done, I made a wager and am limiting myself to a certain set of spells for now. Not everyone can afford to do that. Good luck. We both noticed my name appear above one of the platforms at the same time. I walked over to it and waited for my opponent. I did not have to wait long. This time I was facing a girl my own age, who watched me with slightly narrowed eyes. Anna Dolokhova, Russia, Instructor Vitaly Pechkin, versus Draco Black, Great Britain, Instructor Phileas Flitwick. We stepped up onto the platform together. The examiners checked us for artifacts and prohibited items, and reported to today's referee, a different one from yesterday, that we were both clear. 3, 2, 1, begin. During the countdown I gave the girl an elegant bow, which she returned with a respectful nod. The moment the count ended, I sent an Expelliarmus at her almost instantly. She rolled sideways to avoid it and sent a pair of slashing hexes back at me, which my shield caught. Another disarming charm left my wand, and she was forced to roll the other way, and then again, and again. Light laughter drifted from the spectators, and I stopped. Making my opponent a laughingstock had never been the plan. For her age, she was thinking clearly. Not confident in your shield? Get out of the way of the spell. Simple logic. She went still, watching me, and I gestured with my wand for her to stand. She rose slowly and gave me a grateful nod, then settled into a defensive stance. Expelliarmus. The spell left my wand almost the instant I named it. This time she did not roll aside. She simply leapt back, then sent 2 disarming charms, a knockback jinx, and a bone-breaking hex back at me in quick succession. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. She dodged the first spell, but I had aimed the second at the exact spot where she needed to land, and she landed precisely there. The charm caught her cleanly. She went rigid and toppled onto the platform. Winner, Draco Black, Great Britain. I made a polite bow to my opponent, who was revived almost immediately, then to the referee, then to the spectators, and stepped off the platform. You took longer this time. Fleur said it with the faintest trace of amusement. I simply don't want to show everything I can do just yet. I'm still planning to challenge the winner of the next age group, and putting all my cards on the table now would be a mistake. You want to fight me? Why not? I shrugged. If you win your group, we'll almost certainly meet when I'm offered the chance to challenge the next age group's champion. She gave a thoughtful nod. It was obvious enough, really. There was no other path open to me. Challenging the champion of the next age group was an unwritten tradition of dueling tournaments. Fail to do so, and every newspaper would brand you a coward before the ink was dry. I understand. But don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're charming. I let the corner of my mouth curve up. Don't expect me to refrain from using that charm to my advantage if I can. Buffed. The tips of Fleur's ears turned pink. Our friends and both families, who had heard all of this, exchanged glances and smiled. Fleur noticed and allowed herself a flash of irritation, though she refrained from stamping her foot. Instead, she stepped onto her platform and simply demolished her opponent with a rapid sequence of 10 fire spells. Buffed. That was Fleur's response when she came to stand beside me after I'd congratulated her on her latest win. And as before, we did not linger. She watched a few of her potential future opponents, and then we left the venue. So, what are your plans? For life, I mean. I tilted my head slightly, looking at her. I'm not sure yet. I love charms, so I've been thinking about finding a master who might take me as an apprentice. But with my nature. She gave a small, slightly sad smile. There aren't many charms masters who would agree to that. Well. I shrugged, watching her carefully. I do understand. But you would be looking for a master after you finish school, wouldn't you? Yes. She shrugged easily. Would you come to me? I'm sorry. Fleur blinked in mild surprise. Her parents, seated at the next table with mine, began paying noticeably closer attention. I'm asking whether you'd come to me as an apprentice. I plan to earn a mastery in charms and spell work within the next couple of years. A knowledge and skills mastery, not a raw power mastery. I shrugged lightly. I'll have to prepare a formidable project for the examining committee, but I can manage that. So I'm offering you the chance to be my first official apprentice. She paused, taken aback. If you earn the mastery, then yes, I would, but are you certain? Quite. I gave an easy nod. Is something bothering you? No. She shook her head and dropped her gaze to the table. It's clearly bothering you. Penny, who had been sitting through this entire exchange, gave Fleur a gentle nudge with her elbow. Go on and admit it. An offer like this. And you're turning your nose up at it. I am not turning my nose up. Fleur looked at Penny, her voice and expression making it clear that she considered this an inaccurate account of events. It's simply a great deal to take in at once. I thought I would have to find a master on my own. I had even started wondering whether I would end up going hat in hand to the goblins and working off some punishing contract to cover the cost of tuition, and now this. She shook her head. Actually, what are the terms? Simple enough. I shrugged. You work yourself to the bone, and if you earn your mastery within 5 years, the total cost of your training is 10,000 per year. Fleur frowned slightly. That was a substantial sum. Certainly not ruinous for a master to absorb, and in fact considerably less than many masters charged, but for her. For the entire training. Period. Don't play games with me. I am not. 10,000 galleons total if you earn your mastery within 5 years. Fail to meet the deadline, and the rate changes, you'll owe me 10,000 for every additional month you study under me. Cough, cough. Fleur spluttered. And don't worry. The contract will specify that I'm required not merely to offer vague encouragement, but to teach you properly and in good faith, giving you every reasonable chance of earning your mastery within 5 years. Think of it as the carrot and the stick. On the one hand, you get training under a master for next to nothing. On the other, if you prove less than diligent, you'll be signing something that makes a goblin contract look generous. Fleur closed her eyes. A small, rather charming line appeared between her brows, telling everyone present that she was weighing the proposition carefully. I think I agree. She gave a slow nod as she said it. Good. I gave a satisfied nod in return. And now, can we perhaps move on to something a little less? She waved her hand vaguely, unable to find words for the intensity still churning inside her. Of course. I shrugged, as if to say there was nothing remotely unreasonable in the request. Wonderful. Then it is my turn to ask, what are your plans for life? Well, being a black, I suppose. I shrugged with studied casualness. What I mean is, as the head of house I shall have a great many responsibilities. Mastery in charms and spell work will make me a sought-after master, but that is not the real point. What matters is that my own abilities will grow through it, making me more capable in everything else. I scratched my cheek thoughtfully. I may manage to double the family fortune. Wah. Fleur stared at me. The black fortune is the stuff of legend. Not that it's impossible, but you are already extraordinarily wealthy. There can't be more than 100 houses and individuals in the entire world richer than you. Actually, there can be. Quite a few more than 100, in fact. I shrugged lightly. There is a tendency among wizards to forget that the ordinary world exists. And in that world, there are a great many people. A great deal of money circulates in their economies. There are already quite a few individuals in that world who can match the blacks financially, and what will things look like in 10 years? In 20. That is, very mature thinking for someone your age. She said it and immediately covered her mouth with her hand, a flash of alarm and guilt crossing her face, as though she had just said something offensive. I simply gave a short, amused snort. Spoken like a true ancient. You and I were both shaped from childhood to avoid embarrassing our families, so the fact that I know more than my peers and have rather more of my life mapped out is hardly remarkable. What is remarkable is that most of our peers go all the way through school without once stopping to think that one day they will need to support or lead their house. Well. Fleur shifted slightly in her chair. I think that happens because they want a carefree childhood while they still can have one. Wizards live longer than muggles, so spending an extra 10 years on education after school is not a great sacrifice for us. People like you and me, tearing ourselves apart while still at school, are the odd ones, really. Perhaps. I gave a nod. Oh, enough already. Penny cut across us both. Why did you go and get all serious? We are celebrating. So let's actually celebrate. Penny's words reminded Fleur and me that we were, in fact, sitting in a restaurant. And though the table was covered by a silencing charm that extended to cover both the adult table and ours, so neither party could overhear the other, still. Fair enough. Forgive me. I raised my hands in surrender. We got rather carried away. Fleur nodded in agreement. We'll try to do better. So, Penny, what sort of boys do you like? No. Not that topic. Oh, come now. Draco won't tell anyone, and otherwise it's just us girls. Harry's over there with his godfather, so. No. Leave me alone. But Fleur kept pressing, and I sat back and watched with a smile. There was something genuinely pleasant about sitting in good company like this, even if we had started off on rather heavier topics than anyone had planned. Chapter 39, Back into the Fray. Once again, I stood on the platform. Across from me stood Lucas Schmidt of Germany, who had no instructor, which meant he had come through serious qualifying rounds as a self-registered entrant. He was not someone to dismiss lightly. Begin. The referee gave the command, and we both raised shields immediately to block each other's opening spells. The difference was that I could afford to play defensively, since my reserves were considerably deeper than those of almost any of my peers. Spells flew back and forth. I alternated disarming and paralyzing charms with practiced ease, refreshing my shield at intervals, while my opponent was not content with such a modest arsenal. He pelted me with lightning bolts, fireballs, knockback jinxes, and much more. Well, it seemed I was heading for a technical victory here, since winning the way I'd agreed on with Penny was simply not going to be possible. Even so, I watched my opponent closely and decided to try to catch him making a mistake. If his reserves ran out first, so be it. I would not complain. But if he walked into my trap. Once I had made that decision, I began casting at him with slightly less force. I was mimicking the gradual onset of fatigue, though not by simply weakening everything uniformly. Periodically I would seem to gather myself and throw something noticeably stronger at him, then falter again, and I started raising my shield just a fraction slower. I hesitated before refreshing my shield, and the boy decided he could end the duel right there. Rather than renewing his own shield and then finishing me off, he chose to attack, gambling that he wouldn't need the shield he'd lose to my incoming spell. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. Expelliarmus. I sent all 3 spells at him in the same instant, snapping my speed and power back to where they had been from the start. He dodged the first, but the third hit him. The second had been aimed at an entirely different point. Whichever direction he had moved, he would have lost. Winner. Draco Black. Great Britain. I performed the required bows and handed the wand to the referee, then stepped off the platform. You seem very determined to make Penny lose her wager. Fleur commented on my performance. Is that so surprising? Well, a little. Most people here take this tournament far more seriously than you do, and if they knew you were holding back, or rather, why you'd been so sparing with your spells, it would cause quite a stir. I shrugged. Honestly, I don't particularly care what they think. I'd hold back in this tournament regardless, because meeting the next age group's champion with your cards already on the table is poor strategy, and the same goes for the older group after that. You have grand plans. Fleur shook her head. What a pity they're destined to come to nothing. We shall see about that. We shall. It was something of a promise that when we met as champions of our respective age groups, we'd both show what we were truly capable of. Fleur was called to the platform shortly afterward, and she won her bout, though not without effort. Her opponent proved unexpectedly resistant to her influence and was also rather skillful at countering her fire spells. I took out a small notebook and began making brief notes. Her previous bouts had not drawn out her capabilities to this extent. Taking note of her weaknesses, dear brother. Yes. I gave Nymphadora a nod, making no attempt to hide the fact that I was gathering information on Fleur. Why aren't you doing it for the others? Because this isn't for me. I shook my head. I'm going to give it to her, so she knows where her problem areas are and can address them before the next tournament. You think she doesn't already know her own weaknesses? Surely her instructors pointed them out to her. Well. I shrugged. She might be concealing certain skills already, holding them back for the final. In that case, everything in this notebook. I held it up briefly. It will simply be a record of how well she hides her abilities. But from what I can actually see. I watched as Fleur steadily pushed her opponent backwards and out of the circle. Stop. Armando, that is a warning. 3 warnings, and you will be assessed a technical loss. The boy grimaced slightly but nodded, and their bout continued. Another 5 minutes passed, and he was forced back again, earning a second warning. Can't you see what's happening? She's pushing me out. Yes. The referee nodded without any change of expression. And forcing your opponent from the circle is a valid means of winning, just as disarming, immobilization, or causing moderate injury. Continue. The bout resumed, but the boy was now genuinely angry, and before long it was Fleur who was forced to step outside the circle. How do you like that, you roasted hen? He shook his fist as he said it, making it absolutely clear how delighted he was to have pushed her out and earned a warning. I frowned. Insults were not prohibited as such, but conducting yourself like that. Git. Nymphadora shook her head, making no effort to hold herself back. Nymphadora. Language. But. The fact that he is an extremely ill-mannered young man does not mean you get to behave the same way. You're not going to let this go, are you? Me. I looked at my little sister with genuine surprise, and the other girl's ears perked up. Oh, I would not let it go at all, but I have come to know Fleur fairly well over the past few days, and she will not forgive him for it herself. I shook my head slightly, conveying wordlessly, poor lad, poor lad. Continue. And Fleur did not disappoint me. This time her attacks were considerably more powerful and precise. Again and again she broke through his shield and caught him as he tried to dodge, until she finally caught the hand holding his wand. The rest of his body was already covered in burns, and knowing that Vila fire was no ordinary fire, I understood perfectly well that the boy was going to spend a great deal of money not merely healing those burns, but erasing the scars as well. Stop. The bout is over. Winner, Fleur Delacour. France. I can still fight. The boy blustered, but the referee ignored him completely. Fleur gave an elegant bow and hurried back to us. Here. I held out a sheet covered in cramped handwriting. She took it and read it carefully, a slight frown forming on her face. You sound exactly like my father. He always says I need something besides fire. But I won't. You did. I gave a conceding nod. But the bout would have been considerably easier if you had even 2 water spells on hand, or a couple of air spells, something to augment your fire when you needed it. She blinked. Even so, I still. Fleur, please. I looked at her steadily. I'm not asking you to immerse yourself in learning other elements right now. I'm simply asking you to learn 2 spells from each element, just enough to catch an opponent off guard at the right moment. All right. She gave a slow nod. I'll think about it. We watched the remaining bouts in her age group for a while, and when her group had finished its matches for the day, we headed for the exit. But no one was about to let us simply walk away. Well then, Missy. You found yourself a little bodyguard, huh? Think he can protect you? He's a weakling who only knows 3 spells. Sir, don't you think your tongue is a bit too long for someone who presumes to address a lady in such terms? Our parents stood nearby, but neither pair intervened. Mine held back deliberately, while the Delacours simply left matters to us, since an event like this was meant to give us experience handling ourselves. The boy was covered in burns, and from his eyes I could tell he had probably been heavily dosed with potions. Beat it, little man. I need to have a word with this hen. Sir, you will have to go through me first, since I am accompanying this lady and have no intention of leaving her alone with you. Get out of my face and get lost. I promise I'll just use her for a bit and then. In the next instant, I channeled magic through my body, closed the distance between us, and drove my fist into his stomach. He folded in half. Ugh. Sir, I suggest you keep your tongue where the sun doesn't shine, because that sort of language directed at a young lady is entirely unacceptable. If you continue to say such disgusting things, I will be compelled to break your nose against my knee until there is very little nose left. Are we understood? You're dead. Do you hear me? You are dead. The boy rasped this out between coughs. You are quite welcome to issue me a formal challenge. I shrugged. I'll bury you without any challenge. I'll hire the best mercenaries I can find and crush you. Oh. So you wish to take things to that level? In that case, I suppose I ought to contact the Mercenaries Guild and place a contract on your head. I tilted my head thoughtfully. And, in order to prevent any reprisals from your family, on your entire family as well, up to and including the 5th generation. Or should it be the 10th? I considered this at leisure. I imagine 100,000 should be more than sufficient to attract hunters of adequate reputation. The boy had clearly not been paying attention, but his parents appeared at his side immediately and silenced him with a muting charm. Air Black, we offer our most profound apologies for our son's words and conduct. The man speaking to me looked, in my estimation, like someone who spent far too much time on his appearance. He spoke solely on his own behalf. We do not endorse what he said. Your apology ought to be directed not to me, but to the young lady he insulted. The boy's parents glanced over at Fleur. Miss Delacour, we offer you our sincere apologies. You have our word that we will see to our son's upbringing without delay. Sir Electo Cristo, I never for a moment believed that your son's words reflected the position of your house. I accept your apology. You are most gracious. We would also note that you and this young man make a rather fine pair. Thank you. A faint warmth of embarrassment colored Fleur's voice. Then I think we may consider the matter settled. I gave a thoughtful nod, and everyone agreed. After that, we simply went our separate ways, with Fleur and our group heading back to the restaurant, where we settled at our usual tables. Thank you. Fleur gave me a careful nod. It was nothing. I shrugged. I may not be a fairy tale prince, but when your parents are clearly in favor of me as your companion, I could hardly disappoint their expectations. Besides, I find it genuinely distasteful when someone speaks to a girl that way. Though that doesn't stop you from teasing us yourself. Oh, come off it. I waved a hand at Penny. If you actually minded, you wouldn't have argued with me again and again. I shrugged. Well, I can honestly say I don't really mind. It turned out to be rather fun. There you go. I shrugged again. Besides, the wagers I make are not genuinely offensive or impossible. They are perfectly harmless. So I see nothing wrong with my conduct. I may even make a wager with Fleur when we are both champions of our respective age groups and I issue her a challenge. And what sort of wager would you offer me? Fleur was looking at me with interest. I honestly don't know yet. I may think of something by the time it becomes relevant. Chapter 40, the Semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for something extraordinary. No, not the final yet, but something just as extraordinary. The semifinals. Today we will see the 4 strongest duelists in each age group fight for their places in the final. The crowd around us erupted, and I stood with a barely visible smile on my face. Some of that applause was meant for me. And that felt good. Not that I had any intention of becoming a professional duelist exactly, but entering a tournament or two to make a name for myself wasn't a bad thing, and it was genuinely pleasant. Fleur had a small smile on her face as well. Our first contender in the 11 to 12 age group. A dark horse put forward by multiple-time world champion Phileas Flitwick himself, his personal apprentice. Draco Black. A Briton by origin. The crowd began to jeer and snicker, and I winced slightly. And there is no need for that. It is rare indeed that a representative of that country performs at a genuinely worthy standard at this championship. Over the course of his bouts he has demonstrated exactly 3 spells, but can we truly blame him for that? There were considerably more spectators here now than there had been earlier in the tournament. Many of them didn't know the particulars, and an unexpected hush fell after those words. If he can handle his opponents with only 3 spells, that is nothing short of mastery. The word has reached me that the reason is not purely a desire to impress, but a certain wager he has made. Is that so? I am afraid we may never know, but it is delightfully intriguing. The crowd began to murmur, and eyes turned toward me with renewed interest. And now his opponent. A resident of Russia. Alexander Menshikov. He may not be of princely blood, but he is a powerful wizard, and last year he earned an honorable 2nd place at this very tournament. The crowd simply erupted in welcome for a boy who was clearly a popular favorite. Not surprising, of course. The tournament was being held in Moscow, and he would have more supporters here than almost anyone. I wouldn't have been shocked to learn that every grade from his school had been brought along to cheer him on. Oh yes, you all know him well. And in this tournament he has shown remarkable variety in his spell work. That was entirely true. He had applied fire, water, earth, and a number of standard spells such as disarming and binding charms with considerable skill. Like me, he had not taken a single step during any of his bouts, and his spells were fast. So let us see. Will Alexander Menshikov fight his way back to the final and claim the title that slipped from his grasp in the very last second last year? Or will our dark horse from Britain, Draco Black, fight his way through and challenge for the championship? After those words, Alexander and I walked to the platform together. We were both checked, and then Alexander walked to the center of the platform and extended his hand. I was mildly surprised, but I mirrored the gesture and shook it firmly. May the most skillful prevail. May the strongest prevail. We said it in Russian, and though my accent was dreadful, my opponent responded with a genuinely warm smile. Take your positions. We released each other's hands, turned, and walked to our respective marks. There we turned to face one another, and for the first time in the tournament I actually assumed something resembling a proper stance. My opponent took his stance as well, and we both went still, like strings drawn taut. 3, 2, 1, begin. The count ended, and instead of a shield my first move was a powerful Lumos Maxima that blazed directly in front of my opponent's face. Since I was ready for it, I had already shut my eyes and covered them with my free hand, and with my wand hand I loosed a disarming charm at him, which he avoided at the very last instant by throwing himself flat and rolling aside. I pressed the advantage immediately, sending several more disarming and paralyzing charms in rapid succession. A volley of area effect spells came back at me, and I had to catch them on a shield I conjured a couple of meters in front of my body rather than around myself. Otherwise they would simply have angled past the edges. I hit him with another Lumos Maxima, and before my opponent could recover he was blinded again. I aimed a powerful Petrificus Totalis not at him but at the platform beside his foot, and as he tried to roll clear, just barely making out the trajectory of the beam, it struck the platform and sent several small splinters driving into his leg, limiting his movement. Another volley of area effect spells came my way. He even broke through my shield, and for the first time I was forced to conjure several Protego charms simultaneously, forming a sort of layered barrier. Even so, I could see that I had already won. The boy still could not clear his vision and was beginning to lurch sideways almost at random, and I simply waited for the right moment and finally landed a Petrificus Totalis on him cleanly. The bout is over. Winner, Draco Black. The ovation that erupted from the spectators was enormously gratifying. Our dark horse advances to the final, having shown astonishing use of that most basic of spells, the simple Lumos. Even those who knew that this contender had been entered by champion Flitwick himself could not have expected him to perform so brilliantly at his very first tournament. I walked over to my opponent, caught his hand, and pulled him sharply upright to help him to his feet. Good fight. Apparently not good enough. His smile was slightly crooked. It was clear he was bitterly unhappy with the result, but he had shown himself to be a truly worthy opponent, and he hadn't made a scene like some of the duelists I'd watched earlier. That is not how I see it. I shook my head. It was a genuinely good fight. The best one I've had here so far. Ha. You probably won't face anyone remarkable in the final. The defending champion from last year is competing in the next age group. I was the main contender. But if you do go ahead and challenge the winner of that group, I will. I gave a confident nod. I am very curious to find out what I am actually capable of here. Good luck to you, then. Alexander smiled more openly this time. And to you. I returned his nod. I hope we meet again next year. We shall see. We gave each other a nod, then I helped him turn to face the referee, and we both thanked him. Then we turned to face the spectators together, bowed, and left the platform. On his side of the platform, a rather attractive girl was already waiting to help him down. I made my way over to Fleur and took my place beside her. Good fight. Nymphadora, standing just behind me, mussed my hair, and I made a show of jerking my head away in a futile attempt to prevent further damage. I know. TCH, arrogant little so-and-so. That is part of why you love me, sister dear. And how do you put up with him? Oh, he is rather sweet. Penny gave Nymphadora that answer, and a somewhat wider smile spread across my lips. You realize he is going to win the wager very soon. Yes. But I've made my peace with it. I hope to win, of course, but I figured it out after his first couple of bouts. And it would be foolish to want someone from Britain to lose. Well, then, he has gone and ruined the girl. Nymphadora said in a tone of exaggerated lamentation. Oh, come off it. I shook my head. They're just watching and having a good time. Look. I nodded toward the younger ones, who really were just enjoying themselves. Even when they spent time with me during the evening celebrations, or afterwards, they were full of energy and enthusiasm. And yet you keep looking for something to needle me about. If not me, then who? Penny Clearwater and Fleur have apparently already surrendered to the full force of your charm. Thank you, sister. You are very sweet yourself. I beg your pardon. She sounded genuinely astonished. Well, you just called me charming. Buffed. Up until now, she had chosen not to participate in conversations unless the whole group was together and no outsiders were nearby, and she and the other members of my year group had, for some reason, preferred to avoid drawing my attention. Charming, right, more like an insufferably smug nuisance who draws far too much attention to himself. But the way she said it made it perfectly clear to everyone that she was not criticizing me at all. She was calling me charming and handsome, just without quite coming out and saying it. Heartbreaker. Nymphadora said with open mockery. Hey. To us he is just a friend. The Patil twins protested indignantly, and when I turned to look at them, I found them glaring at my sister with considerable heat. I do not think of him in romantic terms either. Hermione chose to weigh in. Brother. Did you hear that? You paid for their front row seats. You covered their travel. And they're rejecting your feelings. Nymphadora was thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, the second semi-final had concluded. My upcoming opponent was exactly what the other boy had predicted, nothing out of the ordinary. An average wizard who had simply been fortunate in the draw and ridden that luck all the way to the final. It was, frankly, a little disappointing. Good luck. I smiled at Fleur, who stepped toward the platform with a small, expectant smile, waited for her opponent, and then stepped up onto it alongside her. They were both checked while the announcer showered both girls with praise. By his account they were beauties, champions in their own right, pioneers of the age, and both superb duelists. Not that I disagreed with most of what he said about Fleur and her opponent, but the impression was inescapable that the man simply liked the sound of his own voice. He said a great deal. The referee who had overseen my own bout clearly did not share this tendency toward verbal excess, delivering everything quickly and precisely. Begin. And with that eagerly awaited word, nothing happened. Fleur watched her opponent closely. Her opponent watched her in return. Both girls simply raised shields. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Fleur's opponent was the first to blink. She sent 3 spells in rapid succession that shattered against my friend's shield, and Fleur reinforced it immediately and went on the attack. Fire spells alternated with standard beam spells, all of them flying at her opponent with tremendous speed. Spell after spell, both girls pressed their attacks. Their shields burst and were rebuilt and burst again, neither willing to yield, both hurling spells the moment they had a shield to stand behind again. I was mildly taken aback by what I was seeing. Is this personal between them? It rather looks like it. Nymphadora agreed, and the other girls clearly shared my assessment, because what I was watching were 2 duelists who were both far too wound up, considerably more than they had been in any previous bout. Wow. I shook my head as Fleur conjured an enormous fireball above her head and hurled it at her opponent, who barely had time to leap backward to the very edge of the permitted area and throw up 5 shields at once. Meanwhile, with her opponent fully occupied defending herself, Fleur began tracing a complex but familiar pattern in the air with her wand. Firestorm. Fleur practically shouted the incantation, and a rolling wall of fire bore down on her opponent. Her opponent didn't react in time and had to dive sideways off the platform entirely, rolling across the grass to avoid the worst of it. Winner. Fleur Delacour. France. Fleur bowed to everyone present and came back to us. What? She looked at me in mild surprise. Was that personal? What gave you that idea? Well. I shrugged. Mainly the fact that you have not behaved that way with any of your other opponents, and your opponent today was considerably more aggressive than she had been in her previous bouts. You are mistaken. But. I said you are mistaken. All I could do was nod like a bobblehead doll and think quietly to myself, Fleur is Turi Fying, Chapter 41, the final. So then. Fleur and I were sitting in a small restaurant. Unfortunately, my schoolmates had been forced to return to Hogwarts since classes had started. Everyone had desperately wanted to stay and watch the final, but Flitwick hadn't been able to arrange it, so I was stuck here with my mother and Flitwick. Sirius had also disappeared the moment his godson left for Hogwarts, leaving just the 2 of us at breakfast. What? I looked at her questioningly. Well, you wanted to arrange a big celebration, and now? I shrugged. As it turned out, they all had decent enough marks, so I'd been counting on the school giving them a couple of days for an occasion like this. Flitwick thought it was perfectly feasible, but the deputy headmistress and the headmaster disagreed. I see. So today we celebrate just the 2 of us. Yes. I gave a nod. And I hope you won't take it personally when I challenge you after your win. It's tradition, so no, I won't. I will take it personally if you hold back. Message received. I smiled at her, and we continued breakfast, talking about nothing in particular. Afterward we made our way to the venue for the finals, where even more people had shown up than at the semi-finals. It was a little unsettling. Hey. What is it? Fleur had apparently noticed my expression and slid her arm around my shoulders. Nothing really. Just way more people than I'm used to. It's making me a little nervous. It seems normal to me. Finals always draw a big crowd, so I don't see anything surprising about the numbers. Well. I shrugged. I am simply not accustomed to it. I hope it does not stop you from coming out to face me. It will not. I shook my head, and we took our places beside the platform where the final would be held. Ahem. I did not react. Ahem. Young man, might you spare me a few minutes before you are called to the platform? I half turned and looked the men over carefully. He gestured meaningfully, clearly implying that he needed to speak with me privately, but Flitwick appeared at my side immediately. What do you want with my apprentice, Cushman? Oh, nothing at all, Flitwick. I simply wish to have a word with him. He smiled. Or is this young man so dependent on you that he cannot conduct a conversation on his own? He shot me a brief glance as he finished the sentence, and I caught something in it that looked very much like mockery. He apparently believed that a cheap provocation like that would work on me. But I had already figured out who he was the moment I heard his name. This was the instructor of my opponent, and I had absolutely no intention of going anywhere alone with him. Think what you like. I shrugged. But if you have something to say, you may say it here and now, because I will not be going anywhere with you. It would be rather strange to wander off with the instructor of my upcoming opponent. You are afraid of me, then. There was that smile again, the one designed to provoke a denial. Fortunately, I was mentally old enough not to be baited by schoolyard taunts of that sort. Afraid? Of you? Certainly. You are a grown wizard, and if you have applied yourself at all to self-improvement. Get a load of this, you fascist. Look at that twitch. It's because his apprentice is nothing to write home about. A fraction above average for our age group, perhaps, but measured against the participants at this dueling tournament. Then you are undoubtedly stronger than I am. So if you have something to say, say it now. TCH, stop playing games with me, boy. We need to talk. The lives of certain people close to you may depend on it. I laughed. You're laughing. Quite. Because you've just given me an excellent reason to place a contract with the Mercenaries Guild. I shook my head. TCH. You will regret this. Perhaps. I gave a slow nod. Perhaps I will. But that is not for you to decide. The men turned and walked away from us at a brisk pace. Only then did I allow myself to focus on the upcoming bout. What that man had said had made me genuinely angry. It was threatening the people close to me. I shook my head and took out the same small notebook, jotting down a quick reminder to consider placing a contract on this particular individual through the guild. For now, the decision would rest with Mother Bella and Mother Sissy. That man cannot simply be left to go about his business. Flitwick shook his head. I agree entirely, but unfortunately the decision of whether to act, and how, rests with my mothers. Flitwick gave an understanding nod. Fleur was standing there with a slight frown on her face. Fleur, why the frown? It's just unpleasant. Father warned me something like this might happen, but I didn't really think he was being serious. I shrugged. Do not worry. Everything is fine. Would the apprentice of Phileas Flitwick's apprentice, Draco Black of Great Britain, please take the platform? Our young celebrity, the boy who defeated the tournament favorite. The boy who stepped just slightly outside his self-imposed limit of 3 spells by deploying a perfectly ordinary Lumos in the semi-final. An unexpected and supremely elegant choice. The spectators erupted. And taking the platform opposite him, the apprentice of David Cushman, Otter Sali, representing Cuba. His bouts have been rather entertaining. He has applied his spells with care and deliberation, and I invite you both to take the platform. There was genuine uncertainty in the announcer's voice when he spoke of my opponent, and a noticeable lack of conviction. He clearly understood perfectly well that the boy's place in this stage of the tournament had not been earned through skill, which was in fact well below average. Artifact check. A different examiner this time, and again no artifacts were found. We took our positions, and the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, begin. Expelliarmus. My opponent had no time to react. He was literally thrown off the platform, and his wand flew straight into my hand. Ordinarily, the spell does not produce quite that effect, but if you channel enough magic into it, the results can be rather dramatic. Winner, Draco Black. Great Britain. Congratulations to our champion in the youngest age group. Silence. That was the audience's response to my rather swift victory. I protest. The boy picked himself up from where he had landed and ran over to the referee. He clearly used some sort of artifact. The referee looked at my opponent and let out a heavy sigh. The losing party has lodged a protest. I call upon the members of the Judicial Committee to take the platform and examine the competitor. The judges came over and began running their wands over me, some silently and others with incantations, all of them looking mildly irritated. 5 minutes later they delivered their verdicts. Clear. Clear. All 3 examiners spoke in turn. Protest dismissed. The panel has found the competitor clear. Winner, Draco Black. Then the crowd simply exploded with applause. They were loud and genuinely delighted with the outcome. I even caught, somewhere at the edge of my hearing, a girl shouting that she would wait for me to grow up before having children with me. I pretended I hadn't heard a thing. I returned to Fleur, who gave me an approving nod. Ahem. Your attention, please. The final for the next age group has been postponed due to illness of the German competitor. Therefore, the final for the group above Fleur's was announced instead, and we found ourselves staying at the venue. That bout was genuinely interesting. The spells both competitors used were broadly familiar to me, and I could probably have produced something similar myself, but I was no longer confident at all that I could beat the champion of this age group. Fleur was eventually called for her duel, and she came out visibly tense. And to my considerable regret, she lost. It came down entirely to her overwhelming focus on fire magic. Her opponent had known that, and had prepared for it specifically. When Fleur came over to me afterwards, all I could do was put my arm around her waist and draw her gently against me. Second place is no small thing. I promise I will avenge you. She gave a slow nod. I know my opponent was strong and had prepared specifically against me. But it still stings. She sighed. Come now, chin up. You are young and lovely, and you have friends around you. There is no need to be so hard on yourself. Yes, yes. She nodded, and not long after that, following several more finals, the awards ceremony began. Now let us present our champions. The audience applauded. In the youngest age group, victory went to a Briton, Draco Black, who required only 4 spells throughout the tournament and handled the final using just 1. I walked forward to the presentation area and received a certificate and a prize of 1,000 galleons. Thank you. I gave a brief nod to the official who shook my hand. Champion of the next age group, a German. Marie Becker. She demonstrated extraordinary versatility throughout the tournament, and in the final showed masterful command of water magic, which she used to defeat her opponent. The girl received her certificate and a prize of 2,000 galleons. Then came a champion from Russia, Alexei Gorny, and another from Russia, Pyotr Gorshkov. And now, do any of our champions have a word to say? Yes. I gave a nod, and the official, aware of the tradition, moved toward me, but I had already amplified my voice with a spell. In accordance with tradition, I, Draco Black, champion of Great Britain, issue a challenge to the champion of the next age group, Marie Becker. There it is. The post-final bouts. The champions duel. The official was visibly excited about the upcoming contest, and the crowd was equally delighted, anticipating something well worth watching. Splendid. Miss Becker, do you accept the challenge? Yes. She gave a short nod and threw me a mildly curious glance. Splendid. Your duel will take place tomorrow morning. At that time it will also be announced whether any further post-final challenges will follow, or whether this is to be the last contest of the championship. After those words, we went our separate ways, and I set off to celebrate with Fleur. Though she was disappointed at having fallen short of first place, she had decided that my gold medal was absolutely worth celebrating. She wasn't the only one celebrating, either. Her family joined us, as did Flitwick and my mother's, and I took the opportunity to tell both of them about the outrageous conduct of my opponent's instructor. Bella promised to give the matter some thought, and then teach the man a lesson so thorough he'd never again consider threatening a member of the House of Black or anyone close to us. But of course, things couldn't simply go smoothly. Before long, the Cuban boy himself appeared beside our table, his scowling instructor at his side, and several heavy-set men behind them. You were supposed to let me win. I looked the boy over with mild boredom. I was fairly confident that Mother Bella, Master Flitwick, and Fleur's father could handle any unpleasantness, while I could raise a shield strong enough to absorb the opening volley and cover Sissy, Fleur, her mother, and Gabrielle. Chapter 42, The Consequences of Choice. Oh. And why was that? Because I said so. Or rather, my instructor was supposed to tell you, but you were too arrogant to listen. He gave a contemptuous snort. So now I am going to take this girl and her sister. Your parents and hers will be killed, that mangy half-goblin will have his throat cut, and you will be left a cripple who spends the rest of his life without arms or legs. Is that so? Yes. Then you are declaring a blood feud against me. Ha! You are not worth the honor. We will simply do it and be done with it. And how do you intend to deal with the Russian law enforcement? From what I know, they don't tend to worry too much about the condition of those they detain at events like this. Ha! Look at him. The boy looked thoroughly relaxed, and his dogs looked more than happy about what they apparently thought was about to happen. His instructor, on the other hand, was scowling and glancing back and forth between Flitwick, Mother Bella, and Fleur's father. I am in a generous mood, so I will explain exactly what is going to happen. Before coming here, I purchased emergency portkeys from a local law enforcement officer that will pull us out of this place even through the anti-portkey barriers. So no one will be able to catch us, and Cuba will not extradite us. Is that so? Yes. Starting to understand now. Boys, deal with him. 2 short flicks of my wand, and a spherical shield snapped into existence around our table, drawing roughly half my reserves in one go. A third flick sent a wordless disarming charm at my opponent, the Cuban boy, pouring the remaining half of my reserves into it. The shield absorbed several fairly powerful spells without giving way. The disarming charm, however, was blocked by a shield raised by the boy's instructor, so all I had accomplished was forcing one of the opponents to defend his charge. Even that was more than enough. Bella had already drawn her wand, and the very instant the first of their spells struck my shield, she sent something dark at one of them. He literally began to wither where he stood. Sissy took the second man, which I had not expected. Not that I was unaware that Mother Sissy could defend herself. She was a black, and she could certainly hold her own. But she was a healer first and foremost, and I had not imagined she would take part in a brawl. The fact that the second brute was literally cut into several pieces by her favorite combat spell told me she was very, very angry. A cold snarl appeared on Flitwick's lips as the boy produced a small piece of wood and tried to activate his portkey. But portkeys were not so simple, and while his had been configured to slip through the permanent security barriers around the tournament venue, passing through even the most basic ward on a specific room still required either the key to that ward or a ward breaker. I had already noticed Flitwick quietly casting a ward on the room the moment things turned violent. Well then. Jean-Paul rose unhurriedly from his seat and drew his wand, leveling it at the boy and his one remaining guard. Ahem, negotiations? The instructor asked in a distinctly uncertain voice, clearly aware that the odds of anyone agreeing to negotiate, after everything this miserable little wretch had said, were not particularly high. Young man, would you be able to lower the shield? I glanced at Fleur's father, who had made the request, and raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? This particular, ill-advised, impulsive, representative of Cuba may very well have accomplices, or a bribed officer waiting outside. I am certain. Should anything arise, I am quite capable of protecting everyone here. Do not concern yourself. I gave a very slow nod, then flicked my wand to cancel the shield. As its creator, I could dismiss it with almost no magic, but I could not help wincing at the distinctly unpleasant sensation of casting anything when my reserves were all but empty. Fleur. You didn't have to ask. Fleur shook her head and transfigured the two chairs we had been sitting on into a small settee, then shifted and helped me lie down with my head in her lap. Fleur, this is... Stay still. You need it right now. I closed my eyes but tried to keep track of what was happening around me. He attacked first. Oh, that is an entirely indisputable fact. Jean-Paul's voice carried a dry edge of sarcasm. However, as head of the French Aura office, I am prepared to give sworn testimony that you threatened my family, both Ladies Black, their son, and Master Flitwick. I believe both Ladies Black could confirm my account under Veritaserum, as could Master Flitwick. I opened one eye and saw both my mothers nodding in agreement. I suspected Flitwick had done the same. After which a very unpleasant fate awaits you. I would say an extremely unpleasant one. Things might have gone differently if you had challenged Mr. Black to a formal duel and sent one of your now-deceased companions in your place. But you not only provoked us, you confessed aloud to having bribed a member of the local Aura service. There was something that almost sounded like pity in Delacour's voice as he said it. My family will not let this stand. Lower your wands this instant and let me leave. He had already taken one step back, apparently retreating, or perhaps imagining his words would make us stand down. At that same moment, a very small fire arrow, sent by Bella, passed just above his head. Sir, I would strongly advise against that. At that moment, the doors burst open and law enforcement officers flooded the room. Nobody move. Auras. Wands on the floor. Now. I am the Cuban representative. They attacked me and killed my escorts. The boy turned toward the officers, but he moved too quickly and was hit by a powerful stunning spell that sent him crashing into the nearest wall. Gentlemen. Jean-Paul took his wand between two fingers, set it on the table with great deliberation, and raised his hands. Bella, Sissy, Flitwick, and even Apollon, who apparently had her wand out as well, though I hadn't noticed her draw it, did the same. Fleur placed her wand on the table too. The boy's instructor simply let go of the wand he had been holding, and it dropped to the floor. I am the head of the French Aura office. I am familiar with law and procedure, and I propose that I give an official statement here on the spot regarding what has occurred. My companions are willing to take a few drops of Veritaserum to confirm my account. We had reserved the entire restaurant to celebrate Mr. Black's victory in the 11 to 12 age group, but I imagine at least part of the altercation was also audible to the establishment staff. Very well. No sudden movements. Jean-Paul gave a slow nod and recounted everything that had taken place. Meanwhile, one of the officers had already produced a glass of water and added a single drop of Veritaserum to it in plain view of everyone. All at once. He held the glass out to my mother. As you wish. Bella calmly drank it down, and a diagnostic charm was applied to confirm it had taken effect. 1 minute, said the officer monitoring the potion, and with that, questions came quickly. Your name? Bellatrix Black. Your reason for being in Russia? Accompanying my son, who won the championship for the 11 to 12 age group. Was Jean-Paul Delacour's account of how the conflict began accurate? Yes. Is it true that your son used a shield and a disarming charm only after determining that an attack order was about to be given? Yes. I believe so. Is it true that the complainant stated he had obtained, through bribery, a portkey calibrated to pass through the tournament's official security portkey barrier? Yes. Time. The young officer nodded to the men monitoring the Veritaserum and looked around at us all. Young men, are you able to take the potion? If it assists the investigation. I gave a slow nod, then pushed myself upright. A glass was brought over with a considerably smaller drop of Veritaserum in it. All at once. I know. I smiled, a little pallid around the edges, and drank it down in one go. Almost immediately I felt a strange lightness, and a pressing desire to answer every question with nothing but the complete truth. 3 minutes. We will not need that long. Prepare the antidote. Are you Draco Black? Yes. What a peculiar question. But if he wants me to confirm my identity, I shall naturally oblige. Did you initiate the attack on Mr. Ottersally in this restaurant? No. Wah, KH. Oh, they seem to be arguing over there, which is rather entertaining. But I genuinely was not the one who attacked first. Mr. Black, do you consider the threats issued by Mr. Ottersally to constitute an attack upon yourself, your family, and your companions, and is that why you do not consider yourself to have struck first? Yes. He was a perceptive officer. He grasped the situation quickly and asked exactly the right question. Were you capable of using something lethal? Yes. What specifically? Fiendfire. And, in truth, I could have. But after a spell like that, I would have been unconscious on the floor and would probably have taken several years off my life in the process. Ka. Why did you choose a shield and a disarming charm instead? The shield was developed by my family. According to the library sources, it is capable of withstanding spells carrying 10 to 15 times more magical force than was put into the shield itself. I judged it an effective means of absorbing the opening attack while our opponents underestimated us. I used the disarming charm because I calculated it would distract at least one opponent for a moment, drawing their attention away from my mother, Flitwick, and Mr. Delacour, all of whom I was certain would intervene. Did Mr. Ottersally state that he had obtained, through bribery, a portkey calibrated to the local barrier? Yes. Give him the antidote. The antidote was administered, and I winced slightly as control settled back over me and the urgent need to speak nothing but the whole truth began to ebb. Very good. You are all free to go. We have no further questions for any of you. We do, however, have a great many questions for you, Mr. Cushman, and for your apprentice. I will cooperate fully with the investigation. David Cushman gave a nod, and shortly afterward he and his charge, along with the remaining heavy-set men, were gone from the restaurant. I expect none of us are in much of a mood to celebrate this evening. Flitwick asked this with great caution. I expect not. Jean-Paul gave a slow nod, and with that we all drifted off to our respective rooms. I reached mine, fell face first onto the pillow, and was asleep before I could think another thought. I opened my eyes slowly. What was all that about? The words were meant for my dreams. I had been chasing someone, fighting someone, then, for some reason, playing chess with the Dark Lord, who kept attempting to philosophize but invariably ended up back at the same refrain: Muggles must be destroyed, all dissenters must also be destroyed. Then I had been building a palace out of Lego bricks, a full-sized palace, as it happened, using standard-sized Lego bricks. All in all, it had been a fairly eventful night of dreaming, and I could not easily say which part of it had left me most at a loss. I stretched out in bed and turned my attention inward, and quickly established that my recovery was not quite complete. I was restored, broadly speaking, but clearly not at my best, which meant I would need to push myself today to win. At least I no longer had to hold back and restrict myself to 4 spells. I was genuinely not confident I could beat this German girl under those constraints. A quiet knock at the door broke the silence, and I got out of bed, confirmed that I was still in my dueling robes from the previous day, tidied myself up with a spell, walked to the door, and opened it to find Fleur. "Hello. Morning. Are you coming down to breakfast?" There was a faint awkwardness in her voice as she said it. "Of course." I nodded and stepped out of the room, locking it behind me. We went downstairs together and found everyone else already assembled in the restaurant, greeting our arrival with expressions of considerable amusement. Chapter 43, Champion Against Champion. "How are you feeling? Ready for the bout?" Flitwick looked at me with mild interest. "Yes, master. I am not at my absolute best, but I will not embarrass myself." "Good. Go and show them what you are made of." That was all Flitwick said to me before breakfast. We didn't return to the subject, preferring easy conversation that didn't commit us to anything. An hour later, we stood before the platform, and I kept glancing at the officials as they made their preparations. There seemed to be even more people than before. The more anticipated a bout, the larger the crowd. I expect that next year, if you decide to enter again, things will be much the same, except that more people will come even to the early rounds, because everyone will want to see the Briton who actually achieved something here for once. Flitwick answered with a slight smile. "I see." I closed my eyes and began running through possible scenarios for the fight ahead, turning them over in my mind in something close to a meditative state. I stayed like that until Fleur touched my shoulder. "It is about to start." "Right. Thank you. And now, our contender. Champion of the 11 to 12 age group, the dark horse straight out of Britain. The Wizard of Four Spells. Draco Black." I sighed and stepped slowly onto the platform. He really shouldn't have said, "Wizard of Four Spells." Though perhaps his words would mislead my opponent and help me win quickly. I shouldn't count on it. His opponent, a witch from Germany. She has demonstrated remarkable knowledge and the ability to adapt to any opponent, but will that help her when all she knows about her adversary is that he uses 4 spells to devastating effect? The enchanting Marie Becker. When I noticed Marie arched an eyebrow, I understood she was asking whether we were meeting in the center, and I nodded. We walked forward, and I gallantly pressed my lips to the air just above her hand. "May the bout be a fair one. May the strongest prevail." We exchanged those words and returned to our positions. The bout begins in 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the command was given, I raised a shield and launched a rapid sequence of disarming, binding, immobilizing, and knockback spells at my opponent. She partially dodged and partially shielded, sending back a combination of air and fire spells that amplified each other and shattered my shield. I threw up a replacement instantly, not a standard shield, but an angled one that deflected the spell upward. Even so, I didn't stop. While her spell was still in flight, I managed to send a pair of stunning charms her way and cast a weak illusion of spikes across the ground, making her think I'd transfigured the platform into a bed of painful barbs. That didn't save me, however. After the spell glanced upward, 5 more lightning-class spells caught my shield, destroying it again and nearly striking me directly. I had to roll sideways to avoid them. Coming out of the roll, I sent several air-battering charms at her, not as elegant as her own work, but enough to leave her no room to maneuver on the platform and force her onto the defensive. While she was building a Protego equivalent optimized to counter air magic, I conjured a simple lightning charm, far quicker than anything air-based. It crossed the distance between us and slipped through her still-forming defense before it was ready, forcing her to dodge, then conjure a far less efficient but much faster shield to absorb the air-battering charms that arrived right behind it. We went still. The first exchange was over, and both of us had a moment to think. That would last only until one of us made the next move, but it was worth analyzing what had just passed between us. I caught the faintest twitch at the tip of her wand and decided to move first. My fastest spell, a wordless and gestureless disarming charm, left my wand and flew at her. While she was still building her Protego, I had time to release a darker variant of the disarming charm, one that passed entirely through ordinary shields. She didn't know that spell, and she had to roll aside to avoid it. I was already sending the next one, an ordinary Lumos this time, not strong enough to blind, just a small feint designed to make her close her eyes. Instead of closing them, she conjured a cloud of darkness that simply blocked the light. From behind that dark cloud she launched several air-battering charms and a volley of fire projectiles, which merged into high-powered flaming battering charms. With a gesture and a word, a torrent of water rose from my side like a small tsunami, sweeping her battering charms aside. It overtook her and began dragging her backward toward the edge of the platform. "Stop." The referee halted the duel as my opponent, brought up short right at the platform's edge, was preparing to send a spell at me. Return to the circle. She blinked slowly, then looked down at her feet. I had a moment to take in my opponent properly, her dueling robes clinging to her soaked figure. She wasn't attractive to me in a romantic sense, being far too young for that, but her build commanded respect. That kind of physique only comes from training every single day. First warning. A second warning will award victory to the other side. Back inside the circle. She nodded and stepped back in, drying and straightening her clothes as she walked. Ready? Yes. We looked at one another, each seeing in the other a worthy opponent, though I suspected she had not quite seen me that way at the start. Begin. One command and we were back at it, trading spells across the platform once more. Standard beam spells gave way to fire, air, and water, though these were still the most basic expressions of each element. An air battering charm, a fire arrow, a fire bolt, and a lightning bolt. They might seem like complex manipulations of elemental force, but they are not. They are the simplest forms possible. Any first year who applied themselves could produce them. The advanced tier of elemental magic is something else entirely, transforming an element into a form it does not naturally take, or giving it properties it does not naturally possess. A flame that does not burn anything. Water that sets fire to everything it touches. Lightning that travels through solid earth. We were nowhere near that level, nor were the competitors in the older age groups, because advanced transformations of that kind simply take too long in a duel. In the time it takes to conjure, say, a fire phoenix that passes through an opponent and freezes them solid, your opponent will have sent 2 or 3 dozen far simpler spells at your head. There are rare individuals who have drilled their advanced spells to a point where the speed becomes competitive, but... Stop. The referee halted the bout. I winced. My foot had crossed the circle line by half a step. First warning. A second warning awards the bout to your opponent. Return to the circle. I stepped back in and took my stance. A satisfied smile appeared on my opponent's lips. She was good. This was not a question of distraction. Thoughts like that did not distract me. She had genuinely maneuvered me into making that mistake. We were playing something like a giant game of chess, or the more complex game of Go, where the aim was to win not only through force but through wit, because no one questions the victor's methods. Begin. And once again my thoughts slipped away, and my body moved, driven by the reflexes Flitwick had drilled into me, spell after spell flowing toward my opponent, her spells caught on a shield or avoided with a sideways step. I had to be extremely careful. There was no room in this bout for even a fraction of a second's hesitation, and that was precisely why I had handed most of the fighting over to those reflexes, only steering them occasionally or changing course. It allowed me to react far more quickly. I adjusted my approach. When an air spell came at me, the logical counter would have been a fire spell with slightly more power behind it. The fire would absorb the air. But I calculated that she would be expecting exactly that. So instead of fire, I sent lightning, which passed straight through the air spell, forcing her to shield against it while I stepped clear of the air spell's path. She had to leap sideways and throw up an earth wall, which came out rough and uneven. TSS. She shook her left hand, which the lightning had partially caught. I did not give her time to recover and sent a new sequence of spells at her, which she began to block with increasing difficulty. At first she still tried to return fire, but gradually she shifted toward pure defense. I was pleased with that for about 2 seconds, until a thought crossed my mind. I had used exactly the same trick myself not long ago to beat an opponent. That realization cleared my head rather quickly. I began treating her actions with considerably more caution. Step by step, I pressed down on her, trying to force her back another inch, then another. Spell after spell. And at last she cracked. She caught sight of the circle's edge out of the corner of her eye and realized how dangerously close she had come to it, and she simply erupted in a storm of spells. I raised my shield, poured more energy into it, and let the wave break against it. Even so, I had to keep moving to dodge the spells that punched holes in my shield. They were punching holes, yes, but thanks to the excess energy I had channeled into it, the shield continued to hold together. By the time she finally ran dry, my shield was riddled with roughly 10 openings and covered in cracks. But that no longer mattered to her. A few quick disarming charms, and I knocked her wand from her hand. Victory, Draco Black. The crowd erupted. I walked calmly over to my opponent and held out her wand. Thank you. I inclined my head slightly. It was a splendid duel. Yes. But I was the weaker one. That happens. Next time you will learn from your mistakes and be stronger for them. Yes. A smile touched the corner of her mouth, and we both bowed to the referee and then to the spectators. Does our now two-time winner have anything he wishes to say? Yes. I amplified my voice with a spell again. I wish to challenge the champion of the 15 to 16 age group. My goodness. The referee shook his head, clearly taken aback. I am obliged to ask. Are you certain? I have seen your level, and I know the level of the next group's champion. You will clearly be at a disadvantage. If I never challenge those stronger than me, how am I supposed to grow stronger? Very well. Tomorrow's bout will be between these two champions, our dark horse from Great Britain, Draco Black, and the champion from Russia, Alexei Gorny. The audience erupted again, and I was finally able to leave. Flitwick looked at me thoughtfully. What? A debatable decision, but I am not going to reproach you for it. You genuinely need to understand where you stand. Go out there tomorrow and show them everything you have. Thank you, Master. I gave a slow nod. I, on the other hand, do not approve. Fleur shook her head. We both saw what that Gorny is capable of. That German girl could not have handled him, nor could anyone from the younger age groups, and you challenged him anyway. But. She took a slow breath and let it out just as slowly. I will be cheering for you. Thank you. I gave her a nod, and we all set off together toward the familiar cafe, where we settled in to celebrate yet another victory. Fleur had even stopped fretting over her own recent loss, caught up in my joy. She really was a good person. After the celebration, we went our separate ways, and I finally reached my room and collapsed on the bed, spread out like a starfish. I am absolutely exhausted, I said aloud to no one in particular. But lying there wasn't an option. I still needed to wash up. Cleaning up with magic was all well and good, but only a proper hot bath could make me feel human again. So I forced myself up and made my way to the bathroom, where I soaked for the better part of an hour before finally hauling myself to bed, asleep before another thought could cross my mind. Chapter 44, Champion Against Champion, Part 2. A slow breath in. I slipped under the water again and lay still with my eyes closed, letting the quiet close over me, trying to bring my thoughts back to a steady place. I had known it would come to this. I had known I would not win in the older age group. I simply hadn't trained enough as a duelist. What I had been taught was how to survive, how to kill, how to wage war with magic. I was fairly confident I could have won a fight to the death. But duels aren't to the death. Moreover, killing your opponent carries extremely serious consequences. Not death in return, no one would execute you for it. But the damage to your reputation is worse. No master worth their salt would take you on if you failed to control the force of your spells in a tournament and got someone killed. The air began to run out, and I started releasing it slowly in small increments. And yet I was still myself. I could at least be honest with myself. I was deeply disappointed by the casual, almost contemptuous ease with which my opponent had taken me apart. The duel had not lasted 5 minutes, and even then only because Alexei Gorny had decided to use it as a lesson in humility. He had deliberately identified my weak spots, attacking to break through my shield, yet his spells never actually reached me. He had shown genuine mastery, and if I managed to get back to the championship next year, I would absolutely test myself against his age group again. But next time I would be ready. I surfaced and gulped a deep, hungry breath. The broken arm had been healed by my mother the moment we reached the cafe where we gathered to mark the end of the tournament for me. Though "mark the end" was perhaps too festive a description. The only person genuinely pleased that the tournament was over was Gabrielle, who had found the whole affair rather uninteresting. She had said she was sorry I had lost, and she meant it, but it was equally clear that competitions of this sort simply did not speak to her. The gathering had been warm, all the same. Flitwick, my mother, the Delacours, everyone had words for how I had conducted myself throughout the tournament. That was genuinely pleasant. It would have been more pleasant if I had not made such a thorough hash of things against my final opponent. I understood, somewhere in a calmer corner of myself, that I hadn't actually made a hash of it. He simply had vastly more experience and skill, but that understanding didn't make forgetting the loss and moving on any easier. Several hours earlier, I stood on the platform. We had both been checked, and we had shaken hands. Alexei Gorny had expressed his respect for my decision to face him, in English, with an accent thick enough to cut, and I had matched him by requesting in Russian, with an equally appalling accent, that he hold nothing back and show me the full extent between us so that I could come back and surprise everyone next year. That had made him laugh outright. And now we stood facing each other. The circle I had to maneuver in was very small. Rolling dodges were entirely out of the question, and I understood clearly that my one real chance of winning lay in the very first spell. 3, 2, 1, begin. The last syllable was still hanging in the air when I sent a fairly powerful disarming charm at him. The slight smile and faint nod told me he had anticipated something of the sort, and his first spell was a shield that cracked under the impact but held. And after that, he drove me into a completely defensive position. Disarming charms cracked my shields, and through the barely visible gaps flew an assortment of humiliating minor jinxes, itching charms, tickling charms, dancing feet, jelly legs, jelly arms, a collection of perfectly harmless spells with which my opponent was methodically and pleasantly showing me that I was nowhere near ready to compete at this level. And I acknowledged it. I could not have deployed such simple spells with the same precision, threading them through gaps in someone's defenses to show them exactly where those defenses needed strengthening. I did not give up attacking. But compared to my opponent's work, my attacks looked fumbling, primitive, and frankly, amateurish. My internal count reached 1 minute, and I felt something close to horror. I had been convinced we had been fighting for 10 minutes. It was a nightmare. My magic was draining at a terrifying rate, and I made the decision to raise the same barrier I had used against the insufferable Cuban. The barrier went up and I exhaled with some relief. It did not change the situation dramatically, but my opponent stopped attacking and, after examining the barrier carefully, gave a respectful nod. I responded by twirling my wand and switching to blunter methods. Curses, not the worst sort, are easily lifted but unpleasant in the short term. Healing spells repurposed offensively. Household magic, trying to stitch his trouser legs together, or shrink his collar until it pressed against his throat. I used everything I knew. I pushed myself to my limits. And my opponent wore a faint smile as he caught most of my charms on specialized shields, reserving his powerful general-purpose shields only for the things that were genuinely unusual. A blow. He had been conserving his strength this entire time, and now he delivered a single very heavy strike. A network of fine cracks spread across my barrier. Another blow. Through the hail of my spells, he struck again, and the cracks deepened. I made a rough calculation, at this rate, 10 minutes at most. That was only because I wasn't using anything truly energy-intensive, aside from the barrier itself, and a second barrier today was simply beyond me. Another blow. The cracks spread further, and I tried to increase my speed. For the first time, a slight frown crossed my opponent's face. Apparently the pace I could produce genuinely surprised him, though precision had gone entirely out the window. Roughly a third of my spells were missing him. Even so, he was catching them on his shield. Not because he wanted to rub my face in it. It was simply because a shield covers a larger area than a human body, and a spell that passes close enough will always hit it. A blow. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood, straining every resource I had, pulling up everything that might conceivably be of use, butchering charms directed at his limbs, small misfortune jinxes hidden in the shadow of other spells. A blow. The cracks in the barrier were fully visible now, and I made the rather odd decision to try rotating it, turning the most damaged face to the rear so that the relatively intact portion faced him. Relatively, even the fresh face had large cracks by this point, while what was now behind me was probably a fine network of hairline fractures, since the spell damage had not been distributed evenly across the surface. A blow. The barrier shattered. Through the breach flew a fireworks jinx that began bouncing off the inside of the remaining walls, leaving trails of colored smoke. Bubblehead charm. I threw it over myself in time, because removing the barrier now would have been the same as conceding. But even the act of trying to rotate the barrier had cost me. I had been forced to ease the pressure on my opponent slightly. That slight easing was immediately exploited. The blows against the barrier came faster and harder. It cracked faster. A blow. A blow. A blow. The barrier was covered in cracks from top to bottom. A blow. The barrier collapsed, and the next spell caught me cleanly, throwing me off the platform, carrying me clear of its edge and sending me tumbling across the sand. Ugh. Victory, Alexei Gorny, Russia. The crowd broke into applause at once. I got up very slowly from the sand, sparing a brief glance at my left arm, which I had broken in the fall. It was a clean fracture, fortunately, so it could be endured for the moment. I endured, after applying a pain-relieving charm to it, at any rate. Then I climbed back up onto the platform, bowed respectfully to my opponent, who, as far as I could tell, was barely winded, then to the referee, and then to the spectators. Only after that did I leave the platform. End. My lungs began to burn as I surfaced. I exhaled, then drew in a long, grateful breath of air. With a sigh, I climbed out of the bath, wincing as I leaned against the side. Pressure on my left arm was still mildly unpleasant. Phantom pain, nothing more. It would pass within a couple of days. I dressed, packed my things, left the room, and headed down to the hotel lobby. Draco. Fleur came over and looked carefully into my eyes. Fleur. I gave her a nod and a slight smile, trying to show her that I was genuinely glad for her company. I'm glad to have met you. I was mildly caught off guard. Why are you saying that as though we'll never see each other again? I was actually planning to spend part of the summer vacation in France. Unless you intend to turn down a visit from me. No. A slightly abashed smile appeared on her lips. Well, then. And we'll be able to talk more often than you think. Oh. She blinked, a little thrown. But let's say our goodbyes for now. Paying absolutely no attention to propriety, I took 2 steps toward Fleur, wrapped my arms around her, lifted her off her feet, and spun her around. Hey! Put me back where you found me, you monster. I said put me down. My hair is going to be a disaster. It doesn't matter. You look lovely even with your hair like this. Despite my words, I set her down and released her. She brushed her lips against my cheek and immediately stepped back. Don't you dare forget me. It came out in a tone that managed to be simultaneously embarrassed and threatening. You. Never. After that, I turned to Gabrielle, who was shifting uncertainly from foot to foot. Hugs. She glanced at Fleur, then at her parents, then hurried over, and I bent down slightly, wrapped my arms around her, and swung her up just as I had swung her sister barely a minute ago. While Fleur had tried to stop me, her little sister only laughed. Bye, big brother. She said it with a perfectly happy smile. Hey. He is not your big brother. At least, not yet. Fleur finished, her face flushing deeply, which made all of us smile. Gabrielle. I looked at her with mock sternness, and she straightened up at once, looking mildly alarmed. As the most responsible of the Delacour sisters, I have an important assignment for you. Yes. She said it with a mixture of anticipation and wariness. Look after Fleur. Make sure she eats properly, does not miss her training, keeps up with her schoolwork, and... That is quite enough. Fleur was suddenly beside me, pulling her sister close. Stop putting ideas into her head. Oh, those are not ideas. I shook my head. The ideas are the ones you will come up with yourself, because girls your age tend to do exactly that, convinced they are being entirely sensible. That is precisely why I need this sensible young lady beside you, to keep you out of trouble. Gabrielle's chin went up with great dignity at those words, and both girls' parents made no real effort to hide their amusement. In any case, I gathered both girls into a hug. Hold on to each other, and do not let anyone push you around. Humph. That came from Fleur, loud and demonstrative. All right. However, she said that very quietly, right against my ear, and afterward we were finally forced to part. Chapter 45, The Return. The portkey activated on time. I had been hoping to go straight home after that, pick up my trunk, take the night bus to Hogsmeade, and walk the rest of the way to Hogwarts. Life, however, had other ideas. First, the moment we arrived, we were hit by a volley of camera flashes. It was so unexpected that I instinctively reached for my wand and sent a knockback jinx toward the flashes, while also starting to cast a broad protego over us. Or rather, I was in the process of doing so when Flitwick caught my arm, and the knockback jinx hit the floor instead. Only then did I understand. Draco, easy. And as for you, ladies and gentlemen. Flitwick's voice carried a particular dryness. Kindly think about what you are doing. This young man has just returned from his first dueling championship. Right now, any suspicious sound is reason enough for him to cast first and ask questions later. My master shook his head. And then you arrive with your camera flashes. Ahem. I apologize. That was an oversight on my part. Amelia Bones, who was present, lowered her gaze slightly, acknowledging the lapse. Mr. Black. Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet. Might I ask you a few questions? I let out a long, pained sigh. Miss Skeeter, could we perhaps not do this here? I gestured at the room around us, implying that the International Port Key Arrivals Hall was hardly the ideal venue for an interview. But the readers have a right to know. I am not refusing. I simply feel that an arrivals hall is not quite the setting for an interview. Well, I have already given instructions. A meeting room has been prepared where we can speak properly. Madam Bones indicated that everything was in order. Splendid. Rita was enormously enthusiastic, as were the other reporters, and before long we were all shown into the prepared room, myself, my mothers, and Flitwick on one side, the press on the other. Mr. Black, the readers have a right to know. Rita pushed to the front of the group. She was dressed in something distinctly bold, a gown with a slit, with what looked like the upper half of a jacket or hooded robe over it. I am listening. And please, none of that Mr. Black and Miss Skeeter. We are not strangers. Oh, I was counting on that. She gave a vigorous nod, and her quick quotes quill began scratching away rapidly. Now then, the first question is one I am sure is on everyone's mind. How long have you been dueling? 6 months. I shrugged. 6 months. As I understand it, you are already a considerably more experienced wizard than most, owing to an anomaly in your core development. Surely you were casting and training all that time. Oh, absolutely, Rita. I shook my head. I trained and I cast, naturally. As you all know, the reasonable restriction on underage sorcery exists primarily to protect Muggle-born students from accidents with magic. Those of us fortunate enough to have at least one magical parent can reach St. Mungo's in seconds by sight-along apparition if something goes wrong, whereas Muggle-borns have no such recourse. I gave an easy shrug. But what about dueling? Surely one of your mothers introduced you to that noble art. Well, Mother Narcissa is a healer. The idea of waving her wand in combat doesn't sit well with her, though, as any self-respecting witch, she is perfectly capable of defending herself. Mother Bellatrix is a combat witch, and for her, dueling is. I shrugged. In any case, both my mothers decided to teach me what they know and do best, rather than areas where their expertise is less complete. And that is perhaps one of the reasons I was able to achieve such results in only 6 months. There was nothing to unlearn. Master Flitwick simply had to instill the specific rules and conventions of formal dueling, and then proceed to drive them into me by throwing me into practice bouts again and again. I smiled at my master, who smiled back rather sharply, evidently recalling those sessions quite vividly. And what were you training in before that? I shook my head. Rita, asking a wizard something like that. Let us leave it at this: my gift awakened, and we devoted most of our efforts to cultivating it. My gift is, above all, dangerous to me, so I needed to know a great deal. My mother taught me directly and we engaged tutors, all to ensure that when the time came to work with my gift, I wouldn't hurt myself, first and foremost. And, though you won't share details, have you seen results? Yes. That was all I said. Very well. Rita, that is quite enough. You've already asked far more than your fair share. Draco, I am Carol, from Witch Weekly. After such an extraordinary showing, winning 2 age groups and giving an outstanding performance in the 3rd, do you have plans for the future? And, according to my information, you were frequently in the company of Quartervilla Fleur Delacour. What is the nature of your relationship? Well, my plans center on development. I want to pursue a mastery in charms and spell work as quickly as possible, which means work, and more work. As for Miss Delacour, it is really quite simple. I looked around the room with a slight smile. I am considering her as a possible candidate for a betrothal contract. The room gasped. Pure blood forever. Roderick Quartz, Daily Prophet, said. But she is a Quartervilla. A Frenchwoman at that. How can you even consider? Mr. Quartz, the answer is quite straightforward. There are no pureblood families left on these islands with sufficient distance in our bloodlines to make a marriage beneficial to my house. That leaves me a choice between young women with no ties to the ancient families, or seeking a bride abroad. But a Quartervilla? I frowned slightly. Mr. Quartz, I have answered your question. As for the bloodline of my future wife, whether that proves to be Miss Delacour or anyone else, I will not be seeking anyone's counsel on that matter. The house comes first, and as for these. I waved a hand in the air. Slogans, leave them to people who understand nothing about healing. A wizard of any quality is defined by the strength of the magic in his children, not by which boxes they check on a registry. Even so, Rita chose that moment to cut back in. Readers will naturally want to know, why did you use only 4 spells in your own age group? Was it a way of showing contempt for your opponents? Not at all. I shook my head. I was simply somewhat overconfident, and so I made a small wager that I could win my age group using only that many. Who the wager was with, and what was at stake, I will not say. I will say only that in the quarterfinal I came very close to losing it, and only a particular trick allowed me to win against a thoroughly worthy opponent without forfeiting the wager as well. Had that bout gone on much longer, I would certainly have had to show considerably more. And what can you tell us about your opponent in the final? I winced slightly. I hear there was some unpleasant business around that. There was. Briefly, before our bout, his instructor approached me. I cannot say precisely what he wanted, since I declined to speak with him privately. Then, after I had won, the boy came to find me, accompanied by 2 large gentlemen and the same instructor, and said something to the effect that I was supposed to have surrendered or lost, and I gestured dismissively. The Russian equivalent of the Aura office is dealing with the matter now. He managed not only to say enough to earn himself a sentence, but to do enough to earn one as well. His confidence in his own immunity was, it turns out, connected to some rather unsavory criminal business. I see. Rowdy Smith, Britain Today. How would you describe your opponent from the next age group? I shrugged. Strong. Courageous. Skilled. Cunning and resourceful. The duel with her was genuinely interesting. I took a great deal away from it, and it was thanks in no small part to Marie Becker that I was able to hold out against my next opponent for as long as I did. Interesting. And what can you say about him? I would say that the bout with him was. I snapped my fingers. Bracing. Bracing. Yes. A slightly crooked smile. Exactly that. It was precisely then that I understood something. I may stand out from my peers and other students at school because I was able to begin practicing magic earlier than most. But against someone who had worked with absolute dedication, who had literally clawed his way to that podium. I shook my head. 6 months of experience is not enough. For that matter, it was already clear with Marie that my experience was falling painfully short. I won only because I happened to notice, at the right moment, the same trick I had used myself to beat my semi-final opponent. A trick. Yes. Feigning exhaustion in order to explode with a sequence of spells at a precisely chosen moment and win. If I had been just slightly less observant. I spread my hands. I would have been forced to hide behind my shield the way I was in the next bout, and there is no saying how that fight would have gone. Which weekly again? Draco, what qualities would you want in a partner? I responded to that one with nothing more than a shrug. Carol, you are asking that question in the wrong place, but far more to the point, at the wrong time. I will tell you the truth, though it may not be what many people want to hear. No matter how much I might like a girl, if the likelihood of us having healthy, magically strong children together is low, I will not pursue that relationship. That sounds rather. That is simply how it is. I shrugged. People are fond of saying that purebloods are lucky, born with silver spoons, permitted more than anyone else. But we also carry more restrictions, at least those of us who wish to continue our line. Pure blood forever. How do you reconcile that motto with your apparent readiness to ally yourself with muggleborns, half-bloods, and... His mouth twisted. Creatures. Mr. Quartz, if I were you, I would pray that this newspaper never reaches the hands of Mr. Delacour. In fact, given the general pattern of your questions and that particular choice of words. I shook my head. For even that insinuation, I promise you this, I will pour considerable resources into dismantling you, both your career and your personal reputation. In a year's time you will be living in a muggle sewer, wandless, eating plague rats. Mr. Black, no threats, please. Threats, Madam Bones. I looked at the representative of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the very picture of innocent surprise. I am simply going to make a few sizable charitable donations. To his publication. To certain other institutions. And within a couple of months, that well-groomed gentleman will look rather different. Within a year. I shook my head. However, should you succeed in obtaining forgiveness from Miss Delacour and her parents, then very well, I will cease directing those charitable contributions toward the systematic destruction of your livelihood. And while I have everyone's attention, I looked directly at the nearest camera. The affairs of my house, how it is run, who belongs to it, and who I choose as my family, are no one else's business. Anyone who opens their mouth on that subject will be shut down. After all, 2, perhaps 3, of what Wizarding Britain calls its greatest wizards of the century were half-bloods. I refer to Dumbledore and Voldemort, and Grindelwald, in case that was unclear. Though so little is actually known about the latter that he may well be pureblood for all we know. And as for the purebloods themselves, if my great-great-great-grandfather's standards were still in force, half the lords in Wizarding Britain would be quietly struck from the sacred 28. What do you mean? Oh, Rita, it is really very simple. I smiled, not especially kindly. Today's generations are beginning to forget that in ancient times, the purity of blood was measured not by the number of magical generations in your ancestry, but by power. The stronger you were, the purer your blood was considered. That has shifted somewhat over the years, but... I shrugged. In time, when I come into my full strength, no one will dare say a word about the bloodlines of my wives or my children. Simply because if they do... Enough. This press conference has wandered considerably off course. I am bringing it to a close now. Everyone out. A shame. A real shame. I shook my head. Still, I expect I will give plenty of further occasions for press conferences of this sort in the future, so I imagine we will revisit any number of interesting topics. And for certain reporters, I can certainly make time during the summer holidays for a conversation in a different setting. On that note, we parted, and I went home with my mother's, where I received a brief and largely ceremonial scolding, followed by a great many kisses and assurances that they would indeed make that journalist's life an absolute misery. They also promised to have a word with Rita about the article, to ensure it came out even better than the last one. After that, I was packed onto the night bus and sent to Hogsmeade, Chapter 46, The Celebration. The return to Hogwarts was quiet and uneventful. As Penny confided to me when we had a moment alone, she had arranged for everyone who had been there to keep the news quiet, so that the rest of the school would find out only when the paper came out. And knowing Rita and her fondness for money, that paper was going to come out very, very soon indeed. To be precise, the article was supposed to appear the following morning. Supposed to. As it turned out, it appeared that same evening. The Prophet had put out a special edition devoted almost entirely to me, lavishing praise on my talents and the manner in which I had represented the country at an international competition. The papers arrived during supper and had the effect of a small explosion. The students first looked confused, then read the headline, which was short but said everything it needed to: Draco Black, International Dueling Champion. And after that, they all looked up at me, almost in unison. Why him of all people? Only one 60-year stayed true to form, which I found mildly endearing. The boy really did have a consistent set of principles. He did not manage to say anything else, however, because one of the twins cuffed him on the back of the head, and then came the soft tap of a knife against a goblet. Soft was perhaps an overstatement. Dumbledore had clearly applied a nonverbal, wandless amplification charm, because that modest tap rang through the entire hall and called everyone to silence. Quiet, please. On behalf of the entire teaching staff, I wish to congratulate Mr. Black on his outstanding performance at the dueling tournament, where he achieved victory not only in his own age group but also over the champion of the next, and conducted himself with great credit in a bout against the champion of the 15 to 16 age group. That is a remarkable result, not achieved by many an 11-year-old. Congratulations. Dumbledore and the rest of the staff set the example, beginning to applaud, and the whole great hall followed. Thank you. When the applause had died down, I rose from my seat and pressed my wand to my throat to amplify my voice. Thank you all very much. However, my victory would not have been possible without my master, Professor Flitwick, and I would ask you to show your appreciation for him as well. This time, it was I who set the example, and the rest of the hall followed with a fair degree of enthusiasm. After that, I sat back down, set aside the Prophet, which also devoted considerable space to Flitwick, his achievements, and the fact that I was his apprentice, and returned to supper. You secretive thing. Several of my classmates were looking at me with reproach. Penny, why didn't you say anything? And what was I supposed to say? That I knew all along. You knew. That was met with considerable surprise from everyone within earshot. Not just me. Draco invited the people closest to him to attend the championship, so I watched the whole thing from the front row. And that French girl? How could you just let that happen? And who am I? I am neither his fiancée nor his girlfriend. I detected clear dissatisfaction with that particular fact in Penny's voice. She understood as well as anyone that the likelihood of my choosing her as a wife was not especially high. I had never made a secret of acting in the interests of the house rather than simply following my heart, and that meant I needed a wife of genuine magical strength. Penny was no weakling, but the distance between her and a truly powerful witch was considerable, or so she believed. As for my own view, I considered her a perfectly possible wife. One of several. You fool. The girls around her began berating her, and she just kept lowering her gaze further and further, so I decided to step in. Well. I shook my head, speaking clearly enough that the girls reproaching Penny could hear me. I am quite glad now that I chose Penny as my companion. She at least understands that picking a fight with the daughter of the head of the French Aura office, at an international competition in which that young woman was a participant, would have been foolish in the extreme. The girls fell silent and stared at me. In Penny's eyes I saw genuine gratitude. And in any case, as she rightly noted, she is not my fiancée at this moment, and scenes of jealousy of the sort you have apparently been urging upon her would have reflected very poorly on her and most likely ended our friendship entirely. You just don't appreciate her. That was the unanimous consensus of every girl at the table, after which they promptly changed tack entirely and began talking to Penny in a completely different register, something along the lines of how he was a terrible person, an inconsiderate so-and-so, and generally the sort of man who only ever thinks with his lower half. I cannot say I enjoyed that particular brand of commentary, but I did not step in again either. I had already rescued Penny from one unpleasant conversation. She could find her own way out of this one. Oh, enough out of all of you. I am thoroughly sick of it. She silenced the lot of them, and they were clearly not prepared for that from the usually quiet and composed Penny. What happens between Draco and me is our own business, and none of yours. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? If you must discuss this sort of thing, do it in your dormitories, not in the Great Hall. When dinner was over and we returned to the common room, there was another round of congratulations waiting, because I had not only brought credit to England and to Hogwarts, but had raised the prestige of Ravenclaw House specifically. The students were genuinely delighted. The following morning, after my session with Daphne, I made my way to Flitwick's classroom for a lesson with the third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. I had decided to find out exactly what they had retained from the first half of the year. Books away. The students did as they were told. I could see that some of them were itching to ask questions, quite a few from both houses, but they were managing to hold themselves back for the moment. Parchment and quills out. Again the instruction was followed. And now. A flick of my wand, and a number appeared above each student's head, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Look above you and take note of your number. That is your version of the assessment. Does everyone remember how I run these? Yes. The answer came in chorus, tinged with displeasure. Excellent. Version 1, your question is, fire charms, the advantages and disadvantages of domestic application. I am not asking about household spells. I am asking specifically about fire charms. Quills began scratching immediately. Version 2, the permanent sticking charm, its applications, limitations, and comparable alternatives. Another cluster of students started writing. Version 3, household charms, their dangers, and why they have not been banned alongside the dark arts. A low murmur ran through the room. Quiet. The students took a moment, but they settled. Version 4, space enlargement charms, applications and limitations. You have 15 minutes, after which there will be a second question. I leaned back in the chair at the front of the room and half closed my eyes. From the outside, it might have appeared that I was resting. In fact, I was watching the students carefully from beneath half-lowered lids. Every one of them knew that the chances of getting away with cheating were nearly non-existent. Miss Smith, I would ask you to hand me either your diary, which you have just placed on your knee, or your assessment paper. The choice is yours. The Gryffindor girl froze and stared at me like a rabbit that had just noticed the snake directly above it, while I looked back as though weighing exactly how best to swallow her. You may return the diary to your bag. But if you produce any item unrelated to your studies during a lesson for the rest of the term, it will be confiscated and returned to you only at the end of the year. Is that understood? Yes, Professor Black. The diary was back in her bag within seconds. And 10 points from Gryffindor, Miss Smith, for requiring me to remind you of basic rules you should have learned by now. Understood, Professor. She said it quietly enough, but she didn't look particularly upset, so I chose not to dwell on it and returned my attention to the rest of the room. Mr. Adderley, do you require a formal invitation? Or do you believe you're above the rules, and that attempting to take out your textbook unnoticed would go unpunished? The Slytherin boy froze and returned his textbook to his bag very slowly. A sensible decision. 10 points from Slytherin, nonetheless. Understood. The boy didn't argue, which was the only sensible course available to him, and everyone in the room knew it. I could put anyone in this classroom in their place, except for Flitwick himself. For purebloods, I need only point out that no family in Britain is older than the Blacks, or if there is, it's considered extinct. For those of roughly equal standing, I can add that the Blacks are among the wealthiest as well. And for Muggleborns and half-bloods, I can simply note that even Muggle schools expect students to pay attention to their studies, and if they wish to lead full lives in the wizarding world, they have even more reason to learn magic properly. Time is up for the first question. Second question for version 1, charms suitable for cooking. Again, not household spells. Version 2, concealment charms, when are they useful, and please note specifically when they are inappropriate. Version 3, the applications of shrinking charms, advantages and disadvantages. Version 4, the applications of engorgement charms, advantages and disadvantages. I settled back to observe, watching for anyone trying to pull out a textbook or a second sheet of parchment. This time, the remainder of the session passed without incident. A third question followed, and a fourth, after which I dismissed the class and began flipping quickly through their answers. Well. I shrugged. I can't say what it was like in previous years, but on the whole they have the necessary minimum. There are a couple of students who have clearly memorized everything word for word. There always are. But are you satisfied that all of them passed? There are a couple of borderline papers. But the final call is yours, Professor. I handed Flitwick the papers the students had given me. There was not a great deal to read, so we went through all of them during the break. The professor broadly agreed with my assessments, though he adjusted the mark on 2 of the papers. Now then, welcome to the lesson. I smiled at the first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. We will begin with a short test. The students groaned, at which I could only smile. Books away from your desks. Parchment, quills, and ink out, and... The lesson followed the same pattern as the previous one, except that this time the questions were considerably simpler, as first years had not yet gone as deeply into charms and spell work. When it was over, I said goodbye to them and made my way to lunch. Daff, darling, can't you do something about this tyrant? A test on the very first lesson back, it is an absolute nightmare. Tracy looked at her friend, her eyes not entirely dry. There was nothing difficult about it, though. Hermione cut in with an easy shrug. Nothing difficult, yes, but the very idea of it, a test on the very first lesson back. Monster. Oh, come off it. Padma looked at Tracy. If anyone has nothing to worry about, it is us. We know our material. We could pass the test on our worst day. It is the Gryffindors, with their... She waved a hand through the air, searching for words that wouldn't come. Well. It might be a problem for them. Not for us. Ugh, honestly. Tracy shook her head. None of you understand. The issue is not the test. The issue is the timing. But then. She waved her hand. You would not appreciate my delicate sensitivity anyway. Some people simply feel these things more deeply. She shook her head with feeling. Tracy, easy. Harry decided to weigh in. All right, yes, a test, and yes, the first lesson back. But if you know the material, you could write the answers quickly and just sit back. Every situation has its bright side. Not you as well. She stared at the hero of the wizarding world as though he had personally betrayed every good and innocent thing he had ever stood for. Harry. I did not expect this from you. She shook her head. What did I say? I did not say I thought it was a good idea. I said you could find something positive even in that. Those are different things. Merlin. And who did I end up surrounded by? I should have gone to Slytherin. They would have understood me there. In Slytherin, you would have been on your own, and you would have had to align yourself with someone or other, if I understand the structure of the snakes correctly. Correctly. Tracy sighed. Yes. And no, don't mind me. I'm just grumbling. Nothing more. We know, Tracy. We know. Daphne patted her on the shoulder, and we continued with lunch. Chapter 47, The Headmaster. The week after returning to Hogwarts flew by in what felt like a single day. Training, studying, teaching students, lessons with Flitwick, which he had made considerably more intensive, time spent with friends. All of it quite literally left me no time to think about the world around me or about what awaited us at the end of the year. And yet, after the stutterer had disappeared from the school, they had hired a retired auror in his place, who taught the subject to a reasonably decent standard. He even tried to call me on the carpet, accusing me of truancy. I did not object too strongly. I simply asked that any such summons be scheduled for the evening and coordinated with Flitwick, who serves as my mentor. In any case, all of that had happened back in the previous term, and after an examination by the auror, I was deemed sufficiently proficient in defense against the dark arts that they would not bother me, at least not this year. Draco, we will have to postpone our lessons today. Flitwick did not look especially pleased, yet I could see that the postponement was unavoidable. Mentor, if it is necessary, I can easily study the material on my own while you are occupied with your... You have misunderstood me slightly. Flitwick shook his head, and a displeased smirk appeared on his lips, one that barely concealed his teeth. The headmaster asked me to arrange a meeting between you and him, and I could find no reason to refuse. So. Well, if it is the headmaster. I fell silent meaningfully, though not for long. Will you be present during the conversation, or one of my mothers? I will. I gave a satisfied nod. Then I see no point in delaying. The sooner we begin, the sooner we finish. Agreed, let us go. And Flitwick set off toward the door, not forgetting to hang a sign on it stating that he had gone to the headmaster's office. Phileas, Mr. Black. Dumbledore gave a genial nod as my mentor and I entered his office. I apologize for interrupting your lessons, but I simply could not overlook the diligence young Draco has been showing in his pursuit of magical knowledge. His beard and mustache concealed nearly half of Dumbledore's face, which made him appear to be smiling perpetually, like a kindly grandfather. Yet I had seen his younger wizarding photographs, and I now understood that he had deliberately grown his facial hair to conceal his expressive features. And what exactly is it that interests you? Flitwick did not beat around the bush, choosing to put the question to Dumbledore directly. But at that moment the phoenix took flight from its perch, circled the office, and landed on the back of my chair, where it gave me a sharp peck on the ear. Stop that. I shot the firebird a brief glance. It was holding back, but it clearly wanted to hurt me. It ignored me and pecked me again. Once more, and you'll be short a few feathers. Draco, why so harsh? Phoenixes are creatures of light and fire, and it simply finds your dark magic somewhat disagreeable. Dumbledore tried to smooth things over. Headmaster, as far as I am aware, phoenixes are quite intelligent birds, which means they are held to a higher standard than a stupid hen. Bok bok bok. The phoenix had clearly understood my words and ruffled its feathers indignantly, spreading its wings slightly. Were it a hen, I would simply brush it off the back of my chair. But a phoenix that is deliberately trying to hurt me. I shook my head. It cannot be encouraged to continue that behavior, or it will climb onto my shoulders and dangle its feet. Besides, you certainly have things you dislike, and so do I, and so does my mentor, and so does any thinking being. But that does not mean we set out to destroy, hurt, or harm the things or people we dislike in any way. Ahem. Fawkes, would you mind? Dumbledore gestured toward the perch, and the phoenix fluttered back to it with an offended chirp, though it continued to fix me with a scorching glare. Now then, Draco, would you tell me a little about how you see your life in the future? Headmaster, could you be somewhat more specific? A question so abstract. I shook my head. Could take a couple of weeks to answer, though I doubt that is what you are after. Ho ho ho, it might well be interesting, but I'm afraid I certainly wouldn't have the time for it. Perhaps another occasion. He shook his head. To begin with, I'd like to know about your plans in the dueling arts. What do you wish to achieve? Given who my mentor is, exactly. I smiled openly. I want to win tournaments for 7 years. Not only in my own age group, but in the one above it as well, and if it comes down to it, the one above that too. In short, I want to make a name for myself. I shrugged. That said, I have no intention of becoming a professional duelist. The Blacks are warriors first and foremost, so I shall strive to develop in a way that does not allow the dueling arts to crowd out the martial ones. The qualities required in those two disciplines are, after all, somewhat at odds. But there have been no wars for a long time now. The First World War, the Second. I looked at Dumbledore steadily. I do not think a third is impossible. By that point, however, Muggle weaponry will be so powerful that wizards will not be able to act covertly. That means one will need to possess sufficient strength to silence those who object. though I would be nothing but glad if there were no war at all. Dumbledore was visibly chewing on his lip. I am afraid I cannot claim that I misunderstand what you are speaking of. And then there are those two factions that were fighting on British soil not so long ago. Ahem, yes. Dumbledore looked at me in surprise, while Flitwick was grinning broadly, quite clearly struggling to hold back a laugh that threatened to escape him, to the point where he looked rather unwell. Phileas, if you are feeling unwell, you may leave us. Not at all, Albus. I cannot leave my student here alone. Flitwick's tone made it clear that speaking was a considerable effort for him. Very well, perhaps. Do you see yourself in the role of a teacher, Draco? I looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. It is not out of the question. I do enjoy teaching the younger students, though I cannot say that at this point I see myself devoting myself entirely to it. Unlike my mentor, I do not have a teacher's instinct. Oh, I shall allow myself to disagree on that point. Flitwick gave an amused shake of his head. You have a remarkable ability, Draco, to hold the attention of the most demanding audience there is, first through third years. Honestly, I thought I would have to help you a great deal, calling students to order and confirming what you said at every turn. But, you have managed to earn considerable respect from the students. That is a considerable achievement at your age. Thank you. I smiled at my mentor. But even so, I wouldn't exactly describe myself as wanting to spend my days teaching students. Perhaps as a private tutor, or as a master taking on a personal apprentice. I shrugged. Possibly at a private school, or even Hogwarts, if I were to teach for 2 or 3 years. But not in the way that you do, Professor. I shook my head, making it clear that I had no intention of devoting my entire life to teaching. Fair enough. It is too early to speak of this in any detail, but I believe that for these 7 years you will certainly remain here as Professor Flitwick's assistant, and during that time you will be able to decide whether you enjoy this kind of work and how deeply you are prepared to commit to it. I nodded in agreement. However, I should very much like to understand exactly how you envision your future. Such consultations usually take place considerably later, of course, but then students usually do not begin pushing themselves this hard until later, either. Well, I suppose one could say that in some sense I shall be a healer. A healer? There was skepticism in Dumbledore's voice, and a trace of puzzlement. In a sense. I nodded in confirmation. But. Dumbledore shook his head. My boy, you must understand that your magical energy is not particularly well suited to that path. No. History does record cases in which people with similar energy achieved remarkable success in healing, but those cases, compared with the usual outcome. He shook his head. I understand that, and I did not say I would be a healer outright. Though regarding my magical energy, you are mistaken. I can control mine with great precision, and while the Black family are mainly dark battle mages, yes, and the Malfoys, from whom my biological father came, were hardly creatures of light either, control allows one to work miracles. As it stands, healing spells are already within my reach, though the higher ones are still very, very far off. Ahem. Dumbledore shook his head, mildly surprised, and even Fawkes was looking at me with puzzlement and, was that respect? However, I did not say I would be a healer outright. I understand my own strengths and limitations perfectly well. I said I would be a healer in a sense. My gift is not rooted in healing as such, but it can be of great use in certain situations. I take it you will not tell me any more than that. Dumbledore tilted his head almost imperceptibly. Correct. The office settled into silence, broken only by the soft sounds of the many small instruments arranged along the perimeter and the murmuring of the portraits on the walls. I believe. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly with surprise. Wait a moment, by any chance, does your gift have any connection to Miss Daphne's current condition? As I recall, they were searching for a wizard with a particular specialization who could help with a certain curse, but they had nothing to offer the professionals they found. Then, something strange happened, and they were left with only one daughter. The other, as it later became known, became your servant, and the family stopped looking for a specialist. One corner of my mouth lifted in a smile. Perhaps I simply found what they could offer a specialist. Perhaps. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Even so, a glint behind his spectacles told me he had noted that I had not denied his supposition, but had merely offered a conjecture in return, worded in such a way as to leave his own hypothesis intact. Perhaps. So, as I understand it, you are not going to share your plans for life with me. You do not trust me. He said those last words with a trace of sadness. You are a politician. I do not consider you an embodiment of evil, as certain unkind tongues might suggest, but I do not consider you everyone's kindly grandfather either, one who helps all and sundry out of sheer goodness of heart. I gave the faintest shrug, and Dumbledore responded to my words with an approving hum. Very well, then at least tell me this, do you already have a plan for your life ahead? Well, it would be a lie to say I have never thought about it, but a plan. I shook my head. More the outline of one. That is more than sufficient. And yes, I do hope that you will continue to bring honor to Hogwarts and to Britain in the future. If I have the opportunity to do so, and provided it brings no dishonor upon me. I gave a confirming nod. Very good. I think we can consider this conversation concluded. Flitwick and I rose, said our farewells, and left Dumbledore's office. You were right not to lie or deny the truth. Had you done so, Dumbledore would have known that his suspicions were correct. As it is, while he is all but certain he is right, he will nonetheless be forced to doubt himself. That was the idea. I nodded in agreement, settling into the chair across from Flitwick. I have no doubt he will find a way to confirm his theory before long. But let him expend some of his influence, his time, and perhaps pull a few strings in the process. And we shall watch. TCH. Flitwick winced slightly. You speak as though Dumbledore is the enemy, and yet you yourself said not a moment ago that you do not consider him to be. I do not. I shook my head. However, he is a political adversary of my family. Knowing what hidden resources he has at his disposal will be useful for any future confrontation. And is that confrontation inevitable? Well, there is always the option of simply fleeing Britain and settling somewhere in France or Germany, where they don't tighten the screws quite so tightly. I shrugged. But I shall keep that as a last resort for my family. Chapter 48, The Dueling Club. Nearly a month had passed since the conversation with Dumbledore, and Flitwick and I had been busy not only with my studies and teaching the students, but also with preparing for the opening of the Dueling Club, which, with Dumbledore's support, we had decided to revive at Hogwarts. Now then, dear students, allow me to invite onto this platform someone who needs no introduction, Professor of Charms and Spells, Phileas Flitwick. The students gathered in the Great Hall, which had undergone some modifications from its usual appearance at mealtimes, and burst into applause. Thank you, thank you. There was a predatory smile on Flitwick's lips. I am sincerely grateful for such a warm welcome, and I ask you to be equally warm in your reception of my colleague, who is better known to the first 3 years, Draco Black, my assistant. A fresh wave of applause followed, though it died down fairly quickly. Now then, we have gathered you all here today to make an announcement. It seemed to me that delivering it in person, aloud, to all of you together, was far more appropriate than pinning a brief notice to the board. Because, let us be honest, most of us do not go anywhere near those boards until we notice a crowd beginning to gather around them. A ripple of embarrassed laughter ran through the great hall at those words. Professor, if you please. Thank you, Draco. And yes, I decided to support Draco's idea, because, with the headmaster's approval, I have been able to realize a long-held dream of mine, namely to take a decisive step toward reviving the Dueling Club. Silence. But it was the kind of silence that made it clear that every person in the hall was in a state of shock. They had been expecting many things. A demonstration duel. Someone from the student body being called up for a scheduled match. Any number of things. But not those words. This isn't a joke, is it? The question came from a Hufflepuff in one of the upper years. No, Mr. Summers, it is not a joke. I have genuinely managed to persuade the headmaster that reviving the Dueling Club would be an excellent idea. However, as you will appreciate, conducting club sessions for everyone simultaneously would be somewhat impractical, and so the years will be divided into 3 groups, 1st through 3rd years, 4th and 5th years, and 6th and 7th years. What will we be taught? A Gryffindor 2nd year shouted from the crowd. To begin with, we will go over the rules and the dueling code, and later you will begin learning spells, shields, and counter-jinxes. More precisely, you will learn to apply spells from the school curriculum in duels. At least, that is what the first 3 years will be doing. As you may know, if you have paid any attention to my students' results, it is possible to win using only 4 spells. Ultimately, the essential thing is the degree of mastery with which you wield them. But raw power matters too. Without a doubt, Miss Parkinson, raw power matters. But believe me, in tournaments it is far from the most decisive factor. I will admit, however, that weaker participants must be considerably more inventive than those with greater magical strength. Will we be able to compete in championships? The shout came from somewhere in the crowd. I recognized the voice. It was the six, hungry for attention as ever. You will, naturally. I will not be recommending you for the World Championship, but you will be able to obtain a recommendation from me or any other Hogwarts professor for the British Dueling Tournament, and by finishing in the top 10 there, you may attempt to qualify for an international tournament on your own merit. We spent another 20 minutes or so answering questions, though most of the explaining fell to Flitwick, after which he called for quiet. Silence. The students hushed. Now then, this year we will be conducting a selection process for those wishing to join the dueling club, which means that you will not yet be able to begin training, unless you wish to prepare yourselves physically through various exercises. However, in honor of the opening of enrollment, I propose that any willing student come up against my apprentice. Flitwick gestured in my direction. He will be forbidden from using any spells other than the Shield Charm, Expelliarmus, the Full Body Bind Curse, and Lumos. You, on the other hand, may use any spell known to you, with the exception of the Unforgivable Curses. I smirked slightly, understanding that Flitwick had decided to have a bit of fun at my expense. I want to go. Marcus Flint stepped forward. The Slytherin Quidditch captain stepped onto the platform and looked at me with a faint smirk. For my part, I chose not to take him lightly. Bow. I performed the required gesture, then readied myself. Flint bowed far more carelessly, as though he were doing me a great favor by facing me at all. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Expelliarmus. The spell left my wand before he had time to react, and Flint's wand sailed through the air and landed in my hand. Draco. Mentor, I was simply annoyed by Mr. Flint's careless disregard for formalities. I shrugged and handed the wand to Flitwick, who carried it back to Flint, now radiating furious glares. Draco, please allow Mr. Flint to demonstrate his abilities. As you wish, Professor. I gave Flitwick a short nod, quietly enjoying the sound of mocking laughter directed at Flint. If Flint thought Flitwick was on his side, he was very much mistaken. 3, 2, 1, start. Expelliarmus. Flint practically bellowed the spell, trying to pour as much magic into it as possible. I simply raised a protego at a slight angle, which deflected his spell without the slightest difficulty. It flew up toward the ceiling. But Flint didn't stop there and started hurling a wide variety of spells at me, all of which I blocked with my shield. Well, I can say he wasn't half bad, though he fell short of my opponent in the semifinals. I deflected his spells leisurely while he grew more and more heated with every passing moment. By now he was moving into conditionally permitted spells and darker ones, though barely permitted. Draco, finish it. I gave a short nod and immediately went on the offensive, simply knocking his wand away with 3 Expelliarmus spells in succession. The first shattered the shield he had managed to raise. He dodged the second. The third landed squarely on him and stripped him of his wand. Winner, Draco Black. Mr. Flint, you gave a respectable showing, bearing in mind that you have evidently never studied dueling as such. And there's no need to be quite so angry. Flitwick shook his head as he took Flint's wand from me and returned it to the Slytherin's hand. Draco is a genuinely accomplished duelist, and in Britain, much as it pains me to admit it, this art is currently in decline. I can count the duelists worthy of the name on the fingers of 2 hands, and those presently capable of competing on the international stage on the fingers of 1 hand. The rest are either too old or have suffered injuries incompatible with active dueling. I understand. But it does not make it any easier to accept that I lost to a first year. Come now, your level of knowledge is genuinely excellent, and your reflexes are also up to standard. I will say, however, that Quidditch has left its mark on you, and if you wish to retrain specifically for dueling, you would be well advised to put that game out of your mind for the next couple of years. Professor, did I have even the slightest chance? No. The professor shook his head. His answer came in a tone that made it clear to everyone present that he had not paused for even a moment to consider whether Flint had had a chance or not. At Hogwarts. I'll thrash him. The sixth voice rang out across the entire hall. The professor gave a weary sigh and made no attempt to disabuse him of his delusions of competence. He simply invited him up onto the dueling platform. Now I'll show everyone what a worthless piece of. He didn't get to finish, however. One of the twins had pushed their way to the front row of spectators and hit him with a silencing charm. Mmm. Mr. Weasley, I would strongly advise you not to insult your opponent. You do understand that a duel can end with varying degrees of injury. MMPH. It appeared that this was his way of expressing his view on the matter, that he intended to bury me, and the injuries I sustained were of no particular concern to him. Well. With a wave of his wand, the professor lifted the silencing charm from Weasley. Right, I'll. Mr. Weasley, did you step onto this platform to work with your wand, or with your tongue? If it is the latter, you had no business coming up here. Flitwick's words did manage to shut the six up, and he adopted an ungainly stance. I, by contrast, stood at ease and studied my opponent with a measured look. Bow. I gave the six a short but perfectly civil bow. He merely smirked mockingly in return, apparently not noticing how Flitwick's brow furrowed at his disrespect towards his opponent. 3, 2, 1. Eat slugs. The spell left the sixth wand before Flitwick had given the signal, but I chose not to react in any special way. I simply waited for my moment, then bent backward theatrically so the spell sailed over me, and straightened up again. That would never have worked in a championship, but the sixth was far too full of himself to bother with a follow-up spell, and the professor had already put a barrier between us. Mr. Weasley, you receive a penalty point for attacking before the signal. And yes, I will not be admitting you to my dueling club. I have no intention of teaching those who have no regard for the noble art of dueling. Draco, I understand, of course, that self-confidence is a fine thing, but you should simply have put up a protego. You hadn't said, start, yet. I shrugged. If you'd counted faster and said, start, I would have done exactly that. But by international standards, which you yourself drilled into me, even blocking with a shield charm would have earned me the same penalty. So I chose the best possible course of action under the circumstances. Though in a tournament, I wouldn't have shown off like that, I simply would have stepped aside, which wouldn't have been prohibited in that situation. Flitwick nodded. Very well. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the final syllable left his lips, Flitwick's barrier vanished. But Weasley jumped the gun again, casting a disarming charm before Flitwick had even finished speaking. It struck the barrier. Stop. A new barrier appeared between us. What is it now? That, Mr. Weasley. I noticed McGonagall had appeared near the twins, fixing Weasley with a severe expression. Is that the barrier, or rather its disappearance, was your signal to begin? You once again began casting before that moment, violating every written and unwritten rule of tournament dueling in the dueling code. Leave the platform. You have lost. I'll. Mr. Weasley. The voice of the sixth head of house rang out across the platform. Leave the platform. And I want you to know that I am ashamed of you. Deeply, deeply ashamed. The sixth glanced at his head of house, then at Flitwick, and then, head bowed and shoulders hunched, left the platform. Anyone else who wishes to try? Me. Nymphadora raised her hand. Oh. Flitwick's grin widened with delight. Miss Tonks, you are one of the very few people who have recently had any chance of giving my student genuine trouble in a duel. Had you applied yourself earlier, you might have been able to compete in this year's tournament. You wouldn't have won, of course, but you would have made your mark. Flitwick shook his head, conveying disapproval at how late she'd finally pulled herself together, though his grin made it equally clear he was glad she'd done so at all. Big Brother does know how to knock some sense into a person. She stepped onto the platform and took up the stance used by aurors and combat-trained witches and wizards, complete with the correct wand grip. At least she hadn't been wasting her time with the tutors my mother and I had arranged for her. Now then, bow. Nympha and I bowed to one another. 3, 2, 1, begin. Expelliarmus, Petrificus totalis, Expelliarmus, Petrificus totalis, Protego. Accio dispersimus. Nympha's bone-shattering curse hit my Protego squarely, while she deftly dodged my spells, making full use of her metamorphmagus flexibility. Expelliarmus, 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 Lumos, Expelliarmus, Petrificus totalis. I fired off spells in rapid succession, not yet switching to nonverbal magic, while Nympha struggled, twisting like a snake to let my spells fly past her. Protego. She finally used her shield to catch her breath, and I smiled slightly. It seemed that this time I'd be able to give the students a proper duel to watch. Proper for them, at any rate. Nymphadora's eyes told me she wasn't particularly pleased I was holding back. Chapter 49, The Last Day of Dueling Club Trials. The duel with Nymph was interesting, not for me or for her, but for the spectators, who genuinely seemed to believe the girl might beat me. Throughout the duel, I kept showing them exactly where and how her defense could be broken through. It frustrated her enormously, and yet she could not say I was wrong. Unlike the others, she understood it was a performance. I had dealt with Flint quickly, but he simply could not deliver the performance needed to hold the crowd's attention. Whereas she could. In any case, the two of us put on quite a show on the dueling platform that day, and in the end I won. Flitwick wrapped things up with a speech, the gist of which was that anyone wishing to achieve results of that kind would need to pass the trials for the dueling club. The places in the club were not limited, but Flitwick had set a minimum threshold of knowledge and skill. That minimum varied by year, and it began in the second year. More precisely, up until the end of the first year, students could come to the trials and demonstrate what they knew. Those who showed sufficient skill would be admitted to the dueling club from the second year on. That did not mean membership was guaranteed to last. The standards for existing members were considerably stricter, with an assessment every 6 months. In short, simply getting in would be hard enough. Staying in would be harder still. The requirements for each year had been given to the heads of house, who posted them on the common room bulletin boards. After that, the workload increased substantially, because Flitwick had decided to put the trials for the first 3 years on my shoulders. He was clearly enjoying himself. I did not complain. If he trusted me not only to teach but to run trials of this sort, it meant he was confident in my abilities. That gave me motivation not only to work harder, but to study harder as well. I had no intention of disappointing my master. I could also honestly admit that over the course of the year, I had come to understand the material for the first 3 years considerably better than before, simply because I had been forced to explain it over and over again to a roomful of restless children. By the second half of the year they had become considerably more attentive. It had apparently dawned on them that the end-of-year prize might be worth their while. Even so, many of them still found the material unclear and came to me for explanations. I had ended up setting aside an extra 2 hours a day for precisely those conversations. Still, the holidays were not far off. Well, holidays, in the loosest sense, since Flitwick had already begun threatening me with an intensive summer program. My mother had arranged tutors at my request to help me take all my year-end exams early again without difficulty, and I had begun making plans of my own. My thoughts were interrupted by the vibrating mirror I used to keep in touch with Fleur. Hello, hello. A smile found its way onto my lips of its own accord, and Fleur, who had initiated the call, made no effort to conceal her own happy smile, which only made her more beautiful. I shook my head slightly. Adolescence was going to test my self-control far more than I'd anticipated. Hello, my dear. Fleur said with a smile, and shivers raced down my spine. She'd been greeting me that way for about a month now, and I still hadn't grown used to it. Hello, my joy. How are you? I even set my book aside to talk to her properly. Rest was important too, after all, and we only spoke once a week. It was worth giving the conversation my full attention. I am well. Studying, training in the dueling arts. Actually, I've finally started paying proper attention to other elements as well, so next tournament they won't knock me out as easily. Good. I was glad for her, though I was aware that next year would be harder than this one. My semi-final opponent would certainly not be giving up his title without a fight. My dear. A faint growl crept into Fleur's voice. Yes, darling. When she didn't rush to continue, I played along and asked. Why am I being pestered with letters imploring me, an extraordinarily magnanimous young woman, to forgive some wretched worm who opened his mouth when it was most unwelcome, and dared to empty its filth in my direction? I snorted, and Fleur, unable to help herself, laughed as well. So he did write to you after all. I nodded slowly, since I hadn't forgotten about that journalist. Though honestly, I'd expected him to have the nerve to write to your father instead of bothering a sweet and apparently far too forgiving young woman. And yet. Well, your father is aware of the situation, so you can get the full story from him. But briefly, that particular gentleman, if I'm not mistaken, his name was Quartz. You are not mistaken. She nodded, confirming the name was correct. Right. So, this gentleman was a reporter for the publication, Pure Blood Forever, during my brief interview after the tournament. He made some rather unflattering remarks about you. About me. Precisely. The conversation turned to you and me, and I did not deny the possibility that something more than friendship might develop between us, and that. I pressed my lips together, swallowing the insults. That differently gifted individual could not find anything better to do than offer his opinion on your bloodline. As a result, I promised to make his life a living misery, one that would continue until the Delacour family saw fit to forgive him. I rather expected him to write to your father, not to you. I shook my head disapprovingly. Coward. Right. Fleur closed her eyes. She looked, in that moment, faintly like a great cat, languidly watching its surroundings, not quite hungry, but ready to spring at an enemy without a moment's notice. Or perhaps it was something more avian. Right. Fleur, breathe. In, out, in, out. I decided to try to calm her down a little. Those were words for which he is already paying. Whether the punishment continues depends entirely on you. He has lost his job. His creditors immediately called in his debts. His wife found herself a lover and left. His children, deprived of their father's money that used to get them out of trouble, are now under investigation. Though if there is anything particular you would like added to that. I shrugged. Ahem, no. She shook her head, composing herself. That is sufficient. I have no intention of forgiving him either. Though, may I ask you something? You may try. I smiled wryly, and she gave a small, irritated click of her tongue. If he has the sense to leave the country, say, if he flees to Australia or America, there's no need to follow him there. But if he stays in England? No problem at all. I shrugged. Good. Now let us talk about something more pleasant. Let us. I smiled at her, and we moved on to our plans for the summer, which were quite ambitious. We did not finish talking for another 40 minutes, after which we blew each other a kiss and ended the call. I returned to the book I had been reading before Fleur contacted me. The following day. Now then, dear students of years 1 through 3. I congratulate you. Today is the final day of dueling club trials. If you do not make it through today, the next trials will not be held until the end of next academic year. Oh. The crowd of students murmured unhappily. The majority of those present, it had to be said, had no particular interest in learning the art of dueling. What they wanted was membership in a prestigious club run by Professor Flitwick himself. I suspected the same frenzy would have surrounded a club run by McGonagall, or Sprout, or even Snape. The real reason was simple: Flitwick had connections, and being noticed by him and by the students who genuinely wanted to join. In short, connections. And it showed. The students who truly wanted to study dueling had already passed the trials by their second attempt, some only just above the minimum threshold, and they had not abandoned their training in the meantime, channeling their efforts into physical conditioning and spell practice. The others, though, they kept turning up in the hope that this time I would simply announce that everyone had passed. Weasley. I looked at the sixth year with mild confusion. I had noticed him in the crowd entirely by chance. What are you doing here? I came to try out. He practically shouted it. I shrugged. The door is that way. I pointed to the exit. I did not impose the ban, and it is not mine to lift. Come back with Flitwick's written confirmation that you are permitted to participate, and I will let you through. Without it. I shrugged again. Whatever my personal feelings about the sixth year, I had no intention of denying him the right to participate if Flitwick approved it. Besides, dueling might finally do something useful for him. It might make a thinking person out of him rather than simply a number. Though, perhaps that was too ambitious. Simply a person would be enough. A thinking person was probably beyond reach. The sixth year grumbled, but did not argue this time. He evidently understood that I could not overturn a decision made by his head of house, and left the room. I turned my attention back to everyone remaining in the small hall. Right. Everyone form a single queue. I clapped twice and they quickly arranged themselves into a rough line. Excellent. Now, one at a time, come up to the platform and show me what you have learned. I gestured with my wand, which was already in my hand, and beckoned the first student forward. As on previous occasions, he showed nothing of note. That would have been acceptable enough on its own, but he had not even bothered to open a book on dueling etiquette. His bow was, frankly, it was easier to describe what he had not done wrong, and the only thing that qualified was that a bow had occurred at all. Everything else. I sighed. Winston. Again. The boy flinched slightly. I believe I made a point of asking you last time to please just open the dueling code. Read it. It is not long. 50 pages, nearly 10 of which are devoted entirely to the bow, explaining how it should be performed, why it should be performed that way, and what the consequences of performing it incorrectly are. I shook my head. For example, had you bowed like that at the tournament I competed in, you would not only have been disqualified on the spot, you would have found yourself set upon afterwards by the other participants who witnessed it. Not one auror or official would have intervened. But I want to join the club precisely so that someone can teach me all of this. The boy was thoroughly put out by my dressing down. Understandably enough, he was a third year, and here I was lecturing him. Even with my reputation, even with the general understanding that I was someone worth listening to, right now he chose to push back. Professor Flitwick and I have already made this clear. We are not running a Muggle nursery, where children are cared for and given the bare minimum before school starts. We are running a dueling club. We will not be spoon-feeding the basics here, because those basics are explained clearly enough in the literature listed on the club enrollment notice. But that is enough. I shook my head and placed a silencing charm on him. Enough. You have had 5 attempts. 5. I shook my head again. Professor Flitwick and I are not here to wipe your nose for you. We can help refine skills, we can help correct them, but we are not here to instill knowledge and ability from scratch. You have not passed. If you are genuinely serious about dueling, I would suggest engaging a private tutor over the summer and practicing at the Leaky Cauldron, or at the very least working through the literature independently, and coming to the trials next academic year. But that trial will not be before the new year. Next year's new year. But I said next year. Technically, the boy could have been admitted to a practice bout, but I had taught him for the first 3 years and knew perfectly well what he was capable of. There was no point in wasting anyone's time. He was one of the weakest students I had, and not because he lacked ability, but because he could not be bothered to open a textbook. I was not being prejudiced. I knew that some students absorb information by ear far more readily than from reading. For them, hearing a topic once in class is worth 10 readings of the textbook. But this boy was not one of those students. He was simply lazy. Professor. Hermione gave me a short bow, and I returned it. For reasons I had never quite understood, she had decided she wanted to join the club. Her spell knowledge was not the problem. Her physical conditioning, however, was lacking. It still left something to be desired, though she had been training and clearly intended to make an impression in the year ahead. 3, 2, 1, begin. I did not attack. I simply raised a protego as a variety of spells came flying at me, none of which broke through the shield. But that wasn't the point. I stood and watched her carefully. Oh, she conjured water. Interesting. With a quick, nearly imperceptible flick of my wand, I cleared the water from around my feet, leaving me on a dry patch of the platform, surrounded by a puddle. My instinct was correct, a bolt of lightning struck the floor and shot across the water a moment later. That will do. I gave a satisfied nod. What? Hermione looked bewildered. Well done. Good selection of spells, a clever move with the water and the lightning. Against someone else, it might well have worked. And you've been working on your physical conditioning. Conditionally passed. Conditionally. She blinked. Yes. I'll assess you again at the start of next year, and if your physical fitness is still below the required minimum. I shook my head. You'll be removed from the club. Understood. She said it loudly, and I was now quite certain that this stubborn girl would do absolutely everything in her power to get into condition and keep her place. In the meantime, I had nearly a dozen more students to get through. Chapter 50, the Charms Competition. Now then, dear students. I looked out over the classroom. Every child in it was watching me with a hungry, focused expression. They knew the end-of-year prize was being given out today, and they wanted it. As you know, the examinations were held a little earlier this year specifically so we could have this lesson. And you all know what's waiting for you here today. This is a competition for a prize, a genuinely valuable one, and since it's the end-of-year prize, I've decided to make things a little more interesting. I looked over the students, who had all leaned forward, looking ready to spring at me if the prize appeared within reach. I have here a small pouch of galleons. But no, don't imagine I'm simply going to hand out money. That would be far too dull. My lips curved into a slightly mocking smile. This is simply to illustrate the value of what I'm prepared to give the winner today. To give you an idea. I tossed the pouch lightly in my hand. 3 tickets to a British Quidditch League match. Not the minister's box, but excellent seats regardless. Tickets to a wizarding music concert, a good act, 4-5 people. A week in France. Or. I smiled. 2 months of lessons with a private tutor. Not the finest, not the most celebrated, but a tutor who will walk you through the school curriculum in a way you can actually understand, chewing it up and handing it to you, as it were. The students' eyes were shining. So, are you interested? Yes. They answered in chorus. Excellent. Then let's have a small test. To begin, all of you will demonstrate the spells that were set for study in the second half of the year. I began naming spells, and this time every one of them was performed with considerably greater quality than before. It was immediately obvious that the students had been practicing with the prize in mind. For both Flitwick and me, that was enormously gratifying. Excellent. Now let us try something slightly more demanding. As before, we will work through the supplementary reading. And the assessment continued. First spell. Second. Third. After the fifth, students began dropping out in noticeable numbers, particularly those who hadn't managed to learn one spell or another. Yes, Miss Parkinson. I nodded to the girl who had raised her hand just before I called the next spell. Professor, if I have not learned the previous spell, may I still attempt the next one? Of course. I shrugged. That is entirely your right. Though I will note, you appear to be the only one who thought to ask. The others either stopped trying once something didn't work, or were too shy to raise the question. In any case, Professor Flitwick and I impose no restrictions on which spells you choose to learn. Our concern is that you pass the annual examination, and this. I gestured at the competition. This is purely a matter of whether you want the prize. Now, if there are no further questions. And I continued calling spell after spell. Right. I looked out over the room. I believe we now have our main contenders for this half year. Everyone else, please step back. Let us give Miss Abbott, Miss Parkinson, Miss Granger, Miss Daphne, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Knott the chance to show what they are made of. The named students came forward, and I looked them over thoughtfully. You are all practically level. The gap between you is just 2 points, which may prove an advantage rather than a decisive lead. We have 10 spells remaining, and as you can see, any one of you could win. They nodded, tense. After Pansy's question, a few students had re-entered the running. Knott was one of them. He had fallen behind by only a couple of points and still had a genuine chance. This was where the real contest would begin. Right, first spell. The assessment continued, and after 10 spells a clear winner had emerged, Pansy Parkinson. Well, let us congratulate Miss Parkinson on her victory. What would you like as your prize? The trip to France. I gave an understanding nod and made a note in my small notebook. You will receive your prize tomorrow. But for now, congratulations. Thank you. She smiled, slightly flushed, and dropped her gaze to the floor. Now let us all give a round of applause for Miss Parkinson. And every first year applauded, causing the girl to turn quite pink. With that, the lesson was over. I sent the first years on their way, then had several more similar lessons to get through with the second and third years before I was finally able to rest. And what are you doing? Penny Clearwater came over and settled herself on the arm of the chair where I was sitting in the common room. Resting. Resting. That does not sound like you. Well, I have a very intensive summer ahead of me, so it does not hurt to rest a little now. Most students will have a perfectly pleasant time, some might do a bit of tutoring, but as for me. I shook my head. Despite the prospect of a grueling summer, though, I was not especially downcast about it. There would be some genuinely enjoyable moments as well. Yes, you are studying under Professor Flitwick. I heard a faint note of envy in Penny Clearwater's voice. I glanced around to confirm we were alone. Everyone else was almost certainly outside. Then I cast a quick muffliato before speaking again. Well, you could too. I looked at her carefully. Not with Flitwick, of course. Tuition with a master of his caliber costs a considerable amount. But. Penny closed her eyes and bit her lower lip. That one stings. Does it? I tilted my head and narrowed one eye. As I see it, I have been fairly open with you this year about the fact that I am interested in you and willing to help you find your footing in the wizarding world. But every time I have made that clear, you have looked the other way. That was the exception when I suggested sponsoring a business. I shrugged. I am just frightened. She looked away, and for once she dropped that ridiculous little verbal tick altogether, which made me think she had retreated far inside herself. Or perhaps she had simply stopped noticing it. Frightened that in a few years things will go wrong between us, and, an investment like that, you would not do it for a stranger, even a friend. Which means there would be a contract. Well, there would be one anyway. You have already said as much, and we have not signed it yet. there will be. I nodded in agreement. But the terms will not be particularly punishing. Simply a portion of your income will be transferred to me until you have paid back 3 times whatever the house spends on your training. 3 times. Well. I shrugged. As I said when I offered you the business contract, I need to see a return. So I am prepared to sponsor you, and even to cover your tuition. It would actually work in my favor. After studying under a master, you would be in a far stronger position to open your own business. She closed her eyes. Blast it. Why does everything have to be like this? I even asked my mother, and she said grab this chance with both hands. She gave a faint, sad smile. She even told me to spread my legs if it came to that. Actually, she said a great deal more than that. Penny shook her head. Your mother is a wise woman. She understands that, in most cases, offers like mine come with certain expectations. I pressed my lips together thoughtfully. Except that it wouldn't be in my interest to go down that road. For one thing, I'm not physically capable of that yet. And second, an employee who works wholeheartedly, who doesn't resent being coerced, performs better. Under those circumstances, you'd perform well, and might even decide not to buy back my share of the business. Draco. The girl's lips trembled. Don't go putting me on a pedestal, though. If you ever decide, of your own accord, that you wouldn't mind spreading your legs, I won't say no. Naturally, when we're both ready, physically and otherwise. So if that thought ever crosses your mind, and we're not in a formal relationship at the time, remember, that would be your own choice, not me playing the villain. And someone was hinting about a second wife. What, am I no longer good enough? I was hinting, and I still have no objection. Just remember, for that, you'd need to get along with the first wife. Blast. Penny shook her head. I'm having this conversation with an 11-year-old boy. I'm mentally older. I shrugged. Oh, that's very reassuring. Penny. Enough. Stop. Just stop. She raised her hand to prevent me from saying anything further. Let's do it this way. She took a couple of deep breaths. I agree to the training contract and the subsequent business sponsorship. But it has to include a clause: if I decide not to open a business, then there's no sponsorship on your end, and consequently no debt on mine. Well, we could draw up that contract once you actually have a business plan ready. I shrugged and looked at her with a satisfied smile. Stop smiling like that. You know. I'm considering imposing a financial penalty on you. What? She looked at me in confusion. That ridiculous verbal tick of yours. Sorry. She still didn't understand. I'm saying you haven't been using that absurd little meow for some time now. Meaning you're in breach of our wager. Which I believe calls for a punishment. I scratched my chin thoughtfully. I've got it. A smirk settled on my lips. I'm going to hire a dance teacher for you. She'll teach you various styles of dance, which you'll perform for my viewing pleasure throughout the coming year. You. Don't worry. Since I'm a man of property, you'll only dance for me twice a week, and only when I'm alone, or at most with Daphne present. You. Yes. You're a complete and utter brute. That's what you are. Too late. I shook my head. You'll be learning to dance regardless. Fine, have it your way, but no more than twice a week. Agreed. I held out my hand and she shook it with a sigh. There. Good girl. I will write to my mothers and ask them to find you suitable teachers. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. I shook my head. Incidentally, which subject would you like tutoring in? Transfiguration, charms and spell work, potions, or healing? Charms. Charms and spell work. Understood. Then we will look for a master in that field, and perhaps we will have a word with Flitwick about giving some attention to your studies as well as mine. But I am not promising anything on that front just yet. I understand. Penny nodded quickly, then glanced around and leaned in to press a small kiss to the corner of my mouth. Thank you,